Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2015, where the international wildcard Bangkok Titans are about to go up against H2K in the fight to stay alive in Group C. Now, last time these teams met, Hjarnan got his hands on Mordekaiser and went huge, 13-2 and 10. Obviously, they can't leave that up again. Now, Yamato Cannon, we have the honor of having your expertise on the desk as a person who has coached against this team. So if you were to give Bangkok Titans any advice going into this match, what would it be?
I think the approach you should take in their particular scenario, which the approach I like to take in H2K, is they are playing by the book always. Have this consistent play style. They play around the Drakes, play around the Baron. There's nothing like anything strange about H2K. They're always kind of solid throughout the game. And to kind of interfere with that, you need to kind of throw some wrenches into the cogs. Play an early game composition. Try to just snowball the game out of that, because when they're out of their comfort zone, they just feel so out of place.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, you know, it's surprising because Bangkok Titans, while not a fantastic team, they're definitely one of the weaker teams in the overall tournament. They have a really good assassin player. Like, G4 is actually one of these players that can make things happen. We've already seen the quirky Aurelia pick, but he actually plays a very good Zed and a very good Yasuo, not to mention the standard Diana and Ares, things like that. So I want him to get on a champion, camp out his lane, and then just see if you can make something happen. Sure, it's a very long shot, but if you throw that cog, try and take Ryu on head-to-head, then you can create split pushes, break up the map, maybe try and degrade the game somewhat, and just move from there.
And Tabe, we saw Bangkok Titans have some difficulty dealing with that Mordekaiser in the bot lane. So how specifically do you see that matchup playing out if they do decide to leave it up again?
First of all, we can see that Mordekaiser has been banned nearly every game, every single game in the Worlds. And I think Mordekaiser is obviously a very OP champion right now. And because I think Fresh is not a good pick against Mordekaiser is simply because you cannot death sentence onto him, because their support it will be having his W and will be step in front of Mordekaiser and harassing you very easily. And on top of what Spawn said, because G4's mid lane loves to play assassin like maybe like Zed and Yasuo, so I think their team should consider more about banning Lulu to have a better laning phase.
All right, so looking for them to get rid of the Mordekaiser and the Lulu, open themselves up to an assassin-like meta in order to take down each H2K, rather. Now, gentlemen, time for predictions. Yamato, we're going to start on your end and run this way.
Bangkok Titans have to pull some crazy ass shit. I'm thinking, bringing the LeBlanc, bringing a Shaco. Why not just go full early game? Just try to snowball the game through the max, and maybe they'll have a chance. But I have to lean towards H2K.
All right,
it's the logical way.
I'm kind of the same thing. I think that like if there is going to be a weird, quirky game, it will be this one. I think H2K will handle it very well, but I think that the wrench will be thrown early.
I'm looking for that wrench. All right, and Tabe finishes up.
I have to agree with you two, because we can see that Bangkok Titans is not doing very greatly in the group stages. And I think if the teams, they're so different of their power, because I think Bangkok Titans is so weak against H2K, I think maybe the ban picks is not important too. Yeah. Even they don't have Mordekaiser and Lulu in H2K, they may be still losing because their champion pool and their mechanics are still better than Bangkok Titans.
Well, the H2K looking to be favorites here on the desk. The teams are ready, so let's head over to the casters to get us some champ select.
Thanks, Dash. And as the teams make their final adjustments, let's check out our starting lineups. Of course, I'm so excited to get into this matchup. Oh my goodness, because Bangkok Titans excite me. There's Warlock there in the top lane, 007X, the Udyr man from the IWCI, G4 in the mid lane, the assassin god himself, Lloyd the AD carry, and Moss, who's Thresh needs to turn up, because I just want people to understand how good this guy is on that champion.
Yeah, we'll see if they can stand up for the test. They did okay, but they're facing up against probably the most likely team they can beat here. H2K, obviously, top lane supporting their overwhelming. Still a big disparity, though. Luex will be here in the jungle. Mid lane, Ryu came into this group looking for revenge on Faker. Didn't really find it just yet. AD carry Hjarnan, supported by Kasing. And if you talk about good Thresh on the side of Bangkok Titans, I just want to see Kasing play Thresh again, especially when he's in his comfort zone, all under the hawk eye of good old Prolly.
Well, Kasing's been playing fantastically well anyway. So talking about supports that have shown up, there have been a lot of supports that may be lacking a little bit. We're looking at the likes of PYL here, but Kasing has definitely been playing well. And even if he gets on the likes of Shen, Alistair, his play at Worlds thus far is fantastic.
I mean, you heard the guys talking about pick and ban earlier and how the Mordekaiser came through for H2K last time these two teams met. despite the Mordekaiser, that game was actually fairly close. And it was honestly a pretty hard carry performance by Kasing. I mean, it had an amazing, amazing Alistar game.
Yep.
That actually had them win the game in the first place. So as weird as it sounds, this is a closer match than I think many people think. It is still probably H2K favored, but it required not only some really strong champions, some really, really high-level play to even win that game last time.
Yeah, Kasing in that game on the Alistar, one of the few supports not messing up the combos in this tournament. Alistar combo got nerfed, and it looked like a small, just, you know, casual nerf right there.
It was
but
making it easier as well.
yeah, it looks like it's making it easier, but there's so much muscle memory in that combo for so many of these pros that it's actually incredibly hard to keep landing it. We're in Champs League right now, though, so let's see if Mordekaiser makes it through yet again.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Bangkok Titans do on the blue side here as well, able to get that priority pick in. We'll see what they decide to go for. Rek'Sai is going to be banned away from Lulex, though, first up. The answer is Gangplank, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, Freak touched about it earlier in the last champ, so like these high percentage bans will generally come out on the red side, so you can think Gangplank can get banned here, maybe Kalista, if you're really afraid of her, will still be banned on the red side, because those are champion picks with too much influence if they get to the first pick on blue side. Lulu is one of those other champions right here, so that's some of the bans that we could expect out of H2K.
Yeah, Mordekaiser, Darius, some other options there as well. But Bangkok Titans, they're going to ban away the Thresh, so not wanting to let that go to round 2, looking to try and get a different priority pick. Mordekaiser, no surprises there on that ban. Trying to keep it even, you know, ban percentages.
Well, Tabe said get rid of Lulu so that G4 has an easier time assassinating people. Of course, Ryu would be just fine on a Lulu, actually. Odoamne has actually been the big carry right now. He's actually number 2 of all top laners of this tournament in terms of damage share. So setting up Odoamne actually has been reasonably good for H2K, to be honest.
Yeah, and speaking about Lulu as well, I mean, it is actually a first pick that the Bangkok Titans can go for. They are going to ban away
Gonna bench the
Tahm
Kench.
Kench. They are definitely bottling the axolotl here. This is Warlock. Not going to be able to do that. But last ban for H2K. We'll see what they do decide to take away from the Rift. And the Lulu is an option because Warlock, he plays that in the top lane. It's a safe top lane pick as well, and Warlock hasn't necessarily been the strong player on the Bangkok Titans despite being their shot caller. You may as well put him on something that can sit back and just control the lane.
Yeah, well, the last game was very close. It did evolve from the way H2K dropped to the composition. You can see in the bottom of your screen last time they played full-on assassin pick composition, but they ended up grouping for a lot of fights with it because they had Mordekaiser, so it's quite weird right here. Let's see if H2K get more of a traditional team composition right here, so because they still have a shot, you know, if they win this match right now and they beat EDG later on, they still have a shot of tying EDG, I believe, so that's definitely what they're playing for, so you may see a slightly more conventional by the numbers H2K coming out of here.
And that's the thing, and when we saw just yesterday, the wildcard team basically tying for 3rd place with Counterlogic Gaming, so the Bangkok Titans can live up to that and tie H2K with 1 win apiece if all goes according to BKT here. H2K definitely, as you were saying, very happy that Edward Gaming had lost the game just to go, because we might see in Game 5 of the day that battle for 2nd place between these two teams. Right now, taking their time with their first round picks on the red side.
I mean, coming into the tournament, you would expect here just a generic jungle pick and a Braum support pick for Kasing. This was more in the 5.14 era, so obviously a lot of things have changed. H2K look like they still value Darius here, and Kalista obviously was never picked on red side in 5.14 because she was never open and available on red side, so she's open. Like that. I like to see Kasing play with Kalista usually because he can play even more aggressive, and Hjarnan and Kasing have good synergy when it comes to using Fate's Call, both defensively and aggressively.
What's interesting to me, though, is the fact that Gragas didn't get picked up their first round for H2K because of the jungle bans, the Rek'Sai and the Elise both being gone. Gragas is basically next on the list for both these junglers here. I'm not surprised at all to see it go to BKT, but the fact that H2K cared more about the Darius than the Gragas is interesting to me.
We have seen Lulex has played some Lee Sin so far, especially against teams that you rate personally weaker, where you think you can find more openings for aggressive ganks and just dash back. He could end up picking up that Lee Sin and have that as an option for more aggression in the early game, more snowballing, get the Darius ahead, get the Kalista ahead, and that could be the approach. Obviously, I think if H2K could, they would have picked all 3 champions at once, but obviously only 2 at a time.
And instead, they're just picking multiple knockups here, of course, with G4 being able to play potentially that Yasuo. That is so many opportunities to get that last breath off, but H2K now to answer. And also, you know, just strong picks in themselves.
I mean, I think Ryu can blind pick his mid laner expecting a Yasuo matchup now.
Almost.
Realistically, I think that's very, very likely here for him. Crap, but you talked about Lee Sin. You're right about this one. It's already had 2 Lee Sin bans against him in 3 games so far. This, of course, being the 4th here for Lulex. So if we go by popularity, that's probably next up for him.
It's pretty hard to draft here for H2K because Bangkok Titans, they've picked 3 champions, but they're so generic that they can go into pretty much any direction with it. They fill many different roles. They don't have any weaknesses. We see the expected Lee Sin come out here, and we have the Kalista Annie lane that is incredibly potent with trading and just blowing people up. We could see a TF come out here, but Rio just wants to wait because he doesn't really want to play that matchup TF into Yasuo.
So this is probably a little bit far-reaching, but back when probably was a mid laner over in North America, Annie was his Yasuo counter pick actually, because so many of her spells go through the wind wall, targeted stuns useful. This seems very unlikely.
Where did it get him though?
It got him to Worlds as a coach. His mind for the game much better than his mechanics.
That's true, and I mean that's what we're talking about here, so that certainly works out. But Bangkok Titans now with 20 seconds to go, they have to round out this comp. We'll see whether it is going to be the Yasuo. Of course, with Lulu heading towards the top lane, it means they can balance out that magic damage and physical damage, so it is an option here.
I mean, Yasuo Tristana is something we could see here because it provides another knockup.
That's another knockup.
Generally, knockback. Generally, when you see Kalista Tristana is the answer because that matchup tilts 1v1 trading almost on every auto attack up to 6 or 7. Tristana wins, and after 7 auto attacks, you're actually dead anyways as Kalista, so that's why you want to do that. The matchup against a range support makes it tough though. Alistar can't really punish Kalista Annie, so we may still see a lane swap necessary to get through the early stages of the game here.
All right, well, Ryu to play his 4th mid laner in 4 games, we expect. Already played LeBlanc, already played Lulu, already played Echo. And maybe he goes back to LeBlanc, actually, for the matchup itself.
Slow on wave flare then. Snowball again, but again, last time when HTK faced off against Bangkok Titans, they went full-on assassin. Their wave clear mid was Echo, I believe, so not all too worried about that, it seems. They just want to blow people up with this composition.
No, Lissandra comes through, so a different point-and-click stun for this champion. Still can lock up the Yasuo, and in fact, his dash, that E, does get interrupted by roots, so Lissandra can easily create distance by Wing while he's mid-dash and getting away.
Yeah, and what I really love is the massive pick potential here as well. You Glacial Path in, you get that Frozen Tomb down, and it can mean that Odoamne can get to that point of being massive with the Noxian Might. He can start beating the heck out of people after that initial pick, with the help of Tibbers there as well from Kasing.
Yeah, I agree. H2K's composition definitely very good at setting up for this Darius. A lot of ways to go in. You expect Righteous Glory or Talisman of Ascension to come out from Kasing in the support role, so setting up for a big Darius carry, and Odoamne has been the carry for this team this tournament. See if that works out for him.
Incredibly well-rounded composition for BKT though. If they get through the early game and they don't get smashed by a couple of aggressive ganks and they can avoid these, roams from Kasing where he lands the flash Tibbers, their teamfight composition later on in the game is actually incredibly strong. They have double tank for peel, they have a wind wall to cut off one of the entrance points to the fight, they have a holistic counter to Juggernauts and just pick composition with the Lu who can just kite them for days, and then generally they have one hyper carry in the back, Tristana, who can actually get a Ziggs from the Alistar, so there's a really good win condition here for BKT if they can play to their strengths, which is something we haven't really seen from the weaker teams in this tournament overall.
We'll see if BKT can do that. I think this is one of the best comps we've seen from them all tournament long, so if you guys think they can do it, then tweet your predictions into @LollySports on Twitter. Tweet the hashtag BKT win or the hashtag H2K win. We'll see who comes out on top from the fan vote. Of course, in about 35 minutes, we'll see who comes out from the game itself, but we are here, Bangkok Titans, with a chance to look at a tie for 3rd place in the group. H2K basically need this win if they want a chance of making quarterfinals, because they can face Edward Gaming at a possible tiebreaker a bit later on in the day. Guys, let us know how it's going to go because our game is going to get started in just a minute.
Yeah, just a minute. And of course, G4 on his Yasuo as well. Incredibly excited to see this. I mean, we saw it all through the IWCQ when they qualified here. We saw it before at IWCI as well. This guy loves his assassins and really wants to be able to set this one up. But I like the fact that they've also included a whole lot of skirmishing and team fighting prowess here, because this is a team that doesn't necessarily focus on, the macro play moving around the map. They just want to fight you at any possible time ever, and they just don't think about it. So, I mean, giving them a lot of tools to do this as well.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a short pause. That's why I was already getting caster position close to the screen. I was like, oh, coming back to us. But yeah, what BKT have to be incredibly careful of is this wealth of AoE crowd control, whether it's a Fate Call, knock up on multiple people followed by a Tibbers, or the Sun, or just diving to your backline and pressing R on herself. If they can survive that initial wave of damage, H2K, they kind of drop off the grid when it comes to damage unless Darius gets that reset. That is what they're looking for. One kill and all hell breaks loose, because if Darius doesn't die 5 seconds later, you touched on it, the 5 stacks coming out, then things do get rough.
Yeah, but what they do have is a lot of ability to get that first kill. That's sort of the whole point. They sort of looked at Lissandra and went, okay, well, at least we can now just completely pick someone off and get this fight going in their favor. Plus, Rend as well, fantastic kill securing ability to try and get this Darius going.
Yeah, the initial way to start a fight definitely going to be a struggle for H2K. Just to keep you guys at home updated, Moss didn't connect to the game. We have the game paused to see what's going on. So as we figure out what the connection issue is, if it's his computer, we'll get that sorted in a second.
Doesn't want to play that matchup. Playing Alistar is incredibly, I guess, it's a bit of a boring matchup into double range because you have to spec into heal early, so you basically become a heal bot, and then you rely on
stomp
Lloyd.
around yelling a lot.
Stomp around yelling while you hope your AD carry avoids poor trades 2v1, and you just want to go even on CS up until the point where somebody overextends or you get a gank, and then suddenly that combo becomes gold for engaging, and then you can get the kill.
I want to ask you about a matchup actually here. Talking about Annie, because I went and looked at picks and bans and the builds that players had. When Mako played Annie up against SKT last week, he actually maxed the Q, the single target damage, disintegrate on Annie. Is that actually normal? I thought it was normally W for like more AoE burst.
I've always liked playing Annie with Q max because I feel in an entire rotation your Q will come up again and you can do a 1 extra damage spell. But overall, when you look at team fights, the second your W hits 2 people and you want to go for multiple people Tibbers, then W kind of trails ahead. I don't think the cooldown shifts on any of the abilities. I think Annie's Q and W are static, so it's only damage. But Q is half the cooldown of a W. So overall, you're more likely on single targets. Q max is better. If you're very confident in yourself and you think, well, I'm going to consistently land multiple man Tibbers and Ws, then W max is the better approach. But for short lane trades, if they happen to go as far as 5 seconds, 6 seconds, getting the second Q with more damage in as they walk away could win you those trades. But we've seen this tournament so far, very few bot lane trading, because every time you step forward for a trade, well, you have 2 teleports behind you, and then you learn your lesson.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention the 2 teleports as well, because we were talking about Bangkok Titans, the fact that they don't necessarily move around the map quite as well, but now we've got H2K with the double teleport. The fact that now Bangkok Titans, they need to be very careful about where they're moving on the map so that they don't get caught out by what they use to get themselves here in the first place.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the thing to watch for. G4 not with the playmaking to get around the map. He's going to be all about the one-on-one, the exhaust in the mid lane. Double TP from H2K, going to be trying to make, again, those aggressive moves all around the map, trying to make things happen with all their engage tools.
Yeah, and Ryu is actually just an incredibly smart player when it comes to that. When H2K play triple carry comps into double carry comps, Ryu is actually very smart, and he likes to trade his life to just take out another carry. And if you do that equally, suddenly the game becomes 2 carries versus 1, and it's incredibly hard to just win a fight on a single carry. As we saw one game in the European LCS, Ryu was playing Twisted Fate against SK Gaming, and he would continuously just dive in, take out one guy with him in his grave, drop dead, but that way the fight would propel forward in a manner that Hjarn could continuously clean up untouched in the back. We may see this exactly the same if Ryu plays that way on Lissandra.
But the game is unpaused, ladies and gentlemen. We're on to the rift for the Bangkok Titans taking on H2K. Bangkok Titans looking for some revenge to try and get themselves a win on the board.
And meanwhile, H2K looking for their path into the quarterfinals. They win here and they beat Edward Gaming a couple games later. They have that ability to tie break if all else goes according to seeding.
Well, Moss and G4 now hanging out in the river. It's a pretty standard defensive start here. We've seen a lot of teams grouping up, trying to get that deep vision. But this time, everyone's just chilling out, observing the waters at the moment.
30 seconds.
They're pretty waters.
Yeah, well.
Got nice waves going through.
Exactly. Beautiful.
Slightly
girls with bears on their back as well.
the scenic route of Summoner's Rifts. Slightly losing matchup in the bot lane, as we touched on earlier for Lloyd and Moss, but it's manageable with heals. Whereas Darius kind of gets countered by Lu pretty hard in lane, gets kited, gets denied, range versus melee.
So does Nar as well,
that is
apparently.
When you face Bengi, most things are losing matchups.
Bengi wins any matchup.
Point.
So this is why actually Odoamne is opting into a double jungle to get past those rough early few levels. Also, Darius Lee Sin has a pretty decent double jungle overall. H2K initiating lane swap here. And they secure themselves 2 quadrants of the jungle, so no 3-buff shenanigans, anything. They may actually get more if they actually invade here on the enemy. We may see that from Kasing and Hjarnan.
I think this is really smart just in general as well from H2K, because it was a weakness that was worked out by a lot of the other IWC teams when the Bangkok Titans were actually getting here. Is we do have a little bit of an invade coming through. Warlock does manage to get away, but 007X taking a lot of damage.
Ooh,
they take
one
a
of the blue
sentinel.
pieces
That's a
taken.
big deal.
Now G4 winning in the first trade against Ryu, though, so advantages across the map, but I think it's definitely a better one for the HK duo lane to steal part of the blue buff away and really screw this duo jungle.
Yeah, you can't afford to start there with no wards defending the jungle entrance. You know if you've played any scrims, you know that this is a viable strategy. If H2K opt to predict the lane swap or lane swap themselves, this is exactly what they're going to do almost every game. This isn't something new. BKT should have been ready for this.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. Like, from all my experience playing competitive games, things like this are very easy to practice against 0 people. I even, like, had a team where we practiced lane swaps at a 5-0 just to get the repetitions down right. So that's honestly very surprising that BKT screwed this one up, but they're behind because of it.
Well, it's what Bangkok Titans couldn't do. They couldn't actually work out how to play against a lot of these lane swaps. It was considered their weakness, and then they used double teleport to try and make up for that issue, the fact that they just try and get themselves into a regular laning scenario. But happening this time, and lolworld is just going to come in and say thank you very much.
Yeah, Moss did the same thing Kasing did, he just did it later. It's like, oh, support's moving into the enemy jungle instead of sitting in lane. That's a great idea. I'm going to do that too. He's going to moved in, but it's too late. They're behind on the tempo. Probably like stating it whenever you talk to him about lane swap, he says they're behind on the play. And H2K right now, they're ahead on the play because their tower is already melting. The wave will be bounced back for Oruwamne, and he will spiral ahead in what initially was a losing matchup.
This is really impressive as well by Hjarnan. He's actually saving auto attacks, making sure he's rending to last and everything, just optimizing the amount of damage he has to deal to the minion waves. They're setting up this turret, and looks like they're giving the gold to the AD carry. Mid lane matchup, still a close one. Exhaust used for not much.
You can cancel Lissandra's E if you knock her up roughly in the period where you predict her to use her E. So if that knockup came slightly later from G4, Ryu would not be able to proc the second part of his E and the relocate. That means Ryu would have likely had to flash. So that's a matter of not even seconds, just like milliseconds. If that knockup just came slightly later, G4 could have actually forced a flash there in the mid lane. Maybe that's why he exhausted.
Well, Bangkok Titans are going to utilize the fact that Tristana pushes turrets extraordinarily quickly to lock down that turret despite being a little bit late to that party. And both mid laners did head back. Well, actually, Ryu, he's made his way back towards the lane now.
And Oruwamne right now didn't preserve that perfect freeze because he knows he will be matched. When Darius bounces the wave towards himself, he wants to farm that for a while, but if somebody comes in and pushes him under the tower, the benefit of that freeze is actually turned around against you. So now you can see Oruwamne starting to push out in the top lane. Then he frees up as a resource as well, and H2K can move him around the map. They actually like diving bot lane with freeing up the resource that is Oruwamne. If not, they'll just swap the lanes around and keep him away from that Lulu, avoiding that poor matchup, and propelling his farm. Look at it, 16-3. Yes, that can even out, but it'll take time for Warlock. In that time, Oruwamne is free to do whatever he wants on the map.
And we'll see where he goes. Track it for the next couple of minutes here. Right now, the bot lane matchup already looking good for H2K. You can see they're plus 10 minions right now, and you talk about double range versus a melee support, and you can see how far back Lloyd and Moss have to play. They don't have the tools to win this matchup.
Yeah, massive wave being pushed in the bottom too, so pressure everywhere except mid lane here for H2K, and they're using that to just get lolworld in a good position, potentially to make some plays, find the enemy jungle later on.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down there as well as Hjarnan gets a lot of spears into Lloyd. Moss hanging around. They do have G4 cheating towards the bottom side. Actually, there's going to be the pulverizers. Kasing forced to use the flash to get back out. Exhaust down onto Hjarnan as there's a flame left, but he misses it. The slow goes down, and they're now focusing on this Kalista as Lloyd
still
few spears in him, but not enough. G4 even making his way into the party, but Oruwamne's here as well. Is Kasing going to fall down? The heal comes out. Nice flash after the E as G4 is going to have to back away. Headbutt to try and disengage as everyone's here for the bottom lane party.
What an amount of misplays right there. Beautiful opening from Moss. That Q flash into W was absolutely the correct play, especially if your jungler is coming around the corner. But then jump should be buffered so it procs on Annie, or not use it at all, so you can still get her when she runs. Hjarnan was overextended trying to peel, but he didn't get punished. The fact that 007X misses a body slam flash is an incredibly large misplay.
He could have just gone for Hjarnan instead of trying to greed for Kasing. And if you hit Kasing, you kill him, and that's actually a good play, but to get nothing at all for a summoner spell, huge mistake.
Well, lolworld is actually, I believe, discovering 007X here, but doesn't look like 007X is going to be in too much trouble. G4 making his way around.
Sightstone already done for lolworld. Actually rushed that item first. No longswords, no upgraded smite, so he gets to invade for free here, which he's got to feel good as a Lee Sin player.
And lolworld very often gets the criticism that he doesn't help his lanes as well. Well, I'm just going to ward for them. Let them help themselves.
Hey, it is helping.
I mean, he is playing Lee Sin. If he's just trying to play a farm game against Gragas, it's not a good way to play the matchup. So maybe we'll see more from him, but you can see the attempt at a trade right there. 3 to 4 hit Ren definitely does a lot of damage, and keep in mind there's still a Vamp Scepter on Hjarnan here, so he's going to have an easy time taking trades like this.
The thing to be said for Lloyd is the fact that he's now caught back up in that farm, only a couple behind.
Yeah.
A little more of a wave there for Hjarnan. G4 is still just clearing out this minion wave, and we'll see.
He's tied with Ryu.
Yeah, how this middle lane works.
But yeah, top lane minus 14. The ulti comes across from the fog of war. G4 really wants this fight. Don't believe he blocked any of the spells with the wind wall, but
he was looking for the glacial path there with the wind wall to stop that one from coming out.
yeah, you can even stop her Q if you time it literally perfectly from hitting you.
Instead, Ryu just walks away casually.
Lose half his health, but he's got some potions to stand back up with, so it shouldn't be too bad. Guessing just misses the stun there. Wanted to tag Lloyd. That would have been a really brutal trade there.
Yeah, the entire dynamic of this lane changes at level 6 because Annie can obviously play very aggressively with the threat of Tibbers and Fate's Call being defensively. But Moss can also start fights where he can actually wait for his AD carry to follow up a lot longer because he will have the Alistar ultimate available to him to basically become unkillable, especially since Yarnan and Kasing, when they want to threaten a target, they need to use cooldowns. You will never use a cooldown on an ultimated Alistar, so he can actually just stand there and not take any damage at all for a very large amount of time.
Looks like a blue buff steal is going to come through here for H2K as well. Seem to have that one's number. Ryu is going to lock that one down as well. G4 making his way towards mid lane. Of course, G4 doesn't mind about it too much. Probably one of the worst champions with the blue buff in the game.
Yeah, but the map is being divided. It looks even, you know, this team gets a blue buff, this team gets a blue buff, but at the same time, because the top side of the map is so heavily H2K favored, that means Oduamne is playing without any constrictions, and that's why he's trailing ahead in CS right now. Look at the numbers, 30 CS already ahead, and again, a losing early game matchup. H2K played around that beautifully. They were ahead of the play, and they got Oduamne ahead, and now he's reaping the benefits.
Yeah, think about it. We're equal in kills, we're equal in turrets, and yet H2K is up 900 gold as a team, and that's because of lane matchups. Their bot lane's pushed in and yet outfarming. Their top lane just ahead by more than double in CS now. I mean, so many things going H2K's way, and the game just going slow like this is totally fine for these guys.
Yeah, and the fact that Warlock as well, he was just wandering around the river for the last, I believe, about 5 minutes, waiting for his wave to head back towards that inner turret because it was too dangerous for him to head out that far, especially against Oduamne.
Yeah, and especially against passive teams, or teams that are playing as passive as BKT, your teleport generally comes up every time a play is made. Usually, the way you punish teleports, well, you make a play, you take a loss, but then the next fight, they don't have teleport anymore, and you can maybe make a play in a favorable matchup somewhere else, but BKT is too afraid to do that, so every time right now they're going to make a move, H2K will be ready with double teleport, and then it just promotes such a passive game right now, which is in favor while H2K is still ramping up for that mid-game spike.
Of course, they've got 3 threats.
Yeah, looking to finish off the static shiv now as he heads back to base, but Ryu making his way up, and it just feels like H2K are biding their time. It feels like they're just more than happy to get this one done.
So we can see what else H2K wants to do then. Of course, they're happy to wait around, but as the team that's supposed to be a bit better, we'll see what kinds of plays they can make for themselves as they hope to eke some kind of advantage. Dragon's up, bot lane's pushing, but Tristana just got to recall for BF Sword, so Hjarnet's next choice should be to run away and go back to base. This trade should actually make that even more likely.
Yeah, but Pulverize did land. There's the Rendo as the Tibbers comes
only
down.
5.
Moss doesn't have level 6 yet. Ryu comes in. Nice exhaust, but it's not enough. Frozen Tomb onto Lloyd, but now he's able to get the auto off, picks up the kill onto Ryu, jumps forward, the flash is there, but that fake score was so well timed. Kasing in there as well as 7X, so close to dead. Oduamne picks up Lloyd. Wild Growth comes in, but Warlock, oh my goodness, that shield was so good. G4 wants to find something, flashes forward, last breath is there, but he goes down so quickly, can't even pick up the kill.
Huge misplay by Lloyd. He ulted Kasing instead of Hjarnen. Fate's Call saved him the entire fight, turned around off the teleports.
It's like Doa said, you know, Lloyd, it's your friend. Lloyd, really? You do that again. Yeah, he jumped in. Didn't think about Fate's Call, and again, this is what we talked about. It changes the dynamic of any 2v2 bot lane. He could have gotten a reset and cleaned up the fight. Instead, takes the wrong target, lose the fight for his team. G4 wasn't there. We were talking about what did these teams need to do. Well, H2K, they don't want to teamfight 5v5, but they want to move around and make picks. Ryu was 10-15 seconds earlier in that bot lane than G4. You can see that again on the map. Look where Ryu is on the minimap already while this entire exchange is going on. And look where G4 is at the moment. He has to path down all the way. Moss is still level 5. That's why he's not dying. I think Ryu makes a mistake here from ulting Lloyd overall. So he should probably get out of there. That's why he gets popped here immediately. But then the remaining of the fight, this is a big mistake. Lloyd also, I think,
He also
flashes
flashed to land the R.
Yeah.
on a support with Fate's Call. That is not excusable. That's a major mistake.
And then the dunks come through, and the funny thing is, I called it wrong. H2K didn't even use teleports for this. Oduamne, you mentioned at the very start of the game, he pushed his wave and he walked somewhere else off in bot lane. And they timed that with Ryu's roam as well. Ryu was already heading down. The entire team walked in the bot lane. The double teleport team all had walked in there. No summoners required. Easy fight.
So that's a variation. You teleport to the bot lane, you walk back, or you walk there first, teleport back off into play if needed.
Well, 007X has found a very large Darius here in the jungle. Explosive cast come down. He's looking to try and start something here. Barrel's going to get the slow, but Lulex is around. There's the rocket jump. Try and close the distance as the Bangkok Titans picking a fight, but I don't know whether they'll be able to find too much.
That was an ult. He could have ulted Lulex and set up G4 for another attempt right there. This team still looks confused. 007X ulted Odwamna back and then walked away like, just kidding, I don't want to fight this anymore. And then kind of turned around and said, oh no, my team is coming. This is catastrophic for BKT.
I mean, Lloyd could have even ultied and proc the Yasuo ulti off the back of that one too, but they just weren't aware that Hjarnan was in the bottom river. He was a little slow on that rotation. Again, because H2K is playing really good with in terms of vision denial, double pink ward. If you can't see anybody, you have to assume that they're close. That's generally the way you play the game. So that's why you want river vision. You can see somebody's trailing on the play. If they're behind it, you can punish, just like 007X being punished right here.
Most definitely, as Hjarnan's going to pick it up, just presses E.
Beautiful block on the body slam. Kissing walked in to make sure nothing can happen there. Really nice play by H2K. You can see the mechanical skill difference. The heal from Odwamna and also kill him. He doesn't have flash though.
Yeah, Lloyd is going to be able to hobble out of the way of that one, but that passive was doing so much damage.
Oh dear, this game is starting to really break apart now. H2K, I asked, what are they going to do to break this game open? We know they're the more skilled team, and it was very intelligent roams by these players. We looked at BKT's lineup, and after the third pick, we're like, oh, this is a Yasuo composition. They even grabbed Tristana. They have 1,000,000 ways and a half to set up G4. G4 is even winning mid lane for a short time, and yet they never set up these roams to pick people off in the side lanes.
Yeah, the correct play to play around the Yasuo composition is you roam away from him. You use the innate wave clear advantage that Lissandra brings to that matchup. You push him in, then you roam away from it. Doesn't matter how many setups he has for his ultimate if he's not arranged to cast that ultimate, and that's exactly what H2K did, and that is why they're right now 4,000-5,000 gold ahead of BKT.
Moss trying to save this turret here as well. Hjarnan only a couple more hits are going to be able to lock that one down, but first Dragon, now 14 minutes here for H2K. It's just Kasing and Lulex hanging out. There is vision available for the Bangkok Titans, but no one's here just yet, and Hjarnan's going to have enough spears in it.
Yeah, look for the Bangkok Titans to just go all in for a group. That's what they want to do. They still have an incredibly teamfight-oriented composition. We've dubbed it the Exodia composition, where if you combine all members right here, G4 trading with Ryu.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes in, but there's the stun. Everyone in for the party.
How about some overkill there, H2K? How about you go to the source of the Yasuo? You get him himself, multiple point-and-click stuns, easy pickup.
It wasn't too hard there. H2K now with so much deep vision. You've been talking about the whole game, Crepo, and definitely know exactly what's going on.
Even their sweepers are used in unison there. You saw the smallest of Venn diagrams there. The circles barely touched, making sure that little section of the jungle had no wards in it to make sure these roams are going to continue to be safe. There's a pink ward as well, so that entire strip, that normal path you take to and from mid lane and that left side of the map, unobstructed by vision, they can keep using that until BKT rewards it as they do now.
Yeah, Odwamna has always had the support of either a player or multiple wards near him to make sure that he can push in his melee versus range matchup and then just get the control and then leave. That's the way H2K have been playing, mostly because Hjarnan and Kasing, they've played with less resources but still trade out ahead because they were just a superior duo bot lane overall here. So H2K individually outclassing, but also in terms of approach to this game, just a step ahead of Bangkok Titans the entirety of the game.
Kissing now with distortion boots as well, so a roughly 4-minute cooldown on flash now means, again, more plays can be made. This game is opening up so quickly. The next 5 minutes probably going to be very explosive, with H2K earning a lot of their gold very soon.
Odwamna actually looking for something here in the mid lane as G4 is getting a lot of attention. Of course, this guy does tend to be the carry for the team, but does like to split push, make himself a nuisance on the side lanes, but at the moment still just hanging around here in mid, and Kasing is the scariest little girl I've ever seen.
Have you seen The Ring?
No, that's definitely too scary for it.
I mean, if you compare the visions right now from H2K against Bangkok Titans, it is the complete opposite. H2K have a wealth of deep wards in the enemy jungle. The only really ward that trails ahead of the river is one ward around Scuttle Crab here from Bangkok Titans that sees Dragon. That's all they have. All their other wards are so far in their own jungle. So they're playing on a third of the map, and H2K, they're playing on the remaining 2/3, and they can map out exactly where you are. And H2K, if they avoid the one way for Bangkok Titans to win this game, which is allow them to group, they can simply just tear them apart left to right, split push, and then collapse when a pick. That's the way they usually play. Push out side lanes, force somebody to defend rather, and then collapse on one of the side lanes or just pincer mid. They do it really well over in Europe, usually when they play, and I don't think Bangkok Titans are ready to counter such a play.
And Lloyd's getting completely zoned off. There's the flash forward. Flash a little bit late there from Lloyd as the kick lands as well.
He smited the
Decent
creep.
knock-up.
He smited the creep to let his Q connect. Really good play by lolworld there. Was body blocked by a creep, but he just said, I'll smite it out of the way. Q connects into Insect.
And the stuns were layered beautifully enough. Ryu with the long range ulti walked forward to the W so that lolworld could walk to ult him instead of having to insec or to flash to make the kick happen. So a lot of things going right there for H2K. And you're just seeing the difference in the mechanical skill and coordination of these two teams. BKT, we knew were outclassed, but even just showing the examples of the high level of skill of the H2K players is nice to see.
And this Lissandra definitely looking okay as well. Another unique mid lane pickup.
No, we actually saw Kami play it.
Oh, that's
I
a good
believe.
point. That is a good point.
I believe he's actually the
Another
PTL
one
question
for Ryze.
winner. Yeah, Pain Kami, I believe, was the first player in week 2 to pick a new champion. With mid lane Lissandra sending who voted that one. Congrats in the Hall of Fame. lolworld knocked around, but only one man gets ulted, and that's the guy with Fate's call on him. Nothing picked up. Odwamno soloing the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up, and down goes Yasuo. Down goes 007. 3 already. Warlock's bleeding to death, and lolworld can't quite land the Q. But now this poor Alistair going to be hunted for his meat. H2K wants a burger.
Oh, the apprehend not quite there. Moss just trampling his way away, doing his very best to get out.
But yeah, aggressive body slam there from 007X. Kasing here finishing off Warlock with Ryu, adding insult to injury. And when that knock-up combo fails, Odoano just says, thank you very much, and he just cleans up that fight entirely. They don't get Moss. He's
not German.
Yeah, at least he gets some deep wards right now, so that's something for Bangkok Titans. But overall, H2K really win that fight because BKT can't even get their favorable combo off. Like, that was a 2-man knock-up. You can suspend both people there, but if you just go for the Annie, then obviously Face Call comes in again.
So we can watch this one again here. The knockup, and he can't quite get it on the right person. Literally no damage dealt. A big knockup from Moss. Like, if he waited for that one instead, and he got Hjarnan and Kasing and lolworld together, it would have been beautiful here. But Ryu and Odwamna, basically together, those two take the backline by themselves. Tristana's already dead. The Gragas now isolated away from all his damage dealers, and it's just so easy to clean up there. And Ryu showing actually it was Mylon who played the Lissandra. How to do it right.
And yeah, just Bangkok Titans, they're not mastering their own champions. They've made critical errors when it comes to playing against Fate's Call twice. Right now, Lloyd has been jumping in aggressively, using his flash even to interrupt his own jump. You saw 007X with the right play. Your group, you want to get a knock-up combo, but it's incredibly telegraphed and on the wrong members. You want to go for carries, because even if you kill the support and maybe the jungler, you're still going to lose out that fight, because H2K playing triple threat here.
And it's even tanked Lee Sin. Right? He went Cinderhulk, got their Sightstone there, so it's not like you're removing one of the damage threats. It's not even easy to kill either, so unfortunately the execution lacking here for BKT. And again, part of that is H2K making sure they're in the right place. Hjarnan, never the one in front, still 0 deaths in this game. Ryu only dies when it's for a good trade for his team, so the option's not really even open for BKT.
Yeah, and H2K now just preparing for Baron. You can see so many wards around the area, but they're just clearing out the turrets while they can. G4 looked like he was trying to get something happening, but at this much of a gold deficit, what can you do? Odoamne's going to get caught out of position just a little bit, kicked underneath the turret, but look at the heal coming through. 007X is already dead. The shutdown finally comes through, but is it going to be enough? Warlock's going to die as well. It's a double kill for Hjarnan. He's now hunting for more blood. Lloyd's going to fall shortly after as Ryu had picked up G4, and H2K is so far ahead.
That was absolutely the correct play to make for Bangkok Titans. Sadly, they were just too far behind for that to even work. They beautiful chain, layering CC on top of Odoamne, the biggest threat, the biggest carry, but he was just too tanky, gets 1 Q off, and suddenly that fight is lost.
And so is this inhibitor here as well as H2K. 3 dead on the side of the Bangkok Titans, able just to take control of this base.
There it is. 21-minute, 23-second inhibitor kill. H2K gonna put the record at 2-2 if they can close out this game. Same record as Edward Gaming, so that again will be the match they're looking for later in the day.
Moss cancels Ryu here.
And they're gonna have some people showing up. Warlock.
Pixie.
Oh, good flash by Ryu. And the thing is, you have to time that right, because Pix will follow you after the flash and get you back into range for the Glitter Lance. So, fortunate timing there. Ryu guessed it correctly.
And Moss still trampling around this river. Sonic Wave doesn't land as Hjarnan's trying to get some pierces across.
Odoamne's back though, he wants more.
Actually lands the Q somehow, so he gets the heal off that, puts the bleed stack in. Now he's in the front line. G4 puts the Windmill out to isolate Odwamna, but he's walking back pretty safely. Knockup does not reach Hjarn. Then there's the push in onto Odwamna. Exhaust is on, and they will pick up that kill. The fight continues with too much damage coming through already. 2 kills for H2K. The third should be easy. Warlock flashes after ulting himself. The disengaged Lulex.
Yeah, the knockout flash, and it looks like Bangkok Titans looking to try and just make sure they don't lose too much from this situation. Odwamna is dead, but with a teleport, and Lloyd actually rocket jumping very aggressively. Sonic Wave is going to land, but the re-engage not going to come through.
And Buster shots him out of range. Can't get enough burst there. Lloyd's just too far behind. Hjarn then takes a crit to the face, but who really cares? Ren's going to take him out. Hjarn is dominating 6-0-7.
Just the unsung hero of this game, just picking up all of the kills off the back and so much consistent damage here for this Kalista with her 2 items.
Yeah, Hjarn, generally the more consistent player on H2K, you can always rely on a really decent to good AD carry performance from him. Especially on Kalista, picking he's mastered over the year, or not over the years, but over the months there in European Summer Split.
So,
And he actually completed a Bloodthirster from a longsword as well. So when I said 2 items,
lot of money.
I mean, 3 now, pretty quickly.
and the thing is, even though I suppose mathematically Last Whisper is a little bit more damage per gold here, there's just so little armor that doesn't really matter, and the extra lifesteal just, it's a bit safer. He's facing up against the Yasuo and whatnot. Item builds aren't really that important, but here they're making sure he's pretty much unkillable in this late game.
Yeah, he's the only really threat that was slightly killable still on Bangkok Titan's side. They're funneling the damage to Odwamna. That's what they're doing, because positioning-wise, it's already incredibly hard to touch Hjarn in these fights. That means you gotta go for Ryu. Well, he has Zhonya's and a built-in Zhonya's in his ultimate. Who do you focus? Darius. Well, who likes champions to be close to him, focusing him? Darius does. So overall, it makes sense. It's easy to analyze it this way when H2K is 17,000 gold ahead, but sure, still need to itemize correctly.
Now with the Baron as well on top of that. So H2K now looking to push up these waves and get the last remaining couple of inhibitors as G4 and Moss trying to hold off Odwamna, who's just a one-man wrecking ball at the moment.
And looking at ahead at the match against EDG, momentum is very important, especially when multiple games get played on the same day. EDG may be a little distraught by the way they got dismantled by SKT, and H2K could feel confident here. I think the average level of play still was higher in the other game, but Lulex now gets caught.
Yeah, the ult does come out. Ryu's going to ult himself as the exhaust comes down, but look at that massive frozen domain as Warlock able to ult himself, but there's just too much damage from H2K. Double kill already. G4 trying to make something happen, but that's just going to be a triple kill there for Hjarn.
That was a good play there by G4. He hexed Ryu when he came out of his frozen tomb, so he couldn't use his Zhonya's. Sadly for him, when you're down 17,000 gold, that's not enough. You need multiple good plays and a lot of mistakes for H2K. They don't make the mistakes and they're closing out.
Yeah, this one is just the gold lead here. The very end, though, we actually have some very good plays. 007X had body slam ready for the glacial path jump as well, so Ryu was done when he first got in, but it's far too much now. The gold lead's there. A 25-minute win in the works here for H2K. They improved the 2-2, and the chance of making the quarterfinals is still alive.
Congratulations to H2K. That just looked like such a clean performance, and we spoke about the fact that the Bangkok Titans like to play scrappy League of Legends. Just looks like this sort of team fight composition doesn't really play to their strengths, and G4 was just way too far behind to get any sort of split push done.
I mean, that's the problem, is the early game did not go well. The lane swap, they got outplayed in this one. Odwamna just completely outperformed Warlock, got around the map, made these roam plays, TPing back to lane. All that went absolutely beautifully for H2K. That was the early game lead, and you talked about, we heard, sorry, what Yamato Cannon said about H2K. They played textbook League of Legends. They're very good at the 5v0 style of game. You saw the lane swap, it worked out better. They invaded the jungle, but it didn't happen to them. They pulled BKT behind, didn't happen to them. They got the turret down first and got back to lanes first, didn't happen to them. The sort of 5v0 element of this game was all H2K, and when it came back to the regular fights, it was almost too late.
Lulex actually walked too far there. His team is like, Lulex, come on. We're about to bow. There he is. There he is back on your screen, waiting for the bow to the crowd here. But yeah, Bangkok Titans, they could have done their research better, because the plays that H2K made here, they made already in the European LCS. That lane swap style was nothing new, nothing surprising, and they just started with an incredibly greedy start, not defending their weak side of the jungle where you can get punished the hardest, your double jungle. Fell behind in momentum, tower falls first, bounce wave to Oldawamne. Once he potentially gets threatened, he makes that bounce wave into a push advantage, frees him up again. Suddenly he can move around. Eventually, Ryu breaks open out of that mid lane. He roams bot. There's no Yasuo setup anymore, and everything falls to pieces for the Bangkok Titans. So he had a good composition, but they didn't play to their strengths, just as we expected.
Yeah, and the team fight, the dive there in the bottom lane as well, where Ryu did actually fall down, but then the rest of the team picked up so many kills. How there were just tiny amounts of health on the members of H2K. Bangkok Titans must have thought if we had have done this slightly differently, if this had have gone slightly better, then it would have been a much better situation. You mentioned the fact that the Buster Shot was used on the wrong targets, this sort of thing. That could have definitely weighed on the minds of the Bangkok Titans moving into the rest of the game, because that was the biggest swing.
Yeah, I mean, if you tilt off the face of the earth, you know, and you pull a full CLG, then you're just gone. And actually, you know,
Too soon?
Possibly.
Never too soon, because now all the NA faith with Cloud9 or TSM, so it just advances forward for all the NA fans out there. But I mean, no, this was a game of BKT. I mean, obviously showing that they were an outclassed team. There were a number of mechanical misplays that even you or I, who are no longer on this stage playing, can point out and see things like, okay, that should have gone better. That was the choice should have made.
It's always easy to point the mistakes.
Well, I know, of course it is,
It's really hard to execute them, but it's in a heated moment. It is excusable in a sense to forget about Fate's call, but if you want to advance out of groups, we're here at the world stages, you can't make those, you can't afford to make those mistakes, especially not when you're already holistically or macro level wise outclassed by another team, which used to be one of H2K's strengths until the other teams caught up and read their plays. H2K have pulled similar plays and gotten hard countered because people predicted their map moves. If BKT did better research or just better VOD reviews, they could have predicted some of these map moves here from H2K Gaming.
Or at least help themselves get to a position where they could counter whatever they bring up and maybe just play a little bit safer, have some more defensive vision, stop themselves from falling into this trap, which is what honestly was their weakness in the IWCQ. So maybe next time we see the Bangkok Titans, they would have worked on this sort of side of their play, but it seems like it might be a little bit late now.
Yeah, well, to their benefit, though, I do want to say I actually like their team composition.
Yeah,
we said at the very beginning of the game, like, all right, they got to put their big star mid laner G4 on an assassin, get him set up, and it was a very obvious Yasuo setup. The entire team playing support of some kind for him. I do think that was good. It's just, again, it just comes down to the individual skill level of the players, not up to par against the likes of H2K or the other teams that they have to face in this tournament with Edward Gaming and SKT. BKT, I mean, maybe they could have done more with a different group. There's always a chance. I mean, we saw, and maybe, you know, Pain's better than them, but, you know, Pain managed to pull 2 wins throughout their group stage, so, you know, maybe the opponents could have been a big, you know, bit of a difference there. Either way, though, it's the end of the run here. I mean, these guys cannot make the quarterfinals anymore. Even if they were to win the next 2 games, they can't make 3 wins, which is what they need to make the top end of the group. They can still, I think, technically tie for 3rd. There's a chance to do that if Edward Gaming somehow crashes out, but it is the end of the line as far as advancing goes.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here for the Bangkok Titans. And I want to see 007X, now that they do have, you know, this extra game to just muck around with. You know, you don't need to worry too much about tying for 3rd. Just play your comfort picks. I want to see the likes of his Sejuani, which was absolutely fantastic. Played Udyr in the IWC. I know we're looking back a long way, but it's a really exciting pick, and he plays it fantastically well. And 007X wasn't a factor in that game. I want to see what he can do coming into the next one, and hopefully there are no thresh bans so that we can see Moss actually be unleashed. But for now, we do have a word with H2K. We're going to head downstairs to the interview lounge.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, joined here by Odoamne, and probably after that victory until everything left to be decided in this group. Honestly, first let's talk about this game, because obviously with all the upsets happening, did you prepare them knowing that there is still a real chance in this group and they really couldn't drop this game?
We're preparing everything to be the ones that upset. I am continuing the blue shell in Europe, and that is our goal.
Odoamne.
Yeah, like we saw everyone beating pretty much everyone in the first week, and yesterday we had a lot of upsets. CLG got knocked out, so we went in thinking that everything is possible, and we tried our hardest in practice this week, and we showed it in this game against Bangkok Titans, which was a lot cleaner than the one from last week. So I think we have a shot.
Well, talking about having a shot, EDG and SKT still up, and especially in that SKT versus EDG game, it showed that EDG has definitely some weaknesses in the early game, albeit they played SKT. But did that make you more hopeful about that matchup?
I actually think it's really good for us. I think SKT is kind of like a cleaner version of what we would like to play. So as long as we're playing somewhere similar to our style, it looks like it works really well against EDG. The problem is we just have to make sure pick ban is solid, so that's a lot on me. And as long as we play like we've been doing in scrims, then I think we actually have like a pretty good kind of counter strategy for what EDG does.
It's all on you, probably.
It's all on me.
Hodawamne, what are your thoughts on that matchup?
I think it's going to be better than last week because we had some problems in picks and bans against them, and we picked poorly, and it just showed in the game. So this time, with better picks and better bans, I think it's going to be a lot easier than last week.
Well, in all honesty, in the individual performances, you definitely had some good games, even in the games you were losing. What do you think of the matchup specifically versus Amazing J, as a lot of people have pointed out that he could be a weak spot?
I think he's definitely weaker than MaRin. Amazing J was a lot easier to play against in lane. He makes mistakes, and it's easy to exploit them. But against MaRin, it's really hard.
We'll see what happens. Finally, before I let you guys go, talk to me about the other European teams that have been doing well. OG exceptionally well, and then Fnatic maybe underwhelming. What's your thoughts on that, Probably?
Fnatic's performance is really surprising. I thought they would be the 3-0 and Origin would have the weaker first week. So it's nice to know that there's like higher ceilings for these teams. So now we're the last team in Europe to kind of show our higher ceiling and pick up where they're doing.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed when I saw Fnatic go 1-2 after they beat IG super easy. But I think they can go 3-0 this week and get through the group, and I think Origin will go through the group as well.
All right, well, we will see in the next couple of days. And for you guys, the race is still on as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations on this victory. As for us, we're going to take a quick break, but the action continues in a couple of minutes with BKT versus EDG, so don't touch that browser.
I'm not saying that, you idiot. He said it, right, Paulie?
Yeah, he said it.
Jumps forward, the flash is there, but that fake score was so well timed. Kissing in there as well as 7X, so close to dead. Oduwamne picks up Lloyd.
Nothing picked up. Oduwamne soloing the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
Underneath the turret, but look at the heal coming through. 7X is already dead. The shutdown finally comes through. Warlock able to ult himself, but there's just too much damage from H2K. Double kill already. G4 trying to make something happen, but that's just going to be a triple kill.
They improved to 2-2, and the chance at making the quarterfinals is still alive.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship. Up next, we've got international wildcard Bangkok Titans versus China's Edward Gaming. And you can't talk about Edward Gaming without talking about longtime veteran Clearlove and the important role he plays on the team.
每次遇到挫折的时候，都会想退役嘛，但最后还是挺过来了。我在一直坚持自己的电竞梦想嘛。以前也有很多看不起我的人嘛，其实我一直坚持这么打，拿这么多成绩，也是想证明其实我是能行的。如果说你特别想赢，你就会做出很多队员不做的事情，就比如说帮队友去分析，帮队友去进步。
我们这边要搬。我到这边阿布，然后诺言他们都教了我很多东西。我来的时候就到处乱跑，然后他们就教了我视野方面的东西。
我们队伍里面最想拿冠军的应该是厂长，因为他已经打了这么久职业了，而且我感觉他现在状态是他的巅峰时期。
全中国人都知道他对冠军的渴望嘛。
LPL's Edward Gaming are the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational Champions.
其实我觉得打野这个位置打得越久越好，因为他的比赛上面的经验就会越丰富。我觉得我不会害怕，就是有一天如果说我打得不好了，面对这些舆论压力，因为当初我刚开始打职业的时候，就是顶着这些舆论压力一路打过来的。我是那种别人越诋毁我，我就会越努力，越想证明给别人看的人。
恭喜EDG成为第2个进军世界总决赛的队伍。
MSI 上面的冠军只是我的第一步吧。就是我的最终目标还是2015年世界总决赛的冠军。我觉得只有当我觉得自己不能打的时候，我才会选择退役，要不然我会一直打下去，一直拿冠军，续写我的传奇。
And the man definitely has a legacy. That's one thing you cannot dispute. One of the oldest players, one of the most winning players of all time. But, you know, one thing you will say about Clearlove is that it is only this year that he has come into his own at WE. He was always the third, fourth best player on his team. And he was seen to be carried by these superstars like Wei Xiao, like the messiahs of the world. But since EDG and he kind of left that team, he started building his own. This year, he had a fantastic spring split. He had like a 17 KDA on Lee Sin, became more of a gank-heavy jungler and really evolved his game. So I like what he's saying. A lot of, I guess, people were against him, and he has done a better job of making a name for himself as Clearlove.
Tabe, you've had the opportunity to play against him, you know, and have your career be alongside of his. What is your opinion of him as a player and his strengths and weaknesses?
And I've been playing against Clearlove for a lot of years. No, just 2 years, like S2 and S3. And I think he is a really strong jungler, and I even think that he is one of the best jungler all over the world. And he's even better than some of the Korean junglers. But I have a thing I want to tell him that because in this meta now, you can't simply carry yourself by playing jungle. So maybe you have to choose to help a bit more on Amazing J.
Well, that's a great way for us to get into this next game. As we did see EDG fall to SKT earlier, they need to bounce back and pick up a very much expected win here against the Bangkok Titans in our next game. But part of the way they're going to have to do that is by setting Amazing J up for success in the top lane. I think starting in Champion Select.
I feel like the biggest issue for me with EDG is that there's, like, the way they pick and ban is as if they cover up the screen, they don't look at what the enemies pick and just pick a draft. Because in the game against SK Telecom, they last picked the Twisted Fate, which is fine. I like it into the Ryze because the Ryze is going to run TP and have no cleanse, which is fine. But then again, if you take a look at SK Telecom's team composition, it has no ways of engaging consistently. So if they actually picked the Poke champion in the last rotation, they would have had like better odds in that game. So overall, EDG, I feel like their mentality is very cocky, and I feel like they need to change that coming into the tournament.
They definitely are a cocky team. I will dispute the pick ban phase thing, and it's off one game and everyone remembers it. MSI, Game 5, they completely destroyed them in the final. So what you have to say is, are they showing their whole hand? I'm not going with the sandbagging mentality, so don't quote me on that one, but this is group stages. They can get through it first or second. SKT right now aren't showing a lot. They beat them twice with pretty much the exact same composition. So EDG, sure, they've been outclassed in these games, definitely playing worse, but do you want to show everything against SKT, a team that's probably going to beat you, even if you do get the flawless pick ban phase?
So in the past, they've shown innovation. So far this tournament, they have not.
Yeah.
The question is whether or not they felt pressured to do so.
And I think the biggest thing is, can they play on the Rift right now? Because you throw pick ban phase out the window as soon as you play that badly. They need to help their top laner.
All right, well, that's going to do it for our pregame here. It's time to load onto the Rift, so let's head over to the casters to see how this game plays out.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm so excited to get into this game as well. Of course, it is a general trend with just Atlas as usual, but EDG versus the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah.
Two teams that are known to definitely butt horns quite a lot, and I'm excited to see whether Moss is going to get that thresh and whether this EDG lineup is going to give Garen to Amazing J.
Oh, that's true, actually.
I just want to see it again.
I mean, the thing is, this is a game where I feel like Edward Gaming may try to style a little bit here. They certainly have to win. There is still, of course, the chance that they get upset, they lose a game to H2K, and they drop out of Worlds. That's a slim possibility. But the thing is, I mean, this is the rematch of the fastest game we've had at Worlds so far. This was a 20-minute surrender when they met last week.
Yeah.
So whether Edward Gaming wants to beat their own record, BKT gets enraged and like gets overpowered, but it's going to be a game.
Traditionally, when EDG faces off against much weaker teams, especially like wildcard teams, for example, they do something different than other top-tier teams do. Instead of like slowly dismantling them, they just go ham, outplay them everywhere.
Yeah.
I would like to see EDG actually go for the other approach, which is slowly dismantling them, because that is what something they will need against H2K later on, and especially that was something they lost the game off against SKT. They did the wrong map moves. EDG can do likely anything and they can still come back from the game, but I would like to see them to play a solid early game, smart jungle pathing from Clearlove, communication as to where he's going to end up, play around your strong lanes, snowball them, and take that approach rather than the style 1v1 outplays, you know, fancy kills, highlight reels, and the likes.
I think that's actually really important as well because Clearlove did struggle against SKT, looked like he didn't quite know where to be on the map, and we know that 007X for the Bangkok Titans is definitely a barometer for this team, a guy that really is able to get things going on. But we've got all of the bans through, guys. Kalista, Twisted Fate, and Rek'Sai removed by the Bangkok Titans, and Mordekaiser, Gangplank, pretty standard, you could have to say.
Yep.
On the red side, and Elise being taken away as well.
So the champions we're looking at right here are Lulu, of course, which we saw Warlock play just last game.
Darius is up as well.
And Darius, exactly. Those are the two that you really kind of are looking at here. Amazing J could get his 4th Darius game in 5 games at Worlds, because I feel like BKT would be happy to play Lulu again, because I think it fits Warlock quite well.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Lulu locked in one more time. Theoretically, the Bangkok Titans could just go for exactly the same team comp all over again. We'll see whether EDG have anything to say about it. Well, of course, it's a fantastic comp. Just didn't necessarily play it all that well. That being said, we now have a different top lane matchup, you have to say. And if Amazing J plays similarly to how he played against MaRin, we may see that, you know, Warlock may have a better time up there.
Interesting that they don't opt to pick up Kalista early here. Oh, no, she's actually banned. Never mind. I'm blind. So they would have been picked up here. And this is something we saw a lot on 5.14, especially from EDG too. Just early Braum, early Gragas, don't give much away. Rek'Sai's out, so Release is out too. So you have a top tier, in air quotes, jungler. You have a solid support that fits into a lot of compositions, and you already have your teamfight tank part down, so you can pick whatever you want next to it.
Well, G4 hovering the Fiora here. He's done it quite a bit.
It's the second G Fiora hover we've seen right now.
The G Fiora.
Yeah.
That was good.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Now, 007X, right now, they are 0-4. See if that can improve at some point soon. Bangkok Titans hoping to turn things around. The Gragas did get stolen away, though. Edward Gaming actually removing some of the tools that were used last game. I know Midfior is actually quite strong. It's a champion that I don't think you'd want to blind pick, and with the low priority on playing this champion, you don't have to pick it early on either. BKT actually might change things around and play instead around Lloyd.
That's interesting.
That's how BKT. It's how BKT played before G4 joined the lineup here. So if they can make Jugger Jinx, this could be a good comp in the end.
I mean, you can even make Jugger Darius. A lot of his weaknesses get solved by a Lulu composition. Just speeding him up, getting to the target is the hardest part of playing Darius overall. Blowing them up is easy once you get close. So Lulu can get you close, can get you a knockup, can make you even tankier overall. And that in itself can be enough peel to free up space for Lloyd to operate within. Then EDG obviously have a couple counter picks lined up because they already know where the solos are going to go, unless this is a Lulu support flex pick. But we have yet to see that at Worlds.
Well, Pawn is going to lock away the Yasuo here. Deft still thinking about that Twitch, and he was hovering the Talon, man, and it just gets me.
I love Deft's Switch overall.
It's fantastic.
See, because EDG have this tendency to play well with Fog of War and then using pink wards to their advantage. And a Twitch to
Amazing J.
So many plays possible. We'll see if it comes out though.
So it's either Amazing J pulling a Huni and counterpicking himself as Yasuo versus Darius up at the top lane, or we're going to see the top lane Echo come out, and this is going to be an interesting one. I mean, Echo has plenty of tools to outplay what Darius does, right? Targeted blink that puts you guaranteed on top of your opponent, so you can outplay the Q, you can always ult, outplay the Darius ulti, things like that. So AP Echo, I do like seeing, and we'll see if that's what comes out here from Amazing J.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. One thing that I want to see out of the Bangkok Titans is just to put the Darius on G4. I just wouldn't. I don't want to see G4 playing a champion that isn't an assassin type player, type champion, something that can't run around and just kill people. And Lulu isn't that champion, but Darius, theoretically.
A lot of these top lane champions with small gap closers operate decently in mid lane since it's such a short lane and you can still gap close out. Darius has none whatsoever. He's incredibly slow. If he gets slowed down once in a million, especially 2v1, it's incredibly hard to get out of those fights. So, you know, G4 playing it, while it may look funny or look fun, it can backfire incredibly hard.
All right, well, Bangkok Titans essentially picking the League of Legends version of a 6 pool here. You can Whimsy a Rengar and try to start things out as fast as possible. I mean, this is very early game, very rush focused. You still have Jinx for cleanup at the very end, but they're going to bash their heads into the opposing team at record speeds.
They certainly are. EDG now trying to work out what they want to play in the AD carry position. Lucian could be an option here, but I do like what the Bangkok Titans are bringing to Summoner's Rift right now.
All right, looks like, is that, I believe, the first Lucian of Worlds? I don't remember if we got him played earlier.
I believe we...
That makes me a bad fact checker. I know we've had another Rengar already, so nothing too new for the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, Mao didn't really didn't even show up that game. He won gank and he stopped playing.
Yeah, he did get a first blood right away. But either way, the comms are locked in here. Bangkok Titans playing something a little bit different, very aggressive, off engaging with their Rengar. And as you wanted, Moss finally got that Thresh. So the playmaking is here. But Edward Gaming have a lot of very good laners and just a lot of damage to his composition with 2 tanks in front.
Yeah, so much damage. I also really love the duo lane of Lucian Braum. The fact that you can proc the passive so easily with the Light Slinger.
We just double-checked. It is the first Lucian, in fact.
Yeah. All right. First Lucian comes in. Deft, the one to bring it out here at the World Championship. Edward Gaming, just hoping to not get spoiled here. We heard H2K talk about this last time as well. They're looking forward to their matchup against Edward Gaming as well. And they said, yeah, let's just not screw up against BKT. They closed the game out pretty well. Edward Gaming against these guys last week had a 20-minute surrender force. They had like a 17-minute inhibitor kill. EDG. Now, Krepo, you said you wanted to see them play a very slow and intelligent and measured game to prove they could do it. We'll see which Edward Gaming shows up here. You guys at home, as always, please be part of this on Twitter. Tweet at lolEsports. Use the hashtag BKTWin or the hashtag EDGWin and let us know how this one's going to go. Popular opinion is probably Edward Gaming here, but this is the World Championship of upsets.
Yeah, we are about to hop onto Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. There's Edward Gaming looking to try and pick up another victory after what was a difficult defeat against SKT. And the Bangkok Titans looking to try and grab some revenge from every other game here at Worlds. And can they do it? 007X on the angry kitty in the jungle. Warlock did eventually play Darius in the top lane. I didn't get my wish. Excited to see how G4 plays on the Lulu as well, whether he still has such an aggressive playstyle.
The Titans here again with a draft with a clear identity. You know, making picks with Rengar to open up the fight. Aggressive play from Warlock and then backing up G4 just to make Lloyd into a hyper carry. So you want these guys to go aggressive in the fights to free up the space for Lloyd and get the resets. If they get ahead somehow against Edward Gaming, EDG's lack of wave clear could get really rough here.
Most certainly could. We do have a bit of a defensive setup here for the Bangkok Titans thus far as Mako actually lands the Winter's Bite. Deft seeing whether he can get in amongst it. One more auto attack. Deft is trying to find Lloyd. They get into the box. The flash, but the stun comes down. Are they going to be able to do it? Oh my goodness. I felt if Deft had to walk forward, they may have had a chance, but no. Backs away. Doesn't want to give too much up.
Lloyd actually flashed the wrong direction. He flashed into range of Deft's auto attack, thinking nothing was going to hit him. Lucian has low movement speed. Mako's Q is still down for 2 more seconds. Either walk in a straight line or flash in a straight line and you're safe there. Lloyd nearly giving away a kill he didn't need to, and that is a bad omen.
I'm really surprised that Mako didn't blow the Ignite and go for the kill there.
Actually,
Level 1 Ignite,
even through the Ignite, heal basically cancels out Ignite. It'd be a trade of Summoners, which, by the way, is okay, actually. I would probably do that as a support, but Lloyd would have
gets counted by the potion at level 1, doesn't it?
Close enough.
You can debate
Ignite
whether
does beat
it was
a potion.
worth it or not. Flash burn is enough. If they connect the stun anyways, at any point, they can still counteract the heal later on. Just a lot of aggression now potentially possible here from Deft and Mako because in that matchup, we'll end up being 2v2 in the top lane. Again, this now opens up the possibility for Mako to Q-flash aggressively. Braum can Q-flash auto to provide 2 stacks in synergy with Deft on level 2. Another gunslinger shot that's instant stun, pretty much, if they talk about it and communicate well. Lloyd without the flash, if this happens pre-Lantern, could be big. So we need to see some passive play from Lloyd and Moss up until the point where Thresh gets Lantern.
This is interesting as well. The Bangkok Titans actively avoid this lane swap and actually lose some minions just to make sure that they're not caught in that awkward position one more time. Could be dangerous, and we'll see whether Deft is going to play the solution hyper-aggressively like a lot of these Chinese AD carries do when they are playing this champion.
Well, level 2 from Lloyd and Moss. They did, I believe, get the Grot for themselves based on how quickly they leveled up here. But nothing earned for that one. Mako was roaming around, so he's actually late to the party.
They need to get level 3 as soon as they can on Moss, because getting a Gromp and an advantage is good if you have flash to get out the initial jungle gank, but Clearlove could path to the top, just immediately punish Lloyd, and we've seen this before when teams trail ahead in experience and they win some trades and they get overconfident, they forget that they're actually a flash down, especially when Gragas can come around the corner, go over the wall, multiple gank opportunities here.
Right now, Lloyd actually burning a ton of mana trying to clear the wave and push into the turret, and that's actually, yeah, it will allow it to bounce back, but Jinx actually has pretty good use of mana if she can have it, but here we have Pawn and Clearlove looking to press into G4.
Yeah, Clearlove was actually trying to read a flash there, I believe. Takes a lot of damage, though.
That last auto was not worth pulling in a turret right there. And Clearlove, I mean, he's going to recall soon enough for items, but That's damage you don't want to take.
Even though it looked incredibly silly there, like a higher level opponent may have actually flashed there, because if you respect Clearlove as a jungler, you respect the fact that he can body slam flash there, and you may preemptively want to flash there. So, cheeky little move from Clearlove, didn't get the flash out of it, but I think it was the correct play to make.
G4 not normally flashing away from people, generally likes to flash on top of them. But it's going to be difficult this time around. Tornado doesn't land, but G4 definitely getting dictated to in this lane.
On playing so aggressively, and even has the wind shield back up there, so neither Rain nor Glitterlance will do any damage to him here. Pawn gets away.
And 007X does have a stun available to him, but not going to be able to find it just yet.
Well, in the bot lane, you see Amazing J push in. Mako cancels the hook here. Amazing J slightly ahead in tempo and just CS, 4 CS up. 007X trying to get into that melee matchup. No minions here for Pawn to dash out, so you'll actually have to dash over Rengar.
There's a chance you go right.
If he moves in, but I think the gank has already been telegraphed. Yeah, Pawn hasn't seen Rengar show up anywhere. G4 probably changes behavioral pattern. That's how you smell ganks. If somebody goes from super passive to suddenly moving forward into potential kill range, well then you know you're getting ganked.
It was a worthwhile gank though, missed a cannon minion. Moss dodges the Winter's bite there. Deft going very aggressive. Flame Chomp's not going to find anyone. Piercing light over the top of Lloyd as well as EDG. Definitely putting the pressure on, but it was a decent trade back from Bangkok Titans.
Really well played by Deft. He just kept hitting Lloyd. He's going to out-trade very easily. Lucian early level against Jinx right there. Moss was still dealing with Mako here on Braum. And just, you're seeing sort of the little decisions you make as a high-level player. Deft knew Thresh had no more impact to have and just fought the Jinx and knew it would work.
Decent trade on both sides here. We see Amazing J slightly trailing ahead of that Darius pick. In the bot lane, seems that he'll probably likely use his gap closers to either get on top of Darius whenever he spins that axe, or dash away out of the damage, and that way comfortably try and slow him down and whittle away at him while he's trying to CS. Pawn gets... No, gets cancelled.
Shield.
He had a shield, so if you don't deal any damage...
So it's weird because the mechanic changed at some point to where shields, even if a shield did block the damage, you could still recall out, but I don't know if it's certain shields or certain abilities. It doesn't work that way still, but I believe most shields will actually still stop your recall.
May have been that the damage just was so late and he was at the end of the animation that he still...
There's a chance that
it was a little earlier than that, but look.
Yeah, it's a 10th of a second window to just not stop recall, period, without a stun. I just don't remember the shield rules, unfortunately.
Well, wanted to go back, grab himself a Zeal, heading towards that static shiv. We'll see whether he goes for the Trinity Force as a second item. Does tend to be the option for the Chinese mid laners.
He denied the cannon with the shield there.
Yeah.
He also goes so aggressively that they're not going to step in forward and potentially try to punish that play when Clearlove's lurking around. So if you go that hard aggressively, it may actually not give away your jungle gank because it looks just straight up dumb, but then they go in again. Clearlove's here.
Nice.
Oh, they're still able to get the stun there. The Ignite's ticking down. It is going to be enough first blood for Deft. Moss underneath the turret. They're not going to go for any dives. Deft wanders away. 200 health, easily enough.
And this is the synergy between those passives from Lucian and Braum right there. Instant stun after the flash allows Clearlove to body slam flash. Finally get that kill. And you see G4 being aggressed upon by Pawn again.
Very aggressive Chipmunk there in the mid lane.
The thing is, Moss played that so well, actually. He was already well towards the back. He's already ready to lantern him out. Even buffered the play against Body Slam, but the flash got him in range just in time to make the stun land regardless.
I think the correct play there, and this is nitpicking, is Moss throwing a lantern and flashing himself. You can actually give your AD carry a flash. Hang on, G4.
Yeah, there's the last breath. The Wild Growth comes out though. Moss is here, able to give a shield at least. Uses the wind wall. Pawn just trying to get his way back, but look at the flame. Moss lines up the death sentence. Flash out from Pawn.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. Flash loss for that one. Moby Boots first item as well to roam into that lane right away. Really nice play by Moss. And look at the push on in. G4! Oh, yes, he did. 1-to-1 in kills. BKT looking much better than last week.
That was ridiculous. Moss there as well picks himself up the assist from previously, but that was all G4, knowing his damage potential, and that's not something that you'd expect from this assassin player playing Lulu in the mid lane.
Flash TP Lulu got the kill on Flash Ignite Yasuo. That doesn't happen very often.
He didn't even need the TP to get the kill.
Anything could be an assassin if you try hard enough. If you just believe.
Right. Well, I mean, look, if there's anyone
Atlas
that can do it as well.
Assassin, so I mean,
you haven't seen G4 play enough, I believe.
It's true. So a lane lead right now for G4. Now, Lulu is not a hard carry in itself, of course. You need your team to do something good for the rest of, Lulu to do her job, but this game is equal in gold 9 minutes in. That is not something many would expect.
Yeah, some of the opportunities here is the fact that, you know, G4 managed to pick up that kill, doing decently here in lane. But to make up for the fact that Lloyd is now a pickaxe to a BF sword there in the top/bottom lane.
Yeah, and he's getting zoned too because they support roam for a play. That costs you somewhere else on the map, and that exactly is an item mismatch we see here. Top laners head-to-head.
Amazing J looking for the 1v1, but he's stacking that passive on top of himself as Warlock's able to get a few cheeky hits across. He's now falling behind.
Haven't seen 007X though. He's actually, Rengar's very farm-heavy jungler earlier. Mako hook into traps, decent poke. Shield's gonna deny that. Forces the ultimate there from Defto. And again, you see that damage differential there. Pickaxe into BF.
Yeah.
Very hard to play, especially into Illusion, because he just wants to position for Piercing Light consistently. And then all you need is one window where you misstep and you can actually get dashed on aggressively.
There's also the fact that he ate the full culling, which is probably not great.
It's impressive aim by Def. That's always hard to do, so I gotta give him some props there. Quick brush check by Lloyd. See, there's no Rengar as far as they, or not, sorry, no Grag as far as they can tell. 007X is going Cinderhook Rengar, interestingly, so going to be a frontliner and less of an assassin with that build.
We need to see a play out of him, though. You can't afford to be 10 minutes into the game and have 0 ganks. No impact so far, and getting out jungle. That's the difference, though. Clearlove's actually ahead of him still.
Thing is, off this Wolf Camp, I think he should be going. He should build up the 5 stacks, walk into Lulu's lane, get a Whimsy, and do a point-blank stun that's impossible to win wall. He should get a kill on Pawn. You can see where the lane is being pushed right now. If G4 doesn't push up...
Pawn's playing with respect, though. He knows this is coming. Clearlove's hovering around the lanes that are most likely to be ganked too. The one lane you really don't want to gank with Rengar is Echo, because he can just deny most of your initial burst with the ultimate. So Clearlove's just trying to predict the Rengar gank right here, and EDG is playing with the necessary amount of respect for 007X. So if he reveals at any given point, we may see EDG turn on the aggression again.
I actually really like the fact that Moss was sort of hanging back towards his turret there as well, sort of trying to get a pseudo thing in there, but Clearlove looking for a gank.
This is the second time he has sidestepped an explosive barrel from the Gragas. Every time Clearlove comes into the lane, moving forward to juke that, predicting it, the cast time. Really solid player from G4. He's definitely feeling comfortable.
Playing absolutely very well right now. 6 CS up and really trying to push around Pawn. Unfortunately, these ganks still are not landing. And of course, this top lane so far behind. Mako can easily block all of Lloyd's damage. So this 2-on-2 is not a place you can go. You mentioned earlier, Echo's not one either. Though amazing, they did just burn his ulti to get back to lane off of a recall. So there is a window to gank this 1v1 in the bot lane.
Yep, almost halfway off that cooldown though. Not exactly huge. Culling comes back up. Immediately used one more time as the bottom lane are going to soak that one up.
Yep, it's getting worse and worse. You've got a 16 CS lead. Now the stun in towards G4 is going to get just out. Oh, G4 in time.
Dodges out of the way of the tornado there as well. That could have spelt his death, but G4, wild growth down. Amazing J paying of his...
G4 is nullifying a lot of these roams and plays from EDG, but BKT as a team are not cross-mapping at all. They're not getting any gains from the time invested from EDG in these plays, so they really need to start cross-mapping, making an opening, somehow get a gank. Lloyd and Moss still low on the tower due to the culling poke. We're going in.
That was the flash. Hits no one with the Glacial Fissure. 007X here in exactly the right position. Moss takes a lot of damage. 007X still trying to get the work done. G4 is, of course, teleported all the way up here. Massive damage out as EDG. They want to try and re-engage, but they can't find the way in. Death Sentence lands. Clearlove has to be so careful. Moss picks it up with the help of Pix.
And that's going to be it, though. This one looks like EDG are able to run away, but Bangkok Titans have a kill and a gold lead 12 minutes in over EDG.
Not to mention the fact that Warlock is just hanging out, killing creeps. Fawn's able to possibly get some damage in this mid lane, but Warlock's just being Darius right now.
And BKT, they're playing incredibly solid. They're aggressively dodging skill shots from EDG. They're showing they're not afraid. Sidestepping skill shot, Lantern out, hook on the jungler. So they're playing these fights almost better than EDG overall and coming out ahead, even though EDG are the one initiating these fights. Still, we need to see a gank here from 007X, especially since Pawn's flash was down earlier, but he hasn't been punished for that at all.
And G4 now completed the 40% cooldown reduction with those Lucidity boots and the Merlinomicon, so definitely online as far as that's concerned. Can be skipping himself a lot, but that being said, Pawn
knock up available.
Yep, can't land it just yet. As Moss might be in trouble now, forced to use the flash. Death Sentence lands on a Mako though underneath the turret. Lloyd, no mana, taking so much damage. That was going to be enough.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans overstayed. They won that fight, but if you don't immediately base, you put yourself behind in the next 1 or 2 minutes. If you win a fight, the value from winning a fight comes after you base, because you're the first ones to base. You have general better position on the map because you can control
Push
your
the waves
side
first,
lanes,
then
your
go.
waves better, and then you have tempo. If you overstay too much, then you actually get punished again. That's what EDG did there. Deft and Mako came from base, they poked you out, and now suddenly EDG are trailing ahead of the play again.
But now the back's going to come through from Deft, able to push up that wave. So Lloyd's going to miss out on a couple on decent wind wall positioning there as he's going 1v2 at the moment. But we do have Amazing J making his way up. Is he going to get there in time, though? As there's a parallel convergence, 007X in a whole bunch of trouble. There's the last breath. The Essence lands onto Mako at the same time as Warlock makes his way in. Apprehend pulls him back. G4 locks down another kill. 3-1 for the Bangkok Titans.
Could you believe the game is actually going this way? A 1,500 gold lead for Bangkok Titans. Pon has to recall in the mid lane. I mean, this is the worlds of upset. This is unreal.
It looks so easy for Moss to walk in, throw Lantern, so you don't really give any credit to that play, but he has consistently been at the right place at the right time. His decision-making far superior to his mechanics, who are already fantastic in this game. Hasn't missed a crucial hook so far, but he's always at the right time with a Lantern. For me, that's even more impressive when I watch Thresh players. So those early Moby boots paying dividends so far for Moss.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Now 2,000 gold ahead.
Who'd have thought?
Perfect game from Moss. 100% kill participation, no deaths. Moby Boots first got his mid laner a kill like right at level 6. This is a great performance so far from the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and a level 9 Jinx right now, this is where the Jinx-Lucian matchup starts getting incredibly hard for Deft because he's getting outranged, out-traded easily, not a word, but just a lot easier here for Lloyd. And if Moss connects a hook, we're approaching the time in the game where that could actually lead to a kill. Earlier, it was incredibly hard to one-shot, but BF pickaxe here with tier 2 boots, that's enough to really hook into traps, into flay and box, enough to blow anybody up almost in this game.
I actually like those items more than what Deft has as well. I mean, he's only 600 gold away from the Infinity Edge, yes, but doesn't have those Berserker's Greaves for the extra movement around. And Lloyd, he's sort of set up with this, I'm going to kill all of your turrets type build here in the early game.
I mean, Lucian's passive does want you to get more AD, more likely to crit, because you always get that double shot coming out, so it is debatable. If you crit, then the other build's better. If you don't crit, then obviously the Boots 2 would have been better.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah, it's
RNG.
Yep. I mean, expected value, it's fine. It's roughly equal here. We're going to see right now, though. Smart play by Lloyd. He had Zap to reveal that Mako is waiting in the brush. That went just fine. 007X, I believe, is still without using his ulti all game long, though. And once again, EDG trying to sneak Clearlove onto this side of the map.
Mid lane tower has fallen, so that means not only can Lulu push up for a lot better vision control, look at how many deep wards Bangkok Titans have in this game compared to the last game. Also, if Pawn ever overextend for pushing, he doesn't have a tower to defend himself in the back, so a lot more play opportunities presenting themselves for 007X. And EDG again here at the top lane. These ganks haven't worked so far. Can they work right now?
Nice.
Yeah,
gotta respect it.
Spot him out.
Every time BKT see it coming. And they're going to get split up. Actually, Hook close on the Deft. And there is a couple more champions. Deft goes down to 007X. He finally finds the R button on his keyboard. A double kill. It's 5-1 BKT.
Bangkok Titans, what a play. Fantastic hook from Moss here on Deft. And Clearlove ganking the same lane over and over again. Isn't it the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing, expecting different results? Really good game reads here so far from Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, and EDG, they just got completely read from the get-go. Warlock was already there in that lane. They knew exactly what was going on. It's based on all of this deep vision, but it's also the fact that BKT just seem to have their number right now.
They do, absolutely. Quick history lesson for you guys. Flash Wolves are the only team in the history of the World Championship to lose a game to a wildcard team and still make quarterfinals. Right now, this is grim. Deft can't quite jump away in time. The Chomper is already there for the two-man route, and it's just easy.
Also, if you look at G4's positioning on the map, he doesn't really join this fight, but he's there quicker because he pushed in mid lane early. He's playing very heavy wave clear versus no wave clear on Pawn. Tower's dead in the mid lane. Again, map movement advantage if these fights ever go backwards. So really good reaction. We see another fight here. Deft.
Yeah, double teleports coming down. Deft actually has to use the flash and the relentless pursuit to get himself out. Dragon's still angry with him actually as Bangkok Titans still yet to find too much. There's the first one. Lloyd picks up Amazing J Pawn. Lloyd after him. Lloyd! Oh, ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the super mega death rocket. Deft is so dead. They do manage to get one back as Warlock finally dies, but Lloyd's still looking for it. Zap doesn't find it. But man, the Bangkok Titans, they're on a roll.
5,000 gold up, 18 minutes. This is a massive lead here. The Bangkok Titans poised in a really good spot.
And look at Warlock. He was able to survive so incredibly long in that fight, and this is before the point where he starts building tanky. He had the Black Cleaver finished, and you saw how much damage that did in the end of the fight. That's all he had to provide. In addition to the Giants belt that he had, he has now picked up a Chain Vest, a Null Magic Mantle, so he's combined with GeForce Lulu, who's already trailing ahead. It is going to be not impossible for EDG to focus down Warlock, and that is essentially what we talked about earlier. Warlock will now provide the zone, aggressive damage for Lloyd to really freely move around his fights, get a reset, flash aggressively, and clean up the fight. Bangkok Titans are playing to the strengths of their composition, something they did not do last game. And Moss, again, it's almost easy.
This is here. I mean, this is a gold lead here. You know, perfect play right there. Moss gets done, but guess what? He's the tanky support. And look at what a position Warlock gets. A 3-man pull. Deft is already leaving this fight. He hit half a culling at best right there. The dunk sets up the bleed stacks. Warlock just the perfect frontline here for this team. And we go right back into another fight with Pawn already underneath the Rengar and a killing spree for 007X.
Pawn's just cat food right now.
And we see, finally, we get to see the value from Lulu combined with a Darius pick here overall, because if you can't burn him down immediately, he will get a triple Q off on you because everybody's standing so close to him trying to burn him down. Getting that Wild Growth on a triple target knockup just buys you so much time, allowing Warlock to straight up carry that fight because he just stayed alive. He didn't really have to do much, you know, press Q, press R, but the team composition is really working in the Titans' favor.
And it's also not going to drop off. I mean, it's not like they've hit a mid-game power spike, something like that. This is Jinx Lulu.
Yeah.
They're going to only get stronger and stronger as this game goes on, not to mention Warlock on this Darius. It's very scary here for EDG.
And we've, of course, got the Zeke's Herald coming in soon for Moss here. So in terms of just playing his Siege composition and just being careful around not getting Wombo engaged on. Keep in mind, this is Yasuo Gragas Echo. The ability to get one shot is still real, so BKT have to respect Edward Gaming's team fight.
Thing is, if you look at Moss and the way he's played, he hasn't played a frontline Thresh at all. He's played a backline Thresh with really good positioning for Lanterns, and then he generally hooks on aggressors. He hasn't been hooking the guys in the back. He's been hooking frontline aggressors. That allows you to open up in a more utility-focused build with the Zeke's Herald. All he wants to do, or Zeke's Harbinger rather, he just wants to survive, get that to proc, and then Lloyd will reap the benefits from that item. But Moss, he's been playing fantastic so far on the Thresh. 0 deaths is incredibly hard against this composition.
Pawn looking to try and clear out this mid wave. Of course, it's not over yet. Base not broken, anything like that. 6,000 gold, though, is the lead for the Bangkok Titans. Now they've got to show us that they can close out against one of the best teams here at Worlds, or theoretically one of the best teams here at Worlds.
I mean, these guys are the reigning mid-season invitational champions. They got the second seed out of the Chinese LPL. I mean, Edward Gaming are an amazingly good League of Legends team right here. Bangkok Titans.
He's baiting it. Pawn knows that there's a ward there. He only moves out alone, hoping to get a reaction here. 007X playing with the respect. This is what we see all the time. Fog of war. Vision denial. They know. This may be big.
This from Amazing J.
Able to get a double stun there. 007X jumps in, but EDG, they have the jump at the moment. Death, though, gets closed in on. G4 trying to get him out of the fight. And you can see Warlock already in amongst it. He's gigantic. Massive heals. Deft is dead already. Double kill now for Clearlove, though, on the back end. 007X solo EDG. This is the team fighting team we were expecting. They finally showed up, and that's the ace.
The ace off of reading the invade. The setup was perfect. The damage is all there. Lloyd died at the very start. He was flashless. Even though Pawn did not get a great ulti off, it didn't matter. That all went according to plan.
The setup, that was one of the most beautifully set up fights I've seen in the entirety of Worlds. Using that pink ward, sitting in that brush, you see somebody place a ward, well, one of you moves out and then backs out, not even into the brush, but passively. You act as if you're scared, and you just camp there so long, because eventually people have to guess, and then the beautiful opening there. Let's watch that again. This control here, they see people move into the brush, so they have all the information. Parallel conversion comes down, Amazing goes in, and 007X thinks he has an opening here, but Lloyd gets immediately blown up.
I mean, it's a miracle that he rooted Pawn, because that was a perfect Dragon's ulti that would have set up the best last breath of Worlds. So they got that brief rest, but here, but the problem is his whole team is out of position. No one's going to be able to do what they want in time. Okay, Deft goes down, but it's way too late. There's a bunch of threats on this team comp. Yasuo was able to hit whomever he wanted the whole time without dying, and it was a great setup.
And this is not the first time we've seen EDG do this. When they faced off against IG, they were falling behind about 2,000 gold. They had no vision control on the map at all, but they pink ward one area, camped there with 5, and that was Clearlove actually flashed over a wall to Skarner ulti, and they used everything to just make one pick and get the map back. Again, these clutch plays with vision denial is something that EDG can use to get back into this game.
Well, Clearlove now 4-1-3 on this. Greg has 100% kill participation, hasn't been dying too much either in comparison to his teammates, and that's a Frozen Heart now completed against the Jinx. That's very important.
And in terms of getting the map back, we actually had EDG able to put 2 deep wards down on the bottom side of the map in the recent past. There's only one left here, but EDG trying to set up for this Dragon. Bangkok Titans already got the first, spawns again in 35 seconds. EDG, I feel like we're in a position where they could fight for this and try to make a play. 30 seconds means Deft has to recall or walk away now. He's going to do that here.
More importantly, they take back control of their red jungle, which is the access point to Baron vision from behind, which slows down the rotations from top to mid from Bangkok Titans as well. No longer can Warlock pass straight to that jungle with no fear of getting gibbed. He has to walk all the way around, and that slows your tempo down so much that EDG can start moving out the vision to the next step.
And you can see EDG have actually changed everything of what they're trying to do here as well. I mean, you can see their defensive vision so much more deliberate now. It seems like they've sort of woken up and gone, okay, Bangkok Titans, they are here to play. We're going to have to give them our A-game if we're going to win this one.
Don't forget, though, last fight, Lloyd got instantly popped in that fight. He wasn't at the back. He didn't have the offensive zone that Warlock brings or 007X. Look for his positioning, and when he turns gold, look at his damage. That's when Zeke procs for 8 seconds. He will have 50% additional crit.
Now I want to see how these people move their resources. Warlock right now has teleport, is pushing the top lane, and he's going to pressure that tier 2 turret pretty soon. But because of that, EDG with 5, they battering ram into the jungle. They take things over. They get a couple of wards down. Bangkok Titans have to play defensive here. They have to run away. EDG have all 5. 007 pops ultimate, but there's no teleport coming in. They can't possibly engage a 4v5. A waste of an ultimate.
Yeah, not going to go in on the thrill of the hunt. They did have the wild growth, so they could have gotten something happening, but G4 is eating Winter's bites. EDG is going to force the Dragon.
They've got to respect Clearlove, though. He's got a perfect 3-minute ulti right here if he wants it. There's one. He catches Moss. Lulu comes across. There's the engage, but Darius is not joining the team. It's a 5v4. Edward Gaming chasing down. They've picked up one already. Lloyd might be next. He's trying. It's already 3 kills picked up. BKT do not choose the right kind of fight. They give away a bunch of kills. They give away the map control. Here's the 4th kill, and it's all just for a top lane turret.
I'm incredibly flabbergasted with what just went down. The entire way of Bangkok Titans winning these fights is sending in Warlock first, allowing him to soak up damage and putting EDG in a lose-lose situation. Either you hit the Darius and he hits you back and Jinx kills you, or you ignore him and he'll kill you anyways. That is the way for BKT to win his fights. And then they contest the second Dragon for absolutely no reason here. 4v5, no teleport. This is a major game influencing mistake.
I actually have no idea how they thought that that was the right decision to make there. Of course, fighting 4v5, yes, might have just been more excited about the fact that the early game went so well than they should have.
I mean, this is why this team is 0-4 in the group right now. Even though they have some good players and make some good choices, this 4v5 makes no sense at all.
So they placed the ward, but I don't think that Warlock saw where the ward was placed, and it was too late, so he didn't feel comfortable teleporting in there. He could have also teleported on the Lantern, which should be re-enabled. So I think it is just poor communication overall that Warlock didn't find a teleport opportunity. He glanced over, doesn't see a ward, continues to split push, doesn't realize the ward is placed. By the time he realizes
and
where it is,
the turret too late.
It takes 4 seconds to get there. If you don't have communication on where your access point is going to be in these fights, well, then you're going to lose them. So this is probably just likely a very large communication error in terms of where do I actually TP.
Yeah.
But if we have a look at it, still item advantage for Lloyd at the moment, racing towards that last Whisper with Deft, who doesn't quite have the longsword of it just yet, but probably can go back and grab it relatively soon. EDG now looking to push up this mid lane, possibly grab an inner turret. But now you can see that gold difference is back in favor of EDG.
And I don't see EDG giving this game up. The fact they made a comeback of over 5,000 gold at 20 minutes and are now in the lead already. It took them 6 minutes to do that. This is going to be hard to give up.
Same token though, Warlock, having him in these fights compared to not is the biggest difference. G4.
Parallel Convergence doesn't actually find any stuns there as the culling comes across everyone, but you can see lots of extra damage. Lloyd untouched on the backline. Deft does take down double.
Oh, no!
That last breath was fantastic as Lloyd's going to get obliterated. Warlock now says, where's my team gone, guys? He's going to fall down, spinning around there in the river. EDG, team fighting still so beautiful. Art and Blaze, not quite enough, but Deft will just shoot him in the face.
Yeah, the base damage is not enough on Warlock right there, and Lloyd doing perfect AoE rockets up until the point where he got pounded.
Oh.
Oh man, the self-setup Yasuo ult though. We've had to take his licks for a while, but charged up his own tornado, tossed it through the back line. The one-man ult on Lloyd to save it until he could catch Jinx. That was big. That was the fight. That's going to be Baron as well. Edward Gaming now sizably ahead. 4,000 gold up, and they're only going to get more.
Yeah, now go back, pick up some more items. Last Whisper, leader for both AD carries. Well, let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, so initially aggression here again. This is BKT not warding their flanks and they're bunching up initially. This is already a problem for them that Warlock's not in a good position. He can't peel right now. Moss is out of the fight. And he can't really save G4 here with a lantern. G4 not adding much more to the fight. And AoE rockets from Lloyd, just not enough. Windwall blocks one rocket there too. And then he walks into the Yasuo Q and gets ulted. So Zeke's didn't really get procced on Lloyd at all. And that's what you need. You need Zeke's AoE rockets for 90% crit to really win that fight. And the time it took for him to charge up, the remaining parts of the lineups were already slaughtered here by EDG just stockpiling on top of them.
Yeah, another 1,300 golden pawn will have that Infinity Edge as well. For the 100% crit, sort of those core items of the Trinity Force, Static Shift, IE, and this Yasuo will be doing even more than he already is.
Oh man.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And G4, he does have the Ravenous Death Cap, so it's 3-item Lulu. Still able to do some work, but wants to be augmenting Lloyd, wants to be adding picks to that damage, wants to make Warlock the most gigantic Darius ever. But here's the fight. Vaughn gonna get flayed back in. Moss gonna get knocked up. No last breath to come out just yet as Warlock trying to close the gap. But EDG just say, okay, we'll just wait.
Windwall blocked too much of the damage during all the CC. There was no damage coming out of Lloyd. Root lands in a Clearlove, but it doesn't really matter anymore. Warlock.
That knockup on 007X mid-ultimate so he couldn't engage.
Amazing J's not even here. This was a 4v5 here. Just EDG now finally outclassing their counterparts individually. It does help that you have a Baron buff to make that to use.
Already up the inhibitor wall though. You can see that turret taking plenty of damage there. And it will see Amazing J walk away, but bot lane tier 2 is already dead. Edward Gaming up 7,000 gold now. They win this game. They will be sitting on 3 wins. And it will require H2K to beat them to have a chance at losing their spot at quarterfinals right now. EDG looking good.
Yeah, Def gonna head back to base now, pick up possibly towards either that QSS, might be going towards the Bloodthirster though, just more damage as G4 clears out the bottom lane. Still haven't lost any inhibitors just yet on the side of the Bangkok Titans. And they're behind 6,000 gold. It just seems like the team fights that once were going fantastically for this Southeast Asian team, just not quite finding their footing at this point in the game.
Yeah, Windwall with some good Windwall placement from Pawn just can completely just deny Lloyd's damage up. It doesn't matter how much crit and how much damage he has overall if you just can't land the projectiles necessary. So we'll need some better positioning here from the Titans or make a pick on Pawn. That is generally their opening. Kill Pawn, then kill the rest.
One dancing around the mid lane now as well.
007X though hasn't found too many picks with that Rengar in recent history, unfortunately. Of course, lack of a gold lead makes that easier. Dragon number 2 for Edward Gaming, not going to be a problem. It's Def's second secure of a neutral objective and as many attempts.
Yeah, throwing so many things at Warlock at the moment. Doesn't take too much damage from it. Crimson Brambleback is going to spawn. As Def throwing out another culling. Seems like as soon as that button's available, he presses it. Nathan J going to get caught by the hook from Moss, but Red Buff going to fall down.
Yeah, Titans quickly realizing they can't fight in choke points. Not against this lineup from EDG.
Especially not with that close are available as well from Mako. But EDG now setting up a siege. Parallel convergence, fantastic at that situation. 007X does jump in. There's the apprehend back. Massive damage coming down. G4 uses the Zonyas. EDG actually causing a lot of damage here in the backline. G4 still alive. Lloyd takes down Mako. Pawn tries to find his way into the backline. It's a double kill already. Eventually falls, but Warlock, he's still hit. Death finishes him off. Lloyd now against the wall. Does get the last crit, but EDG come out ahead 3 for 5.
Clearlove and Amazing J make the plays they need to in the front line. There's actually a good flash by Lloyd to dodge a body slam flash by Clearlove, but it's simply too many threats. Amazing J, even after Pawn died, was still able to wreak havoc by enough time. EDG will get at least the inhibitor. They'll back after that one, but it still furthers the gold lead.
Yeah, pings towards the bottom side, want to clear out that minion wave. Make sure that they can move everything up and put all the pressure down on the Bangkok Titans. And after a little bit of time, I mean, they would have started pushing back. EDG would have had to rethink, but did find the team fight they were looking for in the siege moment.
Watch that again here. Clearlove gets engaged on. Want to keep your eyes on later on in the fight where G4 now uses his Zonias. He actually does a really good polymorph there on Pawn when he dashes in. ends up jumping in the end of Lloyd. I think he wastes his ulti here. One auto attack would have done the same.
Yeah.
Could have changed a lot in the later stages of this fight. But again, we see Warlock finally soaking up damage, almost getting Def down there. Just gets a couple of bit of lifesteal. But that soaking, that spacing for Lloyd is exactly what they need to do. Sadly, now they are behind. But when Bangkok Titans play to their strengths, play the fight out well spaced, they can win it. Sadly enough, a couple of times in a row, they did not do that.
Yeah, and Lloyd's positioning in that teamfight, his ability to dodge out of the way of all of those abilities towards the end there was unbelievable. Just not quite enough this part of the game. 9,000 gold the lead. Amazing J trying to run away from everyone. Parallel convergence comes in.
And this is where you wonder, is tank Rengar the way you're going for? If it was DPS Rengar, Def could get one shot at any given
Gauge, you know?
Yeah, but it requires you to at least tank at the start of the fight. So for people that don't know, Stair Gauge only gets really online after you've taken damage. That's when Rengar already gets kited.
Yeah.
Once he does his jump, then he can take damage, but he's being kited. If you went full on kamikaze kind of Rengar, you can take out solo queue Rengar.
Yeah,
you can take out the enemy AD carry and suddenly, or pawn for that matter, and then kind of shifts the spectrum.
It just feels like all the Rengar games we've seen so far at Worlds have looked like players who just aren't that familiar with Rengar.
Yep.
You know, not finding ganks nearly as often, not landing the ultimates, and well, EDG capitalizing off of the biggest comeback we may have had all Worlds long. Wind Wall burn though, maybe they go win. 007 has the upgraded E. He can land the root.
All right, the value of these spells like Unbreakable and Wind Wall go up dramatically as more items are purchased, so look for these team fights for EDG to back off once Wind Wall is down, and BKT to look for engages, hardcore engages after Wind Wall is on cooldown, because that's the moment where Lloyd can unleash, get instantly the Zeke's proc 2 and start cleaning up these fights.
And the thing that's really interesting about EDG's comp as well is the fact that they siege incredibly well with one of the shortest range AD carries because they have the parallel convergence, the Wind Wall, the Unbreakable, so many opportunities to get these players off the turret. Haven't been able to utilize it quite so much just yet. Don't want to take too many risks because they understand. I mean, the early game went horribly. They cannot give Bangkok Titans any leg room to get back into this game.
And you gotta imagine it gives a bit of hope to H2K here, seeing that EDG can bleed. If VKT can do it, H2K could do it too.
EDG leaving some really good aggressive deep warp to spot 007X.
Whoa. A bit aggressive, his team is around behind him. The knockout comes through on only one. A lot of ultis burned for not much. TP's coming in from both top laners. The battle's begun, and they've gotten Lloyd down. He goes. That's not a good sign for the Bangkok Titans. This could be the game-winning push. 007X forced to run away. Warlock flashes the wall as well. G4 certain to die. A double kill for Clearlove, who has finally stepped up here in this game. Warlock takes a lantern. He'll be okay, but a 2 for nothing. An inhibitor already dead, and the base available.
Yeah, could potentially be the base, if not a couple more inhibitors here, and was played fantastically. The fact that Def was positioning himself outside of any opportunity to get hooked that fight was untouched, and EDG, they're just going to face tank these turrets. Warlock tries to get in amongst it, dribbling towards the enemy team, apprehending a couple of them, but the Nexus now exposed. EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, picked themselves up a victory, but the Bangkok Titans, that was a much better performance than we were expecting heading into that game.
But for how well they played in the early to mid game, it was almost the opposite at the end. When you have a Rengar this late in the game, what you really want to do, especially with Lulu and your team, is find a place on the map where you're likely not to be warded. Ulti gets sped up by the Whimsy, and then just find an opening, force a fight. If you're tank Rengar, all your job is to do is to soak enemy cooldowns. It feels like 007X was getting frustrated by constantly being spotted out. He just stormed in for no reason whatsoever. Didn't even ulti in full vision. You can't afford to make those plays. Not against a team that is usually as coordinated as EDG. They weren't in the early game, but they got everything together.
And
got a hold
once
of the
again,
game.
Lloyd getting picked out as well. I mean, straight off the back end of that team fight, immediately Tornado finds him something.
Well, I mean, yeah, when you have Gragas ultis and Tornadoes and whatnot, it's pretty much impossible to dodge them all forever. Flash is only a 5-minute cooldown. I thought Lloyd played about as well as he could, considering he was the obvious focus once it got down into team fights. It was two big situations that broke the game apart. It was the top lane sort of, the top lane, like, rush in the jungle, where they had a pink ward on the brush, but the reward seeing BKT come in, and Edward Gaming had the beautiful setup with the Echo W. And then it was the Dragon fight where BKT made one of the worst calls we've seen all Worlds. choosing a 4v5 in front of Dragon instead of giving it up and getting the turret for free, or actually committing for the battle. They kind of chose neither, and that went really badly for them.
Yeah, it just was no communication there at all on Warlock. That War did get
the entire caller as well.
The entire reason Moss got caught in that fight is because he stepped forward to place a ward that would allow Warlock to come in from the back, flank with Darius, which is a beautiful opportunity. Didn't quite get that down. Then he stepped backwards, threw his lantern in, says, "Okay, don't want to teleport a ward. Teleport on the lantern. Maybe that works." But Warlock was probably likely calling there, "Yeah, guys, I'm just going to split push, disengage." But you can't disengage against a Warlock lineup with this many gap closers.
They could have left much sooner.
They could have, but they stayed around because they would probably assumed Warlock was coming. So big communication error here. Cost the game for Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, a few problems there for the Bangkok Titans. But now, for a closer look at EDG's comeback, let's check back with the other guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. I got to start this off with, where was this Bangkok Titans the rest of the tournament? They came out swinging this time around.
For sure.
I blacked out for a second. What the heck happened in that game? But this is exactly the Bangkok Titans that we saw at IWCQ, a team that is completely fearless. Like, they play against everyone the exact same way, which is just like outright brute aggression. And it was really fun to watch because they definitely caught EDG off guard.
Now, let's take it back to Champion Select, part of where they may have taken them off guard. Coming to you, Yamato, because this is what you were looking for them to do earlier in the day.
It's like EDG is starting to piss me off because to me, like, I see them as a top contender, but their cockiness in Champion Select is starting to really I'm starting to ball up here because they're picking Echo, like this full engaged composition, like go in there deep against a Darius and a Lulu, which is so strong against it, and it's just so cocky.
And maybe you can speak to this because this was a game where you expected EDG to go with comfort picks to get confidence. But when you pick comfort and then you lose the early game, how does that affect your mentality, Tabe?
I think, for example, because I just now at the games before they are competing against EDG, I said BKT has to ban the Lulu if they want to pick Yasuo. I think they have very in-depth information. They know that Lulu is a good counterpick against Yasuo. So we can see that G4 is using Lulu against Pawn. And the thing is, after Moss is roaming that effectively, we can see that there is a huge lead in mid lane.
There's a player that I want to highlight here because BKT had control of this game for such a long period of the game. Moss was the catalyst for all of it, showing up mid lane with that gank there on to G4, helping him pick up an early kill on the pawn. You know, a playmaker. You talked about the prioritization of the Thresh, and we even heard Atlas saying, I really want to see him play Thresh because he is a playmaker here and can really be a catalyst for this team.
Well, these two players single-handedly, you see the solo kill here from G4, dismantled the Chiefs in IWCQ. It was Moss's Thresh and then the play out of G4 that were able to make this team even be successful. And you see the death sentences on point. And this guy, you give him any momentum, like they are a momentum team, and you can see that they rode that for so long.
I had no idea about Moses Thresh, and now I know why people hyped it up. Because, whoa, top level.
And we were talking, if you get the confidence of Bangkok Titans and mix it with the raw ability and shot calling of Pain, you would have like a super IWC team right now, because the opposite ends of the spectrums, maybe not the thought behind the play there, but definitely the raw aggression is starting to come out for Bangkok.
So
what you're saying is take the balls from Pain and take the balls from Bangkok and just give them to Pain, and we have a top contender. Yeah. Beautiful.
Absolutely. Something that I do want to look at, you know, as we mentioned, they controlled the game for a very long period of time. I want to look at the turning point for the game, because this is something that Crepo has hit on that EDG does very well when they are behind or when they need to, you know, blow a hole into the game. They'll set up vision plays.
Yeah, so what they do is EDG look for the one play on the map that can take everything back. So you see this time they actually set up the brush and they have the approach warded and they bait it really nicely with Amazing J's stun here. And from there, it's a very clean fight. The snare was actually so important from 007X because otherwise Pawn would have taken this over. But EDG, they're a class team. There's no one debating that. It's just the arrogance coming into the game that's putting them in these holes in the first place.
Yeah. And, you know, funnily enough, with the gold lead that BKT had here, it was still a pretty close fight, even with the element of surprise on the side of EDG.
Because Darius could take like 4 people. He was massive.
It's like combine this play with a good draft and bam, top contender. But with this draft, I can't see them doing like well further in the tournament.
So EDG, they do pick up this win. It's very important for them. They needed this win in order to keep their run towards that second seed alive. But Tabe, I'm coming to you because it doesn't look pretty. They don't look good, right? And they're going to have to go up against H2K, which beat Bangkok Titans pretty easily in the prior game. So what are we looking for EDG to fix going into that game against H2K?
I think after this game, I think the whole team of EDG will be have a better team morale now because they have finally to win a game. And I think top laner Amazing J has been a very good job in playing Echo too. So I think if they want to beat H2K easily, they have to have a huge lead all over the lane, not only AJ, because just now we can see that they're against BKT, but they have very huge lead by BKT.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And one thing that H2K can take on the flip side is that Amazing J wants to 1v1. So if they camp that lane, just like SKT did, there might be an opening there because that was a 1v1 lane that Amazing J did very well in a counter pick.
All right, well, you know, Bangkok Titans surprising everyone with that game, coming out very strong. However, EDG does pick up the victory. Next up, though, H2K returns to the stage to face off against SK Telecom. We'll be back to see if they can rise to the occasion right after this.
Edward Gaming looking to try and pick up another victory after what was a difficult defeat against SKT. The Dessens lands on Nemeko at the same time as Warlock makes his way in. Apprehend pulls him back. G4 locks down another kill, 3-1. Ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Deft is so dead. Deft though gets closed in on G4 trying to get him out of the fight, and you can see Warlock already in amongst it. He's gigantic, massive heals.
Lulu die. Line cover, Lulu. AD. AD 快血 Nice.
Eventually falls, but Warlock, he's still hit. Death finishes him off. Lloyd now against the wall. Does get the last crit. EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Group C, coming at you live from Paris. I am Eric Dolanquist here with Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels and Joshua Jat Leisman. And of course, we're getting set for our next game, which is going to be H2K versus SK Telecom. Now, it's going to be interesting, guys, because Faker's out, Easy Hoon is in.
I love the Hoon.
The Hoon, he's
back.
back.
The Hoon is back, and I was taking a look at his solo queue. He's been playing a lot of Ryze, just like Faker has been. Orianna, Lulu, of course, his famous Azir. So probably going to see one of these four champions if I had to guess.
Yeah, and I think the real story here is that Ryu doesn't get to play against Faker again. He only had the one chance to kill Faker. I actually think that's good for H2K though, because watching that first game, it felt like H2K was more playing the game of kill Faker than the game called League of Legends.
That's the game that everybody's played against SK Telecom this tournament so far. And the one thing we've learned for sure is that it does not work. It's going to be interesting to see with Easy Hoon in how the priorities are going to shift around the map. But I just feel a little bit bad for Ryu, denied that chance.
The thing that could be positive for you is that H2K looked a lot cleaner in their win earlier today, and they still have a fighting chance in this group. Obviously, it's not expected that they win this game against SKT. They're more looking forward to the EDG game, which is immediately after.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, suddenly things are really, really big with Bangkok Titans actually nearly taking down EDG. It looked a little bit scary, so you got to wonder if H2K can maybe pull it off.
It has to be said, EDG is playing pretty poorly today. They really snagged that last game out of the fire. I mean, thankfully for them, they had the Braum Yasuo wall combo to deny a lot of the Jinx damage, but I'm not sure they could have come out on top if they didn't have those two champions. And EDG, or H2K rather, they're going to be pretty happy looking at that game moving forward for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it was just about as close as it possibly could have gotten. It was like this much of a team fight away. There were like certain moments where I feel like if 007 had jumped on the right person at the right time, they could have maybe turned the fight around.
Absolutely. And it's also worth noting here that H2K played SKT closer than any other team has in this group. They were 20-plus minutes in, and H2K was still even in goal.
That's true. Well, guys, it's time to check out the starting lineups. You know them well by now, but let's check out H2K in the top lane. We've got Odo Omne, of course, down in the jungle. It is Lulex, the hometown hero. In mid, Ryu all the way from Korea, and then ADC we have Hajarnan, and finally down at support it's Casing, and at
coach at the coach position, whatever. It's Prawley.
God bless. On the red side, we have
Nailed it.
SK Telecom. Here we got MaRin in the top lane. Bengi in the jungle. Easy Hoon will be the mid laner subbing in. First game at Worlds for him. Wolf is going to be the support for Bang, who is the AD carry.
That's right.
And that is the SK Telecom lineup.
We got it, man.
We are so good at this.
So good at this. High five. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hope you guys heard that through the microphone. I am so ready for this match, man. I love watching Worlds. It's so good to see such interesting international competition. H2K, I kind of saw these guys a little bit backstage. They looked in much better moods. They were kind of, I got the vibe that they were thinking, maybe we can actually get this done.
I mean, I'd be in a pretty great mood after seeing how EDG is playing today. If I'm H2K, there definitely is a window there. And we were talking a little bit about how closely they played SKT. Well, it was close. They were only down by about 1,000 gold. But even H2K as a team has a really tough time overcoming any deficit at all. Coming into Worlds, when they were down by 1,000 gold by 20 minutes, they were 1-9. So they really need to make sure that they have a strong 20 minutes if they want to close it out.
It's also worth noting that in the early game, they've been very strong. Their gold leads at 10 minutes rivaled and were better than Fnatic within the European LCS. Fnatic was undefeated. So it kind of goes to show you the difference in the mid-late game between those two teams. But it also kind of speaks to the chance of them being able to take a team by surprise, because when they're clicking, their early game is very good.
Yeah, and I really wonder on the SKT side of things, how removing Faker, putting in Easy Hoon, I feel like this is going to push SK Telecom a little bit more towards the standard Korean type of play that we've seen from KT, from the Koo Tigers stylistically. Now, I'd assume SKT would be able to do that a little bit better, but it's going to be interesting to see if the styles change a lot, because we haven't seen this team with Easy Hoon in a while.
Yeah, and when they did play with Easy Hoon in the summer, it's worth noting that Bang played a lot of Vayne. They really try to move Bang onto more carry-oriented AD carries when Faker is out of the lineup, and have Easy Hoon move into a supporting role. So they've had a pretty distinct identity of playing with both Faker and with Easy Hoon. So we may see, maybe see the Vayne come out again.
And not to mention, we've already seen MaRin completely carry in this tournament. He had the 1,500 gold lead against Amazing J in the first game today, and coming into that, he had the most gold of any top laner and any player in the tournament average per game. Of course, stats in this group were a little strange because we were thinking it was the Bangkok Titans that a lot of people were kind of running up the numbers on. But then we just saw BKT play EDG close, so it's Worlds, I guess.
Yeah, no kidding me. MaRin had like 10 killed Darius games and things like that. He's really kind of stepped up. Sounds like we've got a little bit of a sound issue with Lulex, so they're getting that fixed on stage, and as soon as they do, we will move into the picks and bans. Going to swap out the headsets, it looks like.
Yeah. And people may be wondering, why take out Faker right now? But at this stage of the tournament, yeah, exactly, why not? You don't want to show anything that Faker has for the quarterfinals. He didn't really show a lot here in the group stages. I mean, even just blind picking Ryze, a little bit of a weird selection in their last match. So just keep him undercover right now. Don't allow people to understand what his champion pool is coming in.
Well, he already revealed the Olaf, though, so I don't know. The secret's out, guys.
And for the most part as well, SKT is probably guaranteed first place in this group. It's not mathematically secured so far, but if they win against either H2K here or against the Bangkok Titans in the final game, they will be first. And also, even if they were to lose both of those games, they would still hold the tiebreaker over EDG. So the only way that they wouldn't get very first place is if H2K won both games against SKT and EDG, and SKT lost to Bangkok Titans. So there's really no need to try hard here for SKT.
Part of my brain says, well, obviously that's not going to happen. But then again, I was here for the last week of Worlds. I know what can happen in this tournament, so I'm not going to make any final judgments just yet.
Yeah, and also to compound onto that, there would still be a tiebreaker between SKT and H2K should that occur. So they get even another chance to get out of this group in first place.
It's unlikely. Well,
not mathematically impossible, though.
No, not mathematically impossible. That's true. But like we know, math has never been my strong suit, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, so it's impossible.
That's right. Absolutely. That's Doa math, guys. So it looks like it's time to move into the champ select. Picks and bans for H2K versus SK Telecom T1 Azir, our first ban of the day, followed by that Mordekaiser. Not going to let Garmin have that one.
Yeah, and, you know, coming in here, the Azir ban is so common when you play against EasyHoon because he is an incredible talent on that particular champion, so no surprise that they would go ahead and take that right out of the pool.
Yeah, Gangplank out of the way as well. Rek'Sai banned out for H2K. Final ban on blue side incoming. H2K does have a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more leeway in the bans being on the blue side. They're going to use it for the Elise.
Yeah, the Elise I think is a pretty smart choice, especially when you have Bengi in the lineup and he's more likely to be doing, you would expect side lane ganks. Elise, the best turret diving jungler, especially early game. We got to see that, in the first game of the day with MaRin and Bengi getting off some tremendous ganks, and they won't be nearly as potent with the Elise off the table.
Yeah, well, there's a Lulu ban, so I wonder, are we going to see the Darius first pick from H2K? If we don't, you can be sure SKT is going to grab it.
What's interesting about SKT so far in this group stage is when they've been on red side, it's pretty much been Mordekaiser, Gangplank, Lulu for most of the games. They're just taking out power picks.
Yeah.
They haven't been sniping at one maybe pocket pick coming in. So that's, they're very confident in their ability just without the power picks down to seal the fate of their opponents.
This is what I call the Cloud special if they lock this in, because it's not only Cloud9, now it's Cloud Templar in Korea as well. Cloud-oriented with Zamumu. It's true. Will they lock it in, though? Answer, probably not.
We've already seen MaRin's Renekton against Darius, which will scare them away a little bit from picking Darius first.
Well,
because Sing looking to be a playmaker on Thresh. It was banned by SKT when SKT played them in the previous game.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin often taken out against H2K as well. They're going to have both champions up should they choose to go for it. We could see Bengi just try and deny that pick, but I have a feeling he's just going to play Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and as criticized as Lulex is as a jungler, he's a very good Lee Sin player. The move he pulled earlier today where he smited the minions while he was queuing, then kicked backwards from within the inhibitor turret was really, really impressive. And had, in my opinion, had a more well-known player pulled off that play, it would have been a highlight clip on Reddit for the execution it was.
Well, maybe we'll still see that highlight. I'll upvote it instead.
Well, it's worth noting right now, as we see this Kalista lock-in, Bang is professionally undefeated on Kalista. He has never lost a game on this champion. No one lets him have it. No one lets SK Telecom have it, because how do SK Telecom win? Usually they win out of the strength of the laning phase, and that is not... And their control over Dragon, and that champion is perfect for both.
Well, the funny thing is that Bang actually got to play Kalista a little bit more often than some of the AD carries in Korea because of so many bans being targeted on MaRin and on Faker, too.
The other thing with the SKT win rate statistics is, I think, Monty, you were mentioning, since the K and S teams merged, they have close to an 80% win rate as a team.
Yes.
So since Kalista was just released in this season, they're going to have a higher chance of being a very strong win rate for Bang. Of course, though, still undefeated, still impressive.
Okay. A little bit of a taste of MaRin's own medicine as Renekton locked in by H2K. Interesting. But can they Renekton like MaRin Renektons?
It's bold, I think, to pick SK Telecom's counter pick into SK Telecom. I'm excited to see how it works out.
It challenges MaRin's knowledge of the matchup. And I wonder how much knowledge Ottawamne has of that, because it really felt like when MaRin had the lane as Renekton against Darius, he got that really slight lead from the early lane swap and then knew exactly how to punish it. I don't actually expect SKT to forfeit that lead to Ottawamne in the first place, so it will be a much more testing matchup, not to mention it feels like MaRin's the one who kind of invented
Well,
it.
all right. A little bit of a blast from the past as Bengi's going to be taking that Evelynn into the jungle, and Wolf on Alistar would not be a big shock, I suppose.
No, it's a really common Wolf champion.
Yep. For better or for Wolf. Depends on the day.
It's usually for better. He has an extraordinarily high win rate on Alistar. And the Evelynn pick, it's not something we've seen a whole ton of at Worlds, but I think it's still a very strong pick out of the jungle. It's still... Evelynn is always powerful as long as she's somewhat viable, just because you're never going to be able to track her very efficiently. It changes the way you have to ward on the map. So it adds an extra wrinkle of complexity to the way the enemy team has to play.
Yeah. That Jinx pick wouldn't be bad for H2K to grab at this point, I would think. Jinx Thresh, a classic bot lane at this point.
Yeah.
But what is Ryu going to play? What does he dare bring against whatever EasyHoon's going to play?
Yeah, he doesn't get to have the counter pick opportunity here. EasyHoon, not Faker levels of counter picking where it feels like Faker has a counter pick to literally every champion in the game in mid lane. Yeah. But Ryu's going to have to be somewhat conservative here. Twisted Fate is actually a good pick. I feel like it used to be more of a risky matchup, but people have started rushing cooldown boots and home guards on him, so it almost gives him the capability to split almost any lane and keep the pressure at least somewhat adequate. So I like that choice.
Yeah, TF.
Also, just great synergy. If we take a look at the side lanes here, there's going to be a ton of follow-up crowd control from Jinx and Thresh and Renekton. So he's got a lot of opportunities to really just chain the gold card into other forms of CC and pick up those kills. So what we could see EasyHoon again play that Ryze. We just saw Faker play that matchup. No doubt they have shared their thoughts on that, even though it was a blind pick Ryze. Obviously, Faker doing quite well in that lane.
What about a Victor here?
Yeah, depends how much EasyHoon has it. When we see him practicing, it doesn't seem like his favorite champion for the mid lane. That would be Lulu, but of course that has been taken away.
Right.
Azir's also been gone. What do you think,
he
Monty?
had a lot of really good Cassiopeia games a while ago, but it's been a bit of time since Cassiopeia was meta, quote unquote.
And will it be the
Karthus?
Oh boy.
Oh yes, it will. Karthus locked in for EasyHoon. Now this is a champion that we've seen him have very, very strong results on in the past, to say the least.
Wow, I love it. I think it's so interesting to pick this champion right now. Don't follow the Twisted Fate. Just stand in the mid lane, keep on farming, and just use your ult to follow up on that damage.
Yep.
So H2K, that is a very interesting problem to deal with.
SKT has now brought in 2 unique picks to the mid lane for Worlds. They're the only people to play Ryze. Faker's won with it twice, and EasyHoon's the only Karthus thus far.
Olaf. Checkmate.
three unique mid lane champions. I was thinking like overall champions.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I'm pretty
3
sure,
in 5 games.
I'm pretty sure
SKT has
checkmate is exactly what Faker thought when he locked that Olaf in. He was like, boom, hard countered.
Yeah.
Well,
you know you're in trouble when someone has a counter pick ready for your mid lane Aurelia.
That's true. Well, you know you're in trouble when you're like picking Aurelia blind into the mid lane. I think that's your first sign of trouble right there. Well, guys, the Hoon has been unleashed. He's going to bring Karthus as the coaches shake hands. The game will get loading, and we are about to move right into it. I'm excited. I'm glad EasyHoon's getting a chance to play.
Yeah. I'm also happy he's on a new champion here for Worlds, so it just extends the giant mid lane champion pool.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's an old EasyHoon staple, though. If we think about EasyHoon historically, loves these more zone control mages, and I'm excited to see him on it again.
That's right. So be sure to tweet your predictions to @LOLEsports with the hashtag H2KWin or hashtag SKTWin, depending on who you think is going to take it. It's time to move out onto the Rift. And here we go. Our 4th game of the day here in our 2nd day of the 2nd week of group stages here at Worlds 2015.
One thing I want to touch on with H2K is I thought their drafts throughout this group stage have all been very good. This is a great pick composition. They're trying to dissect SK Telecom's lane power. We talked about that. How do they get these leads? Just get the lanes ahead. And Odo Omne comes up with the counter pick that we saw MaRin debut, and he has a Twisted Fate to come up there, chain that CC. So I think this is a very intelligent strategy by H2K against SKT.
And we even heard Prawley talking earlier as the coach and the person who pushed together these drafts for H2K, that they like to play like SKT. They just know that they're not as clean as them at the execution. So it makes sense that they're picking kind of directly targeted at the way SKT plays. And it means the first 15 minutes of this game are just going to be even more important than they normally are in a League of Legends game.
And when we talk about, of course, the Twisted Fate, that's also an EasyHoon champion. So when you can't deny it, it could have very easily come in for SK Telecom too as the last pick. So grabbing it early, Ryu feeling confident in this part of the draft.
Definitely. Bengi getting some deep wards down. It's mostly been a fan for a little while, although H2K grouping up down to the top path. Meanwhile, smash on the mid lane. Ryu getting caught, gets exhausted, can have to flash right into Bengi for the damage. Bang loading some on as well. Ryu doesn't get away. First blood goes to Bang. And I can't think of any other word for that than disaster.
Correct. That is, he had boots as well because he was hoping to have a little bit more mobility in that leaning phase to dodge Karthus to piles, but he was really just trying to deny, I think, Karthus taking some small Raptors over the wall for a slight experience advantage. He ends up giving him assist and burning both of his summoner spells.
That is awful.
Right there, just a disaster for Ryu.
And that's not what you need on Twisted Fate. To survive the early laning phase, you need to hold that teleport usually to get a second Doran's Ring or a Doran's Ring, or start building up into some items. So now he's just going to fall behind and get pushed in, and this is really going to set the tempo on the mid lane in a very big way.
I think so. Wolf and Bang now with a bit of a lead early on. They haven't gone back and spent that money yet, obviously, but it's something that H2K is going to definitely be worried about.
Also, having no flash on Twisted Fate, Karthus can absolutely choose to fall back to his turret, and we still have a flash on Bengi here. There's a lot of kill pressure in the mid lane steal, even though EasyHoon burned both of his summoners.
And I'm actually interested to see the way EasyHoon plays this lane as well, because if Karthus actually gets the wave frozen near his turret, he has tremendous gank assistance, because all he'd have to do is place the wall on Ryu, which has really long range to get the slow 4 and Eve coming in, who still has flash, and they could actually get some pretty easy gank kills on that side. Be interesting to see how that lane plays out.
Yeah.
Really fast Chilling Smite onto Bengi with that first recall right at 3 minutes, so we'll be looking for some opportunities. We'll see if he chooses to go ahead and farm it out or whether he wants to try and make some plays.
Now, that was another big thing about that level 1 kill on Ryu, is that it gave 4 members of SK Telecom assists too, so a little bit extra gold in the pocket early on is so important.
One thing that we've seen about SKT is, especially the games against EDG, they take one mistake like that and they just turn it into a win. They are absolutely unforgiving. They seem to be prepared for every possible scenario, playing their team compositions very well around these disadvantages. See if they can do the same thing here.
Yeah, and the one lane that is the most uninfluenced by the death of Ryu in the early game was the top lane of Ottawamne and MaRin, because MaRin didn't even pick up an assist despite kind of being down there for the initial engagement. This is actually the spot where the lane wants to be frozen for the gank we just talked about, where EasyHoon would just have to put his wall down. Ryu knows it's a possibility, and Lulex will end up scouting it out for him.
Yep.
I think this is really smart by Lulex. You have to start getting some information
Still
here.
hasn't seen him, though.
Hasn't detected that, but does get the ward down on the Raptors. Now they know Lulex is coming around. They're going to try and make a play on this.
Yeah, ward thrown in. Lulex actually doing quite a bit of damage to Bengi early on. Here comes EasyHoon, though. The damage onto Lulex is scary. There's the flash. Lulex slowed down by the wall. Tries to avoid a gold card onto EasyHoon, but here comes MaRin as well. Flash from Bengi. I don't think that's going to be enough damage. Oh, and Bengi taken out by Ryu. Although EasyHoon with the answering kill will keep the kill lead ahead for SKT. Meanwhile, down the bot lane, things get crazy. And Jarnan taking a lot of damage. Will he actually live through this? He actually went back up. That is so brave, dude. SKT, Wolf very low as well. Has to bring that flash, and there's the Q. Bang gets the kill, and now Kessing is in a little bit of trouble too. Exhaust Wolf, unafraid of the Thresh. Flash from the brush. He grabbed Bang, goes back in for the flame. Doesn't have the cooldown. Kessing goes down to Bang with the kill. That's 3 already for him in 5 minutes. It's looking bad for H2K.
It's
a nice way to put it.
It's gone from bad to worse. We said level 1 was disaster. What is much worse than disaster? Catastrophe, maybe?
Apocalypse?
The thing is for H2K, this game is a bit of a gimme. They weren't expected to win, and it actually doesn't matter for them as far as advancing out of the group, because regardless of the results here, they still need to beat EDG to move out of this group. So we saw the mid lane play, the way this bottom lane play begun, was actually kind of encouraging for H2K because they got Wolf low, but Jarnan just wasn't expecting this Q to land. He had heal when that landed from Bang, so Bang surprised him with damage, and once that happened, when your AD carry dies with heal still up, you're asking yourselves to get double killed.
Absolutely, man. I mean, you can't keep going up against a Kalista like that with that low health.
Look at this, he's coming back into lane 2 with the Cutlass and a dagger already completed, so a huge advantage in that bottom lane for Bang, and Wolf is playing this patiently, and we've got to start thinking about reuse teleports right now. Now they still can save this game. It's not so far gone yet, but it's going to come down to whether they can actually secure kills in the side lanes. And with EasyHoon, he's turned around the lane. You can see he's very actively pressuring it. This is where you bottle up that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, if they can manage to take down that mid lane turret before Ryu is able to get anything done with his first ult or two, that's going to be a really tough thing for H2K to overcome.
And I do have to echo, that is the main way H2K would have any shot back in this game. which is why the Karthus pick is quite wise. He can keep the wave shoved up, which makes it easy to punish when Twisted Fate does leave lane, and he can also kind of answer just with his Requiem. Once he knows all the threats have left that lane, he could stand and basically use it immediately as the TF comes in for a little bit of an equalizer.
And that's up now, so it's yet another thing that Jarnan in the bottom lane really needs to be aware of. I mean, we saw him kind of be risky with low health situations before. You can't do that with a level 6 Karthus on the field.
No, it does make it considerably more challenging. See MaRin, interestingly, he's playing out the matchup. Both of our top laners double Doran's Blade, so they're not rushing into any of their items. And playing the Darius a little bit more defensively this time around.
It's the closest matchup we've seen from MaRin against an opponent, is the way Ottawa has been able to play him. This is the counter pick that MaRin selected for him, essentially, earlier on in the week. And I like the way Renekton plays in this matchup because I feel like he has a lot of tools to get inside the Q range of Darius to not take the maximum damage, stun, get his damage out, and then also dice out afterwards. It's a clever pick, and I think Ottawa is playing it pretty properly, but without an early jump and experience, the lane is still somewhat splitting.
Yeah, even though the slice and dice is just that small little dash, it's enough to get inside and land that W so you can get that efficient trade.
It seems like it'd be kind of scary for H2K, right? Even when you have Renekton teleporting in later on, I mean, you've got a lot of reasons to not want to be in melee range of SK Telecom.
Absolutely. Very much H2K picked this game for the laning phase, so if the laning phase falls apart, they're in even more trouble.
And here we go. MaRin's TP is back up, just as a reminder, was down for a little bit, and now Wolf and Bengi just here to zone out the enemy dual lane and try and finish off this
Even
tower
Karthus
early.
is rolled
Oh, there it is. Requiem coming in, teleport coming into that turret, the bot lane as well, too. Wolf gets stopped up for a second. Jarnan stays alive for the moment, had to use not the summoner hero quite yet. Bengi getting taken out by Ryu as he joins the fight. Odo Omne making a big difference so far in this one. Nice explosive cast. Have they separated EasyUn enough? Doesn't look like it. There's the flash from EasyUn. Oh, they're re-engaged. Can Bang do enough damage to turn this one around? Nearly. MaRin teleports in. He is ready to go. Luleks taking a lot of damage. Doesn't die from the ult, but there's another kill for Bang. And they managed to trade it fairly evenly in the end.
And Bang gets double buffs after that. Now, what SK Telecom did, they were overly aggressive on that tower right now. MaRin, this was a problem I said earlier in the tournament, maybe a little bit late on these TPs, but they back them into a choke point where their AoE can be effective, and then that's when the TP comes in. H2K really over pursuing that one, and now Bang is even more of a problem than he was before. He's up 32 CS, 4-0 with double buffs.
Well, you did mention Bang having more successful games when Faker is out of the lineup and more team focus going towards that bottom lane. And I do actually have to say that the bottom lane gank there by SKT was not very clean. I kind of disagree with the Karthus roaming down so early because the Twisted Fate is naturally going to match that. You can use your Requiem from lane and then punish once the teleport comes in from the Twisted Fate. Even then, H2K does come in with Ottawamne. Darius was biding his time because SKT probably didn't think they needed him. And at the end of the day, it was a one-for-one trade. It's just the leads SKT had beforehand were huge.
Well, chilling smart on Odoame there. Bengi has to flash away as Ryu comes in, gets knocked up. The disengage just for SKT. Luleks pulled into turret range.
No.
Wolf is going to push Luleks farther into turret range. 4 damage onto him. Will he survive? Wolf just needs one more hit, basically. MaRin flashes in, missed the Q, but got the auto, and there's going to be a pause. Another kill for SKT.
Yeah, I wonder if people are pausing for the Darius interaction there. It is possible to channel your Q. It's a 0.75 second cast time and then flash and have the damage execute. Yeah. I've seen a lot of players missing that play. I wonder if this is a pause just as a suspected bug to check that out. But
you know, to me,
either way,
it looked like you got a little bit too close. Like you had him on the inside range of the Q, maybe?
It looked to me like it didn't do any damage, so...
Yeah, well, the inside ring of the Q...
doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enemies hit by the handle do take 50% damage and do not get a bleed stack. But I've seen that a couple times looking like it doesn't do any damage as well.
Well, we'll see what happens here.
We'll hear what the pause was actually for. I'm purely speculating here.
I mean, in the end, they got the kill. 6-2 right now for SK Telecom, so things still going fairly as well as you can see from the scoreboard down at the bottom.
Yeah, I just received word that it has nothing to do with the Darius. It's actually Ottawamne pausing because he thinks he encountered a bug. He says he stunned Evelyn, but it didn't apply, so they're checking to see if that's the case.
Okay.
It's totally valid for a player to pause whenever they suspect a bug.
Yeah, absolutely, and they should as well, too. I mean, if you have a bug and you don't pause and you get punished for it, kind of ends up being on you in the end, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You see, we're back to the wave. The pause wave here in Paris.
The French crowd loves the wave.
Yeah, this could go on for a while. They did this for 5 minutes in the middle of a game.
I've said this before, and it's still true in week 2. The enthusiasm of this French crowd is like some of the biggest I think I've ever seen in LoL.
Yeah, a lot of it is obviously the crowd and the culture, but the casters that are able to encourage us, the team that Chips and Wah have put together here for casting, really adds so much energy to this entire venue as well as their own broadcast.
I got to hang out with those guys a little bit last week, and they have a great studio here in Paris and a pretty big following, and for a good reason too. Fantastic casters.
Has the wave stopped already?
No, there it goes. Okay, well.
Please, Jad. They're not going to stop.
Come on, is the moon gone? As long as the moon is around, there will be waves, right? That's science.
It's coming back. Anytime you want to join in? It's coming our way.
That's on the other side, though. Oh, all right.
Yeah, that was.
There we go.
That was weak.
You'll just have to take our word for it.
We did it very enthusiastically.
We're North Americans, so we can't be expected to be quite as enthusiastic.
And I'm from a German community in Wisconsin, so the enthusiasm.
You're stoic.
Man, that's right. Yeah, you know me. Stoic Noah. That's what they call me.
We'll change your name to Stoa next season.
Stoa. Stoic?
This game in particular, it's especially with this gank going pear-shaped in the top lane for H2K, is getting a little bit worse.
Yeah. I never got that. Going pear-shaped. Why are pears are good? They're healthy for you. They taste.
It's not.
decently?
It's usually not considered an attractive look on a woman, though.
Oh, I see.
Maybe I'm using that analogy all wrong. Like sometimes I use analogies and then I realize long after using them.
I don't know.
Like
maybe you were using.
We're in France, for instance.
Okay.
I did take French in high school, but when I was a child, between the ages of like 5 and 12, when people would say "c'est la vie," I would be like, I guess la vie is just what you say when things aren't going their way. Like, la vie. And then I realized it was actually a proper French phrase.
Spilled my Mountain Dew. Oh, la vie. Oh.
Yeah, la vie.
La vie. Oh, well. Yeah. I don't know.
It's important to research the sayings.
I think so, too.
I might remove pear-shaped from my casting.
Maybe. Unleash the SJWs. I can't read that. You know, usually I can't read the signs because they're Korean. This is like a whole other level.
Hey, somebody's excited about being Canadian. Are you excited about being Canadian?
I'm always excited about being Canadian. I was born in the USA, but I have dual citizenship. And I'm very happy to have both.
Have you been to a hockey game?
Yeah.
Me too.
I used to film WHL hockey games in my hometown.
Really?
And then I also went to an Oilers game when I went to school in Edmonton. So.
I used to be involved in the broadcast for the NCAA hockey in my city, too. Awesome. What do you know? We're hockey broadcasting buddies.
We're bonding for this pause time.
We are. You're getting to hear us bond in real time. That's amazing. Well, the pause is still ongoing. They're saying Hoon right now. For Hoon! The Hoon. I don't know what's going on. Well,
we're in a pause, and the French casters are being very entertaining.
Yep.
Gotta step up our game. Talking about hockey.
So. We're not going out to the audience, so this is a nice, chill.
See, this is strange.
Conversation.
Well, see, this is what it's like for Monty and I most of the time, Jad, is that the audience that we're speaking to isn't in the same studio as us usually. So we don't really get any feedback.
I think it's a much more relaxing tone because you don't really need to worry that there's all these people just sitting in the audience waiting to react to what you're doing, just kind of bored. But people just get to listen in. They still get to see the venue being excited.
You just pretend that the crowd is laughing at all your jokes instead. Makes it a lot easier.
Look at how excited they got over that last thing you said, Monty.
They're like, you're right. We love your jokes, Monte Cristo. They're the best.
No, they're not. Even I can admit that.
You're right. Well, guys, while we look into the issue on stage, we're going to send it right over to the analyst desk for their take on this game so far.
We do have some time while they deliberate. Based on the information that they have, our QC is going to be looking at the logs, figuring out what needs to be done in reference to the proposed stun or the supposed stun that did not happen. With this time, though, that we have, I think we should talk about the game as it is currently playing out. SKT with a pretty significant advantage, most of that advantage resting on Bang so far in the game.
For sure. Like the double kill in the bottom, the mistake from Yarnan was massive, not flashing, not healing. It was rough, that double kill.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it shows like there's a kind of disparity, and we've seen it in the past, but it's not until you're against a great bottom lane. The difference between Hyunin and Kasing. Kasing is so much of a presence in that lane, and when you focus him, he gets a lot of outplays, but they went on Hyunin then, and he backed away very early, mistimed the flash, mistimed the heal, and Kasing still nearly outplayed it by himself, but just wasn't able to get it done.
You're a veteran of the bottom lane, Tabe. In those scenarios, you know, I think typically people, you know, say that the support dictates the lane. Your opinion of Kasing and the way that he's played so far this tournament?
I think, how do I pronounce his AD?
Hyunin?
I think Hyunin has a huge mistake of not using double summoners when they're engaging with their enemies. But I think even they use the summoners, they still, they can't beat Kalista because Jinx and Kalista is always lose. Jinx is only good at late game, and Kalista is super good at early stage. But I think why SKT is leading so much now is because of the huge play of Wolf. He has multi-target pulverize, and he saves the team.
Wolf's been coming up big. There's no doubt about that.
The other thing we're talking about is why do you blind pick Thresh? Like, Kasing is a great Thresh, but Wolf's Alistar, man, is like second to none. He showed it at MSI. He's showing it again this game. He is just able to set up so much, and his knowledge of how much damage he can take with and without ultimate just creates all of these baits. You saw it in the big turret dive down bottom lane. He had his flash still, like just absolutely no hesitation on baiting the whole team into that brush.
It's like what I want to see is more Janna. I want to see Janna blind picks because it's so good against this Braum that everyone's picking, good against the Alistar as well. And if people start picking Janna, we might see a Soraka, we might see a Nami, and that's interesting to me. New supports coming in.
I would love to see the kind of the rock, paper, scissors of support and the bot lane come into play. Something else I want to look at is that top lane, though, because the last time we saw the Darius and Renekton matchup, MaRin was on the other side of it, and he was absolutely throwing the hammer down as Renekton. We switched it up this time. He's playing Darius. He's going even in CS, no problem.
Yeah, and this is something that I like to hit on top laners is he changed the tempo of top lane by investing in a second Doran's Blade. And what that does is it actually slows down the Renekton because he can't get the auto attack reset out of that Tiamat, and he can't really do it. He can still win trades, Renekton, but not to the same extent. And Darius gets that little bit tankier, which means he can live through the lane, he can lifesteal up, and I guess at least trade relatively effectively. And I think that's really smart from MaRin, showing that he knows exactly how to use items to his advantage as well as a way of manipulation.
But I have something to say because we know that Renekton is really counterpicking Darius. But on the other side, we can see that they have SKT picking Karthus and picking Eve. Eve is really effective for early threats, even though maybe he's just ganking mid, but before Eve is appearing on the map, maybe Renekton is really have a hard time because he didn't know where is Eve. And when Karthus is level 6, he can't have a match too.
Yeah, can't ever push up the lane because of that inherent pressure that Eve does provide.
Right. Lots of early game and global pressure supplied by the Evelynn and the Karthus. Let's move on to that Karthus pick. Right? Karthus in the mid lane. SKT's been pulling out a lot of unique picks that no other team has played yet. And we had the Ryze, as Jat mentioned in the pregame, as well as the Karthus now. Olaf from the mid lane. You know, this is a team that clearly has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. And the question is, how many more do they have?
I think it's funny that Easyhoon comes back with the card. It's as if they kind of froze him down and then like crack the ice and then he's back. Comes back with the card as the Azerbaijan came in, which he's known for, I guess. But I think the card was interesting just because of the point that Tabe highlighted. But it's also important that it was something that I want to touch on, like with the matchup Renekton-Darius. I haven't seen a lot of it since the changes, but I think our opinion of it might be a bit skewed because in this particular game, EDG versus SKT, we need to keep in mind that Amazing J got really screwed over by the lane swap. He got into a lane that was pushing out and he lost a lot of CS because of that.
That is a very good point. I just want to quickly remind the viewers at home, the reason we are at the analyst desk right now is because there's a pause on stage due to a supposed bug. Odoamne claiming that he was supposed to have stunned Bangi in that engagement. It didn't go off. So again, they're looking into the logs, trying to figure out whether or not any of that actually went through. And if it did not happen, deliberating as to whether or not a remake should be offered. As that happens, we have some time to continue to talk about the game. On the side of H2K, given the way that the game has played out so far, right, they're about 3K, 3.5K down. Pretty significant number at this stage in the game. What is going to be their ticket back into this game, if anything?
I think that's really hard to dictate just because of how far ahead the Kalista is. I would have said that the late game scaling of Jinx once she gets 3 items should be a recipe to be able to do that, and they should be able to funnel the TF into that lane to really help lock that down. The problem is that he's got like Berserker Greaves pickaxe versus a completed Blade of the Ruined King, which just means that trading becomes nearly impossible in that lane. So if they are going to get back into the game, it would be through the late gaming, I guess, team fight that Jinx can bring with all those AoE rockets, but against a Fed Bang, like that is very difficult.
Tall task, to say the least, especially when you have something like a Renekton where you're looking to put the pressure on early, not necessarily to rest on your laurels into the late game. You know, moving away from this game, though, since we have the time, looking at these two teams in the tournament, currently, H2K, there's not a ton of pressure on this game because, as Jat also mentioned, victory here doesn't secure them moving on. The more important game is looking ahead to EDG. So I actually want to take a moment and talk about this team and the preparation that they need to be doing for a matchup against Edward Gaming.
I feel like if we take the game they're currently in, it kind of shows that H2K has a very smart draft. I think the TF blind pick into the Evelyn was smart, and it shows that they can adapt. EDG have not shown any kind of signs of adaptation in a pick and ban. They kind of just don't look at the other side of the pick and ban at all and just pick their champions. And I think that is H2K's like kind of key to kind of open up the lock to EDG.
I have to mention that because we have put so much emphasis on the top laner, Amazing J, today, and after the game when BKT and H2K, when H2K wins, I hear that from the interview from Shox that Optawamne said that AJ has a lot of mistakes and it is his job to explode him. That means I think it is really important to when someone says he is very confident in winning the lane. So I think what do you guys think about the matchup against Amazing J and Optawamne?
Yeah, I actually think that is the case, that Optawamne is going to look to do that. And I think that, once again, SKT have given them some tools. Clearlove is a very good Evelyn player. If that is what is keeping this lane matchup down right now, and they can use that to capitalize and maybe overcommit on Amazing J, there is potential there. But right now, H2K, the strength in the top lane and the disparity in the bottom lane is actually the way that EDG likes to play because of how strong Mako and Deft is. So they need to be very aware of where they are focusing resources because, once again, you can't let AD carries like Deft, like Bang, get these huge leads.
My curiosity would be whether or not H2K adopts a similar style to Bangkok Titans, which is put something hyper-aggressive, put Lulex on Lee Sin, right? We know him as a Lee Sin player. Put him on something aggressive in the early game, as well as laners that have extraordinary gank assistance. Secure yourself a couple early kills in the first 10 minutes of the game so that you can take over fights when it comes to the Dragon, which is where EDG does fall into large engagements, and they follow through on them entirely, whether or not they're on the losing or winning end of them.
I've said this the whole time. Running gun style League of Legends against Chinese teams is very good because if the game is equal, regardless of team comps, the Chinese teams will fight you. They cannot give up objectives. It's like against their DNA or something. So exactly what we saw in that SKT game where they just went hard commit. They will continue to do that if you pick early game against them.
And also it's kind of perfect because Kassing is also known as the trash player, and I think he's the kind of guy that can impact the map the same way Moss did in that game. And like speaking of Optawamne, coming into the tournament, I saw him as a weakness. I saw Lulex as a weakness, but I think Optawamne has played in this tournament better than he has all split long. So that is very important to highlight.
Upside for them there, especially considering the meta as of right now.
But other than Amazing J that I mentioned a lot today, I think EDG spot lane is far better than H2K spot lane. We can see that just now the bad execution of the ADC Jinx. I think there will be a really hard time for Hyeonan? For Hyeonan to against Deft.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, especially if Deft wants to continue to play these aggressive picks like the Kalista, like Lucian. He has shown that he will play a bully in the bottom lane and not let the other AD carry scale. And it's bit him a couple of times because they have fallen a little bit behind. But if that goes right for you, you just means that you explode through the mid-game team fight much earlier.
Now, let's return to this game for a brief moment. Going back through the picks and bans, we see, again, a very interesting combination of well, if Kalista is the one that's getting out of control, is there not a way for H2K to deal with that, given the TF and the Renekton being able to get in, stun up on Kalista and keep her in place, deal enough damage to get her?
I feel like, personally, the matchup, like Jinx, Thresh into the Kalista Alistar is just such a polarized matchup that you can't really judge, like, based off of play. While we know Yarnan misplayed in that particular engagement, there was just no way for them to win that fight. I feel like the Jinx was kind of way too confident to pick. Like, you have to keep in mind consistency. Maybe they wanted the lane swap, maybe they had some other idea in mind, but that is like a gamble. And I feel like they should have just went for a safer pick because the Kalista came in early from SKT, and maybe they should have went for the Corki, first Corki of the tournament.
And the other thing you have to remember against Kalista is she has one of the easiest itemizations into third item QSS out of all AD carries because of the double attack speed and lifesteal without having to go into it. And because of the delayed item purchases of the Renekton, he had to go a second Duran's Blade. He's not going to get armor for an extended period of time. So there is a potential for Kalista to itemize much easier towards a QSS before she picks up that last Whisper, and it can set up the team fight in their favor.
Afforded a lot of leniency there. Also, too, if we look at picks and bans, Jat mentioned this as well, or perhaps Monty. They mentioned the fact that SKT has been banning essentially the same 3 champions every single game when they're on red side, which is indicative of the fact that they know that they can outplay a team as long as they remove the power picks from the table. So again, they're not having to show too much. They're not being forced to show too much in that regard, yet they're coming out with these unique champion picks and saying, we've got everything covered. There's, they're looking more and more like a heavy favorite, even though they are not necessarily in the strongest group in terms of depth.
Yeah, my opinion is that SAT have shown one thing in this group stage, and it's that they are currently the best team in the world. Like, it is up to other people to beat SKT. They have given absolutely nothing away at this point.
It's like what I feel if I take a look at SKT, the information they've given us just makes it harder to prepare. It's like, what are you going to do about the Renekton Darius? Like, we've seen teams, they just hesitate to pick Darius against SKT. That is just a massive advantage.
He plays Malphite. You can't pick Fiora. There are so many things right now that SKT have just said, we don't care about the meta. We will beat you.
Now, Tabe, when you look at a team like this, we're looking at SKT in their current form, and you as a team are going to have to go up against them in a best-of-5 group stage or bracket stage following this. What would be your approach to a team like this that seems to have so many different formulas for success?
Because just like Yamato just said, it is very hard for us to prepare to against a team with so deep in the champion pool. So I think what we have to do is we have to bring something that we are very good at. For example, just like you said, they are mispicking Jinx just now, right? But I certainly think of that. Why they're picking? Because they are learning from Flash Wolves. You remember yesterday's game? Flash Wolves have 3 games with Jinx, and they have Thresh too, and Morgana. I think simply it is because HTK is learning from different opponents. So I think the team that maybe can win SKT, maybe I will give a vote for Flash Wolves, because if they are too confident from SKT of not banning out their Lulu, LeBlanc, and their Jinx, maybe they will suffer a lot.
All right, well, there we go. We're throwing it back to the game right now as we're into it. Take it over, guys.
Thanks, and I just want to clear this up real quick because I've been talking to production during this whole pause, and the way the ruling happened, we are continuing to play the game. What happened was Ottawamne went to stun Bengi's Evelynn as Bengi was flashing away. The reason it paused is because it did not stun him after the flash. That is a bug and was confirmed as a bug. However, after the flash, no H2K players were in range to reach Bengi, so the referees are not allowing a remake or not offering a remake for that stun because they do not think it had a meaningful impact on the game.
Yeah, Lulex was close, but all his abilities were on cooldown and his flash had already been used.
Yeah, we also watched the clip many, many times to try and come to our own conclusions, and it didn't seem like Bengi was going to die or even take damage if the stun had landed.
Well, yeah, the only other person nearby you could say was Ryu. He was knocked up and still out of range of clicking for that gold card anyway, so no chance there as well. Meanwhile, Bang will take the first dragon of the game for SK Telecom as we get back into the action between H2K and SKT. Here in our 4th game of the day.
And there we go.
There we go.
There we go. Bengi
back in the game.
Coming out on the side.
And Ryu slowed down. He's taking a lot of damage here. Could be in trouble. No flash for him. Gets very low. Red card thrown out, but Wolf comes in for a bit of bloodthirsty support kill stealing. That's how I like to come back from a pause.
Full combo, killing with the Alistair. This is looking like SKT 4,000 gold up. We also had a brief discussion during the pause about whether or not H2K would even want this remake because it's so hard for them to beat SKT, and they need to be able to keep their morale high for the next game against EDG. It's going to be an unfortunate thing for them that they have to come back from potentially getting beaten down pretty hard from SKT here and have the group-defining game against EDG.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Bengi and Wolf able to get into the enemy jungle now, take care of some wards, throw down some of their own. Don't find that one. Nope, now they do. And this is kind of what I thought we'd see a little bit more of with EasyHoon in now. We're going to see maybe a little bit more room for Wolf and Bengi to play a little bit more like Score and Peekaboo. Get into the enemy jungle, throw down a lot of wards, get more vision control than we maybe see SK Telecom prioritize in other games.
Yeah. The funny thing about that is EasyHoon is doing exceptionally well in lane.
Yeah.
So much of that is because Ryu burned both summoner spells at level 1, but it's not like EasyHoon is sitting back and being non-aggressive.
MaRin could be in trouble. Gold card lands, and I don't think there's any escape for him. Ryu with another kill. Meanwhile, some action down in the bot jungle. SKT steals the red.
And that's the gank that we were talking about to start off this game. That is such a great kill lane for H2K. Already has that Tiamat, a lot of damage coming out, and you can just chain stun into stun very easily. So MaRin, I think, playing a little bit disrespectfully right here. We'll see what SKT can get for it. They are going to potentially punish this movement, but they're not. Ryu's right back in the lane, gets that red card. Odo Omne is going to get some turret damage down as well.
Yeah, Odo Omne getting a lot of damage done on that tier 1 turret up in top lane, and he may actually be able to take that out. In fact, I think he will.
It's absolutely huge.
The more ganks like that Ryu can get, the better. This injection of gold is actually pretty good for H2K in the grand scheme of the game. Despite all the bad things that have happened for them, 3,000 gold at 14 minutes is not insurmountable by any means, especially if Twisted Fate can get off good ganks without being punished.
Well, Ryu's stayed relevant. I mean, yeah, he's died 3 times, but he's also gotten 3 kills. He's way down in farm in lane, but if he can start making more of these ganks, maybe they could turn it around. Still a tall order, but yeah, they're doing what they need to do at this point anyway.
Definitely bouncing back, and QSS second now for Bang.
Why not?
I mean, when you get this far ahead, that's a great question. Why not? Okay, well, you can QSS Hook, you can QSS the Renekton stun, you can QSS Gold Card.
There's a lot of CC to worry about.
And because he has so much more money, it basically doesn't matter. I mean, he's up against a Jinx with a pickaxe and Berserker Greaves.
Yeah, the reason you wouldn't want to go QSS second item under normal circumstances is it puts you so behind the damage curve of the opponent AD carry. Hjarnan is sitting on enough gold to get a BF sword right now, but not even finish his Infinity Edge. Bang will maintain his lead. He has more than a QSS worth of gold ahead of him, so he still has better offensive capabilities as well as not being able to get stunned for duration by TF now.
Yeah, to put that in perspective, right now, Bang is about 2,000 gold up on Hjarnan, so that's what's making it work.
Well, when you get first blood, 3 more kills after that, it helps quite a bit. Meanwhile, smack shot to EasyHoon in the mid lane, gets flayed in. Nice explosive cast. EasyHoon in a lot of trouble. He's going to get taken out easily, and that is yet another kill for Ryu. The ganks are starting to happen for H2K.
Well, that's what this composition does. They are very good at making picks with this composition. See MaRin missing that apprehend, but they do take down that tower in the top lane in response. You have to be very careful, and they
Here's the dive.
Good pressure by H2K. They're trying to fight back MaRin. 1v4 under the turret.
Yeah, gold card's going to lock him up, and that's all H2K needs for an easy kill. Hjarnan getting that one. A little bit of damage on the turret besides.
2 plays in a row, extremely crisply executed. If they can continue this rotation, it will be extremely impressive. Kill in mid, kill in bottom lane. Ryu used his teleport because he wants to save the mid lane turret, and he actually does. H2K is just destroying these last few minutes of the game.
Now they're going to get another turret here too. Hjarnan in this minigun form, and the play on the map has been pretty darn good for H2K. Playing this composition out beautifully, and this is a tough road to hoe for SKT because they don't really have a lot of siege here. They have a Callista and a melee Darius and a relatively short-range Karthus to try and punish this mid-lane turret. The wave clear's there for H2K.
It's extremely hard to push against a Twisted Fate, especially one that has cooldown boots with home guard. Even if he needs to go back, he can get back to the lane as quickly as possible. And if it wasn't for H2K having all those pretty big missteps early in the game, their execution in the last 3 minutes
would have been enough to actually pull them ahead of SKT. This is very promising for H2K as they look forward in this group, even if they don't win this game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the pause seems to help them get their heads on a little bit straighter here. The cohesion looks much better since the pause has ended. Wolf tries to make a play there on Lulix, doesn't quite connect. That turret's starting to take a little bit of damage now. Dragon up in 20 seconds, too.
Ryu actually getting the Lich Bane first here, so prioritizing some burst in the ganks as well as an opportunity to split push, because it's going to be difficult, especially with that teleport on Easy Hoon, to follow him up. So maybe looking for some more tower pressure here. And when you're behind, you need to just make those man-up plays. Go somewhere else, try and beat them 3v2, 2v1, something like that with a bit of burst from the Lich Bane, or just split push and don't fight them until you get back into the gold game.
Yeah, SKT gets an unopposed second dragon, and if they can keep this up, that's going to be cause for concern for H2K a little bit later. And I mean, how many times have we seen this in Korea? Giving up a turret here and there, focusing on those dragons, and coming out with that big advantage in the mid-late game. Oh, Bang loads up. Wolf goes in, there's a knock up on Yarnin, pushes him back, out from under turret, looks like a solid gank for SKT as Bang grabs another one. Meanwhile, Ryu with the 1v1 on Easy Hoon, 1 for 1 on each side.
2 plays were happening at the same time right there. They traded flashes in the mid lane to get that kill. Bottom lane, they kind of traded flashes as well. Now it's all about the turret push. Trading an inner turret for an outer turret, though, is always an advantageous move.
Yeah, we'll see how far they want to push it, though. Looks like they may be collapsing up through the mid side, just pulling back, not going for an inhibitor turret quite yet.
Now they could take the red buff here on their way out, so it's jungle control if nothing else.
That was a great call from SKT too, because they saw the Destiny go up, and then they immediately knew that the TF wasn't going to the bottom side, and they could go ahead and make that play.
Yeah, let's check this one out again. Pretty easy gank onto Easy, and looks like Odo Omne helping out a little bit there as well. And Ryu with the flash gold card. And a little bit of revenge.
So they ended up burning more on that gank than SKT burned on the gank in the bottom side, but they still did convert another kill onto Easy Hoon.
And not only that, but the effect is too, as soon as H2K backs, SKT walks up into the mid side, gets another turret, but still, you know, trading blow for blow a little bit, but SKT taking now incremental advantages after falling a little bit behind in the pressure game.
I feel like this is a little bit of what we saw in the first meeting between H2K and SK Telecom, where they managed to keep it fairly close in the early game, and although we had some weird stuff happen in this game, they made up for it. They made it close enough, but now, just like in game 1 between these two teams, SK Telecom starting to jump ahead a little bit every few minutes.
Question now becomes, how is H2K going to defend against SK Telecom's Dragon pressure? They have a very fed Kalista here.
Yeah.
SKT is going to look to close this game by repeatedly fighting around the Dragon and trying to secure it. So that means H2K, they need Dragon Vision because their pick comp has to intercept SK Telecom on the way to that objective.
Yeah, to me, H2K would want to wait as long as possible on that and only contest the 5th Dragon. Unless they can get... Honestly, that is the way European teams or North American teams have generally dealt with the Dragon Snowball. They wait until the last minute, hope to turn the game around before that point, and if they can't, then they fight exactly on the 5th Dragon, and it works much better than in other regions. So, for instance, in the LCK or the LMS, oh, there might be a fight coming into the mid lane. I'll get to it.
Could be, yep. Garnet slowed down a little bit. Teleport's coming in for SK Telecom. MaRin gets there with a big apprehend. They're going to get flayed as they try to chase down Kasing and Lulax. Ryu on the run already, going to turn around for a little bit of damage. Kasing goes down. There's another kill for MaRin. The second of the game, and a good fight for SK Telecom taking out that bot lane.
MaRin instantly flash apprehended after TPing in right there because he knew he was going to have to deal with the slow coming in from the box. So really setting up that play well, getting the deep ward in so they had a teleport target.
Yeah, SKT might actually be at the point where they can apply Baron pressure on top of the Dragon Snowball because they're now at a 5,000 gold lead. But while it may not be super relevant to this game, basically, LCK teams, when they're up 4-0, and LMS teams in Dragons are like a 95% win rate. But North American and EU teams, when they're up 4 Dragons to 0, is more around a 70% win rate, only because the LCK and LMS teams don't let it get to that point at 4-0. So if they're going to lose, they usually lose contesting the 3rd or the 4th Dragon rather than the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, once you're on that 4 Dragon pressure, you basically need to win the team fight or you're done, right? It's a very risky situation to be in. H2K, though, losing a lot more than that Dragon game so far. Down 5 turrets to 3, and it is a 6,000 gold lead in 22 minutes, too, which is Pretty substantial.
Looks like SKT maybe just be happy to play a little bit further back and wait this one out until the next Dragon fight, not really leaving themselves open to many kills. And now with the ward line, there aren't very many deep wards in for H2K, so they have the vision control. They're just staying on their half of the map and waiting for the drag.
It feels like H2K has recovered from the flurry of action that H2K unleashed right after the pause. Before SKT actually made those nice plays in the mid lane, H2K did have deep ward lines into the red jungle as well, so that was a play they had set up, and essentially H2K's momentum has been broken.
Yeah.
They now need to have almost a lucky play in order to get back into this game, because they have to go into unvisioned territory against an Evelynn and Karthus, which is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, the setup already coming through from SK Telecom. You see backing getting 3 pink wards, waiting about a minute left before they push forward onto that objective. H2K with plenty of wards in the inventory too, though. The battle for vision will be incoming.
And the question is, I mean, with SK Telecom already having that vision advantage, will H2K even really be able to get in and contest too much?
Yeah, they're going to try and just make sure, cover their bases, not let the Baron go here either.
Yeah.
We get some vision around that. MaRin going back for one last recall.
H2K is playing off of their teleport advantage right now. They need to get Auto-Omni up a little bit more.
Oh, Bengi has a flash.
They're going to catch him.
Oh, he got gold carded. He got CC'd to death. And Kasing with the kill there. Meanwhile, more action as Auto-Omni tries to engage onto SK Telecom. Wolf pulled in with that Fate's Call, thrown back in again. But SKT with not a lot of follow-up. Wolf may not have wanted to go in there. There's a knock-up onto Auto-Omni. EasyHoon looking for some opportunities, putting down some Qs, and MaRin just can't get in there. He needs to run. Auto-Omni flashing, banging a little bit of trouble. There's more damage coming in from Ryu. Bang,
now they're inside Karthus.
Lulek's taking a lot of damage, and Karthus doing so much. Here comes a Requiem. Can he get any more? Gets one onto Kasing at the end of all of that. So it looks like it's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of SKT.
That's the second time this game that I think that H2K is really overextended for a play. The first one was responding to the tower dive on the bottom side. They had the advantage right there. They got the pick. Go ahead, stop the dragon snowball.
H2K has the right idea with so many of these plays. They had a teleport advantage, which meant they were kind of looking for a fight the instant that Darius showed on the other side of the map. But they got the Bengi pick essentially for free. They didn't need to then burn their teleport advantage and then force a slow fight up the mid lane, because if they just got the Bengi pick, they could have maintained their teleport advantage, kept split push pressure, and then actually forced a 4v3 with the threat of a 5v3. Instead, they just opted into a 5v4 after they got the initial pick.
Yeah, I mean, now it's starting to look like the desperation is setting in for H2K a little bit here as SK Telecom takes their 3rd dragon in a row, really monopolizing the objective this time. Monopolizing the vision, too.
It's also, don't run into a Karthus.
Under turret.
Under turret. Don't do that. It's one of those things now, we don't see very much Karthus played professionally these days, so sometimes you, as a team, have to readjust to how you play against a particular champion, but Karthus is getting scary now. His rod is maxed out in terms of stacks, has the Abyssal Scepter, and now he's starting to go into some more needlessly large rods. And he, of course, is going to be a monster in the late game if you give him that opportunity.
Uh-oh.
And the scary thing, too, is the scarier Karthus gets, if he hits one ult, MaRin can just pentakill them.
The scarier Darius gets as well.
Scariest. That's what you call him now. Maybe not right now, but soon. Maybe after he gets a few more kills.
Resetting champions are just tremendous with Karthus. Karthus has kind of fallen so far out of meta that you don't see it that often, but the synergy is absolutely massive. The amount of upfront damage he can do, even if he just flashes into a teamfight, dies, and ults, is almost enough to set up MaRin for just 1 Q ultimate and then start the reset chain.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got champions like Renekton, Gragas, Thresh all going in, you're going to be sitting right on top of that Karthus if the team groups up on him.
I think we have to ask, too, how much more Karthus are we going to see this tournament? In a meta where assassins are not very prevalent. And,
big ult on the H2K as they try to disengage. Nice, Wolf throws himself in there right under Ryu. Ryu in trouble, shut down for Karthus, and they're continuing to push ahead. MaRin comes in with a nice 2-man apprehend, a big Q onto Kasing and Yarnan in a lot of trouble after support goes down. SK Telecom tears apart H2K, and they're about to tear apart that Baron, too.
It's another time MaRin comes in with a really strong flash apprehend, and another play that is generated in the mid lane for SKT. H2K, all their plays have been about side lane control, but SKT is then attacking where H2K is weak. Ryu cannot teleport to stop a fight if he started on the fight, and now Lulex, he's trying to be a miracle maker, but there's no way.
Wants to be the hero, but it's not going to get close enough. As SKT takes a pretty easy Baron. Lulex on the run now. We'll see if he gets out. He might be able to get himself executed in time.
I think that's the hope of this
Oh,
thing.
nope.
Slowed him down.
Yeah, he slowed him a little bit.
But I think there's another friend coming.
Uh-oh, here comes MaRin. Pulls him in. And a little bit of flare before he goes down. That's something at least, right?
So my point about Karthus, low assassin meta, teleport's very common, and you can follow, quote-unquote, people's teleports with that ultimate, and we're going to take a look at this fight again.
Exactly. Ryu was up pretty far to try and keep the wave pushed, and it's also due to the lack of deep vision. H2K didn't have any idea there was the whole team running down the mid lane. They had no idea where anyone on SKT was, so really a positional error by Ryu there, and the rest is SKT just capitalizing and coming in with the big flank. No team at Worlds has been able to capitalize on opponent missteps as well as SKT.
And now they've got the Baron, so that solves some of their issues when it comes to setting up some of these sieges. So their composition is very well known for. Ryu there has to take the exit via the gate. A little bit worried after getting pushed out of the mid lane.
And he should be. Here comes MaRin, blocked off by those Flame Chompers. You know, he didn't even need to use his teleport to get that flank last fight, so he still has that available. It's pretty scary as SKT moves into the mid lane, trying to take out that inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Baron buff and an Alistar, so not only do they get a long time to take down the turrets, if they do want to dive, if they can get the aggro onto Alistar, the reduced damage will be able to reduce the turret damage, which normal tanks can't do since the turret has 85% armor penetration. Straight damage reduction can get around that.
Well, for now, SKT held off. The wave clear is pretty good for H2K. Ryu can handle a lot of that, even if it is Baron buff. But it seems like it's only a matter of time. And a minute 30 till Dragon comes back into. Oh, there's a Requiem. SK Telecom going in. They want the turret. They're going to burn the Karthus ult to get it. And they will get it. Wolf comes in, takes a lot of damage. He's going to pop his ult just in time as SK Telecom chasing down H2K.
Bang!
The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. I believe he may have. No, now Quadra yet. As Lulex and Odoramne still alive, but doesn't really matter. I think SKT is ready to end this one.
Beautifully executed play there, pushing them off the turret with Easyhoon, and then when H2K thought it was safe to come back in, that's when Wolf attacked.
That's right, and the attack is successful. The Nexus turrets go down. There goes the Nexus, and SK Telecom will close it out just shy of 30 minutes. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now.
Yeah, sets him up for a pretty solid first place performance in this group stage.
Yeah.
And now we have to turn and see H2K. You know, they fell behind early. They had that unfortunate death at level 1, which set Ryu really far behind. But honestly, credit to them. I think they actually played out that mid game quite well considering the deficit.
They really did.
SKT is on their way to a 6-0 group and has looked very dominant in this group. But for their games in particular, H2K has been much harder to beat than EDG was.
You know, honestly, I think H2K has the best games against their poor record in this tournament right now. They've been losing a lot, but their losses, they've still looked fairly good at certain points in them.
Yeah, H2K has had the right idea on a lot of plays. I do have to talk briefly on SKT here, though. They are on their way to a 6-0 group if they can defeat the Bangkok Titans at the very last game of the day.
Seems pretty likely.
And I wonder, last year there was so much talk about Samsung White and whether they could get the perfect run at Worlds. Well, currently, SKT, they might be going for that title as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to go for it as long as they can, I suppose. And with that win, too, I believe SKT does lock up first place in the group with a 5-0.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah. No one can do that.
Mathematically confirmed this time.
Mathematically confirmed. There we go. A little bit of math.
No one else can get to 5 wins.
That's right.
They have beaten everyone too many times for that.
And SKT, I mean, Easyhoon, it didn't seem like they really missed a beat, really, did they? I mean, the Karthus, such a different pick than we usually see from Baker, but they really were able to sort of integrate it into their team style very, very easily. Yeah. And that's what SK Telecom does. I mean, why not? So now we're going to send it over to the analyst desk for a little bit of a post-game recap.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, Very necessary win there for SKT in order to secure that first round, or rather first seed going into the bracket stages. But we're going to take this opportunity before we get into our next game to check in with the Twitter sphere, where you guys are sending in your questions for our resident Season 3 World Championship finalists with the hashtag AskTabe. Now we'll start with a tweet from @Bachiak or Bachiak, which says, "What do you do to prepare for a big match?" Well, Tabe, what is it?
Before we are going to face a huge enemy or opponents before a big match, obviously we will have a very in-depth conversation with our teammates. We will have a meeting about like 30 to 60 minutes about the band pick. We will stimulate the picks from our enemies. For example, if our enemies are SKT, we will think of them of what will Faker going to pick, what will MaRin was going to pick. And after that, we will think of the team morale. Are we very afraid of against them, and we will choose to have a big meal to relax ourselves.
Sounds good.
Gotta have that big meal, fill up
Lots
your
of food.
stomachs. Exactly, yeah. Get your minds off of the game itself. Next up, we have Loki259, who writes, "Which team has the best bot lane at Worlds currently?"
I think the first seed of China, LGD, has the best bot lane in the world. So, although they didn't perform very good in the Worlds, they lost 3 games already. But I think Imp and PYL are the best of the best.
And I want to ask you, because we hear a lot about PYL, but what makes PYL such a great support in your mind?
Because my play when I was a player too, I like aggressive play. And I think the best 2 supports in China is Miko and PYL. But I think PYL is playing much more aggressive than Miko. And comparing the 2 bot lanes, Deft plus Miko and Impact plus PYL, I think they are more convincing.
Yeah, I have to agree with LGD bot lane, because it's very hard to look beautiful when you're dancing in the mud.
And I want to add something about being aggressive in bot lane. If you play very aggressively in bot lane, your opponent will think, oh, because there's jungler behind you. It's just nonsense. There's no jungler behind you. It's just simply we are aggressive. It's very good play.
Imp and PYL have been shining lights for a team that is struggling quite seriously in this tournament so far. Next up, Aturgis wants to know, what is more important in advancing at Worlds, innovation or one solid strategy? What are your thoughts there?
I think of a long time to answer this question, because I think innovation is the most important thing. And the second thing is the understanding of your teammates. Why? Why I invented Ani support is because in our team, we have Uzi for huge damage output, and we have White as a very good AP in China. But we have a huge problem. Who is going to initiate? We have huge problems about initiation, and we have a meeting of a whole team, and we figure out that Sona and Fresh is the best initiators. But then I ask my questions. Let me list all about the champions who have stuns. We figure about Sion, we have Anivia, and I suddenly think, oh, what I'm doing? Annie has the best AoE stun in the world, because before the patches now, there are a lot of nerfs on Annie, you know?
Yep.
And that time, Annie have 1.75 seconds stun, even in level 1. And about this question, why innovation is important, I explained about thinking of what is the best hero during this patch. And the second thing is you have to understand your teammates. I know that Uzi always blame about no initiations. We always know that White or even Godlike can make good initiations. So you have to have good understanding of your team.
Can you go too far? Like PYL pick Brand, for example. Do you think that is an example of bad innovation in a meta where Brand didn't really do that good?
Because I have emphasized that Mordekaiser is very afraid of stun and silence, maybe I think he picks Brand is because of the synergy between Brand and Kalista. Kalista can ulti Brand into the face tanking Mordekaiser and EQ immediately. But it's after you're level 6. When you're level 6, Mordekaiser is already level 8.
Yeah.
I think it is not his problem of picking Brand, but it is the problem of the coach why you are having Mordekaiser in other people's team.
So innovation around a team based on the information you have about your teammates. Finally, from Reckoner Celeste, Tabe, who do you think is the top support champion right now at Worlds?
I think this question is the same as the first question. The first thing you have to know is you have to have a very good understanding of the current patch. And the second thing is you have to always be innovative. For example, we have seen Kench support used by Gorilla. He is just ulting and he eats, drinks, and he brought prey into 5 men. And he uses W to rescue your ADC. Why he uses this is because no one understands about Kench. No one has the same in-depth understanding of Gorilla's Kench. For my opinion, among the world's play, I think Morgana will be a very good pick because we can see by stats that Morgana has won all the games as a support, but there's only a single lose time when Morgana is used by Pobelter as a mid lane.
Something that I would like to add as well, simply because top lane and mid has been so important to last pick. That's why we have to see these blind pick supports all the time. Otherwise, we would see these counter picks. That's why we don't see Janna. That's why we don't see any Soraka or any kind of innovative picks. That's why we get to see these boring, like, blind picks like Alistar and Braum.
Well, Tom Kench is not boring.
Yeah, Tom Kench is... Well,
I'm hoping to see more Tom Kench. I want Tom Kench to become meta in this tournament. Well, Tabe, thank you very much for providing us with some of that insight there. We'll see if H2K can shake off that loss as they get back on stage for our next match, where they'll face the LPL's Edward Gaming. Keep it tuned right here. We'll be back after this.
Here comes MaRin as well. Flash from Bengi. I don't think that's going to be enough damage. Oh, and Bengi taken out by Ryu. Requiem coming in. Teleport coming into that turret. The bot lane as well, too. Wolf gets stopped up for a second. Darden stays alive for the moment. Had to use not the summon hero quite yet. Bang.
Oh, now they're inside Karthus.
Lulex taking a lot of damage, and Karthus doing so much. Here comes a Requiem. Can he get any more? As SK Telecom chasing down H2K.
Bang.
The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now.
Welcome back. Up next in today's fight for positioning in Group C is another David and Goliath clash between China's Edward Gaming and Europe's H2K. Although it might not be so David and Goliath after the performances that EDG has been putting up today. Now let's remember that this is a necessary game for H2K to win if they want to force a tiebreaker in order to go for that second seed out of groups. All this being said, how do they do it? Yamato, I want to start with you.
It's like H2K have shown that they have a very intelligent draft. I think Ryu has played wonderfully this tournament, especially against SKT, put a lot of pressure on them. And also, like, Odoamne has stepped up big time. And thinking of the other side, EDG have shown a lot of weakness. And I'm going to let you, as the LPL expert, just jump in on that.
Yeah, so I want to jump in on H2K quickly first because of the way they lost last game versus how EDG's been losing. H2K gave up first blood. They had to burn teleport, then it snowballed into the bottom lane. That is much easier to put out of your mind, like it's a freak level 1, it's not going to happen again, as opposed to losing early game versus Bangkok Titans. Like, that is something that will stick with you through a couple of games, and EDG now have a lot of pressure on them to get their pick ban right, which they haven't been able to do, and to shore up their early game, because that's looked disastrous so far.
Yeah, Tabe, talk to me about the mentality of a team and a player coming off of a loss, such as H2K did, versus, EDG, although they did beat Bangkok Titans, it was not an easy win and they expected to. How do you as a player get into the right mindset in order to come into a brand new game with the mentality of winning?
I think the mentality of EDG's player is pretty good already because they have seen H2K's play just now and they have won against Bangkok Titans. Although it is they should be winning, but the thing is they are turning it back because they have their opponents with 6K economic lead. The thing I want to say is EDG's top lane AJ is doing good using Echo against Darius. So I think if this game, because we can see that EDG's BP, they are always like to have Darius on their opponent's team. Yeah. I think it would be a pretty good point for EDG for using Echo as a top laner against Darius. But for more information, I don't think it is a counter pick. But I think Echo, it is like something like macro play. What do you mean macro play? I don't kill you on lane, but I do better in team fights.
Yeah, basically scale into the game. Like I want to also touch on the H2K, what I want them to do coming into this game. I want them to put Yarnan on an AD carry that complements Rio and Odoamne in the shape of Sivir, and I think they will increase their odds because Yarnan has not have like proper performances in this tournament.
All right, real quickly before we get in the game, I want to go down the line, get your predictions, Tabe. I'm going to start with you.
I would say EDG. Why? Because at first, just now I tell all of you that I think EDG's bot lane will simply crush their bot lane.
Simple enough. Spawn.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I think EDG this time will be able to pull it through. I think especially that bottom lane matchup. I think that Deft is just class when it comes to team fighting.
I feel the same. EDG, they have just better individual players. I feel like they're lacking in the pick and ban, lacking in the macro play, but I don't think it will matter in this matchup.
All right, well, the odds are stacked against H2K, at least on the analyst desk. We'll see what they can do to prove us all wrong. There's only one way to know for sure, though, how this will end up. So let's head inside Ladakh Pullman for picks and bans.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thanks to the guys at the desk, and we are about to get started with EDG versus H2K, and this game has a lot of meaning, obviously, with H2K. If they can beat EDG, they'll tie them up. They'll be 3-3 each in the group, and we'll have a tiebreaker. EDG have looked very shaky in their first 2 games. They're 1-1 overall. They need to win this one if they want to save that second place spot.
They do get a bit of a do-over, though, in that, so they're not quite as on the ropes as H2K is.
Even if H2K wins, they get to play EDG again in a tiebreaker. And it's been a bit of a strange day because if we think about the pedigree of these teams coming into Worlds, EDG would be an overwhelming favorite. But if you removed all of that and just looked at today's games, you'd think H2K would actually be a pretty big favorite in this match.
It's so true, and as we go into picks and bans between EDG and H2K, you really do have to wonder who's going to come out on top. It's much, much closer now than we thought it would be, even at the start of the day today. Thresh and Gangplank, the first 2 bans. There's a Darius ban. Interesting.
Not willing to first pick at this time for Amazing J, something they had done frequently so far in groups.
Yeah, the first 3 games EDG played last week, they decided to take that Darius, and I think the TF ban is super smart after that last game. Ryu played it extremely well. You don't want him getting it as a last pick on the red side. Certainly H2K, maybe they have a plan here. Maybe they wanted to bait out that ban.
I know, it's interesting because Ryu looked so strong on the Twisted Fate, and we were wondering whether or not H2K would hide a lot of things against SKT, just kind of use it as a throwaway game, because they know that no matter what, they'll still have to beat EDG to make it out of group. But the Twisted Fate gets banned. We'll see what H2K ends up getting because that's opened up a ban slot.
Well, a Thresh ban against Kasing as well, too. I mean, EDG got a lot of scouting information. There's a Rek'Sai ban in the end.
Lulu is open.
It is indeed. With Darius out of the way, though, it's not like H2K would pick up. I think EDG would be pretty smart to grab that Lulu.
I think so, too. Pawn has had some really strong performances on Lulu. And it also can help to snowball what EDG's strength looks to be heading into this game, which would be the bottom lane of Deft and Mako.
Pretty strong duo for H2K if they lock it in.
But
Elise.
They give away the Lulu, but then you get a little bit of a bully lane here for H2K to kind of balance out perhaps the individual strength of EDG's bottom lane, just going ahead and taking that Kalista right away. And Rhea must have something in store for this Lulu in the mid lane.
I think so. We'll see where it ends up going. Gragas, a pretty possible pick, I would say, for EDG. But who else will they take on this rotation? Do you just go ahead and grab your AD carry?
I think the Jinx is coming. I think the Jinx is coming in this game, just because you have the Lulu. Deft is an extraordinary Jinx player. If you take the Gragas, you're already saying we've got so much disengage, and you could definitely build a composition around that here.
And EDG also wants to have some late game insurance here against H2K because they already have fallen behind with some pretty suspect early games. So I'd expect EDG to take a pretty late scaling composition as well.
There it is.
Jinx and Gragas disengage and carry.
Yep, makes sense. So 2 more picks over to H2K. And will we see just a lot of hard engage come in? The Annie would certainly fit the bill there. But what else can they bring?
I think you definitely take the Annie here against the Jinx. It'll help you get that instant stun and lock down the Jinx in some of these team fights. Also just a huge kill threat in the lane, one of the most dangerous duo lanes in League of Legends.
Well, we were wondering, too, the first time we saw this Annie Kalista pick, would they actually just throw Annie in, or would they let her flash Timbers and pull her out so maybe she could get another spell rotation? But no, they just chucked the Annie right in there.
Yeah, it's also nice if the Annie lands, she gets knocked back to her max attack range, so it's still a little bit of safety, and then can stun after and just kind of walk away.
True.
H2K, I think they're going to be waiting for their last pick to pick the mid laner, even though it's so hard to find a counter pick against what is most likely a mid lane Lulu. The thing is, right now, the Lulu could still possibly flex top lane, which, even though it's not really an amazing day champion, and again, they go for the Fiora. This is what they did last time against EDG.
Yeah, Odoamne going to be having that Fiora up in the top lane. Yanni locked in as well, too, and 2 more picks, 2 final picks over to EDG.
And I really liked the Fiora in the last draft. I really liked H2K's draft against what EGG had. Now, they tried to play...
Oh, boy.
Could be the Tom Kench definitely coming in here, but EDG tried to play with a very low wave clear composition. Callista, Darius, Kassadin, and I thought H2K had a good draft to punish it. One of the big problems was, honestly, Lulex dying 8 times in the game. I think the draft, on paper, I liked H2K's draft better. It included the Fiora. Go ahead and get that split push. If you want to take down Amazing J, who's been the weak link of EDG, just punish him and then split push your way out of that situation in the late game. And Odoamne, I thought, has had some pretty decent Fiora performances.
He has. He's had some pretty decent performances in total, even against MaRin, who's been dominating pretty much everyone. Odoamne's been sticking close with him throughout.
Oh, is it time?
This is such a Jinx team composition right now. The Tom Kench, in case he gets focused, and a Lulu. If the Tom Kench spits him out and there's still danger to come upon them, it means EDG's comp is actually fairly low damage outside of the Jinx, however, which makes the cohesion a pretty strong factor here.
All right, they really have to be careful because while it is easy to keep the Jinx alive, if the Jinx dies, it just all comes apart for EDG.
You have basically no damage if Jinx dies on this team.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Especially since Malphite's not going to be building an Abyssal here up against the Fiora, so you don't even have that option necessarily.
And in days of past, when you picked Fiora before the rework, she couldn't do anything against Malphite. But now, I actually think this is a heavily advantaged matchup in lane for the Fiora. Odoamne can use Riposte on pretty much any meaningful damage that Malphite comes out with, even the ultimate. I've seen a couple Fiora Malphite games where the Fiora gets over 100 CS ahead of the Malphite if they get some free time in the laning phase. I still like this draft from H2K.
Orianna coming in as the last pick here. Just a good lane matchup up against the Lulu, generally speaking. So trying to control Pawn in the laning phase, Ryu. And Pawn both selecting that teleport now. Could be a little bit wild here early, but H2K, if they get ahead, EDG doesn't have an answer to a split-pushing Fiora in this game. That is a big, big concern for them. H2K has an advantage in a 1-3-1 as well with the Orianna compared to the Lulu, so...
I also really love Orianna in protection-based compositions on the opponent's side because the Shockwave gets so much AoE damage and can be so disruptive to the overall flow of things. You can't shield everyone at once if they're staying close together. And Tom Kench, Lulu, and Jinx are very likely to be fairly grouped up in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, true enough. And if Tom Kench doesn't get Jinx inside him as fast as he can, that could be a very dead AD carry very, very fast. So the coaches will shake hands, and we are about to move into the game. H2K, I think with a great chance here against EDG, but now the question is, will EDG finally be able to sort of counter those demons that have plagued them today, have a convincing win for once in their second week here?
I think this says a lot about EDG's mentality. They're putting all the eggs in the Deft basket right now. Amazing J hasn't showed up this tournament. Just put him on something where he has to press R and initiate for Deft.
He's been pretty much just J this time around.
Yeah, just J.
Only J. Not the cool J from Men in Black, just a regular letter J.
I would just say lackluster J, actually. I would actually demote him below J.
Below average J. Oh. Well, we'll see if he can regain his amazingness. That's a word now. I invented it. As we see EDG step out onto Summoner's Rift against H2K. These teams possibly their last games in groups.
Yeah, and what I find so funny is even though this group stage has been so vastly different than expectations, EDG's path has been almost identical. Last year they were placed in a group with the dominant Korean team, lost to them both games, then lost to the underdog, went 3-3, and had to play a tiebreaker. It could be almost exactly the same situation here if they drop a game to H2K, because they would both be 3-3 in the group. EDG probably getting a few flashbacks.
I think so. A lot of fans as well. And the Chinese scene fans, the LPL fans, have had a lot of disappointment to deal with. in Worlds so far. EDG getting out of this group would be pretty nice for them.
Yeah, funnily enough, Clearlove is the only remaining member from that EDG team that had the 3-3 group last year, but the brand is the same.
Before the great Korean exodus.
Yeah.
So Deft, a lot riding on this guy's shoulders this game, as we've already said, and Mako as well too. I mean, he's really got to go all out in terms of keeping this Jinx safe, keeping him away from the shockwaves, keeping everybody off of his AD carry.
Let's see, Kasing and Hjarnan here. Looks like calling the lane swap as they move up. They are going to take a peek in at the Gromp. This is dangerous.
Can they sneak through? They
believe
actually
they can.
haven't been detected by vision here, and they're sending both. This could be a really high value disruption if they get there quickly.
Stun is up.
Gotta go quick.
Stun is up. They see the ward come in. Deft and Mako trying to come out the other side here. The Sun could land. It will land on Mako. Decent amount of damage, and they don't get the Grump. So neither team really gets any XP out of the deal, or any XP lead, I would say, out of the deal.
Deft actually has a 1 minute advantage experience-wise and the faster shove. So even though H2K disrupted that, they basically only get the matched lanes out of this. EDG doesn't want to lane against this at all. They don't want to go up against bullies, so they're immediately swapping.
Wow, that's
rare.
bold.
They're falling so far behind on tempo for this play.
Well, this is a risk that they're going to take, right? Because they now say we don't want to lane against this Annie Callista combo, so we're going to sacrifice a certain amount of farm in order to make that happen. And that may put the Jinx behind, but they're saying it's better to be a few minions behind than the possibility of that kill lane coming through or them getting zoned off the wave entirely. But we'll see how exactly H2K is going to react.
Oh, they're going to find Amazing J. Walked right through the turret there. Amazing J could take some damage, but they can't really do anything with the turret. Focusing Kasing. Kasing taking a lot of damage there too. Amazing J could just take him out perhaps. Kasing, they pop that summoner heal. Amazing J taking a lot of damage in response. There's the Rend. Not enough on either side. That was kind of a crazy engagement. Now H2K, they want to go for the big 4-man dive here. Amazing J solo. Teleport comes in. No, it's canceled. And Amazing J could still be in trouble. Are they going to get first blood? Amazing J, they get him. First blood goes to Kasing, and they will get out fairly clean.
This is the way European teams and H2K lane swap. If you're going to be playing against this, you have to be able to send defense for your top laner. This is the second game in a row, well, with the Bangkok Titans game in between, that Amazing J has just been basically left for dead with poor support from his team. Yes, he is dying in these turret situations, but anyone would die in these turret situations. H2K get the very important first blood.
Yes, they do. And not only that, but credit to H2K here, because this was a really weird lane swap situation. It was a delayed lane swap, right? But they didn't miss a beat. They just adjusted on the fly very well in their comms to just moving up into that top side and playing as if really Deft and Mako had never even been in that lane.
Well, and in no sense was it a standard lane swap because Lulex went up there before level 3, so he didn't have the really OP Elise take turret aggro and repel after the kill to drop it. It was level 2 Elise that ended up ganking, and they even tried to move down early to preempt Amazing J getting under the turret, and then adapted mid-dive to still be able to continue despite all the damage Kasing took.
Well, they had to use that summoner heal. Now Pawn a little bit of trouble. Takes a lot of damage from Ryu. To be able to get out, not needing to burn that flash just yet, but the pressure really being put on by H2K. Looks like the first turret in the game will go to EDG, probably, though. It's going to be pretty close, I think.
Yeah, both top laners are going to be left with the gold, however, so each team. But again, because of this issue with Amazing J and the fact that he did get dove early on, you kind of want to give the money to Jinx in that situation, especially to power up that late game.
I'm really confused by the way EDG is playing this because they are sending mixed messages as to what their overall goals and win conditions are, which makes me worried that they're not properly identifying what they need to do to win this game. Deft should have been given full turret experience, in my opinion, in that matchup because they're already putting him at a disadvantage when he initially swapped.
Especially because he's had to go back and get an Avarice Blade right now compared to the Vamp Scepter on Callista. And remember, they chose to dodge this lane.
Pawn takes a ton of damage.
So they chose to dodge this lane, and now they've put themselves in a prolonged power trough. And if they get into that Annie-Callista lane again with an Elise ganking, it's going to be very difficult.
We saw the fan vote look pretty much dead even, 49% to 51%. And who in the world would have expected that, you know, even before today, perhaps?
Yeah, EDG has not opened up this game well.
The one thing that they do have, though, is they've been successfully able to get Deft not up against opposition. He hasn't fallen far behind in CS, and he will be taking that average split. EDG is very clearly going for a late game strategy here, or at least a mid to late game strategy. Once Deft can complete 1 to 2 major items, and Pawn can get some powerful shields, but they have to be able to withstand until that point.
Pawn flashes out that shockwave. Ryu trades the ultimate for the summoner's spell.
Yeah, this should be a decently easy dragon for H2K if they want to, especially unless EDG wants to continue this turret push, because they are slightly ahead on this and Jinx takes turrets fairly quickly. Smart call by EDG to move for the second turret. That blocks the dragon.
Yeah, just keeping Clearlove in the lane right now, so no mysteries here for H2K, but they may just respond to walking through the mid lane and maybe be a little bit delayed on this response.
Yeah, this one seems a little bit slow. And this push is going to take up this turret very quickly if H2K allows it, and it kind of looks like they are.
Well, they've got very good wards in the enemy jungle, too. This was set up very nicely by EDG. But Kasing coming around, they're going to TP in. They may go for a play right here.
Well, he could land a stun. Still level 4, so no timbers, but that W, of course, is AoE, but no chance to engage there.
I think the play is just make up for lost time, because H2K was really behind on that play of the second turret pushing in side lanes. The fact that they were able to defend it, I think, saves that turret for a really long time.
Problem is with that play is sure they denied the dragon, but now they have easy farm for Fiora back next to the tier 2, and the freeze was already set up on the bottom side. The wave is pushing towards H2K, so there's a big farm denial they sort of gave themselves right here, but it's, I think, a worthy price to pay for the not losing the dragon.
And Auto Omni is 3/4 of a level above Amazing J as far as experience goes. I think Fiora's already a beneficial matchup against the Malphite, and yeah, now Amazing J is already, he's getting some decent ward coverage to try and stay safe, but once Fiora hits level 6, which will be before Amazing J, there's actually kill threat 1v1.
Pawn no flash here. Can they make a play? Pawn getting slowed down a little bit, going to whimsy himself to get away, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to get quite close enough to make that gank.
I don't know why they're focusing on this mid lane. If we take a look right now, there's just one ward in the river up in the top side where Amazing J is. I think that you go ahead and you use the Elise and the Annie to continually kill the Malphite and keep him down right now. Pawn is just too easy. Sure, his flash is down, but he has whimsy, he has a lot of tools, and he's playing pretty defensively in the lane.
Well, yeah, Malphite's still level 4. It looks like Lulux is going to be spotted by this ward, and Amazing J immediately pulling back. Yeah, wants to be a bit more safe there.
Look at the CS lead that's developed. Remember, when Auto Omni TP'd to that top lane turret, they were basically even. And now it's turned into a 13-36 lead.
It's because Auto Omni is so good in that matchup. I think that's one of the reasons that H2K is throwing so many ganks towards the mid lane, is because they don't really know what else to do. They've already gotten Auto Omni really far ahead, and EDG is walking around with a fortress of wards around Deft, so he's not actually reachable. If anything, I think instead of ganking mid lane, they should actually be taking the dragon to start that eventual timer, since EDG is very clearly trying to stall for the late game.
Well, you'd think they could have taken that dragon a while ago now. Just giving a lot of time to it, I guess.
Yeah, especially you look at these CS differentials.
He'll get his CS here too.
Yeah, he'll get some CS here. But they're playing so defensively, you have to make a play right here. Either you have to commit to dealing with the Malphite, or you need to do something more cross-map. Sure, you don't have TP, but Auto Omni has no reason to be in the top side right now. And they're giving up their blue for free.
Well, they're going to get spotted, but it's a little bit too late. Blue buff going to go over to Pawn. Meanwhile, fight in the top lane. Amazing J slowed down a little bit. Is Auto Omni going to go all in on this? Nope, too close to the turret.
Yeah, I think specifically they just split the map at not a very advantageous time. They went back for the Auto Omni play. They're trying to push in Amazing J, but they let him catch the minion wave, and it's a slight misstep here from H2K, I have to say.
If you're going to make this play with Annie and Elise, you're just a day late and $1 short, and EDG basically just gets a free dragon right there. I mean, H2K starting this off strong, and I really like the position they were in, but they made some pretty massive misplays on the map right now, and EDG right back in it.
Well, it's like you said. I mean, it looks like they just kind of got a little bit lost. They had this lead, and then they just didn't know what to do with it, and EDG knew exactly what to do from their position. They've come back from much bigger deficits today already.
EDG has been swapping Deft back and forth and back again to keep him away from the Callista Annie. And that part of their game has only been mildly successful. He's still down 12 CS, but at the very least, he picked up the early Avers plate and has already generated 190 gold from that aspect. But they're still going to have to be able to play this game of surviving and reswapping for a pretty long time before they're able to take advantage of it.
Well, as it stands right now, due to the Evers plate, he's only down about 50 gold. So it's not actually that big of a difference compared to what the CS says.
Yeah, with no kills or assists, kind of swinging things with that Avers blade.
Even
Not
turrets,
surprising.
too, so.
Yeah, that too. Well, Pawn, speaking of turrets, able to hold his in the mid lane.
Yeah.
For a little while at least.
There have been so many lane swaps from Deft here. And if H2K wants to capitalize on this, they either need to attack the lane swap or successfully attack the mid lane. But Pawn has been playing very defensively, 20 CS deficit, thanks to all that gank damage that he's been taking from H2K. And now they're again ahead on the play on these turrets. Yarnin was slow pushing that other side.
They're going to get the wards in too.
Or they're going to get the turret perhaps. H2K, a lot of people from each team moving up there. Turret will fall to EDG though.
EDG has been playing this really well. So every time they push up to that tier 2, you see Mako break off, get the wards in so they can map any kind of play that H2K wants to make, and they're going to get another turret that puts them 3-2, and that pretty much ties up the gold game.
Yeah, even though H2K has had a strong early game, where they've been specifically weak is their synergy between Lulex and Kasing, and we're seeing the synergy between Mako and Clearlove shine because they're getting their wards up much sooner, and their movements have been much more purposed.
Deft, Timbers comes down, gets picked up.
What are you going to do?
By Mako. Well, that play was Mako break, I guess you can say, but came out it for H2K.
It was actually both, really.
A little bit. To get that pink ward as well, too. Lulex, Cocoon, get a little bit of damage onto Tom Kench. Silly spider. Tom Kench doesn't take damage.
Yeah, he's just going to regen it back up. He
Yep. He's a vicious fish,
the
man.
gray hell. 5 people on H2K in the mid lane here. They're kind of fed up with this lane swapping, so they still have to. They can still take advantage of Death's power drop, but they have to be able to keep a minion wave in front of this turret long enough to siege, and they just don't have the ability there because they have to respect the Malphite engage.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're H2K, you're never really going to be able to siege. Malphite is that ultimate siege breaker style of champion. Your strength was in the split push. Your strength was in an incredible CS lead on Otoamne, and H2K, they just haven't played well around who they needed to get farm on, where as EDG, it's just been about depth this entire game. They're very clear on what they want to do.
And it's really hard to tell with so much happening within this game, but when watching VODs about EDG, when they were at their best, they controlled Fog of War so incredibly well, being able to always recall from the right positions and making sure the enemy didn't know where they were rotating next. And that's really all that EDG has been doing. Both Jinx and Tom Kench, if they have to lane up against Kalista and Annie, as well as Malphite versus Fiora, are losing lanes. Yet because they've timed their recalls, gotten the deep wards, and showed up in lanes in the right time, they're winning the turret game with losing side lanes, which is impressive for their overall control.
Yeah. You've almost got sort of a reverse Kalista on the other side, too, in terms of keeping that depth safe. As long as he sticks next to Tom Kench, he can just be protected in Tom Kench's loving mouth.
Need to see Kalista and Tom Kench on the same team at one point. Just
I think so.
eat each other constantly.
How does it even work? Hit Fate's call, can you like eat them on the way back? And then what happens?
And then like throw yourself and then spit them out afterwards.
It's like a bag of holding put into another bag of holding. Like, the universe just ends at that point.
I actually have no idea how those interactions would work.
I'm kind of scared to see it now. I don't know if I want to know.
I should know that. We need a support main.
I don't want time and space. Hey, what? Hey, come on. You didn't say you needed a
support.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm not one of those.
I'm sorry, Dylan.
Well, neither is Crumbo anymore, so we're out of luck.
An ex-professional support main.
It's true.
This game, though, still pretty close for H2K. They haven't capitalized fully, but they still have Ryu farming up pretty substantially. He's not able to get a huge amount of burst from his Shockwave at this point, still level 10, but once he starts getting level 11, starts getting Needless Large Rod in there, it's still going to be a massive Shockwave threat in fights.
Upon able to clear out that ward, and H2K a little bit worried about their mid lane turret right now, and also worried about this next dragon. Remember, EDG did manage to get the first one, despite H2K with a lot of opportunities. Can they equalize?
That's going to be the big question, and I really think they should have had that first dragon, but couldn't quite pull it off, and now they're aiming at number 2, but it will be coming in relatively late, so having 5 dragons is something that's going to be hard for them to get unless this goes into the very, very, very late game.
I'm really curious to see if EDG tries to fight this one. They have some big level disadvantages in their side lanes. Deft just hit 9, Yarn's 10, Amazing J's only level 8.
Here we go.
It would be a huge fight win if they could get it, but I just don't think they've hit the item thresholds in order to contest. You have the Hydra and the Blade of the Ruin King completed for H2K, whereas EDG is components on Amazing J and components on Deft. It would be a huge power play for H2K to take a dragon fight here if EDG wants to contest.
Just keeping the mid wave pushed up for now. Dragon has spawned, but they haven't looked to start it yet. They've swept out the wards on the high ground in the river, so you see right there, Kasing just waiting, looking for a Tibbers, but I think it'd be quite similar to his last one with Mako lurking around on Tom Ketch.
Yep. Meanwhile,
you have to Tibbers the group.
Yeah, they do go for the dragon. They get it. That's going to be their first of the game. And so that's a bit of a relief for H2K that they were able to secure that, avoid that O2 dragon deficit.
One of the things that I really like about EDG is they're very smart in the way they play around Dragon. They're not afraid to give up Dragons if they know they're in a power trop. That's really one of the things that I enjoy watching most about this team is they have good communication when that can happen. Here we go!
Amazing J comes in, doesn't get anyone with the ult though, has to back away. Wild Growth used immediately. There's a knockup onto Clearlove, saved by Mako. Deft doing a bit of damage, doesn't want to get too much closer though. That Shockwave still is off cooldown.
Do you like disengage rock? Boy, do I have 2 comps for you.
Well,
the repel. Oh!
Ouch.
Couple of missed ultimates there.
That was
Amazing J, unimpressive Shockwave.
The only shock with that one is that it didn't hit anybody.
Not many people on EDG can even dodge the Shockwave that well either. Sometimes you have these poor Orianna compositions because it's against like a Lee Sin, you can just dodge around everything, but it's Lulu, Jinx, and Malphite, and Tom Kench, who are all kind of dashless outside of the ultimate on Malphite. Poor shot there by Ryu.
Wish Tom Kench could just eat projectiles as they come towards.
No.
That'd be sick.
No.
It would be sick for the one person in the game. Everyone else would be miserable.
It would make him sick. It would also make him Kirby, so.
Oh, that's true. Why stop now? Why not get that crossover going?
Oh, man. Well, another failed siege here. I just don't think that H2K is going to have success as a 5-man unit. That's not their ticket in this game. They need to get this split push actually rolling with Otoambe here.
Well, they may have the gold dead even, but they're still down a turret. The pressure's still on a little bit.
Yeah, this Tom Kench blocks so much of what H2K actually wants to do.
Yeah.
Because it also gives EDG a get-out-of-jail-free card in team fights. If for some reason Deft is out of position and they would need to dump shields on him, they can actually wait until after the Tom Kench has eaten him, taken him to a safe spot, then they can dump the shields on him. So really the only way H2K could get a big fight is if they can stun pretty much everyone. Like we ended up seeing in Origin's win over LGD at the early point of the week where Annie stunned like 4 people for a 4-man shockwave.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Tom Kench trying to come in from behind here. Ryu got just slow. Not bad. Gets caught by those flame choppers. Comes in. Timbers does work. Ryu throws a shockwave, but it's too late. Deft with the kill there. Kasing in a lot of trouble. Gets pulled back in by that Fate's Call, though. He's going to be just fine.
And now they're going to turn their sights to this mid lane, and there is no more wave clear for H2K, so EDG should have a pretty easy time busting down this turret. Again, Hjarnan, no Ruden's Hurricane yet, so there's almost nothing they can do to stop this from going through.
Yep. Mid turret goes down, and now it's going to be a 4-2 turret lead for EDG. And H2K, they've got to be starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, because EDG is taking control. They now get their Infinity Edge onto Jinx. The power trough that EDG is in is very quickly being erased, and H2K wasn't able to get split push going thus far. There's a multitude of ways EDG can actually force team fights, and they haven't fallen far behind from the early game.
Let's check this one out again. Tom Kench comes in from behind, and Ryu just gets all the CC thrown on him.
Yeah, I love that they took Clearlove right there too, because Deft has the zap to zone in from the side. So don't go ahead and drop your AD carry too close to that turret, but he has a form of crowd control which gives Ryu enough pause for the Gragas to get into the fight and help secure that kill.
Yep. Mon just pushing up the lane a little bit. Still has his turret for the moment anyway. And so at what point does this pressure that EDG have turn into Baron pressure? It's got to be pretty soon.
Well, if you're EDG at literally any moment, the next team fight they get.
Yeah, especially if Deft is able to stay alive.
If they can win this next Dragon fight.
I think most of it has to do with the team fight first and then a sneak, unless H2K completely gets lackadaisical with their vision control. It could also start if they can stop Ottawamne from split pushing, which is a possibility. The deep wards, as far as H2K are concerned, are mostly non-existent, which makes their split push really hard to accomplish, which means their Baron vision gets much lower. So if the trends hold true from the past 5 minutes, I'd say a sub 30-minute Baron for EDG is not out of the question.
Certainly could be. Pawn partying in the mid lane. And this next Dragon up in 1:10 about EDG. They can take it. They'll be pulling a lead in every category except for kills.
They're getting so much vision control right now that it's going to make the Dragon much easier to take.
Yeah. Man, Amazing J is way down in CS, but you know, if the Fiora can't seem to split push, it doesn't really make a big difference, does it?
Yeah. Well, they're not warding for Fiora to split push. There's literally no wards south of the river right now. So even though H2K, I think, had a very good draft, and they started out this game very strongly, they have really let this one slip through their fingers. EDG came out with a rather weak early game, a very punishable early game, and we've seen SK Telecom really just hammer them when they make mistakes like this. But EDG was able to sort of weasel their way back into this game with some just consistent lane swapping of the Jinx, and H2K simply picking the wrong places on the map to focus.
It seems like this is kind of the story of H2K's tournament, right? Is that they've been doing okay early on, a little bit in the mid, and then it just seems to consistently fall apart a little bit. And not by a lot. They just can't seem to make the exact right move at the exact right time. They can juggle 3 balls, 4 is a bit tough.
You got to do 2 in each hand if you're juggling 4 balls.
That's
you cannot
tough.
do a normal cascading pattern.
That's really hard. I can only do 3.
I can speak from experience. Really, you can juggle? We have Hawker and juggling.
I can juggle too.
Wow, we should just have a try juggling cast now. Need to make this happen.
That'd be quite difficult. I'm not at that level.
Even so, the vision control for EDG is decently strong around the Dragon here, and I think this is the type of fight they're willing to take. We mentioned the CS discrepancy from Amazing J. Not that important because he's still Malphite when it comes to team fights, unless H2K gets the split push going, which is what they're going for right now. Love the call by EDG to push up mid.
Yep, they're going right for that tier 2 turret mid lane. I mean, they do lose their tier 2 in bot, and Ottawamne is going to continue pushing. EDG turning this one around. They might be able to catch somebody here. Lulex throws out the cocoon, doesn't connect. Garnet.
Okay, this could get apocalyptic.
Oh boy, here comes the Tom Kench. Comes in, is he close enough? Amazing J caught up a little bit. They're going to jump onto Yarnin right away here. Yarnin flashes away, doesn't get CC'd. Going to pull in his Annie, his support. Still gets taken out. Amazing J with the kill there. Kasing in a lot of trouble as he gets back to the Baron. But the Baron's not going to help you, man. You got a flash, but you don't have it. No flash for you, you're dead. And there's a bot lane out of commission for H2K. Baron helping out a little bit, and perhaps that Baron damage is enough to keep EDG from pursuing this fight.
The Abyssal Voyages for Mako have been so on point, and they're really generating a lot of positive plays for EDG. That was a really extended back and forth play, and because of all the quick movements around the map, H2K did lose their coordination a little bit, and that's exactly when the Abyssal Voyage came in to give them the right start to that team fight.
I think H2K just had to pull the trigger earlier. You'll notice that Ottawamne did not use teleport right there, and they allowed themselves to be carved up on the map as a result and get split. Meanwhile, the TP, so Ottawamne comes in right here, but had he teleported more up towards the river, there could have been a play made, perhaps.
Yeah, Ottawamne was already on the run from what he thought was an expected collapse, so kind of a disaster. Sharnu would have been dead either way, it feels like. The tank lines were just in the right position for EDG, and, well, H2K doesn't actually have a tank line, so they need clean initiations. Getting engaged on is never good when you're running this squishy of a team.
That way. H2K in quite a bit of trouble now, despite the fact that the gold is still pretty even.
Yeah. That does actually remind me of a really critical point as far as what EDG has put together here. They have very strong disengage and a protect the Jinx composition, but these comps are even better when you can just kill frontline. Since no one on H2K is actually tanky enough to take even 5 or 6 hits from the Jinx. So once they speed Jinx up, the game will just be over if EDG gets even a little bit more momentum because H2K doesn't have proper tank lines.
Well, now we're going to see, can H2K use this teleport advantage to its fullest degree? Because that's what they've got going for them. They're still relatively even in gold, and Ottawamne, by not using his TP in that last fight, He's going to put some pressure down onto this bottom side, but the rest of his team has to be doing something else. Looks like they will be trying to clear out some vision in the mid lane and push forward, but there's a lot of EDG wards on that Baron.
Yeah, there's no dragon to try to take, so the Baron can be the focus. But EDG,
they're all
may
sitting
be ready to spring a trap, yeah.
So there's plenty of knowledge to try and set up a trap.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult for Ottawami to get the safe split push because there's not enough disengage on H2K to stop the engage from EDG.
Guess we just start the Baron.
That burns the teleport. So much for the TP advantage.
Yep.
And he canceled the 2 so they can just go right back on and he has to walk. This is great for EDG.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot of damage in on that Baron, but can they finish it off? H2K coming in. They want to contest it. EDG backing off right away. They're going to take down the Rift Scuttler just for a little bit of extra vision as they move back to the mid lane. So H2K able to stop the Baron, at least for now anyway, but I don't think EDG is too bothered by that. They can keep waiting this one out.
Right, and they're going to get a TP advantage for at least a brief time, and that is going to force Fiora to group up, which is exactly what EDG wants. They want the 5v5. They want H2K to group, so just play a methodical game here. Wait for them to be in your pocket before you actually try and take a fight.
And Tom Kench's mouth pocket. Gross.
Wait till they're in the Kench.
Gross but effective.
Yeah, it's true. Disgusting but effective. We need like a Tom Kench skin that yells, "It's a trap" when he comes out of his ult or something. That'd be sick, man.
What we need is somebody with a really strong arm to be noodling. We were talking about this earlier, where noodling is what you do with a catfish. You like stick your arm into a hole in a swamp, and the catfish latches onto your arm and you pull it out. It's basically one of the more dangerous kinds of fishing because you don't know what's going to be in the hole. Is it an alligator? Is it a water snake? Who
Also
knows?
one of the most manly ways to go fishing.
If you like to lose fingers to snapping turtles, sure. It is manly. So who would have an arm strong enough? Probably Tryndamere if he dropped his sword.
I think
noodles to the Tom Kench.
I would pick Victor because he can just stick his third metal arm in there. He doesn't need to worry at all.
Just build a new one. He is the perfect
He's like, I've got spares at home. I can noodle all day. Well, taken out of context, that sentence. Yeah.
If you just tuned in right now,
we're talking about noodling. Wait, no, let us explain. It's a kind of fishing.
Also, I learned an alternative name is catfisting.
Well,
Blitzcrank can handle that one.
I'm sure that's not getting spammed in Twitch chat right now. I have complete confidence.
What I think is even more interesting, though, is Ottawamne split pushing bottom without teleport. Because it puts them in a pretty difficult situation. Yeah. They don't have strong vision control over Baron, and if anyone gets picked off, it's a free Baron for EDG because it would take them so long to go up there. Amazing J has the teleport advantage in the bottom lane, and it makes H2K's push in the mid lane pretty difficult.
Yeah, I would say. They're not really doing much with it right now, though. Amazing J just trying to stop the split push. Do you think they should just go for Baron instead?
I think they definitely have that option if Amazing J wants to go ahead and TP up there. Question is, how fast can they actually take it? The answer is pretty fast. You can see Deft right now not even bothering building Last Whisper. There's no armor, so who cares, really?
Specifically, the Bloodthirster is the survivability that they're really going to need. If no one can immediately get onto Deft and kill him, he will win the fight based on sustained damage capabilities. It does seem like EDG is still just playing this mostly slow. It is still very risky for them to go for a straight-up Baron against an Orianna and an Anti-Calista combo. I mean, maybe they actually set up a kill on Ottawamne here.
Maybe.
He needed to block that slow. He needed to block it.
Oh, Pawn coming in. They got the flash. Teleport back up now for Ottawamne. But he's lucky to get out with his life.
Well, they actually, EDG really waited that one out. I think they had a pretty good opportunity to make a play around that teleportless split push, but not going to make much of a difference. They did blow Ottawamne's flash on that, and this gave H2K time to regain vision control over Baron, considering how much EDG committed to the bottom side of the map right there.
H2K trying to find a fight here, and they're going to find Clearlove. Not pulling the trigger on that one, though. They're going to go for Mako. Mako pretty tanky, backs off. There's the shield. He's going to be just fine. Flame Chompers drop down. Yarnin goes in, gets some damage onto Def. Kosik trying to help out. They miss the stun. And now Clearlove back in with the re-engage. So much damage coming from EDG. Deft is getting excited, and all the fans of EDG are too. As Lulex and Ryu runs away, here comes the Kench, and he's going to get the slow onto Ryu. Can they catch him? Trying to get there, a little bit too low health. One more hit, though, could do it. Two more hits. Can he eat him? They're not going to need you. Ryu gonna go down. Another kill for Def. That is 4 for 0. A near flawless team fight for EDG.
That may be the clinching fight that moves EDG into the quarterfinals. They've been waiting for that setup for so long, and honestly, this game has been heavily about the catch. They didn't even need Amazing Jay's Malphite ultimate to pull that one off.
Yeah.
Unless it came back off cooldown during the chase. I'm pretty sure it didn't.
No, I don't think it did, but doesn't matter. Lulex down anyway. They've got a couple people still over at that Baron, so we have 31-minute Baron take for EDG. And it's been a bit of a sloppy game from both sides.
Early on, it was sloppy for EDG, I would say, but I would say the last 15 minutes have been quite clean. When they fully committed to getting to the late game, I think EDG has played this quite well, and it's okay for Tahm Kench to face check things because he is Tahm Kench. Look at the shielding he was able to get, and then disagree with the flash in, because Sing, such a critical miss.
Crucial Tibbers, and that damage.
Well, when you start grouping up in a choke point like that, after you miss onto Def, the rockets are going to come through, the Gragas barrel's going to come through, and there's not a lot of hope right there.
Oh,
H2K wanted to make the pick, didn't make the pick, and then they lost the 5.
They're on a ward. Clearlove going in, another explosive cast. Kasing destroyed immediately. Clearlove held up a bit, big shockwave, but no follow-up. So EDG is going to be just fine. Ryu on the run again, going to try to teleport out. Not going to make it. Mako with a bloodthirsty kill. He licked him.
First kill of the game. Congratulations to Tahm Kench. EDG in full control right now. They have the Baron buff. They've also picked up 2 kills, which means they can push this through very aggressively as long as they go catch the minion wave.
Yeah, without Azonias or anything like that, any armor whatsoever. I mean, with the Jinx already completing this Bloodthirster, really nothing going to stop Deft, especially since he has about a million ways not to die in these team fights. Tons of protection from Tahm Kench, tons of protection from Lulu.
Yeah.
Deft really running away with this one.
Oh, Baron letting them push down these turrets so easily. This is going to be a simple inhibitor, and this could be the game. EDG trying to secure their second place spot. They can do it with a win right here.
Hjartan is still finishing off a turret, so they know they have some time before
they do.
He can get back.
And they're going to do some damage to these Nexus turrets. One goes down. H2K needs one last fight. Amazing Jay goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Odoamne can't participate. There it goes. And in the end, H2K says, "Do you have a win?" And EDG says, "Go fish." That is it. EDG takes second place.
Wow. Well, EDG, surprising. Not their best day of League of Legends. We do expect more out of these guys, but they clutched it. They found a way to win. They play around Deft in this last game, and Deft delivers.
Ultimately, EDG is not punished, and they now have a week to prepare for the quarterfinals because this group is set SKT #1, EDG #2. They would have liked to finish higher, but with the way they were playing today, probably a little bit of relief that they're still advancing to the quarterfinals.
You know, it is. It was a pretty sloppy group stage in general for EDG, and for a team that people are expecting to really be a team that could go toe-to-toe with SK Telecom. They're going to need to bring a very, very different game to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, specifically, their early lane swapping game is by far their biggest issue. Because we could see once EDG kept the gold fairly paralleled in the mid game, they executed amazingly. Like, they just got this lead about 5 minutes ago, and then they ended the game. We knew their team composition was built for the team fighting phase, and the instant Def got ahead, he could just kill anyone because there's no true frontline on H2K, and that is exactly why the game ended so quickly once they got the edge.
Yep, and for H2K, their journey to Worlds this year is over. And for any organization, for H2K especially, it's been a great ride. I mean, they did really well both seasons. They made it to Worlds in the end.
Yeah. I think H2K also did better than expected even in this group. I mean, they made it a lot closer than I thought they would.
Yeah. Third place in both European LCS splits. Third place in this ridiculously tough group at Worlds. Basically, best perceived team out of China, even though it was the #2 seed, and the #1 seed and best team out of Korea. Really tall task, but they put up some pretty competitive games.
I mean, any team that gets picked into a group with SK Telecom and EDG, you just got to feel sorry for them at this point with where those teams are in League of Legends. But H2K, despite going out, really did make it competitive.
Also, most importantly, this is probably the only group I'm going to get right in my pick'em for the World Championship.
Me too. Oh, yeah, I got nailed to pick
Congratulations
him
to like
there.
75% of people. This was like the most stoic group as far as predictions.
I bet there are a lot of people out there that actually had EDG in first for this group, which before Worlds started was conceivably possible.
Yeah.
We didn't know EDG was going to be the way they are, but yeah, congratulations. Good job, guys. Pick'ems, correct.
Yeah.
I did it.
I did it. Yay. Well, like 97% of us are eliminated from getting it all right already, so oh well, whatever.
No championship ribbon. Group A was a disaster. I picked Crew Tigers for
pickles.
first, COG for second.
Me too.
As did many.
I was almost there. I had Coup, Flash Wolves, and then CLG, Pain. So I was nearly there.
Yeah, that is actually remarkably
It was close. Oh well.
You can see they're setting up the interview right down there.
That's right.
With
We can
EDG.
see that.
I wonder how they're going to be reacting to this because to me it is such an identifiable problem within their early game. And I don't know if it's actually fixable in a week because it's such a complex lane swapping game and it definitely feels like they are far behind in that game. All the other teams that went over to boot camp in Korea with the North American and EU teams got to practice against that so frequently. And even though EDG was scrimming the same opponents, I think most of their practice was against other Chinese teams. It'll be interesting to see if they can adapt.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see what these guys have to say because, yeah, obviously a disappointing group stage. What do you think?
I think that EDG, so they pull out their ace composition to make sure they get through to quarterfinals. It's all built around Deft. That will be banned out in their quarterfinal match because that's how they've looked the strongest. So you're going to come in knowing that you're probably not going to get the Ultra Mega Protect the Jinx composition. You're not going to get the Lulu, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then where do they go from there? Because they haven't shown us much else.
It's true.
Well, that's a question that we'll hopefully have answered very soon. But I think they're going to probably be keeping a couple secrets.
Yeah, well, that's one thing we kind of expected coming into this group stage is how many secrets was EDG going to keep. They would have liked to hold on to the ace composition, but they had to burn it here because this game was on the line.
We'll see what they bring to the quarterfinals, and we'll see what they have to say in the interview. Now let's send it down to Shocks for a word with EDG's victorious support.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined by Mako after EDG locking in their spot in the quarterfinals and beating out H2K. Let's first talk about this game that you guys really needed to win. How did you get the upper hand over H2K?
先让我们非常恭喜你这次战胜了H2K， 然后晋级了。然后我们先来想一想，你这盘是怎么获得的胜利，怎么获得的优势，然后把它转换成了一个胜利。
这一局的话，我们前期选择安妮跟那个蛤蟆的话，就是想要换线嘛，然后发育，然后打到中期的话，我们9桶、露露跟金克斯打团很强，所以前期就一直跟他们换线发育。 然后打团，我们比他们更胜一筹。
So they picked Jinx and Tomcat comp to just farm the lane and try to get an early game advantage. So they just keep farming and farming, and once they get into a team fight stage where they excel at, which they excel at basically, and they were able to pull out ahead and finally take over the game.
Indeed, strong team fights in this game. Let's step away from this game. You guys, as EDG, are one of the favorites for this whole tournament, yet your early games today against SKT, H2K, and BKT have been lackluster. How much of a liability is that going into the rest of the tournament?
就是比赛开始之前呢，我们觉得 EDG 是这个组最强的一个队伍之一。但是通过今天的几场比赛，我们发现你们的前期的游戏处理的不太好。你觉得这个你们前期的弱势会对你们以后的比赛有什么影响吗？
应该影响挺大的，因为 我们前期换线处理的没有欧美队伍好嘛，然后所以今天就只能硬着头皮去对线，然后以后的话会把换线处理得更好，然后就会打得更好。
So actually, our week in the lane swap is actually pretty big, and so we are really trying to adapt to the new laning phase. But as for now, we're just trying to beat them in lane. So for the later matches, we'll try to improve on the lane swap, and hopefully we can get better.
That definitely is a working point for you guys. Just a couple of months ago, you triumphed over SKT at the mid-season invitational. How worrying is it for you that now in the group stage you weren't able to beat them yet, at least?
就在 MSI 的时候，你们战胜了 SKT， 但这次在小组赛中，你们目前还没有对他们取得过任何胜利。你觉得你们怎么面对这么个情况呢？你们怎么考虑这么个问题？
我觉得在小组赛遇到失败的话是可以接受的。 然后我们看到就是会看到自己的短处嘛，然后就会慢慢去改进。我们会在决赛战胜 SKT 的。
All right, so I think it's okay for us to lose in the group stage. At least we can find out where our weaknesses are, how to improve, and I think we can beat them in the finals.
All right, well, we'll see if that happens. Thank you very much, and congratulations for making it to the quarterfinal, Mako and EDG. Although there are some questions that still need to be answered. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shock. Securing their second place seed into the bracket stage there, EDG. Avoiding that tiebreaker, very, very good by them. I want to start team comps. Specifically to you, Tabe, we saw the Malphite come through and this entirely protect the Jinx comp with the Tahm Kench as well as the Lulu and the Gragas for the disengage. Thoughts on their pick ban phase this time around?
To be honest, I love the pick bans of EDG's this game because at first I suggest AJ to use Echo because we saw that he used it last game. But the thing is, I think Malphite is a really good pick. Why? Because we can see that he has a lot of support from his team this game. His team came over to top lane and help him to destroy the second turret. And the second thing is, even he has a huge lead by Fiora of CS, he is making huge plays from his Malphite. For example, he forces the flash from Orianna, and after they have known that Orianna have flash CD, Kench ulted mid, and they're all in for Orianna. And the second thing is, I think, other than the Malphite pick, I think Deft is very good in picking Jinx, and he actually avoided laning against Kalista. This is a very crucial point because after we see they saw that they are in top lane, but he suddenly goes down to bot lane. He knows that he is no chance against Kalista in early game, and he bought Ryze Blade very early, and he just farm and farm. And it's very good.
Willing to concede that lane in order to make sure they don't match up in the 2v2. Coming over to you, Yamato, continuing somewhat on the picks and bans, I want to look specifically, though, at the Malphite and Fiora matchup, because I know you have a different opinion than Jat does as to who that benefits.
I reacted quite heavily on it simply because, like, in this game, as Tabe mentioned, there was a lot of lane swapping, and of course, Amazing J is going to fall behind on CS because of it. But the matchup against Fiora is pretty decent early game, but of course, Fiora scales better into the lane. But simply because Malphite has this opportunity to itemize armor, he's never going to get Doven. He's going to be fine always in this lane, and Malphite is something that is so good in team fights, and that is what EDG was aiming for in the end.
And I completely agree with that, and that's what I wanted to talk about. The Gragas Malphite pick, especially with how much farm they prioritize onto Gragas, means that they were always going to have double Frozen Heart earlier, which means Kalista is null and void in the mid game, and it is so hard to dive those two champions. The Gragas ult splits up the team as you go for a dive. It really mucks up Annie especially, and then you can never dive someone like Malphite. Good initiation is generally good anti-dive, and that is what EDG brought to this comp in spades. It was just so disruptive to be able to single out one target.
Now, it did take them a little bit to get to that point, though. What we did see in the early game was the prowess of the Western teams, the European and North American teams in the lane swap to pick up an early kill and build small advantages. But where did that all turn around? You got to look at Mako on support.
Yeah, you certainly do. Mako was just able to utilize Tahm Kench, move people around the map quickly with his ultimate in a couple of key team fights. And when you have this pressure, as you said, as soon as you burn a summoner spell, as soon as you take the turret, Mako can be anywhere and just pick up whatever he wants.
Yep, an easy kill picked up here on Ryu. This is the one that you were referencing, Tabe, just now. But as well, you know, throughout the game, this one too, to cut them off, just managing to separate H2K and put them into situations in which there is no good decision to make.
And once again, look at Hyanin. His only choices to attack in that team fight were Clearlove and then Amazing J. There is no way, as a Kalista who doesn't build crit, who had to go QSS, is going to be able to get out of these team fights by putting out the amount of damage that Def did, who was hitting a Fiora the whole time, who had double offensive items.
I'm just happy more teams are unclogging the frog because Tahm Kench is so powerful. I'm super happy to see more of it.
A very, very powerful champion, and to some degree is taking the place of Janna, being a beefier support that can still protect your AD carry and allowing Jinx to be played.
It's like the point you're making, I like it a lot, simply because melee champions tend to, like melee supports tend to be stronger in the early game, stronger in the early skirmishes, and that's where Tahm Kench shines, Alistar shines, and Braum shines, and that is the biggest reason why we see these melee supports coming in. They're just so tanky.
Yeah, they certainly are. And whilst like the last thing I want to hit on pick bans is we haven't seen a prevalence in Fiora, and I think this game shows why. In China, when they build Fiora, they go 40% cooldown reduction with 1 or 2 offensive items. If you're against a magic user, you go Black Cleaver. If you're against a lot of AD, which this team comp was because it was built around Deft, you should go the Frozen Heart because 40% cooldown reduction actually means your Q does a lot of damage, and a lot of people underestimate the Q damage and the sticking potential. I feel if Odoamne was a little bit tankier in this composition, had gone with the Frozen Heart, he would have given Deft a lot more headaches. You saw in a couple of those fights, he could get on Deft, but then was immediately blown up.
Now, Tabe, lastly, I want to come to you. EDG has made it through to the bracket stages, and they have some time to work on some of the issues. They've identified for themselves that their lane swap and some of their early game seems to be their weakness. Specifically, how should this team, with very limited time, attack fixing those problems?
As you said just now, their lane swapping problem is very important. I said that this game, Amazing J has many support from his team, but we have to remember that it is after his first death. EDG is executing very poorly of lane swapping because we can see that Amazing J has died. Why? Because he tended to have, he wants to defend the turret, but he didn't know that he will die under 4-man dive. So I'll have to think maybe EDG's coach, Aaron, have to discussion with his teammates. Is it good for Amazing J to defend the first turret, or is it good to just go to lane with Jinx? Because Jinx is already avoiding to lane against Kalista. So let's farm together.
All right, well, we'll see if they can do just that. They've got some time, like we said. With that win, EDG have locked in second place in Group C and will advance with SK Telecom to the quarterfinals in London. So, gentlemen, looking at this group, we still have one more game to play today, but these top 2 teams were the ones we expected to go through. SKT looking in form as ever. EDG looking to struggle a little bit.
Well, to be honest, it kind of reminds me of MSI. EDG lost against SKT in the group stage and came back swinging and won the entire tournament, so I'm not too worried about EDG.
Yeah, I actually think that this tournament format is kind of strange for both SKT and EDG just because it's the amount of games they would normally play in 1 week. This is like 3 best-of-2s for EDG, so I'm expecting them in the best-of-5s to have the improvement that we're showing, but there certainly is weaknesses in their early game that they need to be able to capitalize on.
Best-of series are a whole nother animal, so different teams will have or find their strengths in that part of the tournament. There's just 1 game left to play out in Group C. When we come back, we'll see if Bangkok Titans can pull off an upset win over SKT. Our coverage of the 2015 World Championship continues in just a few minutes.
This is the last game everyone will remember of H2K from Worlds.
Yeah.
Make it count.
Hoip. 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 Here, Ryu's got just slow. Not bad. Gets caught by those flame choppers. Comes in. Timbers does work. Ryu throws a shockwave, but it's too late. Comes in. Is he close enough? Amazing J caught up a little bit. They're going to jump onto Yarnin right away here. Yarnin flashes away. Doesn't get CC'd. Going to pull in.
Okay, can fight. Nice.
Needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Odoamne can't participate. And in the end, H2K says, "Do you have a win?" And EDG says, "Go fish."
Welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. There's just 1 game left in Group C between the international wildcard Bangkok Titans and the LCK's SK Telecom. Gentlemen, the group is already decided. So, we know that there's not standings implications with this game. However, the last time we saw these 2 teams go up against each other, we saw the blind pick Aurelia mid into the faker Olaf. EasyHoon is playing this game, so we might not see that again. But this is to say the last time that these teams went up against each other, the Bangkok Titans, they came out and they wanted to show some stuff. They came out with some real gusto.
Yeah, they actually came out with an homage to Faker, I feel, and that is where G4 takes a lot of his inspiration from, and he would have very much enjoyed that matchup. So I'm looking for him to do something similar here, get even more experience under what is a pretty good assassin player, and see if he can push the echelon a little bit more, have some fun on Summoner's Rift.
It's like I think it's clear to see that Bangkok Titans is taking this opportunity to learn. They're not really going for the pride approach to try to get those wins by going for the crazy-ass team comp, as I said earlier. And they're going for these standard team comps that they've played in the past, and they're trying to learn. And I actually like that approach.
Actually, I think Bangkok Titans, if they have the chance to use the same team composition like when they're against EDG, I think it would be really good because we can see that they have a really good early advantage, but they executed badly because of the shot calling problem. So this game, we know that it can't change anything because they are already being eliminated, but I hope that they can use the same team composition and try to correct their errors.
Well, we'll see if in the absence of pressure, they can make something happen. One last time today, we're going to send it over to the guys in the caster booth for the call.
All right, thanks, Dash. And it is time to move into SK Telecom versus Bangkok Titans, our final game of the day. No group standing implications. Everything's all locked up. We've got the best of the group versus the worst of the group. But that doesn't mean we still can't have a ton of fun.
Yeah, normally I like to say when you're doing predictions that you have to play the games. This is a game we don't actually have to play, but in essence,
why do you lie to us,
hopefully an
Jack?
entertaining thing. I think this game has a lot of potential to be really entertaining.
I think it will too. I mean, Faker's not playing, so we're not going to get any mid-Olaf. We'll see if EasyHoon can get all crazy, but I feel like for EasyHoon, getting crazy is like letting the 4 pencils in a perfect line on his desk be a little bit out of alignment. I feel like, whoa, it's a crazy day, guys. So we'll see what happens in Champ Select as we go into SK Telecom versus the Bangkok Titans. Of course, Bangkok Titans making it here, getting a lot of experience, hopefully, against some of the world's best teams. And the bans are going fast and furious. Gragas, Gangplank, Lulu, Mordekaiser. And what will the last ones be?
I'm a bit surprised they banned the Gangplank on the blue side.
Yeah. Maybe they just really don't want to play it.
I think you're right.
I don't think that MaRin would be unable to play Gangplank, but based on the fact that they're already 5-0 against the Bangkok Titans, he might have a certain pick in mind and just doesn't want to have to deal with it.
Well, you got to wonder how much of this is SKT being like, I wonder if we can break the record for fastest game yet in groups. It'd be tough. I believe we're at what, like 23?
Yeah, there's been a lot
early
of 23 or
22
22-minute games. Cloud9 won really fast on day one.
Callisto
SKT
band.
earlier today won incredibly fast against EDG.
Yeah.
Well, we have also seen a 20-minute surrender.
That's the fastest game, Monty.
Complete game. Complete
All
game.
right. Non-surrender game.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry, I broke the rules there for a second.
I guess I've tied for the fastest game at Worlds.
This is actually a really important clarification. As far as tiebreakers go, if there are 3 teams tied, as far as doing seeding for the tiebreaker bracket, average win time is factored into that equation. Sure. That's the thing that breaks the tie. So it's actually really surprising that there was the quick surrender game. It wasn't a 20-minute surrender, it was like a 30-minute surrender. But the fact that they didn't stall that one out was really surprising.
Well, they are going to grab that Elise first. So far, so serious from SKT.
I was hoping they'd first pick the Twisted Fate. And they are playing more or less seriously. The Gangplank ban, the Gragas ban, taking away the Yasuo, a pocket pick there for G4 that he's jumped on. And it looks like we may be getting a more serious game this time. Darius and Rek'Sai will be coming out first for the Bangkok Titans, insta-locking that Twisted Fate, though.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any incentive for Bangkok Titans not to take this game seriously and not to give it their all. They nearly took down EDG, and there's still a chance they can walk away with this with a victory, which would be huge, especially if they end up beating a team that is favored to be the world champions.
Oh,
it'd be a pretty nice thing to take back home.
And MaRin, the first time since his first game at Worlds here, is going to bring out that Fiora. Worked quite well the first time. And are we going to see the Fagar from G4?
Wouldn't be a bad choice. I wonder how much practice he's put into it. I want to see if MaRin lanes straight up against Warlock, because a lot has been made about the Darius versus Fiora matchup. And when I talk about the matchup, I'm not talking about the whole game, I'm talking about specifically in the lane. Fiora does have some of the capabilities that a Renekton would have to close the range inside Darius's Decimate, and she can also riposte the Decimate or the ultimate if she times it properly. So I think a well-played Fiora can actually beat a Darius in lane.
Well, it's going to be interesting, and it's certainly going to be a little bit of an experiment for MaRin as well, too, to see if he can pull it off. Are we actually going to see Xerath? No, I didn't think so. Tristana Thresh, 2 more serious picks by BKT. And if it's your last game at Worlds, why not give it your all? Why not show your fans the best you can possibly do? Looks like they're going to swap it out for the Alistar.
In my mind, Bangkok Titans has already shown that they were legit. I mean, coming that close to beating EDG and really doing quite well in that game up to a point is much more than I expected out of them, especially after that first EDG game where they got absolutely destroyed.
Yeah. And it's a show of respect, I think, from SKT's side that they are making serious picks as well, too. Sivir Braum, fairly serious. Help that Fiora get in a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Help that TF run around a little bit faster.
A little bit interesting here that they'd be going for this. Sivir isn't really something that we've seen as much from the Korean teams. In this particular tournament, the Sivir has been very much played by the Europeans, but not really by too many others.
Yeah, globally, Sivir's pick ban rate has dropped significantly since the nerfs, which made the ultimate not as powerful, but she still has other strengths, which are quick lane shoving, and honestly, she can stay pretty safe if you try and dive her. So I like what SKT is doing here. I think they're clearly signaling they want powerful wave clear, strong split pushing, and since they are historically such strong laners, it can work very well for them.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right here, what you want to do is just make sure that you're controlling the wave pressure and the minions on the map. That means that if Bang is there in that mid lane, it opens up opportunities for EasyHoon to repeatedly gank for MaRin or enter a 1-3-1 split push situation where they can simply just outfight their counterparts. And there's not really an answer to that on the Bangkok Titan. That is also potentially an answer, depending on how it goes, but we could see G4 once again trying to be Faker.
Mimic the Faker picks.
Hey, well,
you're going to mimic someone, it's a good choice.
Exactly. I think if there's anyone in League of Legends you want to emulate, it's probably Faker.
See the Titan smiling right now. New screen, obviously having a good deal of fun with this, and that will be locked in as the counter ticks down.
Nice. So Ryze in the mid lane for the Bangkok Titans. And the rosters are all locked in for the last game of the day here on day 2. The League of Legends 2015 World Championships. Obviously expecting a pretty easy win for SK Telecom here, but Bangkok Titans with a chance to really give it their all. For me, the main story is Bang. Is he going to die? Because if he doesn't die in this game, that means he will have 1 death total in groups.
His KDA is currently at 67 or something ridiculously high.
It's really high. Yeah, I believe it is in the 60s right now, but I haven't done the math myself on that.
I want to know what the highest KDA in the history of the group stage is, because I feel like currently Bang would have it. And if he doesn't die in this game, he's probably going to
Bang and Wolf, that bot lane for SK Telecom for a long time had the highest KDA of anybody in Korea. Not surprising at all to me that they come out with a high KDA in Worlds so far in the group stages.
Very good at taking care of themselves with a small amount of jungle pressure. They're reserved. They have that really nice playstyle that it just fits in perfectly. They know what their job is in the team.
They've always been good at that too. I mean, even back from the days when they were on SK Telecom S, these guys were really good at just staying alive and staying solid in the bot lane.
Well, this is basically SK Telecom S.
It is, I guess, yeah, with Bengi. It is with Bengi now. All right, well, hashtag SKT win if you think it might happen, or hashtag Bangkok Titans win if you think these guys can come back and win 1 game at the very end of their Worlds run.
Yeah, this is SKT against BKT, not to be confused with KT in this tournament.
Lots of Ks, lots of Ts.
And grades, so 2 full grades, 2 full tiers above SKT is.
Well, S is
BKT.
like the best score, right? That's like on Dance Dance Revolution, where you're going like so fast that you need to hold in that bar, which I don't believe in, by the way. I feel like you're only as good at DDR as you can be without holding onto that silly bar in the back of the machine.
It's not really dancing at that point, just moving your feet really fast.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not allowed to dance like that on the floor. You don't have bars on the back of the dance floor and everyone's just moving their feet.
That looks stupid.
That doesn't impress women.
That's right.
Well, neither does our job, Jack. So we got that going for us. Woo!
Well, so basically S rank is really good. That's the point of all that. I hope you guys
It's really, really good.
Well, Lloyd strikes the first blow in this battle between SKT and BKT. Whoa, the hook on the Lloyd, though. Can they make anything happen? There's a gold card, but 007's a little bit too close for comfort. Gonna chase him away and do a bit more damage. Oh, MaRin coming in for a parting blow, and SKT, the flare flashed.
I love the flare spam. It's easily my favorite thing about Worlds this time around.
I'm really happy that that made it in.
You know, part of me is like, I wish I could design my own, upload it to the game and do that, but then I'm like, Wait,
I don't think you want that feature.
I know what I would see from other people.
Yeah,
and
you really
I don't
don't
think I
want
want that.
You would have a Street Shark, though, but everyone else would be suffering.
Well, the thing is there's other video game consoles that have dealt with something like this that have a certain algorithm to filter out certain images.
I'm sure it's 100% accurate, too.
As I've seen it,
It's never fair.
no, I don't think so. Well, Moss hiding in the brush, which seems appropriate.
Yeah, delayed invade here by SKT, but honestly, Bangkok Titans could have set up a pretty clever play there if they would have been a little bit more patient and waited for Wolf to come in, because it's very common for the support to slow harass the two people doing that if you're expecting a lane swap elsewhere, but they showed a little early and Bangkok Titans doesn't get an advantage on what could have been a clever play.
Yeah. Well, Lloyd getting aggressive, man.
May as well, final game.
Yeah.
Go all out.
I'm curious to see what G4 is going to do in this matchup, because Faker got so much tower pressure down in this Ryze versus Twisted Fate. He's going to take a pretty ugly trade right there. Getting up by a hook there from Wolf.
Oh, he got hit by 2 of the ricochets, too, off the back of the minion wave, so Lloyd is really low after that.
They were trying to be so aggressive in that bot lane, too. It's like they saw Bang and they're like, you stole part of our team name, now you must die.
Oh, man. So I'm curious about G4. Can he live up to what Faker did on this champion? I'm just curious about this matchup in general, because it does seem to be very favorable for Ryze. And in this particular matchup, it caters to the way that Faker likes to play, which is with a lot of turret pressure. But that is a delicate dance. And a lot of the reason why Faker is able to play the way that he is because he has the vision and he has the confidence in order to get a lot of auto attacks down on turrets with these mid lane champions and just absolutely crush that mid lane tower faster than many other players.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Easy Hoon takes a bit of damage from G4, but nothing he can't recover from. And man, this bot lane has gone so well for SK Telecom. Bengi coming in, there's a cocoon onto G4, but it looks like Bengi's just left on his own as Easy Hoon is uninterested in pursuing the fight.
Oh, that's not a good start here. It's a large minion wave, which is why MaRin was pushed up, but the timing of the gank is perfect.
Al tries to dash away. There's the knockup. It's not going to happen, actually, just flashes. I think he was kind of expecting that. The fake out from 007. Not actually going to knock you up. What do you know?
Yeah, MaRin has to then play this lane without a flash. I feel like 007X may have misplayed a little bit there. I was expecting him to knock up, or at least get an auto attack off.
Why wouldn't you,
Yeah, well, normally it's just you click on the guy, and as soon as your auto attack hits, you knock up. It was strange. It's almost like he was manually pathing and not auto attacking to unburrow.
He's 007, man. He didn't want to blow his cover yet.
Unfortunately, it was blown
No,
long
he
ago.
did. He did.
Well, okay, I guess.
It's a really great joke, just in a different context.
Tried.
Well, I think that what's really going to tilt this game is Darius always, even before the rework, of course, one of his weaknesses has been a lack of mobility in that top lane. Very vulnerable to ganks most of the time. And with the Twisted Fate and Elise, that should be where SK Telecom really puts the pressure on a little bit later in this game. We might see a sort of dive setup here, possibly, as long as they can keep control over that top side of the map. So let's keep eyes on where Elise is going during this recall, because Easy Hoon is just creeping towards level 6.
Bang taking quite a bit of damage. I was wondering if we might see an engage from Moss there, but deciding not to go for it. Bengi moving up to this top lane. Now Warlock still has his flash, but MaRin, without that summoner, may be able to bait him a little bit. Looks like they're not going to try.
Well,
or are they?
Yeah, it's definitely a gankable lane, but with a flash disadvantage, a little trick to execute.
There we go. Warlock takes him down. No, the cocoon misses, but Warlock goes deeper. Going to take a ton of damage anyway. Not going to bother to burn that flash. He's dead at first blood. Goes to MaRin. Meanwhile, a fight breaks out in the bot lane. Bang getting very low. Looks like they'll be able to escape without anybody going down, though.
No summoners burned at that bottom side. Bang very patiently waiting out that explosive shot just to get the spell shield, delivering a couple of auto attacks in the meantime. G4 bottled up next to his turret right now. And Moss.
Okay. Point blank hook. Not connect. We'll pretend we didn't see that, Wolf.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is doing a little bit of exploring down bottom side. Maybe they're thinking of trying to get a creative gank.
Oh, I think they are.
Here.
A flash pulverize. Bang able to spell shield that one. Looks like they'll get away. Teleport coming down. Here comes MaRin. He's got the kill already. It's a grand challenge on 007, but not much of one in the end. As MaRin picks up the kill, they get the big heal, and Easy Hoon takes a ride on the lantern. Can they catch Moss?
Still got his ultimate up, so
he's got no flash. There's the gold card. Nice hook from Wolf. He's going to come in for the play and the kill. G4 backing away with a bit of damage, but EasyHoon not going to let him take out his support. Pretty clean by SKT.
Yep, massive win there from SKT, even from the very start of that play, which to me initiated in the top lane. MaRin, I'm not even going to talk about the top lane gank. I'll talk about the bottom lane gank.
Okay.
Because there was a thing I wanted to talk about in top lane, but the moment has passed. Specifically, just a nice teleport in from MaRin. You knew he was level 6 and Warlock was dead.
What was so interesting about that fight was how much SKT telegraphed it, because basically we saw Bang run up. He already used Summoner Heal at this point, just ran up in the lane. Then he spell shields the combo coming in from Alistar, but they know this. They're baiting it out. Summoner Heal already used, so they were already thinking about going for that double teleport play very early on. Teleport is then canceled onto the minion. Wolf here comes in with the flash and the flash of the lantern. Then EasyHoon finishes up that kill with the flash of his own.
Uh-oh. And Warlock just cannot get close to MaRin at this point. And Wolf caught a little bit, gets headbutted back. G4 and 007 are there. Bengi comes in to try to save his support, but it is futile.
You know when you
Bangkok Titans pick up their first kill.
You know when you don't go warding by yourself in the river?
All
when
the
your
time.
Twisted Fate is in base, right there. It's not a good time to be wandering off alone.
Dangers of warding.
Yeah, we have seen.
Your team never appreciates it.
We have seen so many support deaths, not only from trying to ward without backup, but also trying to fight someone while warding without backup, like pretending that you do have backup and then engaging yourself into a bad fight.
Well, Jet, as a representative of Riot, I can just tell you this right now, that I've solved your problem, and the answer is to just make supports do a lot more damage so they can fight if they need somebody in the jungle.
I remember a post on the forums
obvious.
about that, actually. I think that's what's happening.
Was that me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Whoever that was, I agree. Season 6, make it happen. Teleport comes in for Easy, and there's a challenge, and Warlock, again, not going to be much of one. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a lot. Easy helps MaRin pick up yet another kill. He is 3-0-0 already.
That's pretty much where you want to be as a Fiora when you want to 1-3-1 split push this game. I think he's probably really feeling pretty good.
About 9 minutes, I think I'd be pretty satisfied with that.
Stacking a heavy amount of AD. Warlock as well, falling pretty far behind the pace, thanks to some nice Bengi ganks. This is my window to talk about the gank that happened like 5 minutes ago.
Go for it, man.
When Bengi ganked Warlock and he missed the cocoon, I actually credit Bengi for putting the cocoon in that exact spot, because the only way Warlock could juke it was going closer to his turret, which basically just ensured his demise. If he wanted to escape, he would have had to get past the cocoon and flash it back towards the opponent turret.
So you're saying if you miss something like that, you can call it zoning.
It was a zoning cocoon.
Oh, I gotta remember that.
Actual zoning cocoon.
That's a good idea. Bengi has to flash away from that one, but the gold card in onto G4. Here comes Wolf. Can he get the play? He does. There's a hook. And G4 gonna go down. Another kill for EasyHoon, or actually his first of the game. And SKT just finding members of the Bangkok Titans and taking them out all over the map.
Yeah, this farm advantage getting pretty severe too. SK Telecom doesn't look like they're done quite yet. They've got 2 under the turret, and MaRin is there with the Tiamat.
Yeah, this could be bad. MaRin coming in. There's Wolf, cocoon onto Warlock. They gotta wait for that wave. They're just gonna pull him out from under turret. There's the flay. Warlock doing a bit of damage with that Q, getting a bit of healing. Bengi in the melee under the turret. Oh, Bengi.
He drew the short
terrible decision. Like, all right, you go die. EasyHoon takes up mid turret in the meantime.
I feel like SKT was waiting for MaRin's grand challenge. They kind of need that to do the dive, but it just didn't come up in time, and they were a little cheeky with all the poke they tried to do down on the turret. Well, grand challenge is up now. Oh, dear.
Uh-oh, Warlock taken out pretty easily again.
Oh, right after the flash, too. The summoner goes down. But you know what? They lose a kill, but they pick up the mid lane turret, so all in all, still an advantage for SK Telecom. They had hedged their bets appropriately.
Yep.
That's kind of one of those things where it's like, you get your friend to, I don't know, poke the Wolverine, and you're like, no, we'll help you out. Don't worry, it'll be fine. And then you don't help him out.
Is this what you did growing up in Minnesota?
I don't know. I was trying to think of a dangerous animal.
Is that what you do at the countryside? Do you play poke the Wolverine?
I've
also
never
watched the
seen a
Minnesota
Wolverine
Vikings.
in real life. No Minnesota Vikings for me, man.
Really?
No, I was born in Wisconsin.
Oh, bring it back.
Yes, of course. Oh, Bang! Knocked back under turret. He's going to get back to his support really quickly. Still in a lot of trouble, though, as 007 comes over the wall. Backing away now, has to pop that ultimate. Taking a bit of damage in the end from the Prey Seeker, but he will be okay.
Another bird, a couple summoners right there. SKT playing without a lot of respect for where 007X can be on the map right now.
Yeah.
Well, this is a big classic.
Hey, buddy. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Haha, you were baited into attacking me, thinking that I had disconnected or something.
So that was a really clever play by Elise, but EasyHoon's actually looking to go top lane.
Yeah, that turret's going to get taken out as EasyHoon comes up to secure yet another kill onto Warlock. There goes the turret, and there goes the top laner for Bangkok Titans. That's his 4th death of the game so far.
You wonder about why they would run Fiora with the Twisted Fate, because there's not... Obviously, you're not going to have the same amount of crowd control as you would have with many other top laners, but you cannot run away from Fiora once you get started. Her pursuit is absolutely crazy. So you even get 1 gold card down, and you're pretty much guaranteeing it. MaRin, the dodge away from this one. Here comes the TP.
Yeah, that's right. Teleport coming in right now for EasyHoon. Going to try to save his top laner. Gets the red card and didn't have the gold card loaded up. He's going to have to run for it as Moss comes in. Sorry, MaRin. You're on your own, buddy. Oh, no, EasyHoon comes back. He's like, I've got a gold one this time. G4 takes a bit of damage. MaRin still falls anyway. There's a cocoon onto 007. Another gold card comes in. Doesn't exactly work out as the sun happens after the tunnel from 007. And SKT not getting any kills out of that one. That was a bit sloppy.
Yeah, they lost about the 3rd fight in a row that was in the top lane. Didn't quite have enough because they were greatly outnumbered by the end of that. I was actually expecting EasyHoon to cancel his teleport once he realized it was a 2v3, but he just went for it. Ended up getting some damage off, not enough.
I like
to
that he
save MaRin.
came in with a red card too. He's like,
And then missed his wild cards.
Yeah, it's like, oh, whatever. MaRin's got enough kills. Who cares?
Shutdown gold won't hurt us.
Bang's got to get worried here because, again, you know, his KDA is so high, but I feel like his team is just systematically setting up situations where each of them die.
Yeah, it was 62 before this game.
Oh, geez.
So he's currently got a 63 KDA.
Good luck.
He's playing Sivir, so he'll get some assists by the end of this one, too. Almost certainly.
Yeah. Well, blue buff for Dragon. Apparently the trade that's going to happen now. SKT, I think, getting the better end of that one, but I'll have to rely on my analyst to confirm that.
Dragon for some CS and
blue buff.
Ally blue buff?
Yeah.
Well, they're like Bangkok Titans getting their own blue buff, and SKT is taking the contested Dragon. I say it's good.
Okay, good. What a relief. Oh, SK Telecom continuing to push up through that mid lane a little bit. Bot lane pushing actually back towards SK Telecom at the moment.
They haven't really been able to take down that bottom turret yet, in spite of having the Sivir there for the wave clear. Their warding hasn't been that great in the bottom side so far this game, so a little bit dangerous to push up forward. And they've been playing so much around MaRin's Fiora.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, too. I mean, everyone thinks of SK Telecom as a team that just focuses on Faker, but we've seen more and more this tournament that MaRin is getting so much of the priority as far as who they get ahead, who they focus on to carry, and he has really been stepping up, too.
Well, a lot of it is, at least in the laning phase, Faker has played a couple of games of Ryze, so he pretty much just wants to sit there and farm for as long as possible.
True.
And when you have MaRin up in the top side on champions like Darius that can really get a very large lead, or Fiora, just go ahead and gank for them early. He's the early power spike that transitions into a late game champion like Ryze.
And I also feel like Faker outputs a massive amount of pressure in lane, which helps to enable MaRin to have success on top lane. Not to mention everyone just wants to kill Faker, so he's got this giant target on his back, and MaRin can then carry on the backside. The game against EDG was kind of an example of this. It didn't seem like Faker was doing great in their 23-minute victory, and it was the rest of SKT winning a lot of the matches as well. I'll get to that in a minute. Fight up the turret.
Has to take the Lantern out. Turret goes down in favor of the Bangkok Titans up in top lane, actually.
Yeah, but we also have to remember in the game against EDG, Faker took the majority of the turret as Ryze versus Twisted Fate in the matchup, killed the turret, and then solo killed Twisted Fate without taking hardly any damage. So Faker was playing great in that game, even if he had a few deaths.
And part of playing against Twisted Fate is making sure that Twisted Fate can't do anything. And Twisted Fate could not do anything that game. So that's a big, big win, especially if you can output and scale out output so much damage and scale as well as you can on Ryze.
Well, I mean, now EasyHoon is kind of unleashed, though. He's still got his turret. They've taken out the enemy turret. He can move up that map a lot farther and be exactly where Bangkok Titans do not want him to be, which is killing them. That's where they don't want him to be.
With MaRin, I think, is the least desirable place for Twisted Fate to be.
Yeah, Bang is pretty much on wave management duty. 0-0-1. Returning to the bottom lane, time to shove that, and then probably rotate mid.
This really is the save Bangs KDA game, isn't it?
That's the whole point of the picks and bans.
I'm pretty sure.
We're listening in to Koma's.
I'll have to ask Koma later. I didn't hear it, I admit.
Banks should just go back to Urgot then. Play the ultra safe poke game.
That's true. Well. KG. You know, you have to hand it to Bangkok Titans though that they have done a good job of taking vision back in their own jungle. They're not letting SKT get as far ahead with this Twisted Fate as they could.
I think Bangkok Titans did a really good job overall of using their off week here because they came out much stronger today than we saw them in week 1. So there's been a lot of development there already as they acclimate themselves to this Worlds meta. And I'm impressed with how much of a difference we've seen in this team in just a few days.
Yeah. I mean, the games, the environment certainly has seemed to help them.
Yeah. Even this game against the 5-0 SKT, 4,700 gold differential at 17 minutes. While it's huge in the context of like an SKT versus KT game, as far as Bangkok Titans sticking in this one, this is way closer than we would expect this game to be, especially after the first week.
Dragon up in 40 seconds. Or minute 40 rather. A little bit longer to wait. I just want to fast forward. I want to get to the Dragon. Let's make the fights happen.
Well, it might not even happen because SKT has MaRin pushing the top side so powerfully right now. I don't think he can actually dive a Darius under a second tier turret, so at least that could pull it back towards the Dragon. Still 90 more seconds until the Dragon though.
Oh well.
Depends on how fancy you can get with that riposte, right? just a skill thing. No problem. Warlock. He's had some standout games so far this tournament, particularly last week. I think he struggled a bit today, but he's looked like a player that maybe one of the strongest on the Titans overall. I thought that some of his games, some of his NAR play, even when the Titans were losing last week, was very solid.
Well, he does seem to kind of be the team leader from the impression we've gotten in the interviews and things like that, and he plays like one too.
Captain of the team.
Yep. You know, the blue buff kind of jumps out of the trees, sort of comes out of the rock there, which means that underneath there's like a blue buff mine. So if you can just dig down there, if you can just dig down there, you get like all the blue buffs you want. Why are they waiting for this thing to come out?
Well, there aren't any stone mason skins or miner skins yet, so I have to take that's probably the reason. Although Yorick has a shovel.
He does. Might take him a little while. But
What else could be under the rift?
Rek'Sai?
Maybe there's just like a giant train filled with gold.
Maybe. That's true.
Those things are just buried in some places.
It could be booby-trapped. It's very likely, though.
I think there's enough gold on Summoner's Rift, though. There really doesn't seem to be a shortage of gold.
Where's it all coming from?
It all comes out of minions.
It all comes out of the ghost trade.
When you hit a monster, gold pops out.
You know, I wonder sometimes, why does anybody want to kill each other? This is a land of plenty.
No kidding. There's enough for everybody.
There's infinite Baron and Dragon meat.
Yep.
You got clean water here in the river. There's an endless supply of gold and shops to buy things at. Why fight at all?
It seems like a paradise. I mean, get rid of all these champions, man. I just want to move in and live here.
Minions just kill each other, and you just wait until they're very low, then you walk up, just sucker punch them, and get free money.
And well, people are like, well, you can't leave, so if you want to buy something, what do you do? I'm like, well, order it online, obviously. Nobody needs to go to the store anymore.
What's the Summoner's Rift equivalent of that? Ordering online.
I don't know. I'm sure Jace has like something that's capable of ordering.
Piltover is probably
He's from the future. Uh-oh, MaRin. Never mind, it's okay.
I think you just use Hawk Shot to go get things off the map. We know it flies off the map, I assume it can come back.
That's true. Oh, easy teleporting coming in. They want a big fight here. He's going after G4.
Oh, interrupted.
Well, another fight happening here. MaRin trying to go for the 1v4 here. I don't think that's going to work. Grand Challenge fails on Warlock. Wolf and Benki right there. Whatever happened to EasyHoon, who knows? 007 gets caught. He's in the box, and he's going to teleport or burrow right over to the birds, and then he gets taken out. That was awkward. Whatever. Lloyd, whoa! Can you say critical hit? Man, he rolled like 620s on that one.
Stack deck is pretty mean.
Stack deck, gold card, Lich Bane, Abyssal Scepter, right to the face.
Jeez.
That's Twisted Fate burst for you, and that's before he even has a big ticket AP item. Bang picking up 3 assists in that fight in particular. G4 actually flashed to get the Rune Prison to stop the Twisted Fate port at the beginning of the fight, but then the fact that MaRin didn't die 1v4 kind of sold Bangkok Titans short in this team fight.
Let's see this happen again. All right, they're a little bit nervous because Easy's about to come in, but MaRin's like, no problem.
Bangkok gets into the middle of this one, but he doesn't have much to do, so he just gets lanterned out right away by Wolf. Bangkok Titans trying to figure out which way to go. Want to rejoin up with G4, who didn't get picked, but then 007 finds himself on the end of a hook cocoon combination, and from that point forward, it's all SKT.
It gave time for Bang and Easyhoon to come down to the rest of the fight, and even though Lloyd could not one thread over the wall, Easyhoon was waiting right afterwards. There was really no way.
Man, Lloyd just got destroyed.
Good rhyme.
I didn't even mean that.
Thought there was going to be a joke follow-up.
No, that just happened. Just natural. He's probably kind of annoyed.
No, we're not doing this, though. We're not going into Rhymeland today, sorry.
All right. It's something I'll try to avoid.
Damn you.
That one I'll allow. That was good.
Thank you.
Only the last one.
But it needs the previous ones to work, so you can't do it like that, Chad.
True enough. I can see.
Sweet. And right at 22 minutes, too. That was the fastest victory I've had yet. All right.
We said surrenders and countdown.
Damn it, I forgot about the tiebreaker.
Oh, bummer. You're right. Top lane, tier 2, taken down by SKT. The lead continues. Uh-oh, Warlock in trouble. Teleport coming in for G4. That's going to scare off MaRin and Easyhoon for the moment, anyway.
MaRin is just getting so strong with Cleaver and Hydra already being completed. He can almost laugh off the Darius damage, even if Darius lands a nice outer ring of Decimate onto MaRin. I think he'd be able to lifesteal off of the minion wave, just quickly disengage, and be completely fine for the next fight. He's really safely in the split-pushing groove.
Well, Ryze is bottom. There is no teleport on this Ryze, and there is a Baron available, and they are going to take this opportunity for sure.
I think they are. 23 minutes in, Moss sees it. What can they do about this? Everybody's so far away.
Well, Rek'Sai
Wolf
can
taking
tunnel.
a lot of damage. Yeah, they're not doing it very quickly either, so SKT does have to back off. Yeah, why not give it a try?
Well, MaRin and the Hoon weren't there, so it does make it a little bit slower. And they don't have any tankiness on this composition, too, to really absorb a lot of that Baron damage. And support with Face of the Mountain isn't going to be doing you too many favors, especially at 24 minutes into this game.
Well, KT may try to take the mid lane turret. MaRin going to get found, though. He's going to issue the grand challenge onto 007, and then he's going to grandly run away. Gets exhausted. Whoa, hi, Lloyd. Comes in. Do they get the kill? Oh, you went the wrong way. And that is the kill for the Bangkok Titans. A riposte with the wrong direction for MaRin, I believe.
Yeah, looked very strange. The way MaRin went down there.
Sivralt, they want some revenge, some 4v5 revenge. They're going to pull in G4. That's 4v4 now. 007 getting a bit lower, taking a lot of turret. Hits gold card over the wall, and Easyhoon's going to snipe him. 2 kills already, and there's the flash from Warlock. Worked out pretty well for SKT. 1 minute until the next dragon.
We'll see if they even go for that. They do have an opportunity here, perhaps, to start pressuring this Baron once again. They have complete vision over the pit right now. The jungler is dead.
I still feel like if Bangkok Titans want to contest this dragon, they're capable. They have Alsterald, Darius teleport, and a Trist. Plus,
not going down fast at all.
With teleport coming up, that makes it pretty nice to secure.
Wolf takes a lot of damage. Lloyd in a lot of trouble here. Looks like they'll back off and let this Baron be taken by SK Telecom. No choice there, really.
Yeah, good call.
Almost lost their ADC.
You see the amount of poke coming in over the wall, too. I mean, Bang really starting to open this up. And MaRin's wave clear is pretty good right now.
I would say so. He's fast.
There's no armor on really anybody, the Bangkok Titans either, so he can pretty much just one-shot people.
See, he's bought 2 axes and a pickaxe, which makes his sword swing very quickly. It's a secret. The top lane split push.
Okay.
At least Darius has an axe and he's buying axes. That's good.
It is the perfect item.
Oh,
Easyhoon
Warlock!
has death cap.
Goodbye.
Yeah, Easyhoon actually had just picked up the death cap as well as the Baron, so the play for SKT is to get a pick and then try and end the game, which they could do right here.
Yeah, they certainly could. Inhibitor turret goes down. Moss on the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. 007 getting taken out too. There's a double kill for MaRin. manages to take down G4.
It's okay, 007 doesn't have a family, we're to believe that it's like the new timeline, so
that's true.
It's actually even more cruel to kill the Alistair instead of James Bond.
They're just trying to unsettle 007, make him, compromise him in the mission, if you will.
I think another thing we saw in that fight was just the insane healing from the Fjord ultimate. He was taking Nexus turrets with the Grand Challenge healing fountain there. This looks like a 27-minute win for SKT.
That is it, and with that, SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.
And it's so hard to go 6-0 in the group stage of the World Championship. It's something that we didn't see last year except from Samsung White. And something that I don't think we're going to see this year except from SK Telecom.
And, you know, even that was very surprising, too, because we thought for sure EDG would be able to split one with SK Telecom, but it was a very different EDG team we saw coming into Worlds now. They made it out of the group, but SKT, right now at least, looking head and shoulders above everybody else in this tournament, more or less.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what this team does in the quarterfinal. There are still 2 undefeated teams remaining in the group stages. So we will find out Saturday and Sunday whether or not Cloud9 or Origin can match the 6-0 record. But they are up against some pretty formidable competition as well.
Yeah, that's something. That's the thing is, one thing that helped SKT here was having a relatively weak group, and with EDG, I think, underperforming, that definitely contributed.
On SKT, bring the Bangkok Titans out on stage with them. It's their last game of Worlds 2, and the crowd, of course, wants to give them a big and well-deserved applause. Well played by Bangkok Titans, certainly making a lot of those losses look a bit competitive.
Yeah, both teams bowing together on stage. Pretty cool to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Respect shown from the Bangkok Titans, mutual respect. Bangkok Titans, they showed up much better than they did during the first week.
Yeah, that's right. And that's really encouraging. Obviously, when you see a team like that improve so quickly, definitely going to be a team to watch in the future. So let's send it over to Dash and the rest of the analysts to see what they thought about that last game.
Thank you, Doa. I love to see both teams bowing there. You know, as they mentioned, respect shown by SKT to BKT, and it's much deserved because this team, in my opinion, approached Worlds with absolutely the right mindset. And I truly believe they're going to come out of Worlds with so much because of it.
Yeah, for sure. I think like the games they've shown like interesting qualities. I don't think they were too bad. Like Warlock stepped up in a lot of games. People saw him as a weakness. It's what I heard on social media at least. And in general, I think they should go out of this tournament with their head held up high.
Definitely. And Bangkok Titans have been a part of the Southeast Asian region for so long. They've been everywhere from last to now first. They've had 20-something players. Like overall, being able to participate in a Worlds, being able to get the culture, like spy on what other teams do to make them so good. They're going to take nothing but success out of this tournament, and they did compete at least on a relatively good level.
And I think participating in the World's Finals is a really good experience for them, and I think this experience will let them to rock over the teams in their own region. And I have to give credit for Lloyd because we see his plays today, and there are some mistakes when he's playing Tristana, but he plays decently last game. Against a huge enemy like SKT, his AD performance is just the same as Bang.
Yeah, I think the caster's point about the difference we saw between BKT of week 1 and week 2, just in that span of time, was a massive improvement. Now we flip over to the other side, SKT finishing out their group stage here with the 6-0, undefeated, looking strong as ever. You know, if I dare say so myself, you know, kind of footholding themselves into that position of team to beat.
You do not want to draw SKT. Like, let's just be really upfront. There is a game in the draw coming up, and it is do not get SKT because those guys, they're monsters. They're honestly, teams will go to bed at night and have nightmares about how good this team is, and they play with 2 different mid laners who are both rock stars. Like, I cannot talk about this team highly enough. They are incredibly intimidating.
I have to highlight also, like coming from this group, I think we have the 2 best junglers in the whole World Championship. Bengi and Clearlove, I'm pretty excited to see them play against the other junglers coming out from the other groups, because I feel in this particular group, it's been like, the metaphor I like to use is like Pac-Man. The other junglers are basically the ghost chasing the Pac-Man, and at some point, like the Pac-Man is just farming away, picks up the item that allows them to kill the ghost, and that kind of shows, like in the matchup, for example, Bengi against Lulex, he was falling around and then eventually he died, and I think generally, these two junglers, oof, they deserve a lot of credit.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, with all of Group C's matches on the books, let's see how the 4 teams stand. SK Telecom will advance to London's quarterfinals as the #1 seed. EDG right behind them in second. They'll be drawn into the knockout round bracket immediately following the final group stage game on Sunday. So be sure to stick around after the final nexus is smashed. And with another 2 teams advancing to London's quarterfinals, it's time to look towards tomorrow when we'll know who will continue on to the knockout stage from Group D. The action kicks off with an NA versus EU clash between Team Solomid and Origin. KT Rolster squares off against LGD, and then TSM gets back on the rift against Korea's #3 seed. A quick programming note, the games will be starting 2 hours earlier tomorrow, so make sure that schedule is free and clear because it all kicks off at noon Central European time, 3 a.m. Pacific, even earlier for us, gentlemen. But when we look at tomorrow's lineup of games, this was a group that turned out entirely differently in week 1 than most people expected. Going into week 2, what are the matchups we're looking at?
I think this group is one of the most exciting group because we can see, I think, in my opinion, I think the average team ability is not that diverse as like today's game. And we can know that the China's #1 seed, LGD, is suffering from 3 losses already. So I hope, because I am from China, I hope that LGD can have a huge performance because we know that Flame is going to play tomorrow. So I'm hoping that Flame will be a better top lane when he saw Akon's play in those days.
We'll see if that's enough to make a difference for LGD. However, we look at Origin and KT. Both of these teams looked really strong in week 1.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking forward to. Who stays on top of this group? Because when you look at it, I completely agree. It's kind of like all 4 teams have a fighting chance, and then Origin just came out of nowhere, man, and they look super impressive, especially beating a Korean team around the map. I haven't seen a team do that in a very long time. Am I interested in LGD? Sure, but I want to see whether Origin as a team can stay at that peak performance. Doing it for a week, that's something, but 3 games in 1 day against 3 quality opponents, that's going to be a challenge.
I'm also very excited for Origin because in the past I've always seen Expeke as a weakness, but in this tournament, he's a strength. And with that in mind,
He's
like
a monster in this tournament.
It is so hard to kind of just looking at these teams, especially KT and Origin, it's very hard to highlight weaknesses. You just have to come in with your own strengths, which I'm hoping LGD will finally show.
A very exciting day of games awaits us tomorrow. It's time for us to go to bed. That does it for another day of Worlds. For now, we got to go on cooldown as we gear up for another episode of Worlds tonight. On behalf of myself, the analyst desk, and everyone here working hard to cover the action, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time for more of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship.
Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6.
Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as EDG. Hand from MaRin as he may clear this one up.
Pas de bague, baby suffisamment de dégâts. Bandit au sol, il reste Amazing J, c'est
The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
Nothing picked up. Oduamno solo in the front line. Ryu pushed back, but does it really matter? G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
You said it right, probably?
Yes, he said it.
Yeah. You guys are stupid, and I'm getting triggered, and I'm gonna troll this game.
Ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the super mega death target. Death is so dead.
Mina, Lolo die. Like, Lolo. 80.
Okay, AD の開始。
Nice.
It's EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
It's SK Telecom chasing down Bang! The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now. Needs one last fight. Amazing J goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life. And Oduamne can't participate. H2K says, do you have a win? And EDG says, go fish. Lloyd, whoa! Can you say critical hit? Man, he rolled like 620s on that one. On the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.
Ça fait un kill pour MaRin, l'arrivée de Wolf, attention Def, les dégâts, mais ça suffira pas, Def qui est échappé, il reste mort, le champion n'a pas de bague, mais suffisamment de dégâts, pas de console, il reste
4 teams now locked in to move on to the next stage of the World Championship. Today, you could say the group of debts have been paid. Sacrifices definitely made along the way. SKT obviously showing the strongest out of Group C today. Absolutely amazing. Second place finisher though, EDG, definitely look like they have things to work on.
Yeah, I mean, EDG versus SKT turned out to be some of the most one-sided games in this group, surprisingly enough, even though Bangkok Titans were in there, because of how many mistakes EDG just made in the early game every single time they faced them.
Well, even when we saw them not against SKT, we look at that last game versus H2K, where they gave H2K quite a few openings to take that game, and unfortunately, I mean, even when the ball was directly passed into H2K's hands, they just sort of dropped it and wandered off.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned the ball here, because Ryu could basically have won the early game for H2K. They force a flash from Lulu in the mid lane. It's like, okay, perfect, let's re-gank.
Yeah.
Ball here from Ryu, he puts it on, perfect shockwave possible, get the kill, get the tower, and then he fires the ball back to himself and shields himself and runs away. And it's like, why? And that's simply H2K in a nutshell in this tournament here. Every time they have to step up and make that big play that can win the game versus SKT or EDG, they don't do it. They mess it up, and that's why they're now getting out of, or not getting out of the group.
A lot of people have said that, you know, barring SKT from this, skill isn't really going to take you too far in this world. A lot of the teamwork has been showing stronger than what skill has been bringing up, and a few of these plays absolutely show it. Changes as well for teams haven't been going as well as they would like. We see Amazing J stepping in and things not going well.
Yeah, again for EDG, they made the substitute. There was some talk about how Koro had been sick a little bit, couldn't maybe practice too much, and also how Amazing J would fit this patch better because he could play these carry top laners. The problem is he's not really going to carry on these top laners. Like, he can pick them, yes, but he can't really play them, it seems.
Well, that also makes us ask the question if this is EDG's best option. If they feel that the meta has moved out of Koro's favor into Amazing J's, then we must necessarily assume that Koro is even worse on these champions because what we saw from him previously was a lot more tanks. Just leave him alone in the top side. And I think that's been not only a fault for Amazing J, but for the rest of the team. This is not a meta where you just leave your top laner out to dry and they can take care of themselves. They need to refocus their entire style of play to actually help their top laner, which is not something EDG's used to doing.
No, and I think it's very key because there's a lot of people today who are talking about how, oh, it's Amazing J's fault, they're losing to SK Telecom and so on. No, Clearlove goes bot lane level 2, shows himself.
Yeah.
You have that first gank, and Bengi's like, okay, I'm going to take your jungle, I'm going to
Even
go
against
top.
BKT, we saw Deft going in Moss, making some huge plays that game, and EDG seemed to be scattered. Took them 20, 25 minutes to even find themselves a way back into that game. As you move on, that's knockout right there. That's not something you can work with.
There's been a lot of mistakes for EDG, especially for me, just how they play the early game in lane swaps when it comes to dragons. We had Mako just on the desk talking to Shock, saying there were a lot of problems in the lane swap they have to fix. I think depending on how long they have now until their first quarterfinal game, if they maybe have like multiple days extra because they get the Sunday game or so on, I can see them potentially fix some of them.
The thing that's so scary is that you look at the team like SKT that's actually changing out their mid laner, which nobody else does, and they're still having great results on champions you're not seeing from anybody else still. Faker on that Ryze, Karthus for EasyHoon. It's going to be absolutely ridiculously hard to beat SKT.
I think you sound very optimistic in the assertion that maybe with like a day or two extra, you know, next week, that is going to change. Because we're not talking about a simple plug and play here. This is a way, not only in terms of lane swapping, but in terms of Clearlove's jungle pathing, Mako's pathing throughout the map, and Korean teams. The 3 Korean teams we have here are all so top lane focused, right? The 3 Korean teams who had the strong top lane focus, KT, KOO, SK Telecom, all have these massive carry top laners. They're used to playing around them. That is not something EDG has in their bag of tricks. So the meta really, with this 5.18 patch, is very favorable right now for the Korean teams when we compare it to what we're seeing EDG do.
And I just think that EDG will have time to fix some of the problems, but it's not going to be enough to win Worlds, which was the whole, you know, the big talk coming in here. LGD, EDG could challenge SKT. With the mistakes they have now, I think it's enough to, again, if they do manage to get better and improve the following days, to maybe take out teams like the Flash Wolves and so on. I would still put EDG as the favorite in that matchup.
There's the shocker there for everybody that were EDG's coming off of MSI. They should perform like that again, right? And that's not what happened. So that fall is also on everybody's mind. Is that going to continue?
Well, the game's very different is a big part of it. And
very true.
It hasn't been kind to EDG's method of playing the game.
Has not. Looking at the other teams, H2K and SKT had to scrap through this group the entire time. Really not too much to say about these teams. BKT, like we said, did put up damage versus EDG. Was that carelessness? Did EDG, as you say, there's picks that you don't like, Monty, that just get on your nerves. Is EDG falling in too much of a lax position in the group stage or testing the waters?
I actually thought their draft was fine against SK Telecom in the second game. Their first draft against H2K made me very nervous with the Kassadin and the Darius and the Kalista, the low wave clear. I think that they have been a bit cocky, but there have been holes in their draft sort of all over the place. They really didn't know where to go. Only the Chinese teams have played Skarner so far. It really hasn't been a successful pick.
I haven't seen him too much lately. First week we saw him a few times
Right.
and then kind of died out. I think for EDG versus Bangkok Titans, I mean, it's one of those games where the focus maybe isn't there 100% when the game starts. You kind of expect it to be an easy one, a walkover, and then you get a little bit surprised. They did manage to bounce back in the end because they had a good composition to deal with that jinx. But it was scary. I mean, they could definitely have lost that game. And then suddenly it would have been could have been different when they faced H2K.
Well, not too much more to say about Group C. As we said, the group of debts have been paid. SKT is going to take that one with EDG on the top side. And we have to look towards tomorrow. Amazing games to come out. TSM, LGD, KT, and OG out of Group D. And Origin Gaming has slid under the radar a little bit here. Niels is having plays. Peke coming back on a little bit of a Nivea when he wants to have fun on that, so he's not having to show a ton of his picks, supposedly the weak link. Definitely a group that could get tossed up a little bit tomorrow.
I'm so excited for tomorrow because for me, the best game of the tournament so far was Origin versus KT Game 1. It's my favorite one to watch. It was very well played by both sides. I would like to see a tiebreaker between these two teams tomorrow just because I can't get enough of when they go head-to-head. And it'd be fun to have at least one tiebreaker in this tournament.
I'm looking at LGD. I hyped them up coming into the tournament. I
Not
said
only you
6-0.
did.
We all did.
It's okay. Yeah, double pat.
They're going to play KT in the first game.
It's rough.
Second game of the day, first game for them. I expect that to just be a win for KT and then 0-4 for LGD. They're basically out of the tournament. They can only play spoiler later on. Origin is well taking on Team Solomid. That should be a victory for Origin. Suddenly we have the 4-0 and the 0-4 team, and that should basically decide how the group looks. Come on, Origin is going to take down Team Solomid. They're heavy favorites in that matchup, and I will be very disappointed if Origin doesn't make it out as number one.
Any given Saturday, we'll see.
I'm pretty sure that's the expression.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at those games, though, TSM did take down LGD, the front runners to come into this group.
That was an ugly game, Riv.
There have been a lot of ugly games here.
Ugly. Tom Kench level of attractiveness right there. I really didn't like that game. I thought it was very poorly played from both teams, and LGD's plan of running the brand support and trying to shut down the Mordekaiser was foiled by their own incredibly poor team fighting and penchant for walking face first into TSM.
Why are we seeing all three Chinese teams struggle so much in the early game in this tournament here when it comes to playing a proper strategy? Like whenever they have the chance to do like a 1-3-1 setup, they mess it up and run around 5 members instead. PYL in that brand game loses the flash and goes aggressive, then TP comes in behind, he dies. EDG with their failed lane swaps. The Chinese team seems to have a lot of problem when it comes to early game strategy. We know the skills are there when you look at the members. But that really needs to be sorted out. I don't think LGD had the time to do it though, so they're gonna
It's almost different from last year. We saw lane swaps catching Korean teams off guard. They weren't ready for the 2v1 dives. It would be something that was gentleman's agreement on and farm it out until the lanes broke down. And now it seems that China's kind of being taken off guard by that as they try to pressure different sides of the map. The lane swap is not working in their favor.
No, it's not, but it goes beyond that. We can talk about EDG and we can say, okay, this team has some serious issues to work around playing with the lane swaps and playing around their top laners. But look at LGD. I mean, what a train wreck. Their draft is terrible.
Inside and out.
Their draft is terrible. They seem uncoordinated. They can't even play the double teleport strategy that they are pretty much responsible for bringing to this tournament in the first place. They can't play their pocket picks or their comfort picks. They can't play League of Legends right now. So
tell us how you really feel.
I hope Flame can really bring something new to this team because obviously Acorn's having a very poor tournament, but they have so much to fix. If they can 3-0 tomorrow, it will be a miracle.
True. I did say The OG TSM, that was kind of some love for me there for NA, but I feel like TSM's almost in the same boat as LGD right now. Miscommunication completely plaguing this team, and it almost leaves KT and OG to fight for the rest of this group because we see Lost Boys still not communicating with the rest of the team, Santorin not being able to make anything happen. They need to find a honeymoon period when Lost Boy first came over, and all that seemed to just work out for them.
I feel like all the problems we highlighted for Team Solar Mid coming into the tournament turned out to be true. They're still here. Jungle support synergy, it's not there. Proper communication on the team is not there. Don't have a carry top lane that they can play around very effectively. They still put everything on Bjergsen in the mid lane, and that's just not the correct way to play right now if you look at all the top teams.
When we look at the percent damage breakdown of TSM, I don't have the exact stats in front of me, but it's something like 42.5, 45% damage, 45.5% damage comes from Bjergsen. 12.7% comes from Dyrus. And this is a guy who's been playing Darius, all right?
He's starting to get more and more non-tanks.
If you compare that to a player like Smeb, who's doing over 25% of his team damage, that's a 13% overall decrease. Bjergsen is absolutely carrying the living hell out of TSM, and it is impressive, but no one else on that team is stepping up.
Just the rankings when it comes to these numbers here. Dyrus, I believe, is ranked 14 among top laners. Santorin is ranked 14 among junglers. Wild Turtle 14 among AD carries, and Bjergsen number 1 among mid laners. Like, that just shows how much
a lot of disparity
around
there.
him. They had now a few days. I don't think that's going to change anything. That entire boot camp as well for them. So it's still going to be about, can Bjergsen do extremely well in the early game, carry them into team fights?
I think it's even better for TSM's opponents, especially because we look at that top lane. How have some of these top laners been getting by in the first week? Darius spam. Darius on some of the weaker top laners of this tournament. And now, seen the Renekton, we know Fiora's good into it. This is a group that has Soaz, Flame, and Someday.
And we have to see what Flame can do now.
Someday is a very good Renekton player. It's his most played champion of all time. The Darius is not going to work anymore.
The Darius has been hot enough for a lot of people anyways. You see Balls getting the pentakill, but having a game that he actually wasn't that effective on. So these teams keep going for it. It's kind of just something that'll sit in the top lane. Work itself out.
We do see when the pick gets ahead, how it can snowball out of control. In some of these games, it's just blind picking it is the risk, especially if you do not play around that top laner, because he's going to get counterpicked, he's going to lose the matchup, and then his effectiveness just drops dead. Because then you don't offer anything really compared to some of the other top lane picks, like a Gnar, maybe that has at least a Mega Gnar in these team fights. So it's going to be interesting to see what TSM can do. I'm still just looking at Origin. Again, I'm expecting them to take number 1 in this group. They looked fantastic last week. They showed some different things as well. Kalista got taken away in the last game, and they still managed to win playing Sivir.
This is true.
Which is very, very key, because they looked so good with Kalista, and now it's not suddenly just Bandit and they can't do anything.
All teams have had time to look at everybody, Monty.
I think the same thing. I still have questions about Cloud9, how well they're going to do when some of their key strategies are taken away. CLG collapsed when that happened, but Origin didn't. And that's really what says to me that this is a team that actually has some substance to it, that has an amount of depth, and could be a serious contender here to make semis, or, you know, if they get very lucky and Peke continues to play at this level, maybe even go further. So I've been very impressed. I do hope that we get that. I really hope we have 2 5-1 teams in this group, that we get a really epic
6-0 Origin, KT can then take second place, and they can meet somewhere. Let's say the final. You know, Origin takes out SKT and KT in the final. That's going to happen.
All right.
We'll see what we have. Definitely want to thank everybody for joining myself, Defisha Bro, and Monty for another edition of Worlds tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow, and GG.
Here we go, the beginning of the day here at the World Championship, Day 6.
Teleport from Amazing J is going to be cancelled as DDG. And from MaRin as he may clear this one up.
Depuis de la part de Bang, Bang met suffisamment de dégâts. Bandit au sol, il reste MaTG, c'est dommage.
The 2-0 against EDG here for SKT.
Nothing picked up. Odwado solo in the front line. Ryu pushed back, but doesn't really matter. G4 caught up and down goes Yasuo.
He said it, right, probably?
Yes, he said it.
You guys are stupid, and I'm getting triggered, and I'm gonna troll this game.
An ability to get something down, but Clearlove takes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Death is so dead.
Mina, Lolo die. Line cover, Lolo. AD.
Okay, AD no kashi.
Nice.
EDG, after a comeback from 6,000 gold, pick themselves up a victory.
as SK Telecom chasing down Bang! The damage from Bang is insane right now. Double kill. Can he get more? Triple kill. It's another win for SKT. They're 5-0 in the group now. Needs one last fight. Amazing Jay goes in under Ryu. Ryu gets evaporated. Lulex running for his life, and Odoamne can't participate. H2K says, do you have a win? And EDG says, go fish. Lloyd, whoa! Can you say critical hit? Man, he rolled like 620s on that one. On the run, pops that ultimate. There's the grand challenge. No, that cow's got a family. He's got a herd. Oh, the humanity. SKT goes 6-0 in groups. GG.
It's gonna be harder because last week, obviously, we came with different expectations. Every team did, and we ended up being the strongest team in the group.
And with the crowd behind them, Origin go undefeated.
I feel like this week can be a lot different. Teams have prepared more for today. I don't think any of the teams gave up. I think all the teams are gonna try their hardest because anyone can make it. They're gonna come in super prepared, and it's a big worry, so saying we wanna go 6-0 wouldn't be realistic. We will be really happy if we got to win 2 games, because that means we got first. And that will just mean we proved that we actually deserve to be going through group stage, that it wasn't just luck.
Championship. If the defending world champion could start his first week 0-3, LGD have so little time left now. Oh, quadra kill! They get the beautiful shockwave.
These guys are legit, man.
Bonjour and welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2015 World Championship. Today we will follow Group D as they battle it out in their final day of round-robin matches to see which teams will advance to the quarterfinals in London. The crowd is plenty hyped and amazing, and Niels, they're headed to the stage, ready to do battle in our first game of the day. So as will he finally get his hands on that gangplank today? Only time will tell. Of course, TSM making their final adjustments, and Lust Boy looking stone cold. Hello, everyone. I'm still James Dash Patterson, and once again, I surrounded myself with some of the premier regional experts to help break down the action. To my left, coach for Europe's Roccat, Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi, LPL commentator Jake Spawn Tiberi, and the NALCS's own Aiden Zyrene Moon. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
You're looking quite relaxed, my friend. Yeah, it's a very laid back, very still waking up, maybe. Oh, conserving for the many exciting games that we're going to be having today. Now, yesterday we saw 2 more teams advance to the next round of Worlds, SK Telecom and Edward Gaming. While SKT showed why they were the favorites in this tournament, China's EDG was much less convincing.
Yeah, SKT looked amazing. Like, let's just get it out of the way. You know, teams came into this tournament and said there is no Samsung White. Well, I'm going to dispute that because Blue last year was the second best team, and White beat them in the best of 3 in an average game time of 27 minutes. And game 2 and 3 looked an awful lot like what SKT did against EDG in their 2 games. They beat them in an average game time of 28 minutes. This is supposed to be the second best team in the tournament. And my God, this Korean powerhouse, man, they are intimidating as all heck.
It's like, while I see where you're coming from with the comparison, I think it's too soon, because the thought of EDG being the second team in the tournament, I understand that sentiment as well, but looking at the other teams in all other groups, like Origin, like facing SKT, I think that could be interesting in the future as well. Maybe Flash Wolves, maybe Ku Tigers, KT. I think there's a lot of teams that could be the second best team in the tournament by now.
It really just brings up the idea of whether or not you value the, you know, past performances of the team at MSI, something like that, the way they came into the tournament on paper versus their performance and their relative strength of group.
I think that's definitely true. And we have to look at longevity because there's still weeks to come, right? Some teams could actually go up to that second spot. Maybe KT comes out. Maybe LGD gets it together. We'll have to see this week. But we'll talk a little bit more about EDG here. They had some problems in the early game. They look like the second best team, like you said, but there's definite problems with the lane swap that they are just not used to yet. The European lane swap with the fast push, they're trying to avoid that, and they're putting they're band-aiding the problem. They're picking mid-late game farm champions like Jinx, and they're getting around that. But that is something, the European lane swap, that when you make it out of groups, if you do, and EDG did, you're going to be going up against teams that have this perfected. So you have to find a way to adapt to that without just band-aiding it for the time being.
Yeah, we saw them claw their way back from a 6K deficit against the Bangkok Titans, but they might not be afforded that opportunity against a team like Origin or SKT again in the future. Now, moving on to today, let's see how the teams in Group D are stacked up. Europe's Origin is currently in the #1 spot after going undefeated in Week 1. KT Rolster is behind them at 2-1, followed by TSM, while the LPL's LGD is still looking for their first win after a rough start to the tournament. Of course, we'll be able to lock down those rankings after our games today, which of course begin with TSM versus Origin. After that, KT Rolster will take to the Rift in back-to-back matches, first against LGD and then against TSM. If there are any tiebreakers required, we'll bring you those immediately following our 6th game, LGD versus TSM. Gentlemen, let's start with Origin because they surprised everybody. We heard XPeke talk about it. They surprised themselves with their 3-0 start.
Yeah, I think Origin is a team that coming in from a pool 3 definitely overperformed. But the thing is that this is their level. Because what happened is XPeke came into his own. He's now one of the best performing mid laners at the tournament, and he has really high kill participation. He's becoming a part of these fights. He's no longer a liability, and their draft has been amazing. Hermit, their coach, he's not just drafting around his team's strengths. He's drafting around the enemy's weakness and making it so that they get to attack the weak point of their enemy's tendencies, which is something that I think on the world stage everybody should be doing, but they have done it the best so far.
See, that actually worries me a tiny bit for Origin because that's easy to do if you play one game per game, but you put all 3 into one and you make one executional mistake and all of a sudden you lose a game. However, Origin's play on the Rift, especially out of their bottom lane, who I was expecting good things but not amazing things, has been like second to none so far this tournament. Niels and Mythy have shown that they are class through and through.
Oh man, you give him Kalista so many times, you enable Mythy to make these
I have a
plays.
feeling we won't see Kalista too often in the hands of Origin.
But Kalista hasn't got the best win rate. It's like 38%. And it's only Niels is the one.
But in the hands of Niels, it's been
very...
very...
a great Kalista as well, and he can't win with a champion, so...
Well, that whole team is underperforming.
Very important to highlight the fact that the European and the North American teams have kind of an advantage in the group stage simply because of how the LCS structure is. We have best of ones, and I think that is something to consider simply because when we come into the quarterfinals, I think Origin should have if they manage to have these strong strategies for the entire best of 5, I'll be super impressed. But it's harder to do than just best of ones.
Important to note that they only need to win their game against TSM. TSM specifically, first game of the day, in order to guarantee that they do advance to the quarterfinals. Want to move ahead now to KT, sitting at 2-1. This is a team that can fight for either the 1 or 2 seed here and looked exceptionally impressive even with that loss that they incurred in Week 1.
Yeah, this is a team that just has a really solid top laner and then the rest of the map supports him very well. So I was impressed by KT's performance. I think Someday is an absolute monster up there and they've got a really great support staff. What I wasn't impressed by was how Origin beat them around the map, and I thought that was a telltale game to show that KT still has a way to grow. Are they an impressive team? Sure. Can they take a game off Origin, hit back and prove that they can play that macro strategy impeccably? That's what I'm looking for today out of KT.
Yeah, because KT, they lost the game while down in kills, or up in kills. I think it was 12-11 with KT having the 12. So they lost the game up in kills, but KT, they kind of suck at taking early towers. They haven't gotten a tower before their enemy in all 3 of their games, and they're lacking that macro strategy because they're all about the fight. And that's another thing, too. They have kind of that problem that EDG is having with the macro strategy in this current meta and how it's stacking up in the tournament. So if they can just do a little bit more studying, polish that, then they'll be ready to take on
or
those
if they can bait teams into fights, because that's what KT and EDG
really
were both known for. If you fight them early in the game, they smash you.
It's also like the game KT versus Origin the last time. They had the game in their hands simply because they should have just sent Someday into the bot lane instead of the Coke. But what kind of is in my memory is the fact that Someday kind of crushed Soaz. He was ahead. And
he had no deaths.
They could have pushed that because Someday is kind of known for that split push, just doing it flawlessly. I'm surprised they didn't push that, but also something that is important to highlight, in the next time they face, KT have the red side. And I think red side has been so important for Soaz because he has this deep champion pool where he's able to counterpick almost anything that is played on top lane.
Now let's quickly hit LGD, the team that surprised us
Easy
in
note.
the wrong way by not doing so fantastically, starting 0-3. Now it's important to note with this team that even if they win all 3 of their matches today, they are not guaranteed a tiebreaker. They need certain things to fall in their favor with KT losing to specific teams in order to force a tiebreaker. So we'll see if that can even happen, but they're going to have to come out swinging to make anything happen today.
Yeah, typical LGD, right? They can't even get anything right coming into this tournament. Their preparation looks sloppy. On the Rift, they look sloppy. They got beaten by a Shockwave and a Mordekaiser Q, respectively, in 2 different games. They're all over the place.
And then, of course, we'll move on to our last team in the group, TSM. They need to win against KT specifically in order to keep their tournament hopes alive to force a tiebreaker with them for that 2nd seed. We'll see if they can do that. Of course, let's look towards today's games where we want to open up our expertise to you. Tweet your questions for our analysts at lolEsports with the hashtag AskTheDesk, and we'll see what you want to know a little bit later today. Now, before we get to the caster desk, an important piece of business. As always, TSM versus Origin. Who are you guys picking to win this game? Yamato, we're going to start with you.
I have to say Origin, simply because the only win TSM has managed to grab is against a weak LGD with Mordekaiser. It's very easy to push that early game and the mid game with the Mordekaiser. In the other games when they haven't had the Mordekaiser, they've just looked pretty like stalemate.
Fair enough. Moving on.
If you are an LGD fan, barrack for TSM all day. That is all I'm going to say. But this game, Origin will come out quite handily. I think they're a much better lineup.
And finally,
I'm going to have to go with the rest of the desk here and go with Origen because I don't see how TSM really realistically wins this. They have the late game, right? But Origin last time drafted late game and said, we're just going to beat you in that late game. So they went after that weakness there. So I feel like Origin, they have more avenues in, and TSM just has to play a better game. Dyrus needs to step up. He's one of the worst performing top laners at the tournament right now, and Bjergsen needs to be utilized on the map because he's one of the best performing mid laners at this tournament statistics-wise.
Well, today's the day for Dyrus to do it. However, if week 1 performances are indicative of anything, Origin's going to run away with this game. TSM have had their time to make their adjustments. We'll see if they've done it. The teams are gearing up on stage, so let's check in with our casters for a preview of our first match. On the way, Dyrus says Xpeke has several qualities that make him a real contender.
One of my theories about Xpeke is that not only that he's a veteran, but he's just a very confident person in general. I feel like since he's been playing for so long, he kind of like slacks on the practice and just like goes out and does what he wants to do. But now that he has a goal and he's going into this Worlds with his team that he can trust, I think he's giving the extra effort, and it's showing that he's a much, much better player than people think he is.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Doa-Lundqvist, and with me, of course, for our first 3 games are Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and Mitch Force-Pulsen. Let's get into game 1. TSM versus Origin. A lot riding on this game, a lot riding on really every game in this group, of course. TSM looking for a second win. Origin looking to go 4-0 already.
Yeah, and this is actually a really, really interesting matchup because we've been telling the same story about TSM all year long.
Bjergsen's the god.
Bjergsen. You know, there could not be a more aptly named team. It's Team Solo Mid. But we have some incredible stats to actually back up the stories that we've been telling. Amongst all of the teams at Worlds, Bjergsen has the highest share of his team's damage at 45% among any player here. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sit at the very bottom. And this, it's not only that Bjergsen has a high percentage of his team's damage, but he also uses the gold that he gets to deal damage very efficiently. If you look at the damage dealt to champions by players divided by the gold that that player has gotten, Bjergsen is #1 again among all the other mid laners here at Worlds.
Yeah, for every gold that he spends, he just deals way more damage than everybody else here. Compared to his teammates, we took a look at Dyrus. Dyrus, for example, is the worst top laner when it comes to damage efficiency. Again, that is damage done for gold spent, whereas Wild Turtle, for example, he's in the 3rd last position for his role too. So they're doing just very poorly overall. And then if we look at how Bjergsen gets that massive lead usually and how he gets to be that efficient, it's also due to how well he CS's overall. He has at 10 minutes on average, he is 17 CS up. That is an incredibly, astoundingly large number, and that just gives him such a big gold lead. And for TSM as a whole, as a team, at 10 minutes, they're up on average 1,000 gold right now.
And half of that is all Bjergsen. He's doing so much of this work himself, right? And he's getting solo kills on Nagne. It's It's impressive.
Well, the guy only has 4 deaths, too, on top of all this. So he really is, like, carrying this team. But TSM needs more than just Bjergsen. These other guys on the team, need to step up today. So now, if we look at the other side of the matchup, out of 2.2 million pick'ems locked in for the group stage, only 16% were predicting that Origin would take first. And in that 16%, Origin have only improved over their first week. So those 60%, man, they could tell the future. I don't know what's up with that. That's crazy psychic ability.
They are the 16%, and overall, they were right doubting Origin to an extent. Many people were right doubting them because they actually have improved a lot. They came to Worlds with a lot of creative shot calling, and they have a mentality, a get stuff done mentality. They don't mind overextending here and there with the risk of being picked off because they always have cross-map potential. They're always doing something.
Yeah, they're very proactive.
Especially when it comes to vision. And I think that is the breaking point from last matchup because TSM, let's not forget, they were incredible. They were decently far ahead against Origin in the last matchup.
Yeah.
But with that that average gold lead at 10 minutes, they even got that against Origin, but they failed to get deep vision, and that's exactly where Origin excelled.
Yeah, the biggest failing for TSM so far has been the Santorin plus Lesboy lack of vision. They've been constantly getting picked off across the map. Origin, though, to go back to these guys, not only do they have extremely flexible champion pools? I mean, Peke has played 7 different champions in 7 different games here at Worlds, but they also have all of the new picks here at Worlds ready to go and picks that other people haven't used yet. Plus, Peke and Soaz, they've been playing this double TP high map pressure style for upwards of 4 years. And that is one of the styles that benefits from experience the most because you constantly have to reevaluate the game state and continue to make quick decisions. Also, you force your opponents to make those same decisions. If they haven't been in those scenarios before, then they start to feel the pressure and they fall behind.
Yeah, we see like XPeke's crazy kill participation too. This guy is all over the place. It's way higher now in Worlds than it was in the regular season, jumping up to like 80% at this point. And so, I think it's about time to check our starting lineups for these two teams. At least I'm ready for it anyway. I want to get into the games. For Team Solo Mid, of course, in the top lane, it is Dyrus at jungle, Santorin, and in the mid lane, the Solo Mid himself, Bjergsen at ADC. We've got Wild Turtle down at the support, Lustboy, and their coach, Loco Doco.
And then on the red side, hoping it will be slightly less close here in the early game. Top lane coming out here, Soaz performing incredibly well. Jungle will be amazing. Mid lane, obviously, the Herald here, XPeke, fan favorite, AD carry, rookie of the year, in my opinion. Niels, supported by Mithy, fantastic player overall, and coached under the all-seeing eye of Hermit.
Yeah, I really have been impressed with Hermit this year. I mean, he's been a big part of taking the tools that he has on his team and getting strategies that are effective for those players, sort of tailoring the way that they want to play to the players that he has on his team. And that's very important when you have players that are long-standing and have they're very opinionated players like Soaz and Peke.
You can also see the respect that Origin have for Hermit. He wasn't their coach in the regular season, that was Ducky. Ducky stepped down at the end of the season, and then the Hermit, who was the analyst behind the scenes, actually flew over, stepped in, and the team actually listens a lot to him. So he's very involved in that pick and ban process. And I think we can see a more secure Origin. They have things more together right now with Hermit on that coaching stage.
That's right, and it looks like it is time to get into picks and bans, guys, between Team Solo Mid and Team Origin here in our first game of the day. Today we find out who from Group D moves on to the quarterfinals. Kalista and TF, the first couple bans.
Yep, no surprise there with the Kalista. They mentioned it on the analyst desk, and even Niels himself in the interview afterwards was like, yes, oh, well, first pick Kalista every time. We value it much more highly than the other teams.
I mean, Kench is benched.
Yeah, the Kench is benched.
I still... All right.
We're still expecting a Gangplank bang. 100% pick and ban rate, and every time he's left open, immediately that team pays the price. They lose, so definitely want to get Gangplank out of the equation here. Origin may be confident, though, to give it to Dyrus, who hasn't been performing that well, and Soaz is known for counterpicking these top lane matchups.
It seems like they really want to maybe grab a Darius for Dyrus because they do have that Lulu banned out. There's a Gangplank ban.
Yeah, the counter-picking game here is actually really interesting between these two teams to me because, yes, Soaz is great at counter-picking top lane, but also, if you only get one counter-pick here for a solo lane, even if you're on red side. So do you really want to trade a Soaz counter-pick for a Bjergsen counter-pick in the mid lane?
That is bold. Kennen Kog'Maw locked in, first rotation.
Yeah, Kennen, very aggressive support that we've seen come out of Korea, but let's not forget, it is a flex pick, and Soaz used to actually be a very AP-heavy top laner, so he can most definitely play that Kennen top lane, and more importantly, Dyrus as a player generally doesn't adapt very well to really quick changes in terms of meta, so being put up against a Kennen may actually prove cumbersome for him.
Well, TSM's weakness for a long time now has been adaptation to picks they weren't expecting, so not surprising to see Origin maybe throw something like that at them early on.
Yeah, definitely looking at Loco Doco up on the stage there to send them into the game with a game plan when facing something like this Kennen flex pick. Here, though, Jinx and Morgana, they have been some of the most underrated picks here at Worlds.
Yep.
Jinx is actually 9-2, and Morgana is 6-1 herself. So really strong, at least statistically speaking, lock-in there for TSM's bottom lane.
Also, in terms of damage that Jinx brings to the table, the highest damaging player, I think, at Worlds overall is NL, and he played, I think, 3 Jinx games, so definitely...
Got that Penta on Jinx, too. I'm sure that helps a bit there.
Penta's generally...
you generally need to do a lot of damage to kill 5 people.
But the trend within those first 3 picks is that they all have, like, a long-range tool to CC people. So you have Zap coming out from Jinx into Bind, Cocoon. Any of them connect, they facilitate the others. Jinx can follow up with traps. So TSM, they actually have an identity that doesn't involve them to get too much deep vision. They don't need that. They can just start sieging towers straight up. So this may be easier way to play out the game for them, and they may actually be able to snowball their early game lead if they can get it again against Origin with already this 3 out of 5 composition.
Yeah, and they are going to have to watch themselves spread out. It does look like it will be a top lane Kennen, so it will be a lot earlier. Zonya is looking for the AoE there to try and corral TSM.
Yeah, Gragas Thresh locked in for Origin. And I was wondering if we were going to see an Azir here for Bjergsen. You know, the Siege we already talked about a little bit. It would fit in perfectly with that comp. Don't think we're going to see the Talon, but that's like a lot of Korean players hover over Talon. There's some like inside joke with Korean players. I don't know about it, but on OGN we see this like every single match.
Well, he's an extremely effective assassin, but as you said, probably won't be picked here, so we won't go into too much detail on Talon. I have to say, though, the Thresh has also been a highlight for Origin so far because of the way that Mithy trails his laners as they're trying to split push with the Lantern there, reliably trying to get them out of harm's way.
Really? Ooh. Wow, Syndra locked in along with that Malphite. Kobe's excited. You're both excited. Who wants to talk first?
Well, so Syndra got some mana buffs, and a lot of the players over in the Korean bootcamp were playing her a lot, namely Incarnation and Bjergsen.
There have been rumors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Bjergsen was also a long, long time ago known very, very well for his Syndra specifically for bursting people out when she was much more of a lane bully. I want to see how he pulls it off here. Also, the Malphite lock-in for Dyrus. Obviously, looks like they might be leaving him to the wolves a little bit. They want him to be on a tanky champion, come in with a teleport ultimate.
I think overall TSM did a great job drafting around their weaknesses. They do tend to get ahead individually in the mid lane and just as a team gold-wise, 1,000 gold at 10 minutes. With that gold lead and a struggling top laner generally, you can leave Dyrus on an island, he can get behind, he can just bring the utility to these fights. You have 4-man siege that can set up each other. Only one of them needs to hit their spell and the rest is very easy to chain.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to this point that you highlighted earlier in the introduction here of TSM not being the proactive team. They have so many ways to make picks and start fights here. Syndra also has one of the longest range stuns, plus it goes through people, so she can stun multiple people, and it travels so fast that you can't dodge it. So there are many pick opportunities here for TSM.
Also in their last matchup, Lustboy and Santorin were struggling to get into the enemy jungle. Now they have double ranged brush tech champions.
Yep.
Also, they're not fighting against Amazing's Rek'Sai, who had 100% uptime. Every time he would base, ulti back. So it was incredibly hard to enter the jungle because Amazing was always watching that. Now that Gragas actually has to base, combined with the fact that you have Morgana at least, there could be a distinct possibility that TSM's deep vision warding will improve drastically in this game.
It's going to be insane, but I mean, the same things hold true in Week 2 as they did in Week 1 for TSM as well, where they need to watch that positioning. They need to be more of a team and less of Bjergsen and 4 other dudes who happen to be on the map at the same time.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, I'm actually going to keep my eye very closely on Soaz this game because with all of these skill shots and long-range stuns, the Kennen if he gets hit by one, has a very hard time of getting in there.
Sure.
He's a very squishy champion. If you have to blow your Zhonya's early, then it greatly reduces the effect of you in a team fight.
That's right, guys. So send in your votes throughout the day at LOL Esports. And for this first game, you can use hashtag TSMWin or hashtag OGWin and let us know who you think is going to take the first game of the day. I think this is going to be a crazy group, man.
Very excited to kick off this day with you.
Oh, yeah.
Just thinking back, even if TSM closed out that gold lead that they had, this group would have been Origin tied with TSM.
It's true.
LG all the way at the bottom. This could have been even crazier, and even now it's going to be fantastic to see how this plays out.
As we move on to Summoner's Rift, yeah, TSM and both of their losses lost gold leads that they had between the 10 and 20 minute mark. These guys need to have a solid mid game.
Yeah, and remember, most of those were coming from Bjergsen creating that lead himself. He's not being given gold on his team. He's doing so much of this work.
Right.
Also, as we're into the Rift here, let's take note of some summoner spells here. It is going to be the double teleport for Origin, not really surprised there, but also Lustboy down on the bottom here for TSM with the exhaust, just in case Soaz makes it past all of these skill shots and into the team, then you can't exhaust Kennen during the ult.
You have to be a true ninja this time.
Sneaky from the flanks here. That's what Soaz is looking for. Just get in unseen somehow, unspotted. With TSM's lacking vision control, he could technically, but I think right now they'll just have to ward their flanks.
Well, Kennen has never really been, you know, like primary engaged.
No.
So it seems like it's a very fragile composition for Origin too. I mean,
yeah, because at first glance you'd think, oh, they have Kog'Maw and Orianna. They're sort of trying to protect the Kog. Maybe they'll save their Gragas ultimate for defensive purposes. But that's a great thing about Gragas ultimate. It is flexible. You can also use it as an initiation tool.
I mean, looking at Myth, he actually started coin, so they may indicate that Origin actually wanted to get a lane swap. Very often you see Relic Shield on Thresh when they want to lane because you want to bring the sustain.
Yeah.
Coin, if you're not going to lane anyways, just get that passive gold gen.
Right. Makes some sense. Looks like they will lane swap here against TSM. Dyrus and Lustboy moving through that ward into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a three-man delayed invade here for the red. They're going to start the red up actually a little bit slowly, but Origin did see them walk on the way in, so they're going to try and react. The only thing is that TSM also have Santorin starting off their own red, so a double buff start here for TSM. However, Turtle behind on experience already because he's not in lane.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit odd to see Turtle sort of wander his way back through the jungle, back to lane. Dyrus is going to grab that red buff, though.
See, this is a good move by Amazing. He saw what was going on, so he immediately moves into the other person's jungle aggressively to find some more information to see what is going on exactly. Turtle, he took the hit for his team. He set himself behind to get a potential 3-buff start for TSM.
Yeah, it's actually fairly interesting because they will be relying on Jinx for the late game attack damage threat to make sure that Orihin cannot just build magic resist. But as you say, Amazing did go check towards TSM side, but remember, with Santorin starting that red, he couldn't get anything done, and Amazing actually ended up wasting a lot of time, so even he is going to be fairly far behind here.
I think this is an incredibly smart start here just overall from TSM. If Bjergsen can keep up what he's been doing in every game so far, and this start will play out the way it did, that TSM will get that average gold lead at 10 minutes.
Yeah, and look at this. It was actually a very interesting mind game here from TSM. All they did was take the red and one of the small monsters in that camp. They didn't fully commit to taking over this side of the jungle, which is what teams normally do. And Origin, you know, basing Amazing's moves off of the expected behavior of their opponents is what cost him that, you know, 10 seconds moving across the river there.
You know,
TSM actually came out ahead in the mind games of the early stage.
I just wonder what's going to happen, because I mean, we've seen TSM be pretty solid, like we've talked about in that first 10 minutes, but
both up.
It's just always between 10 and 20 that the lead slips away for these guys. Oh, and maybe a gank coming in onto Expecte. There's the stun from the Sphere for Bjergsen. That's a lot of damage. Expecte, Ignite ticking down, and he is going to go down. First blood goes to Santorin.
Renamed to Team Duo Mid.
Team Duo Mid. This is exactly what we were talking about. Only one of those spells needs to connect. QE from Syndra, followed by the Cocoon. If Cocoon hits first, then Syndra follows up. Then Morgana Binding. They have so much CC they can layer on top of each other. And honestly, Peke may have been wiser for him to bring Cleanse rather than that standard teleport that he's been running.
I think so. And that flash is down now, so he's going to be even easier to gank next time.
Yeah, that long-range stun from Syndra is one of the reasons why she became my go-to mid. The missile speed is just so quick on the combo. There's no way that you can reliably dodge it.
And generally, you don't get punished if you miss it because that's such a large range too. Generally, if you're in the mid lane, when you miss your spell, they can aggress on you. Good players will use that window, but you can backpedal relatively safely.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give that one to you, but there are situations
6 out of 10,
where,
maybe?
yeah.
I'll take it.
Kobe's like,
you
well, if I'm against the Sinra, no way she's getting away. I'm good enough to punish that.
Because I'm thinking, if you just blow your E on Syndra, it actually leaves you extremely vulnerable, and Gragas is great at closing that gap. So if Amazing had been there for a counter gank, then he could have disrupted things. But you're right, with the jump that TSM got there, well-deserved first blood, and it did go to Santorin, so some money spread about. We'll see if Santorin can actually make that money count and get some deep vision for his team.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dyrus has fallen a little bit behind in CS down in that bot lane, but that's not too surprising if he's laning against a Kog'Maw Thresh. It's going to be tough for any melee to lane against.
Yeah, Origin, they swapped it around right now, and they dropped a pink ward on the right side of mid. Soaz pathing into Santorin here. Santorin.
Wow, taking a lot of damage from Soaz. Soaz is going to chase. There's the Repel. Lustboy coming in, though. He's got nowhere to go. They're going to catch him. They're going to catch Soaz with the Dark Binding. Santorin turning it around. Can they actually take out Soaz? There's the exhaust. He's going to flash over the wall. They're going to let him go. Happy to just take that summoner away.
Really good to see what Santorin did there. He waited until the all attack was launched from Soaz with the mark, stun him, repelled up, and that bought enough time for his support Rodder, Lustboy, to come in and help.
Yeah, pretty good bait there, and it might also earn them a teleport, not just the flash, because right now TSM are quickly pushing that top lane. We'll see if Soaz actually decides even to go back there. He knows that at least was just top, so it's extremely dangerous for him to go for this.
Yeah.
TSM should press up and just zone him off of the turret. They need to cut this off because otherwise Origin are going to get this dragon without any repercussions here.
Looks like they will, and yeah, Soaz smart to not TP back in there, would have gotten dove immediately. And so OG comes out a little bit ahead by grabbing this dragon. We'll see if TSM can get the top lane.
I mean, generally speaking, if the team resorts into a very early dragon, it actually means they're behind and it is the best option left for them to take. They do invest a lot of time taking that, and it gives what we call the tempo momentum, call it what you may, for TSM, because they're going to pick up this tower and actually establish a gold lead.
Yeah, the thing is that TSM also actually didn't get in there quick enough in lane to zone Soaz off of all of those minions, so Soaz did soak up some experience. And Origin get a little bit back there in the top lane while they trade Dragon for first turret.
Wow, and Origin throughout Worlds has been very, very good about getting those dragons, and they got another one right now, but like you said, they need the gold. They need those turrets a little bit later. We'll see how fast they can take down the bot lane.
Gonna recall here, so not pressing on that bottom lane. And TSM, you get so much momentum in the game when you take down that first turret, and it's not a trade. So this is the thing that Origin are giving up for that early dragon. TSM get to call the first swap. They send Wild Turtle and Lustboy down bottom quicker, and Turtle has actually gone for not only the pickaxe buy, but also stacked a longsword on top of it there. So that is going to be a delay in the Infinity Edge completion. Maybe he turns that into a Vamp Scepter, but he's just getting as much flat damage as he can in this early game to make use of the minigun attack speed and continue to keep the tower lead, try and keep up that pressure.
Makes sense. Bjergsen's still just farming in the mid lane, dead even in CS. Well, he was when I started that sentence anyway. Against XPeke, who's going to be grabbing his blue buff here. And now, are you a little bit surprised that TSM didn't try to punish the splash that's been down on XPeke?
He has been playing fairly safe on Orianna, trying to stay back and not extend too far into the lane. Plus, they did get a little bit of vision coverage for him. But yeah.
Origin overall, they know that TSM likes to play with multiple members around mid lane, Lustboy roaming. This is an old style of them. The response after that death from XPeke was immediately Mythy and Amazing, roaming to mid and placing some wards. So Pink Ward went down, that got killed, but they still had a lot of wards remaining around the mid lane. They just faded just now. But Pekka generally is protected well by his team. And again, that speaks to the dual synergy between jungler and support that is just far greater on Origin overall.
That makes sense. We finally got the 2v2 down in bot lane between Niels, Mythy, Lustboy, and Wild Turtle. Ward in the forward brush for both teams, actually. Oh, going to get cleared out by Origin, though.
Yeah, plus this time around, Peke also protecting himself. Got his own pink ward there.
Yep.
So doing a little bit of his own vision. Bjergsen finds it immediately, though.
Yep, that one's not going to last too long. Well, we'll see. No, he's still going to get it. Yep. It's like a contest of whose orbs are superior.
Ball versus spear. Who comes out on top?
Well, back down to this bottom lane, though. While Origin did take the dragon in exchange for that top turret, they also got a CS lead for Niels down there.
Going on to Dyrus. There's the ultimate. Amazing coming in as well. Dyrus, he's got his ult, he's got his flash. Probably not going to get taken out. Yep, he'll be able to escape that one.
Has to burn the ult, but things could be worse.
Meanwhile, TSM going to make a counter move down here on bottom. They saw the jungle up top there, and Niels and Mithy get out just in time.
Looks like they might be able to get that bottom turret, though, so that's going to be first turret of the game, or second, rather, for TSM, and they continue pushing this objective game.
Yeah, Bjergsen gets ahead in mid lane in terms of push, then he uses that to get a roam, and TSM are speeding up the game right now. Counter push here from Expeke, and we just hit the 10-minute mark, and we've been used to seeing this.
Yeah, and again, keep track of the minions as well, because we were focused so heavily on the turret going down first there for TSM, but Origin actually got the minion lead on both top and bottom lane in that lane swap without focusing on the turrets and losing minions to the turrets. So if they equalize these outer turrets, then they'll slingshot back ahead in gold, and they have the early dragon.
You gotta compare the team comps of the value that they bring when they're combined. When all parts are combined, how strong is that? Because for TSM, the sum of all these little parts is just greater than individually the parts for what they bring to the team, especially if they can group right now in mid lane and start sieging. That is what their composition is built for. Grouping 4 or 5 people and just fishing with skill shots, and hopefully you connect one of them.
That is especially true in this game because of how vision reliant this TSM team is. They have so many ways to make picks, all of these skill shots we've been talking about, but when the last outer turret goes down, that mid lane turret you're talking about, that's when they really get to set up shop. You can see they're already trying to move into the blue quadrant of Origin's jungle here to set up some of that vision and get a look at Origin's early moves.
Yeah, so TSM, now the pressure is really on for these guys. This is the point where they started to kind of fall apart in some of their losses last week. So this is really it. Like, these next 5 minutes are probably going to determine the game for this team.
I think TSM just placed more wards in this, more deep wards in this game than they did in the entire game versus completely. Origin last time.
Yeah,
There's that pick they're looking to set up.
That's true, and they're getting those pick opportunities from those wards, which we didn't really see a lot of. Amazing. Is he in trouble? There's a Dark Binding. Centauran comes in, lands a Cocoon. Amazing. Can he get to the Lantern? Wards drop to prevent him from clicking it. Has to flash over the wall to get away. Oh! Ultimate used to pull in Lustboy, but no follow-up really for Origin, so they'll be able to make it out of that one too.
A tiny collision radius was added to the wards to prevent that from happening, from spamming. There still is a possibility, but it's still quite hard if you're panicking and you misclick once that auto attack is launched. You can still technically click the Lantern, but it's a lot harder these days.
Amazing didn't want to take that chance, but luckily for him, Bjergsen missed his earlier stun. Hits this one though!
Flash Cocoon, and they take down Expeke cleanly under that turret. Mithy trying to defend his mid lane, but TSM's going to take this one too.
Once again, the skill shots, I mean, just to reiterate, misses this one actually.
I mean, it seems like we're telling the same story over and over. Just send some skill shot at them, but that's exactly...
It's because the story is so clear. And that's actually something that Hermit specifically said that he values in team comps during the interview a couple days ago.
Well, Origin going for that second dragon, so at least going to be able to maintain the tempo with that objective anyway, but they're going to need some turrets. They're down 3-1 right now. The gold lead is starting to swing again in TSM's favor.
Can TSM keep this up though? Can they keep doing this on tier 2 towers deeper into the map? Can they make picks? Have they fixed their Baron baits? Because otherwise, if Origin can stay relatively even in terms of gold and keep getting the cross Baron or cross Dragon, then eventually they will be at 5 dragons. And late game, they scale pretty well with the range on the Kog'Maw, the flanks from Kennen and Peke Orianna rather. We've seen it. One shockwave is enough to turn around a fight.
Yeah, I mean, Origin's going to do a ton of damage late game, so it's not over yet. Not by a long shot rather, for Origin.
I'm infecting you.
I know, right? I spent too much time in Europe.
All right, well, as of now, TSM actually have done a decent job of controlling that vision. Origin, though, as you said, the main highlight, they've been able to stack dragons thus far, which actually, the bonus for number 2 doesn't do a whole lot. It's just that if they can win the next team fight, then it does put a lot more pressure on TSM. So we'll see TSM move in and try and get vision before next dragon spawn.
Oh, grabbed it. Raptor Steel.
That's all you need to do. You need to take away resources on the enemy side of the map. TSM could actually start looking to move up this line of pink wards they have. They have very defensive set of 4 pink wards right here in their own jungle, but Origin have no business going there. So if they can move up those 4 pinks, layer another line of green wards in front of them, they can start shutting down the jungle efficiently and keep Origin spread out and then fish for those skill shots that we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I actually like what TSM are doing here. They're moving up into the red quadrant of Origin now. Because Dragon is gone, they're changing their focus, spending more of their vision in that top side. And we'll see if they try and make plays around their vision. That's always what you want to do, obviously. when you go to the area that you have lit up.
Well, it's so good to see TSM being a little bit more active in getting some of those deep wards down. Origin is starting to sort of clear some of them out now, but this game, I would say, so far looks more promising here in week 2.
It definitely does look more promising for TSM. I do want to caution against a one team fight collapse here for TSM. Could be a giant gold swing. Because once again, there's a lot of standing gold in the outer turrets here for TSM still left up. You can take those very easily after you win a team fight. So while Origin are behind in gold right now, it's due to this giant turret advantage that TSM have. They actually still are doing really well on CS. And the neutral objectives.
And in addition to that, to take down a tier 2 tower, generally you need at least one rotation. Because you can't just siege 5-man mid into an Orianna Gragas. They have too much wave clear, but you can pressure them in. Then you can make the first move to another lane. But Soaz is essentially blocking the move to top lane, because 1v1 he's beating up on Dyrus. So the only play left is either to rotate from bot to mid, or from mid to bot. And TSM are struggling to find that opening, find that opportunity. So that's what they're looking for right now. Deny expect a wave clear somehow. Strike when he's not there, or move away from him.
At this stage of the game, when you get all the outer turrets down and you have the deep vision like this, the important thing to focus on is cutting off the farm of your enemies. You're going to try and deny the minion waves by using the vision you have in their jungle to cut off their movement between the lanes, and also look for those bonus picks.
Yeah, you also want to look to smite their wolves and raptors just to take away the Oracle buff or the wolf buff, just to get more control of the map.
Yeah, and TSM right now, all kind of hanging out on their side of the map. A lot of those wards, actually not too many of them have been pushed back too. I'm just like not used to seeing TSM having wards deep in the enemy jungle at this point in the game. They had a lot of opportunities last week.
Who is really? Who's used to that?
Well, I mean, maybe we should get used to it. Origin takes on the mid turret, but TSM, at least they still have that vision to work with. But this is where, again, you know, we've said this. I feel like we're a broken record, but it's so important that this is a point in the game where TSM has been consistently falling apart.
I feel like TSM should actually use this bottom turret as a trap. You can actually bait with turrets. It's a low health outer turret, should be easy for Origin to take, but TSM, if they set up properly for this, they can close a trap on Origin. If they get a deep ward for Dyrus to teleport in on, they can have everybody collapse down here and try and pull off that fight. Started with skill shots. Looks like
Lustboy.
Bjergsen's actually going to be really late on this rotation, so they can't pull the bait now.
There's a ward for Dyrus behind them.
Yeah, this turret's going down for sure. Origin could have a fight here too if they wanted. Not going to go for it. Part of me just wants to yell, fight already, but they're not doing it. They're just taking wards and turrets.
Well, there it is. That's a standing gold I was talking about. Origin slingshot right back ahead, and they're actually up in gold now, despite the 2-kill advantage for TSM.
Yep, and we are right before 20 minutes. Right on schedule. So Neil's going to recall. We'll see what he picks up. He's got that Trinity Force down, had it for a little while already.
Yeah, helped out in taking that turret. Origin are actually good, really strong on item completions right now. They've got the Abyssal Scepter there for Soaz, which is a huge pickup for the Kennen because he also has Sork Boots. So a lot of the flat magic penetration there. Going to do a whole bunch of work on the priority targets, like the Jinx. Bjergsen, though, actually gone for an early Abyssal Scepter himself. Looks like a second item completion for him. So he's got some magic resist.
There's going to be a lot of AP on that Origin team, so not too surprising to see him pick that one up. Third Dragon on the way in 45 seconds, and Origin already setting up to try to take this one. And TSM, I mean, am I right in saying that this team comp really doesn't want to go head-to-head 5v5 with Origin right now?
Yeah, they really want to set the vision before the Dragon. Trying to do it right now.
You want to keep your distance. If you're TSM right now, you want to keep your distance, max range skill shots, and at all costs, you want to avoid the flank from Soaz. He has boots too and mobility. We talked about it. Not a primary engage because it's easy to counter, but if he can get behind you, he can shut off an exit route and then gather you up, and then you can get punished.
Oh, hook onto Dyrus.
Also,
not doing anything out of that though.
When you're running a team like this with so much range damage and range CC, you want to be very cautious about when you commit with your single melee champion. Dyrus doesn't have to immediately ult. If they get a pick with a binding or something like that, they can hold off and focus with all 4 of their range champions before having to commit with Dyrus.
Wow, and Origin going for their third dragon. can TSM do anything about this? They're coming in, but I think all they can do is poke with skill shots. Stires gets grabbed again in Origin. Just take the dragon and back away. You don't even need to fight right now.
Yeah, I was tracking the map movements prior to this setup, and when TSM was trying to fight Origin for the control around Dragon, Lustboy was watching Wild Turtle farm. He was in the lane together with him, doing absolutely nothing, while Santorin obviously will get outmatched 2v1, so Origin take control of the area, they go mid, they bait TSM in responding, and then they cut them off.
Well,
they have to leave open their mid tower though.
Yeah, they do take a mid turret with that, so they do maintain the turret lead, at least, and a slight gold lead out of that.
We are approaching the stage in the game where the 6% from the first dragon buff is fairly meaningful though, so TSM are going to want to get one. Turtle's really far away though.
Flash over the Flame Chomper, Soaz gonna ult, and can he catch Wild Turtle? He does! And Soaz just takes down Wild Turtle. Once again, ADC for TSM way out of position.
TSM just not working together. If you have a Morgana on your team, she should always be within range to respond to potential picks like this. Black Shield was far too late.
That was pure greed. These are those mid-game picks that we're talking about. They've been plaguing TSM all tournament long.
Yeah, amazing. They're trying to take that blue buff. Syndra's gonna pull it over the wall. Bjergsen's like, no man,
nope.
It's my
blue buff.
I'm taking it all the way to the lane.
Watch him speed run back though.
I gotta get back home. Oh no! The blue buff just wants to get home, man. Just let him get home. Bjergsen's not gonna allow it though. I will make you kill the minions.
Is it kidnapping?
It is. What is it is. The police are coming for Bjergsen right now. It's trapped again. They've got CC for days, man. They can keep that blue buff.
This is exactly why I built CDR and Cinder right away.
Go home, blue buff.
The only thing that would
Serve
make
your
this
purpose.
more comical would be a Tom Kench in the game.
It's true.
All right. The blue buff finally escapes the evil clutches of Bjergsen.
Oh, I'm relieved. Oh, that blue buff. He's like, guys, if his little rock friends were still alive, he'd have quite the story to tell, but looks like he'll be joining them in the afterlife.
No one's around to hear him.
A journey, blue buff baggings.
Wow. It's a hard life to be a buff. Bye. At least I got to see mid lane. How many blue buffs can say that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, kind of an awkward moment there for TSM, but they're going to try to push down this.
I don't know. I feel like that's a huge moral victory for them. We've been able to secure our blue.
You know how you can lose the battle but still win the war? Guys, we lost the game, but we still got the blue buff.
Like, remember when we got that blue buff? Like, yeah, we lost the game, but we got that blue buff.
We'll see what they do with it, because blue buff is actually fairly important on Syndra.
Yeah.
I mentioned the vulnerabilities that she does have when her E is down. Obviously, we'll shorten that with the cooldown reduction there, and you want to spam out as many of those combos as you can to look for the picks.
Certainly.
problem
TSM are having now is a problem they've always had in the summer split towards the end and even at Worlds. They're slowing down. They're playing to their strengths, and then they stop doing that for some reason because they're afraid to push their advantage too far. They play too safe. And you saw Origin only needed 1 minute in TSM jungle to ward it up, move it to the other side of the map, and make a pick.
Well, see, it's a vicious cycle because that happens, and then you have the picks too. Then you have Wild Turtle wandering off and dying, and that means they think, oh, we need to just play even more safely.
So I keep telling this cautionary tale of the standing gold there for Origin, able to get back in it.
It's true.
Also, the later you go, if at first you traded turret for a dragon, say worth. You know, free turret. Second dragon, definitely worth. Third dragon, you're starting to question how.
But you keep saying worth, even though you question yourself.
Just keep telling yourself worth, and everything will be fine.
How well does this program scale? Because up to 5 towers, then you give away 5 dragons, and suddenly Origin coming out swinging with some true damage. So
yeah, that does not work very well. Not worth. Unworth. 4-3 is the turrets right now for TSM, but they have kind of stalled out. Those wards in Origin's jungle have largely gone away now.
I mean, look at Expeke. He's completely fine taking the slow game on a pick like Orianna. It scales incredibly well later on in the game. She needs 3 items to even function very well in teamfights, so Pekka is definitely fine with the slow pace of this game. So is Niels on the Kog'Maw. Kennen kind of falls off, but still serves his purpose later on if you can just get that Zonias and buy time. Because if you're running a double carry composition with Kog'Maw Orianna, that's enough for Soaz. That's all he has to do is buy time. Because it's not like Dyrus will outscale him anyways in terms of damage.
Yeah. Origin moving into that tier 2 in top lane now. Wave clear still pretty good for TSM at this point.
One scaling point, though, for TSM is that Origin are extremely magic damage heavy.
Yes.
Even Kog'Maw does a large percentage of magic damage, between 30 and 45%. So until he even gets his Blade of the Rune King, they are extremely heavy on that magic damage. The TSM have built the Aegis of the Legion, at least. They needed to rush that.
Interestingly, speaking in the comparison to the last game, how we're saying the early game was vastly different. How it has ended up right now is completely the same. Last time, at this point in the game, it was 1-2-1 between Origin and TSM. Wow. And Origin were exactly 1,000 gold ahead. So history looks like it'll repeat itself. It started out differently, but you can't change the course of time.
I guess so, but it's still a point, though, where TSM can make a change. They can still take control of this game. It's not over by a long shot.
Very much so. I mean, Syndra's combo, the missile speed is 2,500, one of the fastest in the entire game. So the surprise stun can
what
still
is that measured? Is like
Teemos
per hour?
Yeah, it's
Teemos per hour, yes. That's the speed at which we measure things in League of Legends.
everything measured in Teemos. Actually, I'm going to lobby for everything to be measured in kenches now instead of inches.
It's a bigger unit of measurement.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a bit. You know, maybe you've got.
I guess we can include both.
You've got like inches and feet. What about Teemos and kenches? It's about like you know, you could probably fit about 12 Teemos in one kench.
All right, we'll get that.
We'll
get that survey rotating around here through the French audience.
All right, no kills, but Dragon has spawned finally, and TSM is actually in position to defend it.
Yeah, they are, but Origin, I guess they don't want to try to contest anything. They're just going to go for the turrets, and
yeah,
for them right now, that's more worth it.
Exactly. It's their turn to trade the Dragon for secondary turrets here. Krubby, you mentioned how the secondary ones are much more difficult to take. Plus,
not if there's nobody there.
Well, plus they gain complete autonomy around this Baron. They can do whatever they want. There's one ward here for TSM, but all that does is signal that they have to be careful.
Yeah.
Because they can't see into the Baron pit, and Origin can pull some baits.
Luckily for TSM, Origin was kind of out of wards by the time they moved into the Baron, because if you can see, there's a few wards being placed right there, but not too many. De-warding hasn't been done perfectly either. And TSM, when it comes to a team that can face check and brush safely, it is this roster. Everybody doesn't even have to get close in proximity of that brush. You can just chuck skill shots in and hope something hits.
Yep. You'll know.
You say that.
Or you say
but then you just walk in.
The only one who can't face check anything gets pulled in, gets hooked, has to flash away. He's so low right now.
He chose to use his longer cooldown, the flash, because they really need that ultimate for the team fight.
Yep.
Without it, he is useless. Completely useless.
But again, TSM had one ward, and instead of using that ward to get somewhat safe access to put more wards, they just wait until it disappears, and they're like, guys, they're at Baron. It's dark. What do we do?
And surprise, surprise, they're going to start up Baron.
Speaking of Baron, Rocket comes in. They're going to check it, misses everybody. They're going to see Baron being done, though. Origin has to back off for the moment.
Yeah, mid lane is down, so there's no rotation here for any like outplay potential on TSM side. So Origin, they don't really get punished. If TSM was even safer in their approach, they could have lost Baron there.
Yep. Going to be able to clear out some of these pink wards now from Origin. And so TSM will take control of the Baron area for the moment anyway.
Can't dig that crab up, though.
Nope.
He's deep in there.
Hitting some spikes, though. Very, very efficient build from Turtle here, going with the Phantom Dancer over the shift. So if this game does prolong, triple item Jinx with the Zeeks that could come out of Luspo here could actually make Wild Turtle a hard carry, because unlike the game where we saw a lot of wind walls, Braum shield, that is not here. Nobody can actually deny the damage from Wild Turtle unless they straight up kill him.
Yeah, he'll spike up to 100% crit chance when you finish the Zeeks. So.
And I mean, the thing is, you know TSM's aware of the disparity between Bjergsen and the rest of the team as far as damage goes. There does seem to be a lot more priority in this game on getting Wild Turtle ahead, on getting him to be the big carry in the end of the game, and having Bjergsen play more of this control mage in Syndra.
They're putting a lot of faith in him, and he has to respect that and actually watch his positioning. Cannot afford to get caught out once again.
Well, so as running from Dyrus right now, has his flash if he needs it.
The slow burn.
Fighting him, I guess. He's going to TP out of there, actually. Oh, gets knocked up, though. Dyrus finds him. Soaz pops that ultimate. Dyrus gets stunned. He's going to keep chasing. He's got that Q, but Soaz can escape. He's Kennen, man. He can get away.
Oh, the Jinx rocket.
Whoa.
Soaz.
The fact that this is possible is actually really good for TSM, because earlier we were talking about how to get map advantage, you need to rotate, and Soaz could beat out Dyrus. In addition to that, not only does Dyrus beat Soaz 1v1, he also takes out the teleport and removes the potential teleport flank. So this is huge for TSM in the next 5 minutes.
Now, with the ult already used, why wouldn't you just flash there instead of trying to TP out?
Why? I don't know. That's a good question.
That's what I was wondering the entire time.
Hold on.
You
guys have, okay, TP is very important for Origin, but so is Flash on Kennen. Like,
okay.
Flash on Kennen is ridiculously important for the engages.
I see your point.
If you don't have teleport, you can tailor your team play around the fact that you don't have that one teleport, and Origin still have a teleport on Peke. But if you don't have the flash on Kennen, it's really hard to tailor your team fight around a non-flash Kennen.
That's a good answer.
It's a great answer. I feel like I learned a lot right now.
Success.
Wow.
Professor Kobe's back.
I'm kidding. Feel educated. Oh, Origin pushing up that mid lane again. Peke down the bot lane has to clear some of the wards. Somebody's got to answer Dyrus, and they've got to send Peke down there.
And this plays into it. You lose one teleport. Well, we have two anyway, says Origin. We just move a different guy. And Peke could actually do a lot better against Dyrus 1v1 because he can poke him out more reliably.
That's a good point.
Fighting for the blue buff. No Syndra here, so...
Blue buff heard what happened in the last one.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, I'm just staying home.
Is Peke any more benevolent than Bjergsen, though? I mean, who would you really rather have as your master?
It doesn't end well for the blue buff either way, does it? Not really. Oh, well, he's like, well, might as well try to hit him. Oh, no, never mind.
At least Dyrus is like, Dyrus is almost of the same genus here. He's also a rock man here. He's a giant mountain.
The same, like, rough species, I suppose. Origin, though, going for this Baron. Have to back off as they see TSM coming up the river right now. And they're going to dive into TSM's jungle here and go actually for the top lane.
Interesting move up here mid. This is a Jinx, by the way. You don't want to...
TSM wins out.
Don't want to base race a Jinx here. And Origin, we talked about how good they are at quickly assessing the game state. They know they're behind. They can't go for this split here. And TSM actually moving straight up mid, get a whole bunch of damage.
Mistakes already made, though.
That's a ton of damage on that turret. They're actually going to take it out. They take out the mid inhibitor turret.
I mean, TSM, they were already sitting in the mid lane, so the path from mid to mid is obviously shorter than from Baron all the way to the top lane, so that's actually a big mistake from Origin, and really good use of scrying over there from Turtle, because he spotted Origin the second they started Baron, and that just gives you so much room to out-rotate and go for the base race here.
Well, Amazing gets stunned. You're going to throw a barrel in there to check things. TSM looking for possibly a pick. Don't quite find one, though. What's Origin going to do? Run for their lives, I guess, at this point.
Yeah, TSM, they're really not a team that I think should chase too far. Dyrus gets hooked in, though.
Gets hooked, gets thrown to the box, takes a lot of damage, and he's going to back away. He's got his ult, he's got his flash, but he doesn't have much health for a while.
It's so interesting here, the decision between Origin going for 4th Dragon and trying to defend their inhibitor. They're actually going to sacrifice the move up mid in the inhibitor for number 4 on the Dragon stacking to wait for number 5. We'll see if this corral here works out because they've trapped TSM inside their base, but Dyrus has teleport.
That's true, but how's the rest of TSM get out here?
Oh, they're
stuck in the base. There's the explosive cast pushing the turret. TSM.
They need Dyrus now. Dyrus has to be there.
They're going to flash over the wall. Everybody burning those summoners. Origin chasing, though. Looks like they might let them get away. But
that's actually incredibly good shot calling there from TSM, because that was the only correct play they could make. TSM's lineup is incredibly strong if you can punish members running at you, if you at least have leeway behind you to move farther, but they were blocked up by a turret.
How much are they going to give up for this, though, as Origin now move in to sweep out Baron? Vision control around Baron going to be taken out. And talking about cautionary tales, when you take down a single inhibitor this early in the game, sometimes the team that you took down... never mind. We're talking about a Baron here.
Origin going for this Baron one more time. TSM, they feel the need to stop this.
Oh, that's a choke point.
Shockwave gets 3 people. Can Origin follow up? Dyrus comes in for his ult. Soaz with the secondary engage, gets some stuns.
There's
Sonia. Soaz goes down, though. Bjergsen with a kill. Lustboy got taken out during the fight, and Origin, they can't keep doing this Baron.
And that was all Lustboy's exhaust. That was the difference between a double kill on Baron for Soaz and just Soaz getting immediately blown up and turned around. So summoner choice a lot better, especially in these passive games. If you're a team that's not going to kill anybody anyways, don't bring Ignite. You see again, choke point so dangerous against Orianna.
Yep. Here goes TSM, though, all in on the Orianna. They hit both stuns. They actually overlap them. Soaz goes in to cut off the rest of TSM. Not only is it the exact, but the heal there from Turtle as well.
Yep, Summoner heal did save Lustboy there. Bjergsen got an awesome stun onto Peke after that shockwave landed, and that was just a fight where TSM barely held on.
And right now, Wild Turtle wasn't even really in that fight until it was slightly later on. But if he can start out the fight well and stack up that Ziggs, he will be sitting on 100% crit with armor penetration and a Black Shield to defend himself. He could start carrying these fights in addition to Bjergsen damage.
Yeah, and while, yes, Soaz doesn't have flash right now, neither does Turtle. So Turtle's still going to have to be fairly careful, but as long as he doesn't get hit by a hook or Gragas ultimate. Whoa, stun
that's
there!
A stun into Xpeke. Rocket connects, but Soaz soaks it. Xpeke is still with very low health. Origin needs to back off here.
Yeah, and these exchanges are all about positioning. If Origin are stuck in front of TSM, they have an incredibly hard time making anything done, because TSM, they throw out bindings, cocoons, they walk backwards. If you get hit by any of them stepping forward, you immediately get blown up, or you have to blow your flash.
All right. So returning to the team that actually takes the inhibitor, sometimes you can actually go down in gold, because it means that the entire time, as long as the defending team is able to clear out the super minion, they actually get more gold up that lane, since TSM's minions will kill all of Origin's minions on their side of the map, and Origin can try and just farm defensively. The drawback, of course, is Baron pressure,
Yep.
and the loss of vision, which TSM have to use to get picks.
Well, TSM's not putting a lot of wards. Well, getting a few in there now into Origin's jungle, but not as many as you see from a lot of other teams. I'm really wondering what's going to happen when this next dragon comes up. That's going to be a big moment too. Amazing. Caught. That's a big moment for TSM. Gets pulled out on the Lantern though. Lives through the ultimate from Bjergsen.
That's why you build Merc threads.
Yep, guess so.
Against this team, yes, you definitely do.
Yep. Teleport coming in for Origin. Amazing still there. Low health is Baron.
Dyrus walked over. He saved his teleport.
Yep, that's
Stand
right.
Torn down to 40% HP though.
Yeah, TSM needs to be a bit careful. They've got some health missing on a couple members, but they intelligently backed off that Baron.
So you trade like different concepts, right? You get an inhibitor, you get Baron pressure. Right now, they traded their Baron pressure for a teleport from Soaz. If they can repeat that entire ordeal, send Dyrus split push bot. If the scenario repeats where Dyrus 1v1s and pushes out Soaz, they can do the exact same thing and force Pekka's teleport potentially. And then once the teleports are down, then you can maybe get the Baron. But it's a work of many, many steps, and TSM have shown that they have made a couple correct steps in a row, but then slowed down too much, faltered. So see if they have the big picture in mind right now.
Yeah, and speaking of Origin, they have had just such great late game calls so far here at Worlds.
Yeah.
See if they can keep it up.
Well, they've got a 2K gold lead to build off of. It's basically nothing at this point in the game, but it is a little bit at least. But the big story is they've got those 4 dragons. The next one is up in a minute 20. TSM cannot let Origin have this dragon. If they do, you really got to be worried. Dyrus narrowly avoiding a hook there.
So I hope TSM, for their sake at least, is aware that Pekka just finished the Quicksilver Sash. So when you have that one skill shot connecting, Pekka will not instant cleanse, he will just wait for you to launch the rest ones, step out, and then TSM can overpile on one target that can just QSS flash out and turn around the fight with a good shockwave. So that's big.
He does have to be very careful with that though, because these skill shots actually do a tremendous amount of damage. They don't just lock you in place.
Yeah, the inhibitor comes back just in time too for Origin.
Yeah. If Pekka takes too many of them before he waits to cleanse, then he might just be low enough, and you can't cleanse the knockup from Dyrus. So talking about pulling the trigger there when TSM decide to actually commit with their melee champion is going to be huge. It's a good point you bring up though, because the unseen Quicksilver Sash is the deadliest. Like that's the big part of a Quicksilver Sash is the surprise factor of the first time you use it.
And then you have that realization. Should have pressed tab more often.
I know,
every
really.
single time.
It's not
always
hard
after
to look
the
at
fact.
people's items.
It's the unseen Zanyas and the unseen Quicksilver Sash that will turn team fights and can win you games.
Well, it looks like TSM has managed to take position over the Dragon, and Origin may just try to trade this for a Baron instead. They're still going to have that 4 Dragon pressure. This would only be TSM second if they take it. So Origin, I think, is going to be happy to make this trade.
TSM can send in the rock though.
They may. They've got a ward. They're coming up. They left the Dragon, actually. Origin, they're going to finish off that Baron. Dyrus zoned out by the box. Origin gets the Baron. Soaz stunned out Bjergsen with not enough follow-up. They're going to chase Dyrus away. Amazing. Looks safe as well, but that's a Baron for Origin.
And TSM didn't even get the Dragon. Now Origin can move down to the Dragon and try and stop them off. TSM have to get it as quickly as possible and then run like hell. Origin can actually just move down mid lane and get a turret for this Dragon attempt from TSM.
Well,
they're actually trying to answer it.
TSM will get the Dragon, but they've got to run for their lives right now.
Oh, man.
Can Origin do anything about this? Doesn't look like it. Probably go down mid, like you said. Take that tier 2 turret. And either way, they've still got a scary team fight.
Yeah, slightly maybe missed opportunity there for Origin, because with the Baron buff, you can push extremely quickly.
Yeah,
they still can.
They still could probably get a...
They do like their vision in between the lanes, especially now that they have the Baron buff. That 1v1 that Dyrus was winning against Soaz earlier, for example, he may not win that anymore because there's so many magic, almost immune minions. Yeah, that tower's gone. You don't have to talk about that anymore. And now the split push becomes so much stronger for Origin, whereas TSM's lineup wants to corral together and send out those skill shots. Origin, they're comfortable playing 1-3-1 double teleport, buffing minions on each individual lane.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the reward of Origin's early focus on the Dragon, stacking up. It all culminates in this moment. We also talked about the advantage that Origin have had in the late game shot calling compared to TSM. Showing up right there.
They just changed things up. We're going to watch Baron for 40 seconds, then start it. We're going to start instantly, so you never know. So that unpredictability and just doing the correct Baron call at the right time is what separates good shot callers from the best. If you look at Yellowstar, for example, he's always really good at calling those, split decision, second-making Barons, where you just take it out of the blue somewhere and people can't react.
Yeah, it's just, we always gloss over in cast because you can't really delve too deep into it during a game because there's so much action. But there's so many small things that go into, yeah, exactly. Right now, we've got a perfect time, so we could sort of touch on it.
Talk away, Kobe.
But yeah, so there's so many small things, like, especially, that's why a lot of people become junglers, because you get to participate in that in solo queue. Like, I know for a fact, a base champion, melee champion, will get from the fountain to the outer turret in 30 seconds. Supports, you take off 2 seconds because of the masteries, and then once you get boots 1, you can take off 3 seconds. But you use something like that, a known amount of time and a known length, to make judgments about how long will it take people to get across the map, how long will it take us to burn down this Baron. Being in this situation, I have played a Ruin King this time, it's going to take this amount of time. I'm behind this time, it won't.
Yeah, so if they're a certain amount of Teemos away,
exactly. You get like 50 Kenches in 40 seconds.
Approximately, what, like 500 Teemos?
All right, here we go, Doa.
They actually used to use Teemos as a measuring tool for skill shots because the base unit, Teemo is 100 units long.
Still seeing that.
Yeah. So skill shots were like 7.5 Teemos.
Well, TSM trying to defend their bot lane tier 2 here. Doesn't look like Origin really has what it takes to take it out.
They don't care about grouping up on a single tower. They just want to say, tell the story of, hey, we're sieging here at tower 5v5, then peel off and just go somewhere else, and then TSM is stuck defending a tower, so just out-rotate. They went mid, TSM goes mid, then they go back to bot, and just try and outmaneuver one step ahead and slowly take down that turret every time.
Yep, chunking away here for Origin, get a little bit of damage onto the turret. If Deals gets one W Trinity Force auto attack on it, it takes off a huge amount. Just be careful though.
Yeah, obviously that Kog'Maw very, very vulnerable down in bot lane with the number of long-range stuns and CC that TSM has.
Sure, you're happy to see the Mikhails now, Crepo, completed for Mithy, so whoever does get caught first, you can use that. And Peke has to be careful not to stack his Quicksilver Sash activation with Mithy's Mikhails.
That build is incredibly hard to play though. If you look at what you have in your inventory, if you get hit by anything, like these skill shots are all being aimed at Xpeke, but you could be a poor support getting like a ricochet or a stray skill shot. A straight bullet can take you out in one shot.
True. Oh, Dyrus chasing Amazing away into the jungle here. Soaz is there, though. Got to be a little bit careful. This is the Shuriken.
So I just had a look. Misty's sitting under 2,000 HP at this point, so doesn't really have all too much. And in terms of resistances, 40, like 60 armor, 78 MR, he's definitely not doing too well. If any of those combos from Bjergsen hit him, or he just gets hit with the Dyrus ultimate or some splash damage from Turtle, he gets blown up immediately.
Yeah, TSM actually did a fairly good job of keeping that Baron power play there for Origin to sort of just an average few K gold, and not lose out their secondary last turret down on bottom side. Really, once again, let's go back to our tried and true old story for this game, the skill shots. It's going to depend so much on that vision control, who can get the pick here.
One of the other things that's going to depend on a lot is that Dragon that's coming up in a minute 25 again. It's like the fans so far predicting Origin to take this one, but it still seems pretty close.
This is good here. TSM moving in for some deep vision. About a minute 15 seconds before an objectives. Generally, when you get the first layer in, then you can choose to base if you want more wards to supplement that, or if you are just going to keep control of this area and punish people warding in.
Looking for a pick here.
Oh, they missed Niels. That would have done it. Whoa, that was so close. Just being a dead Kog'Maw.
Waddles his way to safety.
Has his own Quicksilver Sash now, but again, there's a lot of stuns coming in. If one would have caught him, I think it would have been tough to get out without at least burning a flash.
Yeah, you want to look for...
Oh, Shockwave brings in Santorin. Lustboy caught on the edge of that one a little bit. TSM has to back away. Bjergsen, of course, still very fragile. We haven't talked about that a lot, but he could get blown up very quickly, too.
Yeah, I think Origin are actually peaking pretty hard on power right now.
But look what they're doing. Shockwave was used defensively, no follow-up, complete dragon control here from TSM. You move in a minute before that, if OG can't crack that vision control and they're not split pushing at the same time, they will have to walk in this like assault of skill shots.
This Origin team seems a bit more
Flash on
fearful.
here. That's
fearful than they did before.
Little bit
Respectful,
risky.
fearful, thin line in between.
A little bit of both. They're going to go in, though. They may have an opportunity for this 5th dragon. Ryze at spawns. We are going to have a huge fight here. As again, TSM cannot let Origin take this. Origin backing up.
Orielty is back up.
Yeah, that's right. Just in time, too. Origin back into that choke at the moment,
Thorn
though.
has to be really careful here.
Yes, he does. But Origin needs to be careful from, or with Dyrus around, too. And all could really wreck them. They're going to go in after Dyrus. They pop that Banshee's Veil. Dyrus taking a lot of damage, but they can't chase him into that choke. It's just too dangerous. Turning onto the dragon. Now, how fast can they take it off? Whoa, Lust Boy, low health doing this dragon. 5th dragon, does it go? Oh, Turtle stole the dragon, and Origin denied that 5th dragon.
Once again,
I can't believe it.
Turtle, okay, I would normally agree with you, but Wild Turtle has done this so many times this year on Jinx. This is basically a Turtle classic. I mean,
I've seen him do it before, but man, talk about clutch. Wild Turtle with the Jinx ult takes the dragon. That's 2 5th dragons now that
need to
Origin
redo the
hasn't
montage, boys, for Turtle neutral steals.
It's an important one.
Need to leave some space in that scrapbook, you know, because every time he does that.
Yeah. Look at this though. Origin still do have the double teleport to try and work with. They've actually got split pushing Orianna down here, which has gotten the wave all the way to turret. TSM making a big blitz up mid though.
Wow, they might be able to just take out this inhibitor again. There's nothing defending it.
Look at Amazing, he's flanking. So Origin are going to sacrifice. They wanted to bait them to commit to this inhibitor and then send their jungle behind to flank, get spotted. That's why TSM's backing off. That has been the opening in every game so far. In all of these situations, in this game particularly, is mid-game, mid-lane rotations. You're doing Dragon, we go mid, you move back, we get Dragon. Every single time. You're doing Baron, we move mid, you defend, we get Baron control. Very, very mid-lane centric game so far.
I think the longer this goes on too, you know, this Origin gold lead is meaning less and less, and really the big turning point is going to be when Turtle gets a magic resist item. I think his last item here should actually be a defensive magic resist item, because then it would protect him a lot against the all-in there from Soaz.
I think he could use like a Mercurial Scimitar or something like that. He needs to be able to get out of some CC.
I mean, look at Expected too. He's sitting on 520 CS, 46 minutes in the game, averaging over 10 per minute.
Baron being taken by Origin right now. TSM doesn't want to let this one happen. Baron getting lower and lower. They get it. Have to drop that box to keep TSM away. And nobody wants to fight this game.
See how well
tear rolls down my face.
Yeah, let's see how well Origin used this Baron, because TSM going to take them a long time to get back to base. They have to be able to try and defend this inhibitor turret, but so long on the recalls, I think Origin have it.
They may. They're going in right now. That turret's not going to last. Origin, oh, they turn around. They don't go for the inhibitor. They do get the turret, though, so that's a vulnerable inhibitor for both teams now.
Yeah, just the turret being down is huge for Origin, having that open door on the top side of the map.
Yeah.
You can also see the mind games just come out there when the 4 seconds base versus 8 second base changes the entire parameters of a base race.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, behind all of this, slowly but surely, Origin has been taking more and more of a gold lead. They're up to 7,000 now. And of course, we're now at this point where pretty much everybody has all the items they're looking for in a game. It doesn't matter as much, but it's interesting to note, too.
Yeah, Unexpected, for example, any gold that
amazing.
Wasted. He's sitting on already 2,000 gold and 1.5k gold that he's not going to be able to use for any upgrades except elixirs.
Yeah, it's actually, now is the really interesting time when we go back and look at the choices for upgraded trinkets, because people are running out of ward slots, especially since Quicksilver Sash takes up a spot where you would normally have an endgame item. Origin actually peak earlier, like right about now. They don't have inventory space left to max out. And AP Mage does not work with Quicksilver Sash. You can't upgrade it into an AP item. The only choice for Peke would be get Mercurial Scimitar after this for more empowered auto attacks, which, you know, since he's Orianna, not the worst thing, but definitely not optimal there. So because they've been forced into these Mercurial builds, they actually are less Mercurial.
Fascinating. Professor Kobe on the job as Origin moves into TSM's base here, looking for that inhibitor.
TSM wants to stop it. That inhibitor getting lower. No stun lands from Bjergsen. And the inhibitor stays alive for the moment anyway. soaz pushing up that bot lane at the same time, though, behind all this.
Yep, Origen just trying to make use of their split push now. Split pushing with Baron. Get a lot done. I think that secondary turret, that's forfeit for TSM. That is gold in Origen's pockets pretty much.
Yeah. You can see the issue Origen have right here. If you enter the base to go for inhibitor, you enter to a bit of a choke point. Yeah. It narrows a little bit, and it's easy enough to space off enough skill shots, one on the left, one on the right, to catch at least something. That's why soaz is actually split pushing. Take away one or two of those skill shots, suddenly that opening's big enough for your team members to get through. But right now, it's incredibly dangerous to commit to a 5v5, so that's why Origen taking the split push approach.
Well, by the time that soaz could teleport in, a lot of people would be dead because the team is so fragile. So you got to be careful. But soaz knocking on the door in the bot lane now.
Got it.
Yep. OGN or Origen.
OGN rotation.
Pushes. Shockwave onto Santorin. They grab McSpecke, takes some damage, having to cleanse that one. Gets caught again. Another big stun comes in for Bjergsen. Wild Turtle throws in the rocket, but it doesn't do enough damage for any kills.
Again, though, this is Origen's handle on the map pressure game. They've been able to keep up the pressure so long. 2 inhibitor turrets are down. Even though the inhibitors aren't there, the defenses from TSM are crumbling.
Also, look at the communication. Very often you will see Mikhails and QSS be used at the same time. They're in panic. It was one after the other. I didn't see which one get used first, but there was clear communication on what's going on. I go first, you go second. Complete faith in helping each other right there. So really solid play there from Mithy and Expecke.
Uh-oh, Niels coming in, and he is going to take out this inhibitor unopposed. Just peace out with the Lantern. Nice little snipe by Origen.
That's that Lantern play from Mithy, highlighting it in Champion Select. Thresh is so big for Origen. They're able to get that inhibitor down, and they're keeping up the pressure. Dragon driving them away from the Nexus turret, but they're going for the Nexus!
Whoa, they are! Teleport coming in, Origen, Dyrus with the knock up there, but soaz in there with Expecke as well. They're gonna take down Dyrus, and they might take down the base too. There goes Nexus turret number 1, and they are gonna back off as the recalls start coming in for TSM, but that Dragon, Origen just has pressure on every part of the map right now.
Well, let's see if they can get out here. TSM actually have Morgana flanking.
Oh, that's a bind onto Mithy.
Nobody's there.
He takes some damage. Shockwave brings in Bjergsen. Can they follow it up? Lustboy gets grabbed. He's very low, goes down. Oh, big rocket comes in. They take out Niels, but they manage to just barely save soaz in the end. TSM pressuring. They might be able to get this Dragon.
Origen really whittling away at them, actually. Origen's still here.
Hook onto Santorin, but Mithy takes a lot of damage. Wild Turtle nearly
Those
kills
traps
him off.
were so close to hitting right there.
I know, this game is still so close right now. Expecke charging forward. Bjergsen has to back away. TSM just again trying to get this Dragon. They gotta keep it away from Origen. They're gonna try to get it. Can Amazing steal it? He's moving.
Oh, he got it! Amazing!
He steals the Dragon, and that is Dragon number 5 for Origen. Niels was dead. He didn't get the buff, but everybody else on the team has it, and that could be disastrous for TSM.
Santorin mistimes the execute combo there. Amazing comes up with the clutch steal against his own team.
Second, 5th Dragon of Worlds here. And have we seen more Dragons this game than we actually have seen kills?
Maybe.
We probably did.
It's a sad, sad day. But this game is so exciting. Let's watch this again. Amazing.
Oh, man, he just mans up and goes straight in there.
I think he body slammed Santorin at the end to get that little bit of a stun.
Cancel the Q?
Maybe.
I think Santorin did the math wrong, and Q smite wasn't enough, and Amazing smote.
People are going to rewatch that a whole bunch of times. And
frame by frame?
Yeah, frame by frame, and get back to us with the exact.
The Twitterverse will let us know.
We have the NCIS version, enhanced.
Enhanced. Amazing.
Eventually, you enhance too much, you can't tell the difference between Dragon and Kench.
Right. When does the Dragon become Tom Kench? Why do we keep talking about Tom Kench?
Why not?
That's right.
Fascination.
Amazing going after this bottom inhibitor. Expecke is there as well. TSM now responding. They're recalling now. They're going to lose another inhibitor.
And this is something you just can't practice because very rarely in scrims does the game go this late. And Origen are doing very unconventional things right now because they're just so smart in their approach, and they always have the Thresh Express to get people out of there overall.
Oh, but you can practice it over a 4-year period if you're Peke and soaz, and you've been in games that get to this point so many times.
It's true.
Also, just going back, say like, I think 5 minutes, 6 minutes, I'll get to that point after because it looks like we're getting a Baron fight.
All right. I think so. Origin going for this Baron here. They've got that 5th Dragon. TSM's going to try to stop them anyway. Lustboy throws out Ward in there. Santorin flash. Cocoon doesn't quite connect. Dyrus in the back lane uses ult, but no follow-up really for TSM as they charge
going
forward.
down.
That Baron is low too. Rocket comes in. Santorin take it out. Baron regenning health so TSM can't steal it.
Someone kill the Baron.
No one's going to kill the Baron. All right now, Baron's fine.
Baron lives to see another couple of seconds here.
He does.
Holy, I can't believe he actually lived through that. TSM not deciding to try and execute, but they focused on getting Origin off of the Baron.
Yeah. This is the longest game we've seen at Worlds so far, guys, and I don't think it's going to go too much longer as those minions might take out the second Nexus turret right now. Oh, it's so close. Are they going to get it? They will.
Dyrus had to aggro that melee.
Oh, it's a fight lost boy. Taken down. Well, Speke died first, actually. TSM fighting back, but Origin all over them. Wild Turtle got a pretty good angle on this. Mithy misses that hook. Wild Turtle coming in. Looks at going after Mithy. Bjergsen is down, though. And Wild Turtle on his own. Can he get another kill? He gets one before he gets taken out. That's an ace, though. And that will be the game for Team Origin.
Teleport for Soaz. He's going for another solo Nexus.
Don't call it a backdoor.
Can he get it before his teammates arrive?
The door is wide open this time, yeah. Soaz takes the solo Nexus, and Origin will go 4-0 already in Group D. GG.
Might have to write an article on map pressure at this point because Origin just do so well whittling you down. They continue to pose the enemy with these difficult choices over and over again. First time, they'll get 500 HP off of your turret. Second time, they'll get another 500. Then they take the inhibitor.
Origin, they're just playing with that get stuff done mentality, and that was lacking later on for TSM. Like, they had such a good start, such a good, clear, identifiable composition. What do we want to do? Group up and siege. When do we want to do it? Apparently not now.
Wow, that was smooth, man. You know, Speke and Soaz to me just seem like the split-pushing battering ram. They're just going to keep hammering at those side lanes until the turrets go down.
When they first brought that strategy to light in Season 3, it was so incredibly painful to play against it, and you can still see that just Monster just spreading out those resources, teleport, split pushing, knitting away. They don't tunnel. They have really good patience when it comes to this place.
And I also want to highlight Mithy in this as well. We keep giving so much credit to these old solo laners here, but Mithy's communication is so good, and his game sense, also getting there to back up people with the lanterns, a really big part of it.
He's so confident. I talked to him, and he says, yeah, I can't get hit by skill shots anymore, man. On land,
hey,
8th thing, it's just...
You criticize, you were talking about his build being, vulnerable,
no,
but that's only if you get hit.
I never said it was a bad build. I just think it's incredible. I couldn't play this build. It's so incredibly hard to stay alive as Thresh with double defensive items, but the way, like, 0 deaths up until the end of the game, just, yeah, fantastic performance. Always in the right place with that lantern. That is, honestly, one of the things people just don't give enough respect to, because it looks easy. Throw a lantern, click it, yeah, done. But impressive performance.
Absolutely. In Origin, people wondered if week 1 was just going to be a bit of an aberration, if it was just something that just kind of happened and, well, they overplayed a little bit. Week 2 is going to be more normal, but that was a very, very good game from Origin all the way through. TSM, I gotta say, even though they lost, they look stronger in that game now, I think, than they did last week. Still kind of had some of the same problems, but they weren't as pronounced this time.
That will give them some confidence, looking at KT, because now they really need to get that win if they want to try and get out of these groups. Origin, though, they're feeling great. They're secure.
They're locked in.
They've got their fourth win
the quarterfinals.
Yes, they probably want their first seed, but man, this team has came up huge here at Worlds.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely deserve the success that they have.
Oh, absolutely. And I can't wait to see what they're going to be able to do against KT Rolster, against LGD, if LGD has any sort of life to them today. That's the next big question, right? Because at this point, you're kind of thinking Origin should be able to take down LGD fairly easily if things hold true to what they were in week 1. But KT, there's the real challenge. They took them down in week 1. Can they do it in week 2? KT is going to come back with a bit of adaptation. They're still going to be a tough team to beat, but Origin, the team to watch in Group D, definitely. D for definitely.
Amazing. Soaz heading to Shocks there. Yeah, they got to be happy because they came in through the gauntlet too. They joined the summer split. We're a new team there. Completely did yeah, fantastic up until the point they ran into the unbeatable Fnatic.
Yep.
Made it to playoffs, second place. Didn't get enough any qualification there on points or winning the split, so I had to go through the gauntlet. Nail-biting games against Rocket. You know, 5 games, and people are saying, yeah, Origin overrated. Can't even make it past Rocket. Get to Worlds 4-0.
I love to see all these stories this year at Worlds of all these old guard returning. You know, Peke's coming back, having a huge performance. So as with him, High for Cloud9 as well. So many of these older League of Legends players where people are like, oh yeah, they're all washed up. They come back and they absolutely dominate.
Speeding with experience, man. I mean, that's the thing. And maybe I should. Well, I have nothing to come back from.
Let's do it. We got 3 here.
All right, let's do it.
You know what? We'll take over Twisted Tree Line.
Yeah, dude.
That's
3v3. We've got that. All right. No worries. Well, that was a pretty insane game. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have to say in the late game, because even though they did take it in the end, that one had to feel like really stressful too.
Oh yeah,
just shot calling. Just
exactly. That's the thing about losing to high map pressure teams and split pushing teams. It not only whittles away at your scoreline here, but also your confidence as a team. A lot of teams get frustrated when they go through a game like that.
Yeah, and for TSM now, I mean, what do? You can still maybe try to fight things out. You're 2-2 right now. If you win out against KT and LGD, you can still maybe make a run for second place, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, as you said, there are positive takeaways from that game.
Yeah, if you go back and you look at the game, sometimes you tunnel vision on the late game shot calling mistakes, but you can go way back sooner there. TSM could have snowballed more efficiently. Hopefully that's where Loco and the team is looking at to fix in the next few games.
Yeah.
And preferably slightly more kills, maybe just a tap.
For me, that would be nice too. We'll see what happens. But for more on Origin's 4th straight win, guys, let's go to throw it. Let's throw it down to Shox on the interview desk. Catch.
I'm not really on the desk, but here it so has an amazing 4th straight win in the group stage and locking in your spot to the quarterfinal. Let's talk about the next round in a little bit, because this game, my word, everyone here was holding their breath if they were an OG fan, and you're not particularly smiling. Tell us about the stressful situation for closing out that game.
Go, Boris. Outcomes were pretty even. For a long time, they had a lot of pressure on us. They could do a lot of things. Method engage, we had to look out for a lot of things that they could do. And we're basically stuck doing like single things like shooting the Copma and hope that he can hit turrets. So it took forever to finish that game. And especially in this heat, like with a lot of people in front of you, 15-minute game is exhausting.
Yeah. So as?
Well, you pretty much said everything. We had a team comp that was...
Never gets old. Go ahead.
No, we had a team comp that was pretty even, as you said. We did some, like, we didn't do our normal picks and bans where we last pick top lane. We last pick mid lane instead this game. And the thing is that Malphite could get really strong because I can't put enough pressure as Kenan into Malphite. So when we are sieging turret, we have to be careful about the Malphite ultimate all the time, and heals cannot hit turrets. So if they would have something else than Malphite, I think the game would have been a lot different.
Talk to us about TSM's play, especially in the early game. Strategically, it seemed like it was going a lot better for them than we've seen from them last week. Did that catch you off guard, and did that make you change your game plan in-game?
No, I don't think it caught us off guard. Last week, they had a pretty good early game in every game, too. So we were prepared for that, especially because we knew they would first pick Elise, because it's a priority pick for both teams. So it was not surprising to us, ever since Elise, Syndra has kill combo. So,
and there's no cleanse on the mid laner for you guys.
Yeah, we're TP, you know, double TP.
Yeah.
That's how we do. But either way, it was not surprising to us. We knew they would come in with a lot of force and pressure, and they would do that thing. But luckily for us, we were able to stall out long enough.
Do you think TSM has a chance to make it out after this showing, which was quite strong?
I can't judge. I don't want to be the judge for that. I think the play will show if they can make it out or not.
All right, then let's talk about you guys, because you locked in your seat for the next round in the quarterfinal. First place or second place, that's still left to be decided. What do you think you can do in the rematches here? And how different do you look at them, knowing 1, you're locked in, and 2, you crushed everybody last week?
Well, I think second games are overall more difficult than the first ones because opponents don't really know you. So it's easier to play the first game since you have this kind of advantage. Like every team have this advantage, but I feel like it's more of an advantage for us since we have a lot of picks. But yeah, the second game against KT and LGD is definitely going to be more difficult than last week.
Going to be some good games. Anything left to add, Maurice?
No,
nope. All right, well, there they are. OG advancing to the next round, the quarterfinal. Well, thank you guys very much for talking to me. Maybe see you later. Back over to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. Longest game of the World Championship so far. Origin moving to 4-0, securing their quarterfinal spot, and a very tough loss for TSM on the other side of the rift. I want to take it all the way back to Champion Select because we here on the desk, watching it play out, said TSM is set up. This is a very good draft for them.
Yeah, they finally got a comp that they had definitive ways to pull the trigger, make decisive plays, and be able to target the part of the map that they needed to, which was mid lane. When you have a Malphite, the Elise, as well as the Syndra, that should be an area, especially when you know Origin's going to run double TP, that you can repetitively visit and pick on. And they got it right at the very start of the game, and then just never went back there.
It's just such a big question mark to me because they got the flash on the Orianna, and like if a person dies in mid lane, dies on the gank, burns flash, then you kind of just push in the wave slow pushes towards you after you come back, and you just pressure that lane all the time. But then the action just cooled down. For so long, nothing happened. They had the magic resistance on everyone, which is so good and cost efficient against the composition that Origin was running. And throughout the game, they were just doing nothing.
Yeah, and they never pulled the trigger on the Malphite ultimate at all. It was used to escape more than it was to use to engage. Like, Dyrus was face-checking a whole bunch of things because he had to, but then they're never in a position where they're able to follow up, where it's giving him an opportunity to go in. But there were so many times that there were 5 people clustered. Like, we were here on the desk. Every time we saw Origin getting this ball, we were just like, is he going to go? Is he going to go? And he never did it. He never did it. It felt like he didn't want to be the reason that they lost the game off of a botched engage. But if you're picking that type of champion like that, you were saying, pick Rumble. Yeah. Have a safe type of long-range engage.
And the thing about that game that, like, just put it over the edge was that there were multiple times where, like, at the Dragon fight, all of a sudden, Gragas wanders up to a 6-item Jinx and just walks away again. Like, Turtle is so huge at that part of the game. No Shockwave, no Cannon Ultimate there at all. The AD carry was dead, just turn around and start shooting people, Turtle. Like, you're supposed to be known for, like, being the silly, aggressive person at times on that team. And no one on that team wanted to make the proactive move. It looked like no one wanted to be responsible for that loss.
To be fair, we have to give credit to Origin because they had faith in playing the same type of strategy, going for this late game composition that relied on the double void stuff. Kog'Maw very strong in the late game as well, and just played out the macro game very, very well. Like, first I kind of questioned the draft, but it is just so good against TSM that it is very just reactive in their play.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Origin in this tournament is they've been running double TP every single game, and they seem to be the best team to operate on it. The synergy between Peke and Soaz and the way they're using it to go around the map and create these pressure plays is the best that we're seeing here at Worlds. Also, their top laner Soaz that you were seeing on your screen earlier, he's got a huge champion pool. He opens them up in champions. Like, you're picking his Kennen really early in the draft, and he's able to deliver, and it's not countered effectively. And I think that the way that they're playing these out just is showing that Origin definitely deserved that quarterfinal spot off this strategy.
Well, the thing that Origin is doing is playing the map. They don't care who they're playing against right now, which makes it frustrating for TSM because they could have pulled the trigger. But you do have to give credit that regardless of who Origin are running against, they have a very deliberate way of baiting out those Barons, baiting out the Dragons, and getting the turret pressure.
I was going to say,
it's so good.
Most important to me is the fact that they understand their win conditions in their composition. They played to them entirely. They knew all they had to do was stall out and play around the global objectives properly. They did that from the beginning with the Dragons. Well, things are just getting warmed up here in Paris. After this quick break, we'll kick off Game 2 featuring KT Rolster versus LGD. Stay with us.
And then we go in, go eat some Burger King. Wait, why are you insulting me, Björk? Then we win, go eat some healthy food.
Dyrus comes in for his own Soaz with the secondary engage, gets some stuns. There's Antonia. Soaz goes down though. Bjergsen, low health, doing this dragon. 5th dragon, does it go? Wild Turtle stole the dragon, and Origin denied. Can they follow it up? Lustboy gets grabbed, he's very low, goes down. Oh, the rocket comes in. They take out Niels.
Malphite, just kill Malphite. Take care of the Jinx, take care of the Jinx, take care of the Jinx Sirin. Syndra from behind you, Syndra behind you, Syndra behind you. She's dead! Good job, good job.
and Origin will go 4-0 already in Group D.
Welcome back, everyone, to our World Championship coverage. We're getting set for our next match, KT Rolster versus LGD Gaming. Let's face it, it's do or die for LGD here. So what do they need to do to turn things around, completely around here in week 2?
Well, they definitely need to do a lot, because right now it's mentality first for them, because this team, they're 0-3. They need to win all of their games, and even then, it's not in their hands. This is a team from China, LPL, that plays best of 2s, and their best of 2 win rate isn't even that good. But their best of 1s, these guys, they get down on themselves so quickly and they become afraid. Even Godvi, the guy in the mid lane that came in here, we thought he was going to be just a great powerhouse coming in, but he's playing afraid and he's not even picking these assassins that he's been so good at during the split. The thing with Godvi is he needs BO5 game buffers to be aggressive. He sits there and he thinks, if I misplay this, if I don't execute appropriately, that's the game. That's the game. And he doesn't want to be the guy to do that. So he's playing scared and he's not playing like the Godvi that we've seen before.
And that is so weird for Godvi, because this is a guy coming out of the LPL that has an arrogance about him. He reverse picked Dade, of all people, in the Z matchup and beat him on both sides of it. So this is a player that had a lot of confidence coming out of the LPL and certainly has not shown it so far.
It's like, speaking of big changes, LGD is bringing in the super hot fire in the shape of Flame, which I am excited for because I was a big fan of Flame back in Season 3 and Season 2. He was known for these being super good in the Irelia matchups, the Kennen matchups, the Jax matchups, which kind of feels it's kind of that kind of meta we have in the top lane right now with these carry top laners. But to be fair, his summer season hasn't been too impressive. He has the stats 8-10, so I don't know what to expect from him.
Yeah, they played him once in the playoffs. He lost. To be fair, there was a part of this season where Flame was arguably the better top laner because his Gnar especially is really good. But the rest of his champion pool just didn't seem to be as on point with the team as what Akon was. His teleports were late. He was always late to the fight. So,
yeah, but speaking of his champion pool, they've been banning Gangplank on blue side twice for LGD, and he plays Gangplank. It's his second most played champion, and they were talking about in interviews that they want to carry top laner, like a mega carry top laner, because right now they're in a very odd spot where they can't get advantages mid and AD carry, and they think it's more top lane centric now.
Yeah, question marks in the top lane, but we also still have question marks in the jungle with TBQ.
Yeah, TBQ hasn't been having a good performance, but he also posted that he's been having flu-like symptoms on his Weibo, so I wouldn't knock him too hard for it, but it's just a huge storm of just unfortunate events here, and you can see this guy, he's trying to play his best on that stage, and I don't know if he's 100% just yet. You don't get over that stuff in just a week. So hopefully coming into today, he's in a better mindset, he's in better health, and they can probably bring it home.
Nerves possibly playing a bit of a factor too. We'll see if he can adjust properly. KT Rolster, though, has had their own issues to look at, especially when we look at their game against Origin last week.
I feel like the game in particular against Origin, it was the first game they were truly tested in the mid to late game. They did this wrong decision with sending Arrow into the bot lane instead of sending Someday, who was very strong in the split push, and Someday, who was very strong against Soaz, was completely kind of destroying him with his Olaf Fiora matchup, but they didn't really push this advantage. So I'm kind of looking forward to see KT Rolster more into the mid-late game to see what they kind of do there.
Yeah, and also in the bot lane, we have to talk about Imp, right? This guy, he's world champion, right? But they've been playing against double TP every single game against LGD. They've run double TP and it's shut down the pressure they've had in the bottom lane. So this guy, he needs to be freed up. He wants to play his own style of League of Legends, but, double TP is keeping him down in the metas also as well.
We mentioned that if they have any shot, they need to win all 3 games today, and even then, it's still not in their hands. But it's time to go down the line, starting with you, Zyrene. Predictions for this game, KT or LGD?
I'm going with KT. I feel like LGD just aren't in the groove right now, and it's so hard because you have to win every single game, and if they don't operate in a best-of-1 setting very well, and that's even more pressure on top of it, I feel like that's just going to push them down.
All right, Spawn.
I'm going to give LGD one last shot. I think that LGD as a team are one of those dynamic teams that they can go from very bad to very good quite quickly, and we've seen that through their playoff run, and I think that they need to show that now.
This team is single-handedly destroying your prediction rating. I'm just letting you know that.
That happened at MSI as well, and I still got the grand final.
That's what you got the grand final. We'll give you that one. All right, Yamato.
Well, I think it's very logical to just go for KT, simply because of the history of the tournament. I think this particular game will kind of decide how I feel about LGD coming into the rest of the group.
The history, it's been 3 days.
Time for them to leave it all on the line.
It's still history, come on.
We'll see. Let the teams battle it out, gentlemen, not us here. The teams are almost ready to head into Champs Select, so we're going to head over to the caster booth. On the way, Imp tells us how, at this point, LGD's fate is not entirely in their hands.
다음 뭐 계획은 딱히 없고 남은 경기를 잘 치러야죠. 그리고 이렇게 팀 이렇게 된 거는 다 연습을 게을리하고 기본 실력이 뒷받침이 안 되니까 이렇게 된 거라고 생각해요. 다음 계획은 남은 경기 잘 치르고 하늘에 맡겨야죠.
Leave it to the
Whoa!
heavens. No plan.
All right, well, there you go. That was probably the most depressing thing I've heard before a game in a long time. So, on that note, let's check out the teams with a quick roster rundown. On the blue side, it is KT Rolster, of course. In the top lane, we've got Someday. In the jungle, the immortal Score. In mid lane, Nagne, the not so immortal, but maybe we'll see him do better today. At ADC, it's Arrow. And down at support, the former SKT support, now the KT support, Peekaboo, and Coach Oh Changjong.
And then facing off on the red side, struggling, leaving it up to the heavens, I think Imp said there. Top lane,
so.
Flame coming in here today, so that's new. Jungle TBQ in the mid lane, the hope for China overall, as one of the best mid laners, Godv, the guy we saw in the interview, Imp and AD carry, supported by PYL, Peel, call it what you may, Coach Firefox.
Well, what can you say, guys? I mean, even LGD, even with Lord Flame, do they have any chance at all?
Okay. Well, I can say one thing. So they were talking about, LGD have been having problems getting advantages on top side or bottom side of the map or even middle of the map or in the jungle of the map. But Imp, at least, he's still an extremely good individual player. He actually has the highest CS differential for AD carries at 10. He's up 12 on average. So he's been playing his old style. He's been playing aggressively. The problem is that he gets punished, and it's very quickly after 10 minutes
interesting
that
correlation.
people all come down to the bottom lane and start to punish him.
Like, oh, this guy, yeah.
First teleport gets used from top laners, in the first 10 minutes, comes off cooldown around the 9 to 10 minute mark. Generally, that's when MCS starts dipping down.
All right, guys, it's time for picks and bans between KT Rolster and LGD Gaming. Callista, Lee Sin banned out for KT, and the Azir banned out against Nagne by LGD. There's a Gangplank ban as well.
Yeah, so they actually talked about the Gangplank, LGD wanting that for Flame. Obviously, every team in the tournament probably wants Gangplank, but I was spying on Flame a little bit in solo queue earlier. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And he's been playing a whole bunch of Olaf as well recently. And really just dumpstering people. Obviously, he's still climbing up the ranks.
I think actually...
Whoa, but, that just happened. They might give Mordekaiser over to KT Rolster. They're going to take
through
it.
the ban.
Arrow going to be bringing the Mord. Sick.
Yeah, we went over Gangplank is 100% win rate, but Mordekaiser is also 100% win rate. There was just that one, he's almost 100% pick ban as well. One game he went all the way through without being picked though.
I actually played a game with Flame in solo queue where he actually picked that Olaf and he was pretty reckless. All he did was kept storming forward and then allegedly his team didn't follow, so he put a couple question marks in chat. But yeah, he did show some mastery of that champion, so he could definitely whip that out. And I actually like Olaf as a top lane pick in general.
Yeah. Right now, though, there's so many options up. Darius is still up. Fiora is still up. Nara is still up. Everybody, there's so many things here for the top lane. They really don't want to pick it early, unless they do want to pick it early.
Well, is it intelligent to pick a Darius where KT can just throw in a Lulu there?
I mean, they can get Lulu, they can get Gnar, they can get...
Nara's been winning that matchup.
Yeah, Nara's been, even if you're confident in your Fiora play, that matchup really depends on your riposte timing, but
the Lulu just works.
I feel like a Lulu plus, well, actually you don't even have to early lock in Nara, but if you do, then you don't give much away.
I would do Lulu plus a generic pick like a jungler, maybe a support if you want to lock it in here. I think Lulu is a better pick overall because even though Gnar convincingly wins that matchup, his win rate overall is incredibly low in his tournament. I think hovering around like the 30%, 35%. So yeah, you may win the lane, but you will not win the game overall, and that is your goal.
Someday is also a great Lulu player, so I would not be surprised at all to see that go up to the top lane. Nagne still has a lot of other options he can go with.
And it's smart from KT roster, right? Because one of the stronger members on LGD is Imp. He's going to get fed well. You get your own Imp, mini Imp next to you. Use that for your fight, and then you go. Take over the world.
It's also interesting, actually. I'm wondering if LGD already knew a plan that they had in mind to play against Mordekaiser, because these were the two teams that let Mordekaiser go all the way through in group stages last week already. So KT have actually changed their priority and decided to pick it first this time around. But maybe Imp is just that confident that they've let it through multiple times and not picked it.
Well, they're going to have to deal with it this time. We'll see if the Evelyn gets locked in for TBQ. TBQ has had less average damage per game than his support, PYL.
I mean,
going kind of rough.
If he's already invisible, may as well pick Evelyn.
Too early for the memes. He hasn't even selected the LGD yet,
so
guys.
mean.
Let's calm down here a little bit. Yes, TBQ's performance has been underwhelming, but
Eve Alistar for LGD, the two final picks coming over to KT.
So the Evelyn pick here actually really heavily is going to depend on her first gank, I feel like, because it's so scary already as a jungler to go gank Mordekaiser, because you know there's a lot of pressure on you to keep the Mordekaiser down early. However, you know that the enemy team also is probably going to send their jungler down there, and it's very scary. If you get counter ganked, especially as an Evelyn early, you're squishy, and they can turn it around very quickly on you. You have to be careful.
What does speak in your favor is that Mordekaiser lanes generally just want to AFK push. Continuously shove you on their tower, depending on what support they end up picking. That leaves a very easy path from behind to maybe if the scout is a jungler here, okay, then I'm going.
Yeah, Tristana might try and use the explosive shot early to try and deny more that.
I like it.
That early shove. But
I love this. I love this so much. Someday going to be playing the Renekton, so we're going to have Sunday's Renekton against Flames Darius. They're going to go toe-to-toe. No lane swaps, please. Just let it be a 1v1.
Your dreams are about to crash. It's going to be lane swap. Every time you want to see that matchup play out, and there's either jungle interference, teleports in the bot lane, or a lane swap.
Gets in the way. Top laners just want to play against each other. It's lane swaps. That damn strategy gets in the way every time. Strategy, why?
Well, talking about strategy, KT are definitely going for an early game composition here. Heavily focused on snowballing super early off of this Mordekaiser
Whoa, and Nivea locked in for Godvi. We're going crazy
That's
now.
what Origin used to control
We saw Origin play it a lot in terms of a kite-heavy composition. Likely that means they've scrimmed it. I mean, this pick doesn't come out of anywhere, so we can just assume that these teams have played it against each other and seen the value come out from that pick, and it actually makes a lot of sense. Early game Renekton falls off, gets kited. Mordekaiser falls off, gets kited. And just locking, if you need people to get to your Juggernaut, well, put a wall in front of them. Trap him with Darius.
You know, the other thing we haven't mentioned yet is that Peekaboo is getting to play Thresh, and that is by far his best champion. He has done incredible things with this pick. KT, I mean, we'll see how the Mordekaiser works out for him, but overall, I think it's looking very solid. LGD, a lot of questions about the team, a lot of questions about the team comp. See what happens.
They fall behind though, because we remember when we watched that Origin game, we kept talking about how, you know, Pekka's build was tier into Rod of Ages, incredibly slow scaling build. That's fine if the game goes slow and steady and nothing happens, but LGD, their tendencies in these games haven't been slow and steady. They have continuously just lost hard in the early game.
Judging by the comp that KT have drafted, they're not going to go slow and steady. They're going to look to raise the pace here and get Mordekaiser to 6, try and utilize their early dragon pressure.
I think KT just wants to finish this one as fast as they can. We'll see what happens, guys. Hit us up with your Twitter picks, hashtag KTWin or hashtag LGDWin if you believe in miracles.
Well, that's harsh.
I'm just saying what Imp said, man. I'm just quoting the players here.
Leave it to the heavens.
That's right.
Yeah.
I hope that's an accurate translation right there.
Who knows? But, I mean, there was an interview that came out with PYL, and he was saying, you know, I think our practice went the totally wrong direction after the regular season. We don't know how to play in this meta. He sounded just completely defeated, and it's tough for a team that, you know, won the LPL, that looked so good coming into this to fall so flat. This is their last chance. If they don't win this game, they are out of contention to getting to the quarterfinals.
Yep. Interesting summoners here. Quadruple teleport across the board, and Arrow on the Mordekaiser is running Exhaust. So I want to see if Imp actually realizes that, because if you're going into a trade expecting heal versus heal, random Exhaust after being already ignited can be surprising. And then you keep your eyes on Godvi. He can't be forced into Egg and using Flash at the same time in the first like 5 minutes, and Nivea really wants to avoid that. So farm until a tier is your main priority, and that's mainly going to be TBQ trying to assist
Yeah, and luckily for Godvi, Nagne has been underperforming so far here at Worlds. So these are actually two of the mid laners that have really fallen flat during the group stages.
Yeah, and I mean, while Nagne has not been the Nagne we've seen in Korea, he's still been good enough to remain relevant. And that's kind of it's like Nagne's kind of become Kuro, and Kuro's kind of become Nagne. Yeah. If you look at the mid laners from Ku and KT, it's been interesting to see.
We're going to be able to track how confident Godvi is, because the mark of a confident Nvidia player usually is that they send out Q and E at the same time, because those projectiles actually overlap just at the right speed for instant slow E bonus, and then you can weave in another auto attack. So if he's played this champion a lot, that's something you see a lot. They usually practice on blue buffs. That's where you see it first.
And the mark of a bad Anivia is throwing out Q and V at the same time and missing your Q.
Yeah, Q and E, yeah. And I want to know if he does the Peke approach, skilling wall level 4, if he goes for the actual dual approach where you're so confident you're going to hit Q that you don't even need wall and skill it at level 8.
So, LGD said they're coming in here with no plan, but obviously the plan is to avoid the Mordekaiser lane, not go for the 2v2. Lane swap there, and just take away Quadrant. MaRin starts here for both teams.
Smart. A single tier rolls off the OS cheek right now.
Well, what can you say? I'm sure we'll get the 1v1 between Someday and Flame at some point, and Flame, man, one of the best top laners to ever play the game in Korea, and he just has not been able to keep that level of success up in China. It'd be great to see him bounce back at Worlds, but it'll have to be something that's proven to us.
Yeah, it does make it a lot more difficult to hit the Flame horizon in a lane swap.
Yeah, sure does.
Because it's going to take a while for him to get those CS up.
Well, that's the thing, is this guy is so good. We even have a term that we use for getting 100 CS up over your lane opponent in the top lane. They call that the Flame Horizon, because he did it nearly every game for a long time. It was incredible to watch this guy.
In terms of junglers, Kobe, do you consider Evelyn actually being helped a little bit by the lane swap in the sense that her double jungler clear is so quick and she doesn't get as low as she usually does? Or does it remove too much of her gank potential overall?
Nah, I mean, I really put a lot of emphasis on Evelyn's early ganks and the amount of pressure you can put on standard lanes. So even though her early jungle, is pretty quick there, I definitely prefer standard lanes on an Evelyn pick, because you can also snowball.
LGD, with initiating that lane swap and having a Tristana that obviously can't freeze, means they're very likely to bounce that waves for Flame to at least get him ahead, then move Imp back to the bottom. That does mean if KT leave a stray ward here and there, Imp opens up for a potential double teleport behind him. So in the next 2 minutes, that's something we'll have to track to see if that happens.
Yeah, both teams have actually mirrored wards right now pretty deep in the lane. LGD have placed one as well, and they are also timing recalls very similar fashion. Just one camp actually missed out here on the bottom side there for LGD.
Yeah, turrets taken out in top and bottom for each team, so that mirrored split push, or not split push, lane swap start.
Yeah. It stops being mirrored right now because KT is sending their bot lane back to bottom to 2v2 because they have that ward behind him. We could actually see Someday teleport down and annihilate Imp again. Let's see if he's learned from his mistakes in the past. TBQ sneaking up in the mid lane, no.
Oh, they're going to try to go into Nagne here, and Nagne could be in trouble. Lulu can escape from situation pretty well. Gets stunned, though, with the Q, and TBQ actually backs away. Nagne had that
he
ward
wasn't
there
in range to do both Q and E at the same time.
I was waiting for you to go.
Kobe's pointing at me like, hey, Crumble. Too early to tell. But yeah, he wasn't obviously in Q range there. It was decent. It's incredibly hard to stun in lane, but TBQ couldn't even predict that it was going to hit, so didn't really follow up.
Lord Flame has help.
They're pinging actually on the exact ward location, and they saw it fade, so LGD now know that that ward has disappeared. They pinged exactly where it was, so they likely saw it fade next to the minions.
Lord Flame also has honor, and he's told TBQ to get out of my lane. This is a 1 versus 1.
TBQ goes mid, and Godfrey's like, no, go away, I got this. And goes top, like Flame's like, no, man, this is my big debut again. I need to win this 1v1. Some action down bot lane. PYL comes in for the knockup, but there is score right there. PYL in a ton of trouble. He is toast. He is charbroiled.
TBQ, where are you?
First blood goes to Arrow.
I talk about
TBQ,
I talk about whenever there are champions like Riven is one of these champions, Mordekaiser is one of these champions. Whenever they're in the game, they're so heavily snowball focused that I really expect both junglers to pay attention to those lanes. And PYL actually goes aggressive in the lane without vision, without jungle support. Boom, instantly punished there from KT.
Yeah. Imp was on a track record again for good CS, and he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling junglers.
Oh. I like how you take it and work with it, Crepo. Yeah. Come on, give me my high. There we go. I was waiting for a high five there. He left me hanging.
At the end of the game, they're going to take off Mordekaiser's mask and find out who it really was all along.
Is that arrow under there?
Maybe. Oh man, it was Piglet all along. He came back to Korea.
All right, well, back to the mid lane there. Talked about it going, sort of slow and steady for Godby. He has gotten to the level 6 for Anivia, so that does make your wave control a bit easier. We'll see. This also puts a lot of emphasis on blue buff control for both these mid lane champions, because it is going to be about pushing those waves.
Oh.
Also, now that the teleport is down, KT, they don't like the tower. Tower doesn't like them. They actually do something really smart. They use teleport, I believe, or they cancel at least one teleport. Oh, it was Nagne. It wasn't actually Sunday in the top lane. But they swap it back up to keep the turret pushing, because now TBQ is actually helping his bot lane. It probably told him, hey, jungler, I need you. KT predict this, rotate to the top lane, and just keep sieging towers.
What a tease! TBQ came in with the Krug buff also and didn't even have to attack the turret.
He's like, fine, I'm just going to stay in the jungle. I'm the jungler now.
All right.
No ganks for you.
Godby has actually done a really good job CSing here in that matchup. Not dropping too many. It is pretty rough to CS with Anivia. Flame is mid lane right now.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Talk about dropping CS.
Huh.
Let me help you out there, buddy.
Want to hand him over that blue buff, I suppose.
Need some help there, pal?
Yeah.
Flame's like, I'm not.
I was trying to go over reasons that TBQ would not have gotten that auto up on the turret. And it wasn't even to not reveal himself, because he went into enough range of the turret to actually get revealed by the Tusai.
Confirming his existence, guys. I actually am still in.
I'm here.
I'm here, boys. That's what it's something I bring up because it's one of the things on Evelynn that you don't ever want to give away your position if it's unnecessary, because you put pressure on the lanes just by remaining hidden. The other team has to assume that you could be there, and the lanes won't go aggressive. But
TBQ, you don't need to assume. You just know.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Convenient.
It's actually an insanely good first back here for Godby. Both tier and Catalyst finished. Comes back into lane, gets all 6 CS. That is, yeah, I'm made too obsessed with Anivia. Played like 1,500 games season 1, so that is just the mark of really good start to the game. So that could actually
Crepo approved.
Yeah, Crepo approved, honestly. It's a seal of approval.
Stamp of approval. Score, gonna go after his own red buff here. Now, Someday, behind all this, is really far behind in CS. He's down 2 levels to Flame as well. I feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah, he had a little visit there, wandering around the map as well. Look at all this vision, though, that KT have placed in the red quadrant. Not only the pink ward there by red, which will be found, but also the wards that see into the camps to see when Evelynn actually starts. Oh, it doesn't. They actually don't even find it. TBQ did not go in the brush behind red.
Huh.
It's a super deep vision, and yet again, you don't have to assume. They know exactly where he is.
Yep.
KT.
That's how you handle an Evelynn. Put the wards at the camp so you can see your take them.
Sweep and a miss.
Have been incredibly selfish overall here. Just with Arrow's approach, they really have put emphasis on getting Arrow ahead and then letting Someday follow behind. And usually that's okay with top laners, but in a poor early game, well, an early game, a poor late game scaling champion like Renekton, who really needs to thrive in the early game, that can be very risky because that gap is going to get wider and wider overall as Darius keeps scaling compared to a Renekton who kind of falls off later on. The strongest part of this matchup is like level 1 to 9.
Plus, you cannot afford to give away early dragons in trades for other objectives versus Mordekaiser. It completely changes the value that you put on early dragons, because this is going to give them a whole bunch of pressure straight up the bottom lane here. They're pushing so deep, this is past even the first turret here. Meanwhile, their jungler's on the other side, he can make a play.
He just missed 3 CS in a row with that dragon though. So those dragon mechanics need to get a little polished.
Oh, TBQ sneaking in, but scores in that ward. TBQ gets spotted, yeah. TBQ taking a lot of damage. There's explosive cast. Someday coming in. Can he make a play here? Pops that ultimate, goes after TBQ, takes him down, and Flame in a 1v3. And even Lord Flame has to run from that one, gets a bit of a heal off the Q, but that's a double kill for MaRin, and that is exactly what he needed. Godby in a lot of trouble. Yeah, there we go. And if you want to beat an LGD, you got to break some eggs. Arrow with another kill there.
Honestly, that did look like LGD have no plan, and they're just kind of winging it here. TBQ decides to go over there and back up Flame, but Score, ready and waiting, inside the brush and absolutely demolishes him.
They're just not playing in sync with each other, no communication. Also, they don't really respect normal game tendencies. When your mid laner is pushed in slightly, you can always expect the other mid laner to roam quicker to assist in a potential fight. Blind face-checking as Evelyn is incredibly dangerous.
TBQ and PYL getting aggressive. Flame is back as
Alistar's
well.
camping on the
Arrow
lantern.
in a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it. Actually, I totally can. That's Peekaboo.
He hooked him off the lantern.
Communication.
Wow.
Oh man, that is bot lane goals right there for the relationship between Peekaboo and Arrow. Immediate flash as he hooks him off of the lantern right before it's about to disappear.
Yep.
So Thresh and so clean.
So Thresh and so clean. Oh, that was beautiful.
I love seeing Thresh's just D-block lanterns, say like, okay, you guys put wards on it, patch, do you want to belly block it? Nope, hooking you off, they're flaying you off, to do whatever you can to move them.
That was insane. Arrow looked like he was just out of luck here.
Yeah, at first you're like, PYL is going to get him under the turret. Oh, turret's gone. All right, camping.
No.
Yoink.
Oh, man. That is beautiful.
Golf clap right there for a second time around.
That is a much bigger clap than a golf clap for me. Like I don't know, like a pro wrestling clap. What's a loud clap? Anybody? No.
I'm looking here.
You did a pretty good job with the thunder sticks.
Okay. So let's move back to the game.
When Noah says it's time to move back to the game.
This is getting way too silly, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bring this one back around.
Keep us on track there, bud.
We're sorry, everybody.
I can't control these two. Flame and PYL coming down in the mid lane to try to push this non-existent wave back, but if it was there, they'd be pushing it. TBQ wondering about his blue buff, but KT is right there, and we're gonna see KT start to throw more and more wards into that enemy jungle. That blue buff may go over to Godv, but oh, LGD, wow, the fans. Really?
We have some power here on a couple of the carries. Godv has a good CS, but he's building low impact items right now, so he needs to scale up. Imp still looking for that Infinity Edge. The problem is there's health increase on Renekton ultimate. Gragas is tanky. Lulu provides a shield for anybody who's focused, and Mordekaiser with the Thresh Lantern 2 has 2 additional shields. So LGD will need to rely on more than just their base damage somehow to get somebody down. It's incredibly hard to get a kill on KT, and even then, it feels as if they would use too many resources getting that single kill, that they will fail the remaining part of the team fight. So they're really far behind at this point of the game.
Score of the wall. Nice hit onto Imp. Imp rocket jumps away. He'll make it out. But Flash was used. Now, Flash used by Peekaboo went for the flashy hook there.
Yeah, flash trade right there. They got Imps down.
Yep.
Let's see if they continue with this pressure. Pretty big spike here for Mordekaiser. Completed the Ryze as well.
Well, someday, right onto TBQ, takes a big chunk out of him, and even though he was down in CS to Flame, he's largely caught up, and he's got 2 kills on top of that.
An Evelyn with 0 map pressure and an Evelyn with 0 vision advantage is just a terrible thing to see here.
He's got that sight stone, but he hasn't been able to use it.
Yeah, KT, meanwhile, have both sides of the jungle just lit up. They have control of all the brush. They're always the ones getting the jump on the champion with permanent invisibility.
I mean, Evelyn jungle is such an information-reliant jungler. Not only does she work so well with hiding information by being invisible, but she also can get a lot of information that the team doesn't know that you just acquired. KT did a fantastic job playing around that. In a sense, look at those pink wards they have in the river. 4 aggressive pink wards. They are not as passive as you usually see them because they have the added value that they can now actually spot TBQ as our observers are taking us through the scenic route of Summer's Rift and
continue the safari.
It is impossible for TBQ to do anything that goes unnoticed. Yeah. That takes away the largest part of Evelyn's kit.
Well, it really is incredible to see. I mean, KT, yeah, it is against LGD. They haven't looked very strong at Worlds, but this is a very, very tight game from KT.
So surprised people. Yeah, you know, it's against LGD.
I never thought I'd be saying something like that last week. Maybe a week ago now, yeah. But before Worlds started, never would have thought I'd say something like that.
Yeah, and it is a combination of both outplays by KT as well as the early game orientation that we talked about for the draft phase for them. But man, they've just been playing it so well.
Yeah,
there's almost no moves for LGD to make because KT will see the preparation for any move a good 10 to 15 seconds ahead of time. So they can continue to take every single dragon pretty much on cooldown. They actually want the Mordekaiser to get one hit on it real quick before he takes it.
And look at this, gonna get that second dragon really easily too. I mean, everything in KT's favor right now.
Taking dragon control to the extra level. Not only do they take it uncontested, they actually get an extra dragon to play around with too, just to start sieging. Deep wards here in the blue quadrant too, and LGD's team comp, they just want to farm at this point in the game. Darius still wants to get stronger here, just scale up, and Nivea needs so much like item power. She needs like 3 items to stay relevant. Early game, very maybe with some base damages, but the second you fall a tiny step behind, the only really solution is to farm more, and this puts LGD in such a passive position, and they haven't used any of the information TBQ has acquired for them while he wasn't ganking.
Yeah, KT are just going to gain so much gold that eventually they'll just be able to come win.
Get out of here, Drake.
Win later game fights just by smashing LGD over the head with their bags of gold.
Whoa, Imp getting smashed by a bang, and Gragas knocked up at the end of that rocket jump. Looks like he may get out, but LGD coming right back in. Score could be in a bit of trouble. Flame flashes in, doesn't get anyone, no apprehend use as far as I can see. And someday with that all just tanky enough to just barely escape. So nobody dying throughout all of that.
Peekaboo looking for that interrupt on the Tristana jump with Flay. Angles it slightly wrong. Second time in a row now. Incredibly hard to do, but it's not what we used to seeing from Peekaboo. Usually has impeccable mechanics once it comes to those Flays, so could have gone really ugly there. But LGD still, nobody died. So that, in essence, is a win for them.
Wait, I think Dragon died.
Does that
I think
count?
we lost the Dragon during that. He was a member of the team, man. Don't disrespect
As a little
Dragon
KT
like
flare,
that.
can Dragon control 6-2, you know?
It's a 6th man.
We're going to have to establish a bond with the next dragon, give him a name so that they actually care about the next dragon.
That's what supports do with their, when they have Byron buff and they have Banner of Command, you get that massive cannon minion. You start naming them because they spend a lot of time with you know, pushing down.
Little Jimmy, do
Jimmy
you can do
minion.
it.
Push down a tower.
Yep.
Hey, supports need to get
But he
entertained
prefers
somehow.
to be called James. Yeah.
Everybody calls him Jimmy anyways.
Well, KT, still plenty of wards, but LGD striking back. They're starting to get a lot more vision in their side of the jungle again.
Yeah, it's something we did go over last game. You know, the difficulties taking the secondary turrets. Substantially more than the outer turrets. Let's see about this blue buff. Most exciting thing that's happened.
Taken by Peekaboo.
That should never happen. That blue buff should be walled off a lot sooner so it resets, and then you can really just punish people for walking to choke points. And Nivea thrives around just choke point control because you can literally block off an entire passage and then just force people to be split from their team. So if teams respect that, you have so much zone coming out there. LG just too far behind to really commit to that.
Yeah, as you said before, you know, it does kind of look like LGD picked up the Nivea pick very recently. And he probably hasn't had a whole bunch of time.
I mean, his team is falling behind. Like, individually, Godby did fine. 160 CS here while being behind as a team. He does have the correct build. It scales slowly, and then you just have to rely on the remaining members of your team to, you know, work with that. But LGD as a whole just haven't really looked in sync at all. No communication really between the members.
And that's going to be a hook on a PYL. Are they going to take him out or take the turret? Neither for the moment as Someday backs away. Doesn't burn that ultimate. They don't want to use it just yet. He'll be able to heal back up pretty easily. He's got the sustain, of course, that Renekton's have.
Yeah, I mean, the further we do get into the game, too, I'm going to keep a very close eye on the item builds for the KT members because most of the damage is going to come from the choice of item path that they go for. Oh, and as we say that, the Sterk's Gauge for Someday, so maybe he'll try and get in there, soak up some damage in order to deal.
Score. Pushes Flame away and manages to flash over the wall.
Yeah, good timing with his ultimate there, actually, to get the knockback during Flame's apprehend.
In addition to that,
and able to body slam out.
It denied the possibility for Godby to proc the second part of his Q. If you're CC'd, you can't proc that, obviously, so otherwise, Score would have been stunned there. So, yeah, fantastic timing on that ulti.
Yep, that's a nice little play. And Flame continuing to struggle. He's down 20 CS. Arrow, they may have caught Imp here. Teleports coming in from both sides, but will Imp live? There's a buster shot used to push Arrow away. Whoa! Mordekaiser takes him though, and Flame comes in just to die. That's a double for Arrow on Mordekaiser.
The famed flash third Q. Oh, Peekaboo flashes the headbutt.
Flays PYL away. Doesn't get Godby. You gotta do what you gotta do. Wow, they got the ult out of PYL, but I suppose when you don't have an ADC to defend, why not?
Honestly, coming into this patch thinking, oh, we're not going to have very exciting time, you know, casting the Mordekaiser games because he's not that exciting of a champion. The one super exciting play that he can pull off is charging up the Q to the 3rd stack and then flashing for the auto kill. And he got it there on Imp during the travel time.
Well, Arrow's been really solid on this Mordekaiser. You know, we saw them pass over this pick earlier in the tournament, but it looks like not because they didn't know how to play it. Let's watch this one again for Imp.
Imp finds himself in these positions every time. TP behind him, TP in front of him, and a Mordekaiser right next to him. Like, what do you do at this point?
Bonk! He got it while he's in the air.
Wow. Flame just way too squishy, not able to make a difference at all in that fight.
This is cruel. Just using your own team, like the enemy team members against themselves. Like,
he killed that turret with Imp's ghost.
Actually, that's a really fun mechanic to revisit because we've seen it so many times play out where someone flashes away or dashes away into the fog of war from a melee ability, like the Darius ultimate execute. But Mordekaiser, the Q there already cast, and Imp didn't get into Fog of War, so he was still envisioned, so the cast will complete.
Right.
Yep.
And he bonks him in midair. Imp gets a mace to the face.
There's very rarely there is Fog of War for Imp to jump or flash into. I mean, look at the wards. If he ever goes bot to farm, there are 2 wards in his lane, 2 right next to it.
How much Fog of War is there on the map even? LGD have to go all the way inside their base, I guess.
Pretty much. If KT has anything to say about it, there's not going to be any place for LGD to hide. And 22 minutes already, KT with their 3rd dragon. This is just like KT playstyle to the nth degree with this dragon control. They usually don't get to do it quite so fast or quite so aggressively, but you've unleashed Super KT, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah, super early game oriented comp here, and they're playing it out. They're also building a lot of damage, not only on Renekton, but the Looted Echo here from Nagne on the Lulu. Can annihilate a wave as well as look for those procs on some LGD members.
No, Bob, come back. Bob the Dragon.
Bob,
what
the
a
first
brave
of his
dragon
name.
he was. The first of his name.
Damn, Arrow
Pusher
really,
of the mid lane.
Arrow really needs to watch that How to Train Your Dragon movie a little better, because there was plenty of duration left to use Bob in multiple other sieges.
It's true. Bob had a long life ahead of him.
I don't know how confident Bob Jr. is going to be in Arrow's patronage there. Because
Bob was definitely the Ned Stark of the dragon family there. Yeah, I know that like Targaryens had the dragon thing. Like, I know I'm getting my Game of Thrones lore a little bit, but he died really early, so that's why I said it. Spoiler alert: if you haven't read the first book by now, it's too late.
Probably too late.
Yeah. Well, I say book, but
LGD looking to pull out the red wedding here for Arrow, but he's just gonna leave.
Yeah, that's like book 3, man. You gotta, no, that's book 2, I think.
That's a good plan.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Just leave.
Still waiting for KT to take the dragon, then kill the Baron with the dragon, and then start sieging. Kill Imp, and then kill the Nexus with Imp's Ghost.
You know, my preferred
ultimate
method actually, when you get this deep into the game, is actually not even to take the dragon to kill Baron. I take the dragon, I send it to the bottom lane to pressure the minions and pressure the turret.
That's a good idea.
While the team goes to Baron.
Does that actually work? Is there a tether range
Nope.
for the dragon?
You can send him wherever he wants.
Wow.
Dragons
what
are
a
so
dragon. So loyal. They're like, well, I'm gonna die, but he believes in me.
It's like when you
It's
get to
really
that
tragic.
point, you get to that point with your pet where you're like, oh, you know what? I don't have to take you on a leash because I have that much trust that you'll return.
I thought you were gonna say something much darker there. I was getting worried.
I know you're on a leech, that's why I can send you into certain death.
So you trust
No,
me?
I was talking about the tether range.
Wow, you are a horrible person,
He
Kobe.
won't,
Wow.
He won't
What is wrong with you,
de-tether.
Kobe?
He'll
Jeez.
come back.
Why would you say something like that, Kobe?
All right, Baron vision control here from KT. Trying to get some deep wards. LGD, well, defending their own jungle. That's about what's left for them right now.
I mean, KT have just had control of this game from basically minute 1. I expected, honestly, even with the way LGD played last week, I expected it to be a little bit closer than this.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton lane, Holy lane, Lulu gonna shove, Mordekaiser's gonna shove, and they've got a Gragas for the jungle. So you expect good things, but the way that they've played it.
They dodged the most losing matchup in this match is Renekton beating up on Darius early game. They dodged that. They were actually, Flame was had 20 CS, he even ran mid to even make that 24 CS in total there. But then they died to another teleport.
TBQ, a little bit of trouble. TBQ is BBQ, but Oh, come on, you have to die when I say that. Oh, okay, explosive cast used, and one more should do it. Score gets the kill there as KT pushes up this mid lane for the moment.
Go home, TBQ, you're drunk.
Oh, that's mean.
Come on, that was a good Gragas.
Yeah, I give it.
You've been,
there we go.
Well, Darius dunks people, Gragas drunks people.
Yes.
You got drunked.
Let's see if they can march on these inhibitor turrets here because KT have not slowed down.
But you at home should drink responsibly.
Don't drink.
Put that in there, yeah.
Anyways, at any given time, KT can peel back if they get tired of sieging or they just can't find the opening. They can really just run back to Baron right now. There's only 2 lone wards really defending any like guesswork to see what's happening. If they path around the top side, they can actually walk straight into Baron. LGD would be none the wiser.
Yeah. And honestly, KT do have to still be a bit careful here and keep focus in this game because they don't want to let LG get back in this. They will get outscaled, you know, if we go really, really far towards the end game.
In addition to that, you generally need
more.
You generally need a Baron to close out against Anivia because her wave clear is so safe. She can put the ulti, walk back on max range, and then wait for the minions to die. Okay, if you walk in there, you know, with Bob Jr. and you have a Dragon tank in the tower, maybe not. But Anivia wave clearing versus non-Baron creeps compared to Baron creeps is such a massive difference, and you just drain your entire mana pool on a single wave. So it's definitely the hard counter to that wave clear.
Yeah, you know, not to mention just the Anivia, but also Tristana with the static Shiv at this point. Imp is doing his part as well, trying to clear out the minions.
KT, I mean, this is what we saw in Korea all summer long and most of spring. Take the dragon, hang out, wait for the next dragon, take that, hang out, sometimes try to kill Flame. Not Flame, he wasn't there. But you didn't really see much action between dragons. The score goes in, never mind. Wow, Godby, a little bit of trouble there. Drops that ultimate, the hook doesn't land for Peekaboo. And KT's fine with that. They're not going to pursue this too aggressively. Just clear out the wards and go back. Whoa, Nagne, what are you doing?
They find an opening for LGD.
Nagne.
That was really good by PYL. He did the Q flash on Alistar. There's no response time if you don't see it coming. It's a knockback CC chain. So those moves, that's what LGD is looking for. Picks when people overly aggress. Alistar Q flash is one of the ways. Wall into stun from Anivia's one of the other ways. But Godby actually had a chance to kill Peekaboo earlier, but he was too afraid to take it. Just was too afraid of Lantern following up. And
you know, after last week too, oh, Someday getting a little bit caught here, stunned by Godby. Tries to get away with a slice and dice. PYL comes back in again. There's a knock-up onto Peekaboo. Arrow there, largely untouched, but they need more of the team. Dragon is live. KT may not get this one. Score comes in. There's a slow on the barrel. Someday still hanging out. He's got his ultimate. They could still fight this. Someday he's going to jump right on TBQ. Gets pushed back right away. Still holding that ult. Teleport coming in now for Nagne. They're going to go back in. Score taken down though. Got to be careful. Arrow still there for the moment. Gets pulled out on the Lantern, and KT has to give this one up.
Interrupting the 5 dragon stack is really, really big here for LGD, taking this one away.
You can also see the issues that KT has in terms of scaling with their lineup. Mordekaiser deals a lot of damage if he has the time to do so, but he's melee range, so any crowd control effect is incredibly easy to land on him. And Imp with Tristana on 2 items still deals decent damage here overall, so if KT don't really consolidate their efforts and work as a team, don't have that loot to fix a lot of those problems, then the base damages that LGD have right now are still enough to take down a couple of members.
Yeah, they definitely do get outscaled. Have to be more careful here.
Nagne was really feeling bad after week 1. He knew he had played poorly. He didn't play like we saw him play in Korea all summer. And unfortunately today, you know, he makes mistakes like that, getting caught in the mid lane. And because of that, that's kind of a chain reaction to cause KT to lose that 3rd dragon. He can't afford to do that, even against a team like LGD.
Yeah, you got to make those switches. Even though you're in control 90% of the time, to the point where if you just show your face, people run away. That can change on a whim if they actually have enough vision to see what's going on, because goal advantages are nice, but most people at any given point in the game do win 4v1s.
Yeah, I would say so. And you can still be like 70 CS ahead like Nagne is now, but can't get caught like that. KT, though, looking to bounce back. They bought 4 pink wards, and they're looking to set up a lot more vision on LGD's side of the map again.
Yeah, TBQ may as well disable his passive right now. Everywhere he goes, he gets spotted. Pink wards galore.
Yep. The fight over the vision leading up to Baron Pit is very real here. This is the new battlegrounds for KT. Since their Dragon Chain was interrupted, it does put a bit more pressure on getting the Baron buff for those minions that you talked about to break the siege.
They're going for it now. Is there anything LGD can do to stop that? Someday can teleport in. Nagne just harassing a bit, keeping LGD occupied. And Someday with that split push, thinking about recalling to be ready for that Baron. He may need to teleport. He will right now. Someday teleporting in as KT breaks off from the Baron, and they're going to chase LGD. Wild needs to be careful. Someday coming in from behind. He's going to get a huge flank onto LGD as KT suddenly has to back off, though, taking a lot of damage. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry, gets taken down by Someday, and that is going to be nearly an ace for KT.
Someday just wrecks LGD here with the Nagne's going to look for the pickup here. We'll see if he finishes up this chase. He does have Luden's Echo as well.
Oh, TBQ could be in trouble. There's the E. That's going to help him get vision for a little while. Peekaboo, who's going to get it? Nagne steals the support kill away. Oh.
All right, but Someday coming in there, you can see not only the time for the teleport, but his target selection. He first goes for the Anivia, who doesn't have flash.
Yep.
Cuts her off right into the rest of the team there with the Gragas ultimate, and then he goes for Imp, who just used Rocket Jump.
Anivia is incredibly strong, keeping people away from you, but once people actually get in that range, you have almost no answers anymore. Your movement speed is so low. Generally, you can't really answer that. The wall can't be cast because he was stunned. Mordekaiser actually kills Godfrey with the ultimate. Luckily for him, he doesn't spawn as a Mordekaiser, doesn't get an egg. He actually still gets the Anivia, even though he's killed in egg form.
Yeah, look at this. Goes right for Godfrey, then Score with the Gragas ultimate, set up because Godfrey was stunned. Instantly turns him into an egg. And an omelet shortly after.
Yep, scrambled. Meanwhile, Arrow just able to walk in
onto
there.
Imp after his cooldowns come back up.
Yep.
I wish it actually worked like that, where Mordekaiser actually gets an egg. If you do decide to kill Anivia before she spawns back up.
That would not be very useful.
I want to know if you'd be able to move it around, because normal egg you can't move.
Yeah. It's dangerous.
You can actually still teleport, even in egg form. If you start the channel right before you go into egg form, teleport is a possibility.
Teleport.
That's what Froggen calls it.
I see.
Didn't coin that name myself. Credit where credit's due.
Can XB knocked out a teleport though? Oh, Someday caught a little bit, gets grabbed, tries to get away, has to be careful there.
Yes, they can.
Okay.
Got egg science down. Now we're done with that one. Dragons.
This is episode 2
130
after we went over Catfish yesterday.
That's right. Noodling, and now we're learning about birds today. Wild Kingdom with
noodling.
World Championship.
Really? You're going to name it noodling after you talk about sticking your hand in the hole? Why don't you use a noodle then?
No. Well,
anything's better than putting a limb in there.
You can't feel with the noodle, though. The noodle doesn't have nerves that transmit to your brain to tell you when a catfish is biting it. You would need something like a hook on the end to know when you caught something, but that's crazy. Who would catch fish like that?
That's ridiculous.
That doesn't make any sense. Just stick your hand in there.
Well, let's see if KT stick their hand in there.
I think they're going to need to stick something in that base to take that inhibitor turret, that's for sure.
Peekaboo's sticking his hook in there.
Sticking his whole body in. Well, Someday is.
I think KT could benefit from just split pushing here, at least one member.
So if you go into the base and the team engages on you and you beat them in a team fight, is that called noodling? KT try and noodle their way into LGD's base right now. They've got the inhibitor turret.
Yeah, that's how it actually fell. So nope, split push is out of the menu.
They may get this inhibitor too. The barrel for zoning, arrow zoning as well. And that's inhibitor number 1 going down for KT.
I mean, what does LG do at this point? It's so incredibly hard to fight from behind with this composition other than just wave clearing. Baron completely negates that. And we saw what happened to TBQ once he even gets close to the fight. He just gets blown up immediately. So he can't even peel anymore.
Do what Imp said. Leave it to the heavens.
I guess so.
Just play out your games.
I mean, all the members of that team too, and we've been seeing interviews with them over the week. It's just there is nothing positive coming out of those guys. It's sad to see. You know, it's sad to see after how well the end of the summer season went for them to see a team. I don't know if I've ever seen a team collapse as hard as they did. Maybe, actually, I would say Coup Tigers going into IEM Katowice, that was probably the biggest collapse I've seen, but LGD is right up there too.
And then after the return too.
Yeah, they were a little bit better, but going from undefeated in the regular season to just getting destroyed at Katowice, that was a bit awkward. LGD at least. Didn't get better until
I lost track. Who is this?
Yeah. This is, well, it was Bob. Are we saying
his name?
Second of his name? This is the 4th dragon. There was another dragon that went to LGD, but he doesn't get named. It's just gone.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost Dragon. Bob, second of his name. Pusher of the mid lane. Defender of, well, really nobody.
Let's see if
dealer of damages.
They LGD wait around at all, because super minions are also going to become piling down that bottom lane.
Yeah, with the Baron buff out, we saw the Baron power play graphic right there. It's much wiser to split push, and maybe I can only hold one lane at once, and the other lane will just be exposed, especially when you have Bob.
They waited out. Tower. They successfully waited out the Baron buff, but
I mean,
Bob.
Is it called waiting out when you lose an inhibitor in the process?
There's not a
they're
good
still,
way.
They're still in the game.
That was one of the lower power plays that we've seen so far, mostly due to the fact that KT have taken almost everything they could
Yeah,
from the map so far.
up. Did you see that? Bob, he leveled up, yeah.
Too bad he's about to die.
Oh, well. He had a good run.
Nagne doing good work here on the top lane. Every time that minion wave comes in, and look at Godby has to pace in between mid and top, and slowly but surely these towers are getting chipped away out from, and then as bot lane masses up as well, eventually we're going to see LGD break here, and they have really no way of countering that, because the only member that really gets in engage range is Score, and he's tanky enough that he'll just soak up enough damage for this to work. So it's an incredibly efficient way for closing from KT here.
Yeah, and any of those wards are going to get immediately cleared. That turret goes down, another inhibitor vulnerable for LGD. TBQ steps out of the base, steps right into Peekaboo's hook. He's going to have to burn his flash to get away from that.
Yeah, he was trying to flank around if KT commit to a 5-man siege on that inhibitor and maybe get an AoE 5-man ulti into some base damages resets, but...
Who are you flanking in this team? They don't even have an AD carry. They've got a giant Mordekaiser.
Oh yeah, he burned his ult too.
602 Mordekaiser. You're going to try and flank him. You're going to try and flank Peekaboo, Nagne, I guess.
I don't know, PYL goes in for the knockup. TBQ, where's the response from LGD here as KT still continues to poke away at that inhibitor? PYL gets grabbed again, but KT playing it safe, playing it methodically. They know they've got this game won. They don't need to pressure any more than they need to. Someday comes in to help clean up that inhibitor. There it is, Nagne. The rest of KT have 2 inhibitors down now, and the gold lead is enormous at this point, 15,000 gold. Yeah.
Outside of that initial pick on Nagne that then snowballed into another pick off in Dragon, KT have actually played a very immaculate, clean game, only sacrificed 2 deaths. Yes, LGD kind of played into that with just poor prediction. This is not the first time we've seen Imp fall in the bot lane to a couple teleports.
Right.
Whether that's his own fault or whether his jungle should have been here defending them, you can leave that in the middle, but KT, props to them for closing it out efficiently, playing to their strengths. Even though Someday was behind early, they managed to level him out, then use him as like a split push tool to put some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, this is definitely one of the cleaner wins that we've seen at Worlds, despite that little misstep by Nagne.
On that note, KT are also doing everything they can to more efficiently close it out. Upgrade for the Banner of Command here on Score, since they are so far ahead and they just get through the magic damage. With 2 inhibitors down, though, it's pretty much written in stone.
But I mean,
it's like a matter of time now.
Look at the mid lane tower, still at 60% HP, so LGD have only managed to acquire 2 towers.
Got a PYL, but he's pretty tanky. A lot of damage coming in. PYL may need to use his ultimate here. Could be in trouble. Wall separate Score from the rest of the team. Could be good for LGD. Arrow over the wall, though. That's a kill for Score. And LGD on the run. Arrow unafraid to flash in there. Flame taken out after he tried to come in for the flank. That did not work out.
Yeah, Arrow flashes over at the same time Score flashes out.
I know.
Swap in!
It's like
That's
a
right,
wrestling match tag team.
That's right, an Imp. Oh, body slammed. And Godby gonna fall down. There's the egg, there's the ace, and there's the game for KT Rolster. They will move up.
Still need to work on that Icon synergy though.
That's right. 3-1 so far. And there goes the Nexus. LGD falls to 0-4 in the tournament. GG for KT. What do you say? I mean, kind of what we expected coming into this, but unfortunately for LGD, things looked even more one-sided in the favor of their opponents, and KT looking a bit tighter overall too.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe Imp was playing a little coy, maybe hiding something, saying they have no plan coming in here, but giving up
Turns out they don't.
Yeah,
I guess they really didn't.
Giving up Mordekaiser has not proven sound strategy. He ties Gangplank now at 4-0.
Yeah.
Almost 100% pick ban.
Just makes you wonder if we could only get an insight into what is actually happening in terms of communication, because TBQ, while he did not gank, he did provide some information to his team where they can maybe deduce where the enemy jungler could be. Obviously, if you see your jungler on the other side of the map, you have to play cautious. Whether he should be there or not, you still have to respect the fact that you could be outmanned there, especially against teleports. So again, the demise of LGD is very, very often early game at the hands of multiple teleports coming in, shutting down Imp, and then there's not being any cross-map potential.
And with that, LGD is essentially out of Worlds. They've got a couple more games to play today, but they are not going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. And really an incredible story in kind of a negative way for a team that came in with a lot of people saying these guys could be contenders for the semifinals, if not the grand finals, to then go 0-5. Flame, the triumphant return, wasn't so triumphant. It's tough stuff for LGD.
Yeah, for a #1 seed to collapse this completely is unheard of.
Wow. I don't know. It kind of takes it out of you seeing that. Honestly, it does. I mean,
and that's why we forget that sometimes. Like we talk, very, very, very dry and sec about these teams because we're just having the big picture. But in the end, like these guys are still on a stage. Like this is Worlds. Like this means the world. Like this literally means the world to them. They practice a lot, whether they did it efficiently or not. You know, in your scrims, you still build up your entire season to this point, and then to have it crumbling down, even for Flame, getting subbed in, and you hope that you can be that change. Imagine if they win, suddenly morale goes up, but look really heartbroken there.
Not much of a difference there. Yeah, LGD taken out quite easily by KT, but KT looking like a big contender for maybe first place later. We'll have to see how that Origin game goes. Now let's check in at the analyst desk to see what they thought of that last game.
Thank you, Doa. Now, with that win, LGD unfortunately can no longer make it out of groups. Very sorry, Spawn.
Unfortunately? Thank goodness for that. I do not want to see any more LGD games.
Spawn is completely off of the train. Completely off of the train.
But you have to see at least 2 more today.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
All right. Well, let's dissect this game. As painful as it might be for you, LGD leaving up the Mordekaiser, you would think they have some kind of plan. They bring the Anivia pick out. Is that it? Is that supposed to be the counter to Mordekaiser?
They had a plan. Was it a good plan? Like, I'm going to say no, but technically that team should have been allowed to scale. Like, they wanted a non-interactive map for like 30 minutes of that game where they warded up Dragon, were able to control vision, and then just had this amazing kite back comp with the Tristana, with the Anivia that you can never jump on because of Darius and Alistair, but did that happen? Definitely not.
Yeah, you shouldn't be sitting on your hands, though, when you have an Evelynn for your jungle. After the lane swap is done, you have a turret that top laners are in, and they're like, oh, there's dead turret, and you just get to walk around it and come in. It's so easy to flank on it. TBQ was playing as if he wasn't an invisible jungler.
Yeah, see, I'm going to disagree there. Evelynn, sure, play proactively. TBQ, please just stay near Godvy. Like, just hold his hand, walk around the map with either Godvy or PYL, do your job that way.
You mentioned the lane swap, Zyrene. I want to get into that because Yamato, I know you have some opinions of it.
Of course.
So let's look at the way that this played out, because it seemed as though LGD was coming out ahead of the game here, given that Someday was put in a pretty awful position on the tail end.
For sure. Like, there was this one big decision that was completely wrong in this swap. We see this pretty standard in a way that, like KT, right here, Arrow is going to kill the tower in a way that the wave slow pushes towards him. Same thing is going to happen top lane. But the decision where KT go wrong is the decision to send Someday top lane. As I said, this lane is slow pushing towards the red side, which means he's going to be in a horrible position. The Eve is going to put pressure on him. This wave is where Someday should be, down bottom. We see Renekton now moving towards top lane. We see he's going to pass a few wards. Evelyn's going to approach this area, and he just knows he's screwed in this situation. Darius is going to take all this experience. We're going to see a scenario where Flame was level 6 and Someday was level 4, because Someday knows Evelyn's going to screw him over if he tries to CS. This is a big mistake, and this is pretty standard when it comes to the European lane swap, as people like to call it.
You know what's really crazy here, too, is this is actually a game that they have a TP on the Anivia, so you could also flank with the Anivia as well, because they had wards down the lane, and you could make plays off of that, but we didn't see proactiveness there.
I'm going to tell you something even crazier. There was a level 6 to a level 4, and they still lost the 3v3 fight. They gave up all 3 kills.
Well, surprisingly, Flame was playing really safe as a level 6 Darius against a level 4 Renekton in lane. It was a very odd situation, because they did seem to have set up the first 5 to 8 minutes, very well for themselves. And then things started to go haywire. Either Renekton got back into the game, we saw the Dragons get picked up by the Mordekaiser, and they were able to put a lot of pressure around the map that LGD just didn't seem like they were able to keep up with.
But even before that, PYL got caught out warding, and this is something that you were very critical on. PYL just wandering into River for no reason in the first 3 games. He did it again this game and gave up first blood to a Mordekaiser.
Actually, Arrow just walked around him and killed him. He didn't have wards down.
I want to come back to Yamato, though.
It's very important to highlight the win condition of KT's composition. It's simply because they need to snowball their lanes and play out their lanes and just do the dragon. That is the win condition. And the fact that they were behind in the top lane matchup was so detrimental for how they should have played out the game. But then that fight at Blue just sealed the deal for the entire game.
Yeah, that fight at Blue was actually kind of strange because what happened was TBQ was standing in the brush at Blue Buff and, sorry, not TBQ. TBQ was standing there. Score was standing there. Sorry, Score was standing there, and he had the Wolf Spirit. And when Evelyn started walking by, because he had vision of his radius there, the Wolf Spirit actually targeted the Eve while she was in visibility, and he didn't actually have vision of her unless he had that. So it's just this certain this circumstance that allowed that to happen that really messed up TBQ in that play.
But if you actually look at the play, so go back, break it down. The wave had pushed up. TBQ was there to guarantee the freeze wouldn't happen in reverse. However, Godvi had been shoved into his turret. The right play is to pick Flame up and go back towards your bottom lane to start securing that dragon objective. There is no reason for that shot call to even be made. You say it's circumstantial, but just give up the 2 waves of experience, secure your win condition back in the way of the dragon, and make sure that snowball never starts. Instead, they try and invade on a side of the map where they don't have a pushing advantage, and it just goes horribly wrong.
This is the thing I want to look at. We've seen Mordekaiser get through a few times now. Each time has come away with the win. We have yet to see a team pressure the dragon against a Mordekaiser and pick up the first couple, deny it from the Mordekaiser, and really slow down that push game. Why is that happening?
It's because of the experience advantage that Mordekaiser gives you. In the European lane swap, he has level 6 by the time your AD carry has about level 4.5, which just means that he can do it so much quicker around the 7.5 minute mark that you can't get the first one. And once the first one does happen, it just puts you so far behind. I'm expecting teams to come up with something crazy to really try and deny that first dragon.
It's also important to highlight, in the decision that they took KT by sending somebody in the top lane, it also favors Mordekaiser. He kind of becomes stronger because he's going to get that big wave that is slow pushing towards him. So, every problem got solved with this fight at the Blue Buff. Somebody just ended up ahead.
Well, at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, rather, KT starting off on the right foot. LGD, unfortunately, some dreams have been crushed. We have to take a quick break from the action, but when we return, it's NA versus Korea as TSM takes on KT Rolster. Stay with us.
My life is so beautiful.
And Flame in a 1v3, and even Lord Flame has to run from that one, gets a bit of a heal off the Q, but that's a double kill back as well.
Camping on the
Arrow in a lot of trouble. He got it on the lantern. I can't believe it.
He hooked him off the lantern. Communication.
To push Arrow away. Whoa! Mordekaiser takes him though, and Flame comes in just to die. That's a double. Score comes in with a barrel. Imp trying to carry, gets taken down by Someday, and that is going to be nearly an ace. LGD falls to 0-4 in the tournament. GG for KT.
Hello once again and welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. The players are getting ready on that stage there as Team Solo Mid is about to face off against KT Rolster. Now if KT win, not only do they secure their spot in the quarterfinals, they obviously, of course, knock TSM out of contention for a quarterfinal spot. So there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. It's do or die time. What are the main factors that we're looking at as TSM did look better in their first showing today, but still unable to pull the trigger and close a game?
Yeah, TSM ran into the same problems that they've always had, but it also looked like they were suffering from nobody wants to knock them out of the tournament on their own team. But you can't have that because then you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You have to play for keeps because they have to win every game from here on out on TSM and keep KT down. So you have to be able to just clear your head. It's much easier said than done, but also take responsibility for things and at least step up to the plate to make those plays.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here for TSM and what I want them to improve on is what Origin did, and that's play the map a little bit better. They need to be able to rotate around very crisply outside of the early game. Their early game has looked fantastic. If they can transition that, there is a chance. Because when we've seen KT looking good, it's when they control the big zones and get their ward line down. TSM need to do a very good job of denying that and maybe starting some advantageous team fights.
It's like, I feel you're saying that the early game, I think it has looked better, I agree, but I don't think it has looked good enough to impress me, because I feel like Santorin needs to get more active. He needs to get his hands dirty. I feel Lost Boy should start to make decisions where he leaves the lane, because they aren't really dominating the bot lane. Maybe he should leave the lane, do some roams. I want to see Dyrus as well to make use of his teleport, because throughout the game they are just too inactive. They're just chilling at their turrets.
Yeah.
It cannot happen.
We had the criticism that they went to the mid lane once, secured that kill onto XPeke, never made a return gank, never looked to really propel Bjergsen ahead.
They're like being nice. They need to be bullies. When somebody blows their flash, you just come get them again. You try to tilt them off the face of the earth. Keep going after that. The dagger's in, you got to twist it.
Especially with a Malphite, man.
Right. And then, of course, we got to flip over to KT. We just saw them play, and they're looking very solid. So for them, I have to imagine a lot of it is just clean execution, play like you've been playing.
I'm just thinking back to the previous game that they played. It was pretty clean. The only advantage TSM had was Bjergsen in the mid lane. That killed Nagde 1v1, but TSM failed to play on that pressure, and KT simply dominated the bot lane, dominated the top, and transitioned that into a late game team fight where Nagne was more useful than Bjergsen in the end.
All right, well, slow and steady wins the race for KT. And that's pretty good against TSM as a team. Down the line, predictions. Zyrene, we're starting with you.
I'm also going to go with just KT here again. I went with them earlier today. They didn't let me down. Sorry about your LGD, man. But yeah, I feel like KT play a better late game than TSM currently, and their shot calling and macro play, although it's not the best of the tournament, is still better than TSM's at the moment.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup, I just see the KT top laner someday going up against Dyrus, and I get so scared. So I think that KT will be able to once again use that lane, as they have all tournament long, to just snowball advantages around the map and start great team fights.
While I feel personally that TSM had the tools to take some of these wins with the Bjergsen advantages mid, they've just proven that they cannot really execute on it. They're playing way too passive, and I have to go with KT.
There you have it. We're a unanimous desk here. We're going to send it out to the casters. And as we go, Nagne said he's got to step up his individual game to match the strong mid laners he's going up against in Group D.
저는 롤드컵이 오기 전까지만 해도 충분히 그 나머지 세 팀의 미드라이너한테 안 밀릴 수 있다고 생각하고 코치님도 항상 그렇게 힘을 많이 주셨어요. 근데 제가 그 1주차에서는 그 보답을 좀 많이 못 해드린 것 같아가지고 정말 죄송하고 이번 2주차에서 치러질 오늘 매치업에서는 꼭 제가 라인전에서부터 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Well, Nagne knowing exactly what he needs to get done today. He wasn't able to do it in their first game so much, but we'll see what happens here in KT versus TSM. Now, last week, Bjergsen beat Nagne pretty handily, didn't he?
Yes, he definitely did in CS as well as the solo kill. Yeah, Nagne's going to have to work harder. As you said, in the game they just played, he was the one big mistake that team even made. They didn't make very many mistakes.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so KT with not a ton to build off of, but honestly, and I know this still sounds weird to say, but I feel like TSM is going to give KT a bit more of the run for their money. Wow, that sense was suddenly very hard. As we go into picks and bans for TSM versus KT Rolster, Gragas, and Mordekaiser, the first bans to hit the board.
All right, coming to Worlds, we expected. We were guessing, what is it going to be, but for the majority of the bans, it has been pretty the same thing all over. And as I'm saying that, TSM ban LeBlanc.
LeBlanc ban against Nagne. Huh.
Yeah, don't want to let him have that assassin. I wonder what the strategy here for TSM is going to be as far as the early pick on their solo lane.
It could just open up one of the mid lane matchups. A lot of the mid lane have like very distinct counter picks, and LeBlanc does really well into certain matchups. Maybe just Bjergsen has a champion in mind that TSM wants to build a composition around and maybe win that way. This could be pre-planned. Have to see if that comes out later on in the draw phase though.
The Darius ban coming in as well. So Lulu out of the way, Darius ban. They didn't want to give that one over. They will give the Elise to Santorin, but we've seen again and again, Santorin just hasn't had the kind of jungle pressure on the map anyway, so I don't think KT is terribly worried about giving away a strong pick like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have seen progress from TSM, so if they go into a similar composition that they ran last game and maybe they just got Locodoc and said, okay, up until this point it was good, this is where you guys failed, do this better, do this harder, especially when it gets, again, between Lust Boy and Santorin helping each other ward and defend objectives. That was really, really struggling for TSM last game. They could theoretically build the similar composition and play it again, because they did, again, get ahead at 10 minutes, albeit slightly less than the 1,000 gold average.
Yeah, true. I mean, and if they pick up this, if KT picks up this Rek'Sai for score, that's going to be great. He's been fantastic on that champion all season long, and Arrow will have no trouble at all playing that Jinx.
Yeah, the Jinx steal away from Turtle is actually a pretty big deal here for TSM as well. They won't be able to go back to that strategy.
Well, if there's one thing that KT has been very good at since the early stages of the spring season this year, is their pick ban. Their draft has been very, very strong. Even when they couldn't quite play out the comps they got, they still got good comps. Will we see that Astra Wild Turtle? I think the Kalista seems a bit more likely.
Yeah, we actually totally glossed over that. Honestly, you're so used to the point at this stage in the World Finals where Kalista just permaban or first pick because she brings so much to the table, but the biggest value that she brings is that your support can suddenly start playing super aggressively and your 2v2 becomes incredibly strong. But TSM's bot lane doesn't strike me as a bot lane that can actually take a lot of advantage of the strengths of Kalista and actually fall more to the weaknesses of her. So that's maybe one of the reasons why we not seeing her pick up.
Yeah, if you're not a proactive team, then taking Kalista is going to hurt you, actually. So they
Short
actually
range,
change, and they go for the Kog'Maw to try and match a little bit.
Well, TSM, it seems like they just want to play the super late game. They want to just try to hold on for as long as they can.
And they want to play sort of the same pick-oriented strategy here with the skill shots lining up. You know, TSM did already show this strategy, so KT know what they're getting into. Meanwhile, KT, in their first game of the day, they didn't have to show anything because they were given Mordekaiser. TSM already knows, oh, we don't want to give them Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser is strong.
Yes, Mordekaiser is strong. Got it.
Yeah.
Just a board count.
I'd be a little bit surprised about this Janna lock-in.
I wouldn't like it.
Azir for Nagne makes sense. Nagne is an incredible Azir. Man, if you want a champion to ban out against Nagne, ban Azir. But what do you think, Janna?
I just think if you look at what TSM is trying to build here, especially with Kog'Maw E again, it's not really poke, but it's a poke facilitator. Yeah. If you slow them down, it's easier to connect these pokes. And generally, Janna resets fights against hard engage, but repetitive poke over time, Janna doesn't counter that at all because her ultimate doesn't punish you unless you flash from cocoons, from bindings. If that Veigar gets locked in, which LeBlanc could have countered in lane,
you know
perhaps?
what does counter pick like that, Kepo?
I don't know. Tell me, Kobe. Tom Kench.
I was hoping that we would see the Tom Kench. I was really like crossing my fingers. I thought they were setting it up for a Tom.
That's what I would have picked, seeing this early commitment by TSM to single target CC.
Yeah.
The other side of the equation, though, if TSM fails to get a large advantage by sieging, then the game doesn't revolve around KT rolls or stopping TSM from taking towers, but then suddenly the burden becomes on TSM to actually get to the carries, get to Azir and Jinx, defended by Rek'Sai and Janna. That becomes impossible in the later stages of the game. So definitely like different spike levels here. In the early game, it's TSM. Later on, it will be KT rolls.
I don't know though, because if you have the zoning of the Veigar cage and such long range damage here, Veigar, Kog'Maw, Morgana at least can blow up someone from range.
Definitely.
KT do not have a hard tank on their team, so it's going to be sort of an arms race.
Actually, I take that back. With the Veigar locked in, it changes a lot of how this game plays out. I do think TSM have just a lot more easier comp to play here.
What about Fiora here for someday? Oh, Olaf could work too.
I think they need a strong split pusher. Generally, against compositions that are already stronger than you when grouped, you don't beat them by adding another group component to your composition because you will just play into their hand. What you want to do is peel them off, get a split pusher that can win the 1v1s and keep the teleports out of the fight, keep at least one hard CC out because they're playing similar composition. It's even easier right now. Veigar Cage brings so much zone to these sieges.
Oh, this is 100% going to be an arms race now, because if Olaf runs in, he's going to try and charge the Veigar. Yes, Veigar does have a lot of timing delays that take a while to get used to on the champion, and you can try and bum rush him. But if Turtle is left undetended, he can just melt the Olaf down. So it's going to be a race between can Turtle get enough damage and can the rest of the team have enough damage to burn down the Olaf as he tries to charge.
Well, another part of it I was thinking too is Wild Turtle's positioning. It's been a problem all week. It was a problem in their first game today too. And on a champion like Kog'Maw, you really can't mess up your positioning too much. If you die early in a team fight, your team is in big trouble.
Also, KT, they watched TSM's game against Origin, and they saw that the teleport, while it proved useful for Origin, a cleanse a lot more useful here. Double cleanse being ran at the very last minute. That's actually changed from Arrow. You guys can't see that. So one cleanse on Nagne in the mid lane, one heal switch from Arrow there, but that will be fundamental for them to make outplays around that Veigar.
Not only does Cleanse make it so you don't have to buy Quicksilver Sash, but also reduces the duration of subsequent CCs that land on you afterwards.
That's right, and it is time to send in your predictions, guys. Hashtag TSM win or hashtag KT win at LOL Esports. Let us know who you think is going to take the third game of the day. TSM in a battle for survival. They have to win this one to keep their quarterfinal hopes alive. And KT on the other side, as we move into Summoner's Rift, a win here will secure their spot in the quarterfinals. A lot riding for both teams on this game. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I actually really like the distinction between these two team comps because it's a clash of styles. The hard counter to TSM's composition on paper is the Olaf charging forward. The problem is Bjergsen especially can block any and all follow-up. If he cages behind the Olaf, suddenly he's up front, and that the front-loaded damage coming out of a Kog'Maw burst a little bit with Bjergsen following up and at least maybe executing, that's enough to kill an Olaf in a time that the cage then disappears. So have to watch out if KT overreaches because they have no hard engage. They don't have any targeted lockdown CC whatsoever. Yeah. Flash Unburrow is probably the closest they get to that.
Yeah, the key to playing Veigar is not panicking when you do get rushed like that, even though you do have these delays that you have to work around.
Now, Sumday's first game on Olaf in the tournament went really well. He ended up 5-0-1 in that game, put on a solid performance. And anytime you have Someday on really anything, you gotta be a little bit concerned.
Also, the lane swap here coming out for KT, they can knock down turrets really quickly with really Jinx. Really quickie turret knocky downy is what I like to call this bottom lane combo of Jinx.
That is a great comp name.
And they'll need to do that, knocky downy turret, because if you look at KT as a team, they're actually the worst when it comes to turrets overall. They have the largest turrets deficit. They're 0-3 in first towers coming into this game. And out of all the teams except the wildcard teams, at 15 minutes, they're actually down towers the most. Generally, they're down 1 tower to 2, or 2 towers to 1 rather. Against a composition like this, TSM could snowball that incredibly quickly. They can make that second tower, third tower, fourth tower, and keep sieging and get a gold advantage that way.
Yep, TSM actually going to answer the swap here, though, and they find Peekaboo.
Yeah, Peekaboo has to drop that shield on himself, takes a bit of damage from Wild Turtle as we get that 2v2 up in top lane.
Ooh, a nice little trade there by Turtle also. Got one last W-empowered auto attack on Arrow, where Arrow actually canceled his rocket attack.
More importantly, Jinx Janna should be able to AFK push with AoE rockets if you can use the shield defensively. That shield being used early delays that push, so now Lustboy and Turtle won't get threatened to get to level 2, where they actually have a lot more CC coming out. Janna doesn't spike as hard level 2, so it's these minor things, but just a single shield can change the entire way this matchup plays out later stages.
Exactly. One shield, one canceled auto, and Turtle plus Lustboy get to level 2 first.
You know, and this is not Peekaboo's normal kind of support, too. So it's obviously something that can work really well, but we'll have to see. I'm a little bit worried.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map there, down bottom, Dyrus on Malphite. It's going to get shoved in by Olaf. Someday does have plenty of consumables to keep his mana up as well, so he's going to try and shove Malphite in under the turret, which should make him miss CS under there.
Dyrus used teleport, missed CS, and is still behind in experience. I just had to check. Even though those waves equaled out, he's still behind in experience. He's down 8 CS already, and he has expended his teleport. So didn't quite see what happened, but something went wrong here for TSM.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't think he was
a cannon, at least.
They did do a delayed invade, but yeah, the one good thing for Dyrus is that he is on Malphite, full health. They won't dive him down bottom, so he's okay for dying right now.
It comes at the cost for Score here. Score is half a level behind Santorin. Generally, it doesn't mean all that much in the jungle, but Santorin will need to make an aggressive move then to use that advantage somewhere.
It is a little bit dangerous for Dyrus as the wave is going to push away from him right now. And that may be part of what went into this lane swap. They're actually sending Turtle and Lustboy down bottom.
This is actually TSM being proactive for the first time. Dyrus realizes if he stays in that lane, he's likely to get ganked and gibbed. Because of the push advantage, this goes all the way back to that initial shield. Because TSM get the first push, they get in base whenever they want, and they can rotate and fix that broken lane, so to say, for Dyrus, who now goes back to top lane, where the wave bounced back to him.
Also, look at this quick shove that they did. They're trying to get the minions under the turret to die before Arrow gets there to increase a little bit of a CS lead here for Turtle.
Tries to die a little bit.
And I mean, this John to pick 2 for Peekaboo really just says that they want to stay in this 2v2. They don't want Peekaboo to roam like he normally does. Yeah. It's going to be a straight-up lane for these teams.
Yeah, Janna, when she's pushing, she can use the shield offensively, and then Ara can get a lot of good trades in. When you're pushed in, you very often have to use it defensively, and that loses the trading value on and the extra attack damage that you get from that, in addition that it gets broken very easily. So Janna lane's generally dependent on pushing. She will obviously even out. Nobody's going to kill each other in this lane. It's a incredibly passive lane.
Look at this counter gank that's being set up, though. Okay, never mind. It's not even going to be a counter gank. It's going to be a surprise attack.
Yeah, Aaron Peekaboo could be in a little bit of trouble here. Santorin.
Can he get the skill shot through the minion?
That's the question, right?
Peekaboo's going to walk in.
Oh, geez. Peekaboo's just going to face check it. Exhaust. The skill shot missed, so Peekaboo's still out of trouble. Summoner heal saves him, though. And that gank did not work out. Santorin loses a ton of health at the same time.
All right, we gotta go back to the play, how it's set up. We saw TSM push in base, dodge the bad matchup Olaf into the Malphite. They did exactly the same thing, but instead of basing right out, they faked the base. KT was thinking TSM were repeating the same play. That's why Peekaboo literally face-checked the brush. He should have died.
It was a great setup, but such bad execution there. Binding is one of the widest skill shots.
It's like the hangover. Part 1 was fantastic, but part 2, man.
And then because they messed that up, because they messed that binding, they actually took a ton of damage from a full minion wave there, and this early in the game, that means you're going to lose the trade 3 versus 2.
All right.
So this binding was everything.
I mean, you can just wait. Peekaboo walks in.
And the cocoon behind him.
And then he gets exhausted. And then look at Arrow right now. He's slowly realizing, you can see the moment where he realizes that 3v2 is being won.
That's all on Lustboy, because binding is so much wider. That's the one you lead off with.
Yeah, that's what the junglers say. It's on the support. Your skill shot's wider. Dude's literally face-checking a brush. It's on both of them, Kobe.
All right, fine.
I don't know how you can face check a bush like that and live. I mean, it's...
Peekaboo, man. Such a great player.
He's so good.
Brush read.
He just passively dodged.
That's what we should be focusing on. You're right, Doa. That's
the way he just like swag walked up to that bush. He's like, hit me, hit me.
I mean, look how ridiculously skinny Janna is.
Yeah, that's really
hard to hit.
Now we know why he picked Janna. If you would have been Tom Kench, that skill shot would have landed.
Probably. Arrow gets hit.
Arrow. Speaking of skill shots landing, Wild Turtle takes some damage too.
Yeah, the spacing on the lane. Black Shield proc after the trap, so damage gets done, and CC on Wild Turtle.
Yep. That they actually land the skill shot, lose the trade.
Yep.
Hate it when that happens.
It's the jungler's fault.
It's the support version of win lane, lose game. Where?
Apparently.
Why weren't you ganking, man, when I was winning my lane? Where were you? I relied on you, man.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, actually, Bjergsen, we talked about how great he's been and how he actually destroyed Nagne last time around. This time around, Nagne is doing just fine. Veigar, though, uses a lot of mana and his cooldowns on charging up ability power.
Veigar doesn't care, though. Even is ahead for Veigar because he's constantly spamming Qs for CS because he wants to build AP. He doesn't want to trade at all. So anybody gets relatively a free lane into a Veigar.
He's got plus 43 right now. I don't know, we'll have to check in with Froggen, I guess, to see how good of a pace that is.
I've actually watched a lot of Froggen or just any Veigar player, and by the 22-minute mark, you very often see those players on 240 AP already or 250. Wow. And that's with only really a minimal assist, maybe 2 or 3 assists overall, so they just power farm.
See, the real thing that you want to look for, though, is getting the double charge.
Every time.
Yeah, exactly. He missed one there, but it didn't matter because there was no pressure in lane. But that's what you always want to look for, how well the laner can set up for both procs to actually get the bonus AP, or for one of the procs to hit for harass as well.
Yeah, and it actually is okay into an Azir matchup, because what Azir likes doing is just AFK pushing you into the tower, but then Veigar can outrange the harass that follows up afterwards. So essentially...
Nice.
Except if that happens.
Thanks a lot, Bjergsen.
But if you look at him, he gets untouched to an entire laning phase. 77 CS against 77. Tower hasn't really taken all that much damage. About a quarter at best is gone. So Bjergsen doing fine in that matchup because he just gets more value out of his CS.
Score coming in.
Pull it in the brush. Pull it in the brush.
Okay, looks like it should be okay. Prey Seeker doesn't connect. It was a long shot, but Score had nothing better to do at the time. Why not try to defend it? But Nagne able to get a lot of damage in on that turret, taking it down to about 50% XP. Maybe more. Wow. That's a ton of damage done for that blue buff.
And that Score just lurking for that blue buff. TSM was aware that he could be there. They take more time securing it, and that allows for, being pushed in the tower, and suddenly how even that matchup was earlier, it suddenly tilts toward heavy tower damage on Nagne's side.
Yep, Score also rushing to that Sightstone. They've got a lot of vision. Down bottom, though, both junglers see each other, and the
Black
fight in
Shield.
bot.
Arrow getting very low as well. Peekaboo, or trying to... Is AD carry healthy enough? Santorum is coming down, though, so KT wise and not chasing that. But here comes Score from the side. Are they actually going to fight this? I don't think so. Teleport coming in for TSN. Dyrus and Bjergsen show up. Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out, and Someday trying to do whatever he can. He's got 1 kill onto Wild Turtle already. Wild Turtle took out Score with the post-death.
Binding?
Massive explosion. Someday backing under turret. Gotta get away. Lustboy nearly died there. Meanwhile, Nagne takes out that mid turret. Someday gone. Wow, and TSM.
Everybody down there. Yes, Nagne did get the mid turret, but TSM just cleaned up.
And again, Nagne, he's running Cleanse because he's afraid of that Veigar matchup later on in the game, so he doesn't have that teleport. Double teleport down from TSM. This may be the very first proactive move we've seen 10 minutes, and we see it pay off immediately. Watch that again. Double TP comes down. Dyrus lands a double knockup here as well on Arrow. Lustboy goes down, and good CC chaining.
Double knockup, and right after Peekaboo had started channeling the Monsoon, canceling all of that healing.
He also blocks the arrow, the rocket there from the Jinx. Score goes down. This is maybe the only mistake here. Binding misses, so not chained with the cage, but then really good zoning. Dyrus comes back in, and Bjergsen gets the kill. So
expert use of the passive there by Wild Turtle as well.
Got a lot of practice.
Well, a kill is a kill, right? And TSM up 4-1 over KT. That said, they are only ahead by 100 gold right now. They did lose that mid lane turret. That hurts a lot in the long game.
It just shows you the strength of TSM's lineup, but also what KT can do later on in these fights.
They sacrifice a lot for those 4 kills.
Yeah.
We'll see if Score with his early Sightstone will be able to punish them, because opening up the mid turret has very big ramifications on the mid-game jungling.
Well, especially for a team like KT. You know, now all that warding that's so dangerous can start to happen.
I mean, coming into the first game TSM played, we talked about how high Bjergsen's impact was on the game. Now he forces his opposing mid laner to go for Cleansey Comp Teleport. In addition to that, Nagne is going with a very unconventional Azir build. Abyssal First is something I think we've yet to see ever on an Azir, so he can't go for that normal Nashor's Tooth because he's so afraid of being blown up immediately.
Yeah, very defensive opening. That being said, so much magic damage on TSM. There will definitely be a lot of value in it, but
is he even in range for that aura?
Oh no, not unless Nagne decides to jump in.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really need it if it's a defensive item. That is true.
Well, KT, I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try to take their first dragon of the game here as Nagne pushes up the mid lane. Looks like that's going to be the plan, to at least set up vision around it anyway. Meanwhile, things very even up in the top lane between Someday and Dyrus. And CS-wise, Someday slightly ahead. He's got that kill, but he also has a death as opposed to the 2 assists from Dyrus. I gotta say that teleport engage from Dyrus was perfect. Yep. Got in there, immediately got the 2-man knockup.
It's the best selling point of Malphite. He has an instant impact from his teleport. You know, you come in, you ultimate, boom, he's a rocket.
I like the execution of the play. What I liked even more was the setup. We saw Santorum path through the lane, showing himself, going for the siege, just making sure they had at least 4 minions alive to dive. The teleports came in at the exactly right timing. KT wasn't ready for it. TSM finally working as a team, going for some plays. Dyrus, though, has to be careful. Sunday's in the brush.
Yep, he is.
And he's Malphite.
Just reckless strikes, so yeah, only takes off that shield.
Doesn't matter, am a Malphite.
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 Malphite. Maybe that's the kind of rock he's made from.
Ah, yes.
There you go, saved it. Wild Turtle on his own for the moment in the lane, and I think KT might want to take advantage of that. Score finds a pink ward in the tri-brush, though, so not going to go down there and go for the 1v3.
Is he a rock or is mineral?
Yeah, he's actually a mountain.
Rocks are minerals.
Isn't he a mountain?
I think he's just not big enough for that. Come on, man. He's smaller than Joe.
You're the one I refer to on the lore. I'm pretty sure in part of that.
I don't know what his deal is. He's just Malphite.
All right, well, this is going to be zoning TSM off of the bottom turret here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, they really don't have pressure anywhere else, so this is purely gain for KT. They don't give anything up for it.
Easy turret for KT. Nagne was coming down along with Bjergsen just to make sure things went well.
Santorin was just coming from base. It was a late buy from him in the fountain for quite a while. And you, like I said, the duo here, the quickie tower killy combo of
Tower pushy
Jinx and Janna. Make quick work of it.
Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. We talk about how TSM's comp is really fantastic if you can group up Siege, you know, layered CCs, but the way Veigar operates in a sense that he wants to power up, he farms incredibly slowly. He takes 3 Qs for every wave. If there's a cannon, maybe even more so because he wants to get that AP. Q right now, Bail for Strike, is on a 3.5 second cooldown roughly. So for every instant shot wave by Nagne, it takes over 10 seconds for Bjergsen to clear a wave. And he gets pushed into his side of the map, so that eliminates any sieging potential. So need to see Bjergsen stop prioritizing the AP and start maybe threatening some trades on Nagne to maybe get some turret siege potential.
It is called Team Solo Mid.
You know, and
looking out for #1.
I feel like we got to bring this up again. At 10 minutes, TSM had that gold lead, had that big play, and now we're 15 minutes in, and the gold lead swinging back a little bit for KT.
This time around, though, it is
the opposite from the Origin game.
TSM actually have towers on the board that they can take to recoup that gold deficit. To be able to do that, though, you have to either make an outplay as far as map movements are concerned, or
he's collapsing.
Santorin wants Bjergsen to come down and help him out here. Can they do it? Nagne could get caught here. He does. Going to use that cleanse. Peekaboo with the heal just in case. Use that a little bit early, maybe.
Dyrus TP, they have to cut him off from the mid lane and start a siege. They need to get this tower because in the top lane, Someday will push in.
Yeah, you don't want to go for that early dragon. You'd much rather have the early influx of gold that comes from mid turret. TSM, though, they're getting cornered here. Someday does have teleport, and he's using it.
He's going in. He's coming in from behind. Score gets caught, though, by Veigar. He's going to go down. Wild Turtle with the kill there. Can they do anything now?
Yes.
I don't even know if Someday wants to come in.
TSM with the pick right as the teleport started. That timing.
Oh. Score gets himself caught. Wild Turtle gets himself a kill. Someday has to just walk to that mid turret.
This is good for TSM.
It is good for TSM. Literally the only drawback is that Bjergsen actually didn't get the last hit with his Q there. You get a bonus 4 for champions, plus you still get the extra 1.
Wow.
But they got the kill, and it went to Turtle. Also a carry for TSM. Also a good spot for the money to go.
Well, he's got his Trinity Force, and he's putting it to good use. Hammering away at that turret. And they've got to be careful. The siege from Veigar is just so good.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy to play as long as you have complete vision of where the enemy members are, because then you can even choose not to hit your cage, but just put it down as a zoning tool. For those 2.5 seconds, I believe it lasts. It's just, or 2 seconds at this rank right now, it's impossible.
Oh, the sweeping lens didn't catch that ward.
To be clear, since I said that so quickly, the bonus that Bjergsen loses out on isn't the 5 that you get extra for champions, it's the 1 that you get for the execute. So
if he lost, it's with Q, but that is...
I'm just saying.
That's undead, yeah.
I don't want...
you know what's going to be in your Twitter feed once you tab out of the game? Yeah.
Well, TSM takes the first dragon of the game. The pressure is starting to be put onto KT. For the first time since their loss versus Origin. Someday, though, responding with that last outer turret for KT Rolster. They do respond. They do.
Oh, this is so unfortunate.
I see you.
Dyrus just based as that ward came over, so.
Yeah, it was actually good communication there from KT because TSM were attempting another grouping down bottom. They had Bjergsen already in transit from the mid lane. And that one ward there from Peekaboo shows everything. The jig is up.
You see Peekaboo here as well. He has the exhaust, which is obviously what you have to run on Janna. The problem is TSM damage just outranges the exhaust range. It's incredibly hard for Janna to even get an exhaust before the combo lands from the Veigar, from Wild Turtle on that Kog'Maw. So that kind of gets nullified here. Just very range-dependent team fights. If Nagne and Arrow can outrange and get peeled for when TSM's on the back foot, then they can win this fight. But if TSM is sieging, then they have the advantage. So positioning will be incredibly important in this mid game to see who comes out ahead.
Wait for it.
Anytime now.
Wait for it. Want to get this blue buff?
Good old Rek'Sai, at least he can heal up.
Ooh. It's close.
All right, so the thing that we're looking for here, though, is actually KT this time around to be the proactive team. They're the ones with all the outer turrets down and the extra gold advantage from that global gold, so they want to try and use that, you know, before TSM are able to catch up. So, grouping all mid here. Couple pings down top there for Someday. He should be able to scout out and avoid this 3-on-1 situation.
Nagne needs to be careful. Oh, getting some nice poke onto Bjergsen there, though.
Also, Matt moving down bottom here, Janna, she could meet up with Jinx and annihilate a secondary turret. This, for KT, they could get a secondary turret down just for this outer.
Yeah, meanwhile, TSM will try to take that top turret. They'll probably get it.
But mid and bottom, I feel like this is a good trade for KT.
Yeah.
They're just keeping up the pressure. So Janna actually opts to go over to Azir instead of Jinx, but still, they've got pressure on 2 lanes.
And Nagne did
for a tier 1. It's pretty good.
Hashtag Worf in all chat.
Yeah.
If he was allowed. Nagne was actually doing a really good job there, just zoning out Bjergsen. He puts it down a couple of soldiers while Bjergsen wants to walk in for cage range. At that point, if he doesn't land the cage, the cost of that play will be his entire health bar. So he has to be incredibly careful, especially since Nagne is running cleanse. So really good proactive play here again from KT, but as long as TSM can keep that gold lead at 1 or 2,000 and the towers are off the map, so there's no additional rotations possible for KT, then they can still have that compositional advantage. You can nullify gold leads by grouping up and being a stronger 5v5 team, and that's what TSM will be looking for.
TSM in the meantime being pushed back even farther onto their side of the map. And it just seems like this is what we see KT do. Slowly but surely, the steamroller just keeps pushing you and pushing you. If they can't get the dragons, they'll get the turrets.
Bjergsen up to 448 AP
wow.
at the moment. So
that is total though, that is not bonus, just to make that clear.
Yes, that
only from his
That is
cue.
total. But well, in comparison, at this stage in the game, Nagne only has 220, so double there.
Quite a bit. Nagne with a little bit lower power build to start off with does have that Nash Zeus now, and TSM should be able to take down this mid lane turret. Yep, they'll get it quite easily.
Cage is down though, pings are coming out.
Score coming in from the side. Arrow and Peekaboo are there as well. Rocket misses somehow. Someday trying to slow people down with Undertow. Score caught. Wild Turtle in trouble. Someday will be able to get that kill. KT keeps pursuing. The damage out of Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult knocks Bjergsen back into the rest of KT. Dyrus Chase now has to use his flash to escape, and KT, there's the aggressive move.
That was a beautiful wind sec from Peekaboo overall, knocking him back there. But the biggest mistake for me in that fight was Dyrus. On an already locked down target jungler that has no offensive tools anymore in the fight, using Malphite ulti as a single target, he could use that as peel for 3-man follow-up and next Q combo, W combo from Bjergsen there overall. So
yeah,
just great.
At least go to the back line. Both Azir and Jinx are just wrecked by attack speed slows. So if he at least gets to the back line, even either one of those guys, and hits them with the ult, plus then ground slam.
Just keep your eye on the minimap. Every time that cage goes down, you will see pings come out. This is KT saying we have a window of opportunity. Score, obviously, you now get stuck in the wall as you try to pass through. The Dyrus ulti is down. Now Bjergsen's cut off because he has to flash out too. He could have probably pathed to the left side, and then Peekaboo with the wind sec, flash over ulti. This is what the only hard engage Janna really has. Every 4 minutes you get that play.
Wind sec, I like it.
Yeah, just overall better team fight play there from KT.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, part of that too, Wild Turtle up front, they split him off from the rest of his team, and Someday just basically got the axe into death.
But you see, like, you need to know your role in the team fight, and you can't just afford, okay guys, we got one guy, blow him up. Veigar will blow that guy up regardless. He doesn't need more CC than the 2 seconds or 2.5 as his cage scales up. That is enough for him to blow it up. You need to just buy enough time for the second rotation of spells to come up, and then have another Binding Chain, and Wild Turtle and Bjergsen can whack away at the target.
Yeah, because Someday won't give you any time. Pop the Ghost, Olaf comes charging in, and he's going to take down one of the carries. Talked about it being an arms race. You can't afford to overcommit cooldowns to a single kill. There we go. KT cleaning up, though.
Yep. Someday doing a lot of damage to that top turret. Can Dyrus do anything to stop him? Nagne coming in. Someday not wanting to take a lot of turret hits. That said, the game's still fairly close. TSM only 1 turret behind, still has that kill lead, very close in gold too. Just need a bit more coordination.
Doing some bookkeeping here. Bjergsen is about to reach 200 additional AP from that Q. So he's charging up. He's sitting right now on 520 total ability power.
Yeah. Also, minuscule things that people are doing right now. Santorin smiting the wolf camp there immediately to get very safe vision over that blue quadrant of the jungle for TSM as KT move up there, and they are trying to take down that turret.
As you fall behind, Wolf Vision and Scuttle Crab is undeniable vision. That's really what you want to get.
Yeah, the priority on what to use your smite on for the bonuses changes over the course of the game. Here we go, though. TSM making their way down towards the Dragon Pit. Can they close KT off?
They want that second dragon. Will they be able to get it?
Watch for that cage.
Could be the flank here, too. You can only cage in one direction. Score over the wall there. TSM in a little bit of trouble. KT, they try to take it. They don't get it. TSM secures their second dragon. They get the lock onto Score. Score in a bit of trouble. But now Someday getting into the back lines after Score goes down. He's going to run away, though, taking way too much damage. Dyrus goes ahead. That's a bit dangerous. Nagne with the kill onto Wild Turtle. Oh, there's a double kill now. He took up Bjergsen. Lost Point going down. And TSM completely routed in this fight. KT all over them. A triple kill for Nagne, and he's going to make it a quadra with this kill onto Lustboy.
Dyrus tried to ult for a kill on Someday. An Olaf with the ultimate up.
There's a mentality that you really need to learn at the highest level where it's if you kill somebody, you zone them to base. But if you chunk them and they can't zone the fight anyways, you zone them to base for half the time anyway. So it's better to use your tools to really peel for your team. Also, if you looked at how golden Wild Turtle was there, that was a Zeke's pop. So that was a 50% crit chance bonus in that fight, and TSM kind of chickened out. They could have just kept fighting, killed Sunday immediately, and then just used Kog'Maw passive while KT was bunched up to win the remaining part of that fight, combined with a Malphite ulti. So,
I mean, you talk about trust between teammates, and plays like this really undermines that kind of trust, doesn't it?
I mean, look at a 50% crit here on Wild Turtle and just walks away, doesn't want to get
This is actually well played, because they all turn on Someday, they force him out, but then Dyrus, he ults the Olaf
was right
with
there.
his ultimate ult. Nagne was right there.
Yeah.
And they had Elise right next to him.
Oh, Nagne, you can't mess around with a Zero player like that.
Outplayed.
Yeah, because we're focusing here on the mistakes on TSM, but we have to hand it to KT too. They played that fight beautifully. Arrow stayed alive, that's what Jinx has to do, even with so much damage coming out. Nagne played in the center of the fight, not afraid to get potentially knocked up, and then it makes that flashy Shurima shuffle or whatever you can call it to really open up that play. So fantastically played fight from KT, but the opening was left by TSM.
Yeah, you're talking about Arrow staying safe. Never mind, we got action.
Ooh, Someday caught a little bit. Nagne as well, but not a lot of damage dealt. Wild Turtle takes a turret hit, but he'll be able to sustain back up very quickly.
Arrow did a good job of splitting away from Nagne. The situation we talked about before where Dyrus wants to wreck one of those two targets with his ult and attack speed slow. They just have to stay split up. Dyrus actually didn't end up getting either of them in the last fight.
Getting aggressive here. Score thinking about going in. There's some damage onto Dyrus with those Sand Soldiers.
See a lot of...
He has all the aggression here.
See a lot of Mercury Threads being built too to really deny that cage. So it can throw you off too when you expect a certain amount of cooldown to really work when you CC somebody. That being nullified by Merc Threads can really throw you off your game too. In addition to that Score, it looks like he's getting caught, but he's just always soaking the damage because he's the tankiest member on that team with the least amount of damage respectively. So KT just using him as a bait and then sending in Nagne and Arrow to clean up the job. Peekaboo also has a Mikhails right now, so that's another tool to really combat that chain CC.
I love this hyper defensive build by Nagne as well, because he's still getting plenty of damage on him. He's still making plays, but he's so much safer than the average Azir would be in this situation. Very cool to see. And if you look at the Korean Azir players, Nagne and Coco on CJ are the two best, and they play in very different styles, but Nagne is a very, very safe, solid Azir player.
And these random Baron starts are usually symptomatic to poor shot calling and not having a multi-step plan. Just randomly starting Baron means the team is struggling. If you want to start a Baron there as TSM, you want some deeper wards so you at least can see if the jungler's around, because it is so easy for Score to dive under the ground, see some blimps pop up on his minimap, and then just send his Prey Seeker over.
Pretty much. Well, KT with all the advantages for the moment anyway. The gold lead growing. They've tied in kills.
Yeah, TSM, you know, running a very, very similar strategy in back-to-back games today. KT definitely benefiting from seeing it earlier. They came in with so many answers. Cleanse on the mid laner, Olaf for top laner, even Mercury Treads on those champions as well, so when the removal isn't there, they still have reduced.
I think I know some other people aren't going to be getting their pick'ems right. That fan vote in favor of TSM, and at certain points in the game, well, maybe it wouldn't have been too unreasonable to agree with that. I mean, as this game has gone on, KT has just taken edge after edge.
don't forget what's on the line here. If TSM don't win this game,
This is
KT
World,
glitch,
man.
it's World.
That's right. I mean, this is the entire tournament for TSM. They won't be done for the day, but they won't be going to the quarterfinals if they lose this game right now. And KT, you know, they'd have another chance, but they want to lock that up right now. Bjergsen taking a lot of damage there. Puts down the defensive cage.
Look how Nagne and Ira are always protecting each other. He's basically saying, Bjergsen, well, if you want to kill my mid laner, I will blow you up in return. And Bjergsen really can't afford to take that risk since so much of the damage is reliant on him really carrying these fights with multiple iterations of that combo.
Yeah, Bjergsen has to get off multiple rotations of spellcast here for them to win the game.
Yeah. Arrow with the QSS now, and he's going to be even more safe. And as the game goes on, there's going to be more and more answers to the CC coming in from TSM too.
It's all reliant on Dyrus right now. He has the only knockup that people can't play around unless they flash, so he really needs to find an opening where flash is down somehow and connect, or come out from a flank where they don't expect a hit. Predict the flash somehow, some way he needs to get that knockup, and then TSM can chain and use the zoning part of the cage to really find an opening, because Cleanse, QSS, Olaf ultimate, Score just soaking up the damage for fun. So many answers here from KT.
Yep. It doesn't really catch anyone. I suppose Nagne may have taken a bit of damage there. Didn't quite see it on our screen. Dragon up now, and TSM, here's where maybe you do get a little bit worried if you're KT. If they do get those 3 dragons in a row, you really got to be concerned about the pressure that's going to bring. I don't think KT is going to allow this one. We'll see if they can do anything about it. Score coming in. Can he steal this dragon away? The cage laid down. The dragon regenning health.
Flank from behind.
That's right. He's trying to come from behind. Sunday all over Wild Turtle already. Bjergsen in a lot of trouble. Bjergsen goes down before the fight really even starts. And there goes Olaf, but KT still in big time control of this game. Dyrus denied, and Nagne doing a ton of damage along with Arrow again. And that's going to be a dragon for KT after they finish off TSM.
Too many lost team fights for TSM.
Yep.
KT have won the arms race already.
They really have, and getting that dragon takes all the pressure off of that 5th dragon danger that TSM might have presented. KT has it all now.
Yeah, and actually something really interesting happened. I hope we get that on a replay. It was a double pincer. It was actually KT trying to flank from the bottom and doing the same thing Dyrus was doing from the left side.
Yeah.
However, if you look at the pings on the map again, KT pinged out Dyrus' exact location, so they were aggressively pushing forward. TSM were too afraid to commit on the left side of the flank. Just watch it right here. This is Dyrus on the left side. Look at
he's in a ward.
Complete mirror on the bot side. Olaf is flanking, KT is pushing aggressively, and Peekaboo is peeling with ulti. That's why they took Dyrus so long to get to the fight, and they instantly pop Bjergsen here. So if you're in a position like that, if you're TSM, you really have to commit to the left side of the fight, move away, because you can almost bet your money on it that Olaf will be flanking from behind you.
Yeah. I mean, that was just such a great play by Peekaboo. Knew exactly where Dyrus was because of that ward, threw in the Q, knocked him up right as he would have started coming in, and Dyrus had to watch his team die.
The entire jungle from TSM on the red side was lit up with wards. They had complete information, and a team like KT, you don't want to give complete information because they're so good at making the right choice at the right time.
They're also so good at getting that information. They always have those wards in.
Yeah, they just let TSM start up the dragon, take damage from it. Yeah, close the pincer.
Peekaboo actually places 14% more wards than the average support. So he's actually just, it's on the verge of, is he overwarding? How efficient are his wards? Because he places the most wards out of any support here at Worlds.
It's working out well, and Score, you know, places on the higher side of wards from a jungler too in Korea. And so between the two of them, it's really tough to take away that vision in your side of the map once they get it rolling. It's been kind of the theme for this team all through the tournament. It's continuing today as they look poised to lock up their spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Score and Peekaboo is one of those cases where 1 + 1 = 3. When they combine themselves, you know, they do a little fusion dance. Support jungle synergy becomes just greater than the opposing team. Compare that especially to Santorin and Lustboy, where it just hasn't quite been there yet.
All right. Let's see if the Rek'Sai split push works out. Does she even have a tunnel on this side? I think they're just going to let him clean that up and back away.
There's a tunnel near mid, I think, but that's about as close as it gets for TSM, or for KT, rather.
Oh, they're going to rotate the rest of the team over to mid then.
Yep. And if you're TSM, what do? You need to make picks at this point. You just have to hope for somebody getting out of position.
But again, we come back to that arms race. Sometimes money does buy you happiness. Everybody's got Mercury treads, Quicksilver sash. They've even got
It keeps you alive, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
If I was on KT, I'd be very happy right now.
That's for sure.
Still though, you can't ignore how much damage Veigar deals, especially once he's reaching level 60, 15.5 right now for Bjergsen.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have a check right here. The ulti alone already deals 1,300 damage right now.
Without taking into account the ability power of your opponent either.
Yeah.
Nagne would get just annihilated.
Guys,
but
stop building ability power. He's too strong.
You know, to Nagne's credit, though, he has not died yet this game. We saw in the interview before the game began that he knew he needed to step up. He was a weak link on KT, and in this game, finally, Nagne, I feel like, is looking like the Nagne we knew in Champion Summer in Korea.
I feel like KT, just the team has played this game really, really intelligently. After seeing the early game earlier today,
they look better today than last week.
All the information, and TSM daring to go for the same sort of strategy here. They have countered them very well.
You see a similar build coming out of Peekaboo as we saw from Mithy. Talisman of Ascension combined with Mikhail's Crucible. Honestly, it is the best build almost on Janna. Usually, he started on Thresh too. Just counteracting so many things from TSM's team composition. They're too close, we run away. They hit a CC, we just cleanse it immediately.
Still would have liked to see Kench, but that's just me.
Still would have liked to see some AP built on Peekaboo.
Can't do that against the Veigar, man.
Bjergsen's gonna blow him up.
Bjergsen just ranked up his ulti.
Guys, man.
Oh, here we go. Someday another flank, and he pops a ghost.
That's right. Coming in now, going to run towards Wild Turtle, turning around onto Bjergsen, takes him out with the fadeaway undertow, and KT just backing off with Nagne that low. I think they'll be happy with that.
Yep, they're going to take that victory and back out. Now, let's see what TSM can try and do with this map control that they have. 2 recalls.
If Nagne had a Rabadon's death cap, he would have died there.
He just made one.
Oh, just in time.
Just in time. He would have actually died there because he lived with a sliver of health. And Bjergsen, since he got level 16, the damage on that ulti right now is a 1,520.
Wow. How many hit points does Nagne have?
Plus 80%.
Plus 80% of his ability power. Bjergsen obviously did a Q. Nagne is sitting on about 2.5k HP with a comfortable
it would nearly
100 magic resistance. Yeah, if it went through damage. But
he'd die in one combo is what you're saying.
Yeah. But KT also, yeah, they deserve credit not only for, you know, sort of the counters that they came up with, but also the way they played the early team fights.
Yeah.
TSM very well could have still won this game, even with, you know, what they were facing. But if they had played the team fights better earlier. Turtle gets out, though.
Wide Turtle a little bit of trouble. Someday, though, taking a lot of damage. He's got to be careful here. Fade away slow, and KT on the run. Arrow caught. That's a problem. As Peekaboo pops the ult for the heal, is it enough? It is. Dyrus having to back away, and KT still in that retreat. No, the retreat is turned into a nice double knockup from Score as KT comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched. Nagne! Oh, huge blow, but Bjergsen lights him up. It's enough, though, and the kill comes in for Arrow. He is barely alive. KT, how did they get out of that with 1 for 3?
Whoa, Arrow going back in there, playing very dangerously. Gets the rocket kill and reset, though, able to run out afterwards. If Turtle hadn't run out of mana there, he was chunking people.
No kidding. Man, Nagne just knew that it was on him to save that team fight, and he delivered. Finally, his first death of the game, but it was a noble death.
Noble sacrifice overall. But Nagne, the value from that cleanse, you could definitely see. Like, teleport wouldn't have saved him there. He would have got insta-gibbed by Bjergsen here. And at the same time, though, you can see that TSM, hang on, Turtle.
Yeah, Wild Turtle could be in a lot of trouble. And by could be in a lot of trouble, I mean he's definitely dead. KT, someday with yet another kill onto Wild Turtle with that Olaf. He's 626. There's just nothing Wild Turtle can do to stay away from him.
Yeah, the entire point I was trying to make is like, if Wild Turtle and Bjergsen can do a lot of damage in these fights, stay alive for just long enough, they can actually turn these fights around, then Turtle dies.
Yeah. Been the kind of the story of the game and maybe the tournament for TSM. Bjergsen again doing everything he can on this Veigar. He's definitely dangerous, but they need more than him.
Death is the best CC. Mastery does not affect it. That's going to leave open the dragon. It's very easy here for KT to even it up.
Yep, Arrow just goes ahead and solos that at level 17, and that's their second of the game. Basically no chance now for really either of these teams to get the 5th dragon, but it's more important that KT can keep it away from TSM.
I just added up a single combo from Bjergsen. Roughly equates to 3,700 damage if you land QWR. That is Arrow gone. He just gets blown off the map. So that is still a win condition, because it doesn't matter how late you get in the game. no way Arrow could ever exceed that. And as the game goes on, the AP goes up and up and up on Bjergsen. So
yeah, and as you say, it doesn't matter how long it goes late in the game. TSM actually want it to go longer. The longer this goes now, they're ones actually trying to stall this out and make it to super, super late.
Because you're thinking QSS beats Veigar Cage. Later in the game, Bjergsen can literally just flash R.
Yep.
That is enough to take down Arrow. Not yet, but in 48 minutes of the game, that could be enough, especially if he gets that Void Staff, which actually finished.
AT having to back away here. TSM finding score on Sunday, but where's the flank? They could be coming in. Yeah, they got to be careful with that. Arrow trying to go after that Rift Scuttler. Nagne gets caught though. Oh, that is it. No chance. And that's what happens if you get too close to Bjergsen.
The Veigar.
TSM, a good team fight. They're going to get the Baron. They could still turn this one around.
Someday.
Yeah, but they
frisky.
have no Nagne. Someday
Force
getting
ult.
trapped in the box. He has ult, he has to run away. This Veigar just does way too much damage, and TSM, Rocket comes in, but he can't pull a wild turtle on that one.
Who needs Smite when you have Veigar?
I guess so.
There it is. You talked about the burst from Veigar. Can't underestimate this. Bjergsen takes down Nagne.
Also,
no stun necessary. No cleanse popped.
Even though Someday can break out of that cage, you can also see the Zeeks being so useful on Wild Turtle as he goes to later parts of his build. The amount of damage he's putting out, he doesn't even a crit Lion champion. Let's see how that went down.
He did get the stun. Nagne just didn't cleanse.
Just didn't see it coming, wasn't aware. That cage got placed right over the edge of the wall, so he didn't really see, I guess, the cast come out that well. Really good placement there from Bjergsen.
I feel like I need to check again, make sure he had cleanse up before
Dangerous ward for Nagne to be placing there. Got caught now TSM with a Baron-powered push down the mid lane.
Siege is what they do best with this comp. We've seen it before.
Yeah, taking out that turret with no problems. Can KT put together some sort of flank to stop this? That turtle, or that tower rather, dying extremely fast, and TSM looks like they're gonna get an inhibitor here. Not quite dead yet. There goes inhibitor number 1, and TSM has to disengage. Someday has to teleport, but not opting to flank. A little bit too dangerous for KT.
Check in on this Bjergsen power play after we see.
I guess so.
Lustboy building that Mikhails, just even to get rid of some minor slows here, because the only hard to see that is left right now is like an Olaf axe. So I'm not sure why he wants to do it. I guess just doesn't want to commit to getting close range fight, because you could also play Morgana in a way where you can keep the Zeeks up and then move in with an aggressive Zonia's ulti as a zoning tool. Lustboy playing at the max range of the fight here.
Plus 312 extra ability power from Bjergsen there on the passive brings him over 1,200.
That's a lot of AP.
Let's see here.
Teleport coming in for Dyrus. They're going to try to catch Someday. Someday in a little bit of trouble. Use that Ghost. Has no flash. Slows down Santorin, but Bjergsen trying to flank here.
Instead.
Oh, maybe. Pikachu trying to save his top laner here. Someday dodging around, takes some damage. Dyrus over the wall. Doesn't work out with that ultimate. He did it during Ragnaros again. It does not work.
Krepo's pulling his hair.
CC does not work on Olaf when he's got his ultimate popped.
What's that? What's the saying? If you fail, if at first you fail. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it didn't cost them, that much. There is a fairly short cooldown on the Malphite ultimate. So although they didn't get the pick, TSM shouldn't be heavily punished for not getting that pick. The big difference really is that both teleports are down for TSM, whereas KT now have the teleport advantage because TSM actually did expend both Bjergsen and Dyrus teleports for that attempt.
Yep. They would have taken out Someday. It would have been big to do that right before Dragon. They could have gotten a lot of vision in. Looks like they'll still get an opportunity to set things up around the Dragon Pit.
And once again, catching Olaf out, you mentioned the cage on Olaf really early. Getting him to pop the ultimate is a really big cooldown. Olaf is a fairly finicky
I'll just tell you how big
fighter. He really depends on a concise all-in push. He cannot have multiple attempts.
Yep, 48 seconds cooldown on that ultimate, so it's a single use in a fight. And more importantly, if he charges to the range where his ulti can get popped for a cage, he takes so much damage that he either has to commit or just flee the fight and never...
Yeah, he builds half damage in his build. He's not a full tank, so he does get shredded very quickly.
All right, teleport wards are available. Someday has teleport. We could see a flank come out here.
Good. They've got vision of TSM coming in,
But the pressure really on for KT. TSM looking like they might be able to take this one.
Yeah, Someday just recalling here, not even going for a teleport play, so they just give up the turret. TSM.
Someday has distortion, no home guards, so he can't really rush in as he should with the home guards.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he picked that up.
Huh. Wants more teleports, but why get more of teleports with limited use than just one good teleport to really seal the deal and just rush in as quickly as you can to get maximum value out of that ulti? TSM you should check that brush for a pink ward.
Yeah. I mean, they also need
team effort.
They have two upgraded sweepers on the team as well.
Sweepers don't. You probably sweep that brush and then
no, I mean for the regular ward.
Yeah, it's clean and you're like, oh, there's a pink in here every time.
This is just one of those games where whoever has the best last team fight will win it. Dragon taken by TSM. Score caught. Gotta be careful. Nagne coming from the side someday. No ult used yet by him. Gotta be careful.
Back up.
That's right. 3 dragons for TSM, so they can
looking
start
for a better target
again.
this time.
Try to find it. KT just has to back away again.
That's what we were talking about earlier. The choke point control from TSM is just fantastic. It is almost impossible to miss skill shots when teams are either face checking you or walking into choke points. We saw the face check go wrong earlier, but now this time we did see a fantastic cage from Bjergsen. Either it zones them or score overcommits and almost gets blown up.
That hyper late game that we're looking for TSM quickly approaching here. They already have the base wide open too. So continuing with the siege.
Try. Oh, score. Bjergsen's just doing so much damage right now. TSM just muscling their way into the base. A little bit of damage done by KT. Some damage taken by TSM. There it is. They're going to try to engage big Jinx Rocket. They got Kog'Maw. They could get more. This is it. Dyrus comes in for the counter engage. Arrow gets low, but they managed to take down Santorin. There goes Dyrus. A double kill for Nagne. Lostboy and Bjergsen still alive, but not for long. Bjergsen taken out, and TSM loses a huge team fight. Those death timers are long.
Yep, 50 seconds there left on most people, and over that on the solo laners, KT are going to go straight up the middle for this one.
I mean, you talked about this earlier, Professor Kobe. You know, it takes 30 seconds to leave the base to get to the point. How quick can they end this game?
Oh, they're going faster than 30 seconds here.
They have an end game Jinx here, plus Janna, so KT can go for the victory.
It's all on Lostboy.
TSM were so close.
They were so close, man. And I don't know if there's any stopping KT now. The death timers are just too long, and Lostboy is the only one standing between TSM and the end of the world season for them. There goes Nexus turret number 1. Lostboy goes down, and there's no defense. There goes a Nexus. TSM is out of Worlds, and KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
Wow, what a spectacular ending there for KT.
Yeah.
Again, coming out ahead in the team fight, and it earns them the Nexus.
Well, TSM really put up a fantastic fight. Bjergsen obviously did work on that Veigar. Wild Turtle did some work on that Kog'Maw. But that is it.
Definitely more impressed with the TSM of this week so far than the one of last week.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, I mean, the progress is just too little too late, because at the same time, KT is also just getting used to the world stage. They're improving. They played a pretty immaculate game. The only way for KT really to lose was those late game fights. And then earlier in the game, TSM had a couple of setups where there was absolutely no counterplay possible from KT if TSM executed to 100% perfection. Luckily for them, that didn't happen.
That was one of those games where the tiniest of mistakes means the difference between winning and losing, and that's exactly what we saw. It was really very, very small things that gave KT the win in the end. What do you say? These guys, they're now 4-1 on the week. They've locked in that spot in the quarterfinals, so we know another team moving on.
Yep, congratulations to both Origin and KT.
Yep.
I believe they're both secured now.
I would never guess that Origin, like, alone would top this group, that LGD would do so poorly. So very big surprise here in this group.
You know, now the big story here, I think, is KT versus Origin. When they have that game later, who's going to take it? That is really the battle for first place in this group, and that's such a big deal now because the teams in first and the teams in second, that seeding really matters.
Also, if you look at just their play as absolutes, well, if you compare it to the other groups, any team finishing first here could go far in the tournament, because the second
Group
place
D has looked really strong.
The second place teams in the other groups are likely to fall to either Origin or KT here, so they could actually solidify a very long run in this tournament if they make first, so that game will be incredibly important.
And Nagne on your screen right there, you know, what a performance for him on that Azir. Finally getting to play the type of game that we know him for from his play in Korea. Had a really rough week one, had a rough first game, I think, of the day too, but finally against TSM when it matters most, he delivers.
Some redemption for himself at that dragon fight, really cleaned up.
Some really good combo, also just the early push. We expected from an Azir. Yes, you let the Veigar farm, but the moment Bjergsen stepped away for that blue buff that Nagne already had, he knocked away 80% of that tower immediately, and that opened up the pushy tower, call it what you want, strategy.
Quickie, pushy, tower killer.
Yeah.
And 2 tower lead for KT, who were up to this point the worst tower performing team in the league against the siege composition from TSM. So they bought themselves plenty of time to get rolling.
Well, KT, again, you know, looking better this week. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the quarterfinals for them. But whoever they end up facing, I think is going to have a pretty hard time. Definitely.
Definitely agree there. The training in Group D, I think, for everyone went really well for all these teams.
Yeah, well, except for LGD.
I mean...
Yeah, Kobe, come on, man.
Come on. What a troll.
For the teams moving on?
Okay, there we go. All right, for the teams escaping from Group D, it went pretty well. That works. Yeah.
There's also just no innate weakness. Like, if you look at some of these teams, they have like these clear weaknesses that they have to improve and work around. I don't really see that necessarily in KT. Maybe if we analyze the games a lot deeper. The one weakness in this composition was obviously the lack of hard CC, but they play around that pretty well. Nagne and Arrow together, they work as a team too. You always see them close enough in a fight to help each other if they get aggressed upon, but far enough that there's never a potential of double CC hitting them. So in that sense, their team fighting has been pretty immaculate.
That's right. So now let's send it over to Shox, who is standing by in the interview lounge with KT's man in the mid lane, Nagne.
For sure. Nagne, congratulations. What a game on Azir, fantastic. And you guys played phenomenally throughout the team fights, yet the game became so close and TSM even almost managed to push your base. What do you think happened and how did you end up winning it?
나그네 선수 이번 경기에서 되게 팀이 엄청난 한타력으로 경기를 유리하게 이끌어가다가 마지막에 아슬아슬하게 겨우 따라잡힐 뻔했지만 극적으로 또 이겼습니다. 이번 경기에 대해서 좀 평을 해주세요.
일단 이번 경기에서는 상대방이 베이가를 준비했는데 우리 입장에서는 베이가한테 궁만 안 맞으면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 초반에 우리가 라인전에서도 많은 우위를 점했기 때문에 좀 쉽게 이기는가 싶었더니 약간 베이가를 생각을 조금 안 한 것도 있긴 했어요. 그래서 그런 부분에서 조금 당황하기도 했고 근데 후반에는 좀 상대의 집중력이 조금 떨어지지 않았나 그렇게 생각돼요.
So I don't think we were fully prepared against Veigar pick. We thought that after we saw that Veigar pick, we thought that as long as we don't get hit by Veigar's ult, we should be fine. And the lane phase wasn't too bad for us. So we thought the game would snowball towards our favor. But overall, we weren't fully prepared and we got kind of picked up by Veigar. But then at the end, TSM kind of didn't focus too much and they made some mistakes. So that's how we were able to capture the game.
You did, and it was off the back of a great Azir play from you. We knew that last week after your performances, you weren't the happiest person. We heard a video before the game that you were looking to do better and prove yourself this week. How happy are you with your play so far? And do you think it is good enough to make it further than a quarterfinal, which you're already qualified for now?
나그네 선수 지난주에 본인의 경기력에 좀 실망한 모습을 스스로 좀 보여줬었고 경기 사전 인터뷰 영상 때도 본인이 좀 더 나은 경기력을 보여줄 것 같다고 말씀하셨는데 이번 경기 승리로 좀 본인의 경기력에 만족하시고 하는지 그리고 두 번째 질문으로는 지금 이제 이 상태로 본인의 KT 팀을 좀 더 8강, 4강 넘어 결승까지 캐리할 수 있을 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 1주차에는 막 긴장을 좀 많이 하고 막 부담감 같은 게 조금 많아서 제 플레이대로 이렇게 하지 못한 게 많았어요. 근데 2주차에서는 코치님과 뭐 감독님 모두가 저한테 믿음을 주고 충분히 넌 잘할 수 있다고 그런 식으로 마인드 컨트롤을 많이 해주시고 저도 조금 편안하게 좀 생각을 가지면서 자신감은 잃지 않게 약간 패기 부리는 식으로 게임을 했어요. 근데 그게 오늘은 잘 풀리기도 했고 뭐 잘리기도 했는데 오늘 경기력에 대해서는 뭐 두 판 다 이겨서 만족하는 편이에요.
So I think for week 1, I wasn't too confident and I wasn't too sure of my plays. But during that transition from week 1 to week 2, my coaching staff helped me reset my mindset and they gave me a lot of confidence and told me that I could still carry my team. So for today, I tried to show convey that confidence, but not be too cocky. Overall, I did make some mistakes, but I think I did well for the 2 games today.
Well, confidence is also what you'll need if you're going to go into that game versus Origin. Up next for you guys for that first seed in the group, and we know how important that is. What are your thoughts on that matchup and the mid lane matchup specifically?
이제 마지막으로 이제 오리젠 팀이랑 1시드를 두고 이제 다투게 됐는데 이제 오리젠 팀과 또 그 미드라인 엑스페케 선수와의 그 라인전에 대해서 어떠한 다짐을 경기 임하실 건지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 제가 지난 1주차에서는 모든 미드라인을 상대할 때 약간 부담감을 가지고 했다고 생각돼서 이번에는 어차피 일단 8강을 확정 지어놨으니까 최대한 약간 부담감을 내려놓고 편안하게 게임을 임할 생각이에요. 그래서 뭐 오리젠이 절대 약한 팀이 아닌 건 맞지만 그래도 지금 했던 앞선 2경기보다는 조금 마음의 짐을 덜어놓고 게임할 수 있을 것 같아서 오히려 그게 더 좋은 결과로 이루어질 수도 있을 것 같아요.
So last week, I think I was too pressured while I was playing the other mid laners, but now we secured our spot for the quarterfinals, so I think I can play more confidently and show my plays, and I don't feel that pressure in my mind anymore. So I think I can play better for the next game against Origin and XPEKE.
Well, we will see. Congratulations on securing that spot in the quarterfinal. OG versus KT is later. After the break, Origin versus LGD is coming up first, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This could be the final game of our careers, guys.
No, it's not. We play one more.
Oh. This could be the second final game of our careers.
No, it's not.
All right.
Big knockup from Dyrus. Arrow gets back under turret, trying to do some damage there. He's still going for now. Dyrus manages to help Bjergsen take him out. Keeps pursuing. The damage out of Bjergsen is huge. The slow just avoided. Whoa, Peekaboo with the flash ult knocks Bjergsen. Comes back in, but they still need to be careful. Bjergsen has been untouched. Nogday comes in. Oh, huge blow, but Bjergsen lights him up. Damage taken by TSM. There it is. They're going to try to engage Big Jinx Rocket. They got Kog'Maw. They could get more. This is it. Dyrus comes in for the counter engage. Arrow gets low. KT secures their spot in the quarterfinals.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Group D. Now, as we speak, Origin are setting up on stage to take on China's LGD Gaming. And for XPEKE's new team, they faced more than a few critics coming into the tournament. But the team focused on taking it one step at a time. And it has always allowed them to defy even their own expectations.
I never thought we would be able to compete at Worlds, and if we actually got to qualify to Worlds, I never thought we would be a contender. I thought maybe if we had an easy group, we would be fighting for that second spot, but never for the first one. And the fact that we are here now, actually, almost like we are like one win away of securing the qualifying for quarterfinals, is just crazy. I always try to have goals that are reachable. Probably when we qualify to LCS, I see us at least being a top 5 team, maybe in a top 3. And those were my realistic goals. It's weird because when you pass your goal, you have to get a new one.
We had a goal that we just want to get top 6 in LCS and then top 2, then make it to playoffs, and then it was like go to Worlds, and now it's kind of the same thing.
Having that mentality is what has been helping us all the time. When you have the expectations too high and you don't even get close to them, is when you are not going to be able to improve, because you're going to feel sad, like, why were we so sure that we will win and now we come here and we're playing bad, you know? And then you start to question a lot of the things you do, a lot of the things your teammates do, and we never had that. There's never disappointment in a loss for us. Some people were saying we will not get out of groups, some people were saying maybe they will get out of groups if they get lucky. And again, our mentality, since we hear all that feedback from people saying we're not going to make it, we ourselves believe it's going to be really, really hard to make it. We put a realistic goal, which was like, let's beat TSM and not get last in the group. I think that's what everyone would have been really happy with. And we ended up getting 3 wins in the first week.
SOAS says I can do it better, and Origin beat LGD. The trend continues. These guys are looking great, and they're going to take down Team Solo Mid. These guys are legit, man.
And with the crowd behind them, Origin go undefeated.
When people start throwing those comments that XPEKE is the weakest link in Origin, when XPEKE is the worst mid laner in their group, some people even say in the whole world tournament. But those are funny. Those actually, I like them even. When people say that, I don't even get mad, or I don't feel I don't feel like, damn, these guys are right, you know? I don't tilt from it because I have been around so long that I know exactly why they think that. And sometimes I want to say, like, okay, so besides the Azir games, tell me some game that I have underperformed that much, or more than one game that I have actually underperformed. These guys are super good, you know, and even if I play fine, I think they will still carry their team, or they will pressure me hard, or they will roam a lot and stuff like this. But when I started playing them, I realized that they were not any different from playing like the top mid laners in Europe. And when I saw how the lane was developing, I was like, actually, this guy's making mistakes. I can exploit. He's not punishing my mistakes. He's doing this. And every game, I felt the same. I started nervous, but half the game, I was completely confident, like if I was playing a scrim or something.
Amazing, takes a lot of damage. Soaz trying to get to the backline. He did get hit by Emo play. Expect is okay. Big old shockwave. That shockwave does work. Quadra kill!
They get the beautiful shockwave.
Since the beginning, I always dreamt of being one of the best LCS teams, qualifying for Worlds, actually performing at Worlds, and being like one of the best teams in the world in the first year. That was like the dream, of course, but then being realistic, I had different goals than dreams. We have improved so much, and it's really like a crazy year, all the improvement we have been seeing from ourselves, and the fact that we're actually here with chances of making it far into Worlds is just crazy. It's weird because you have already surpassed every goal you wanted to, so you are not sad if you don't really make it, but at the same time, since you don't have that pressure, I feel like you just are performing to what you think. It's like, okay, let's try to get as good as we can, try to actually make it. And if we don't make it, then, well, we did more than we wanted to.
I have to say, I was probably one of the bigger critics of Xpeke, and in this tournament, I think he has proven me and everyone else wrong, because his performances have been great. And something else that I would like to add is people have been thinking about this whole origin, like Xpeke is the owner, it's kind of hard to maybe coach the owner, but in reality, I think his attitude is perfect.
Yes. His attitude is like, listening to that guy speak and how he represents his team is like one of the best attitudes we've ever seen in the League of Legends. And he's just so willing to learn, so willing to take criticism, and then puts it into his gameplay and just proves people wrong on the Rift. It's beautiful to watch.
And to think that he's been around for so long as well, and he's still got it. Season 1 world champion Xpeke makes his own team, huge risk, and like you guys were talking about, his mentality. I love when you're setting goals for yourself, don't set them too high because you set yourself up for failure, but then you exceed that and then you set a new one immediately. A lot of people don't set a new goal and they celebrate too much and they slack off a little bit. I think that's what happens with some of the teams, even here at Worlds. They just wanted to make it and they didn't set that next goal and get motivated again.
And here they are, 4-0 in the group, and now expectations are high. You know, I think that now it kind of comes to that point where they've been able to ride the wave of the underdog this whole way. But do things change here? When coming down to the wire, there's a lot of pressure on their next 2 games. They need to pick up this win against LGD in order to afford themselves that buffer of whether or not they drop a game to KT, they can still force a tiebreaker for that first seed.
But they seem genuinely surprised. Like, they're like, wow, we were able to make it this far. How much further can we keep going? So they have the perfect mentality for this because it's one step at a time. As you said, it's just like, okay, next game, next game. So I honestly think that they're going to go into this game with absolutely nothing to lose. They've already qualified, and then just see if they can blow another team out of the water. Why not?
And at this point for LGD, it's spoiler time. So with that, gentlemen, it's time for the predictions. We're going down the line once again. LGD versus Origin.
Obviously, I have to say Origin. Like, I'm just thinking, like, the big game where, like, would LGD make a change? They gave out this composition, like Mordekai's the Lulu, which happens as often as maybe stars fall or something. I was thinking, like, oh, we should make a wish or something like that, but I think Origin's going to take it.
Alrighty.
LGD don't even have a chance to play Kaboom this tournament. Like, they're just out of it right now. And I think that that will continue through and that Origin will continue to ride this momentum and hype train and will continue to do great things.
Yeah, I definitely think so. This is the game that started it off for Origin, started them on their trend upward and put LGD on the downward trend where the double TP came out. Everybody saw how to exploit them. I feel like Origin are just going to do more of the same here and continue to take it to LGD. And their mentality, just polar opposites right now.
Well, with everyone on record, it's time to step inside the venue and get into game.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Bism III, along with Joshua Jat-Leesman and Martin DeFiscio, along as we make a quick caster lane swap here for the second half of the day. And still things to be kind of pulled out of the day.
Yeah,
Seeing if LGD can get this win in. We have to remember the last time these teams played against Origin, it was a 43-minute slugfest, 35 minutes. It was still 51,000 apiece until a Wombo combo.
It was close, but we also have to keep in mind LGD managed to look much worse in their first game today than they did while going 0-3 in the first half of the group, and Origin looked very solid against TSM. So the biggest fear here for Origin would just be temporary complacency, and it's what I like to call a trap game, because they know there's this impending tiebreaker matchup with KT that if they lose, they force a tiebreaker at both being 5-1 in the group. So if they don't take care of business here, they kind of lose that opportunity.
LGD is one of those teams, though, where you don't disrespect them. Even though they're 0-4 in the group and they have looked very, very weak so far. That's
true.
It's still LGD. It's a team a lot of players respect. They looked at them during the season. So I think Origin can just go in, play the same game they've done before. They're on blue side as well, so you can target ban TBQ, which they like to do. And that makes it even worse for poor little TBQ in the jungle.
It's been tough for LGD. You heard Imp earlier saying we kind of give it up to the heavens. Well, a round-trip prayer took 28 minutes for them to go back and forth and get that first blood in. So I hope they're not looking to the heavens for this one.
It's been so tough for LGD. I almost find it a little bit tragic because you have so many incredibly good players, but it seems like the team is just completely mentally destroyed.
Yeah.
You hear it in all of their interviews that they've been giving, and it's rare a team gets so mentally destroyed, but they're actually admitting it in all of their outward media.
Yeah. Usually a team very, very outspoken about how well they're going to do, how hard they're going to
exactly.
crush.
How they're staying positive. Even if they're not
Right.
truly believing it, they're at least saying the other thing to keep the illusion of hope.
And look at this, Origin sticking with the rest. Every game, Lee and Rek'Sai banned against TBQ to make his life that much harder. We see the regular bans of Lulu, but more
Big
TP
mistake, in my opinion, from LGD with the last ban. I would much rather give a Elise over to Origin than a Kalista. I think it's the best pick probably for the entire team. We've seen what Nils can do on it. LGD, though, has shown they like to play hard mode in these pick and ban phases. Give Mordekaiser and Lulu in the last game. Give Kalista now to Nils.
Yeah, probably Annie coming through from Ithi as well after this. Origin already with the first pick in complete control of their destiny. They get to pick a wide array of good
And it was funny, Jet, because this morning when we got into the shuttle, you looked at me and you said, oh, LGD 3-0 today. They're going to bounce back. But then you started laughing suddenly right after, and I was like, oh, okay, is he joking? Is he serious? What's really going on here? We watched the first game of the day with LGD, and you're like, yeah, no, that's 0-6. That's not going to happen. And that's a Graves.
Maybe I meant to say 2-1. Maybe they're gonna. Maybe they'll turn it around in between these last.
You know what? I'm glad we're seeing Graves. I played a solo queue game from the other night. Felt really good. Let's see if they could actually.
They were spectating you. That's why.
Get it going.
Graves is good into Kalista. There's a few things to note about Kalista. She's so bouncy and so mobile, but champions that within the engagement range of Kalista can just straight up out-trade and be more powerful. Trist can do it with the engagement window.
Very true.
Graves is another champion who just because of his passive of getting the armor and magic resistance will then win trades against Kalista in short range.
You can dance around all you want, but here's a shotgun in your face, and then Graves will win the short trade every single time. If he has an AD carry, a support that can lock down Kalista as well, setting that up will be easy. So Annie would make a lot of sense for PYL, and you have that massive kill lane then down the bottom lane.
Looks like there may have been a problem in Champ Select.
About Champ Select. So looking at so far what we have, they absolutely may want to. We did just get onto the desk, so they're. I'm going to stick with.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
So waiting to get back into this champion select, we did see Kennen as well being a flex pick for what could be happening on the side of OG, because Mithy's more the Annie, but there's still initiation in that Fate's Call throw-in, which we've seen from a lot of teams.
So I'm a little confused to what's happening because the champion select is still going on our screen.
Just got word that there was issue with the client, so we're going to back out, get back in here.
Finally
we are back into the lobby. So Mithy, rest of the team, they still have a chance to chat before the game and talk about what's happening. See if we stick with the same bans. We'll get confirmation on that. And since from what we saw, did just get confirmation, same thing all the way up to Janna.
All right, so the Janna counts, and it's the final pick. So second Janna we get to see.
Very surprising again that Janna then comes in what you would assume was a kill lane, like all in engaged on Kalista, shut her down in the laning phase. Janna obviously makes it again super easy for Graves to trade, but the kill pressure just goes down a little bit.
I think Janna Graves is just a really strong lane.
It used to be one of the strongest 2v2 lanes you could have, but again, it's a lot about how you AD carry trades and a lot about forcing people away from minions, then zone them, then straight up killing them like if you run an Annie support.
think Imp's going for the kill.
He's going to aim for
If he's going to come away with anything from this World Championship, at least have it be a few 2v2 kills.
When did they not want to take the 2v2 last year in Worlds? They always tried to match up the lanes. It was a lane that wants to fight, and now Imp's kind of left by himself, and then the rest of the team's dying across the map. You know you can hear him saying, guys, please stay alive for a little bit if you're going to put me on this carry.
This really has been the massive problem for LGD and this bottom lane is they're not used to playing in this. Weird enough, they are not playing well around double teleport, even though they were one of the teams in the LPL who started running double teleport. So what happens is you need to play a lot more around your top laner, because he can obviously TP down to that bottom lane, and then you can nullify whatever advantage was built up. They don't do that. So instead they try and play around him, and he gets a kill, but then the other team is like, okay, let's TP down with 2 guys and just 5-man kill him. And that advantage doesn't do anything, and it's something POL was talking a lot about. They don't really understand this meta just yet, despite being a team who started double teleport in the playoffs of LPL.
So I feel like something may still be wrong. Flame is pointing questioningly at the screen, and we're back on our faces again.
More time for us.
So we will now walk backwards a little bit once again.
So we'll get this all sorted out. Flame's client did bug out on that one, so it looks like you go one to the other, maybe to back out of the way.
What a tough day for Flame.
It's
first game he gets destroyed.
Easy.
And now the client doesn't work for him. I mean, life is not easy for
Snuffing him out.
Flame.
It's not going to be easy to reignite that passion that he has coming in here, especially when he was hoping to fill bigger shoes in that top lane and really things didn't go well. Not even really focused in his games too much, just not performing from the get-go.
Flame had a disappointing debut to Worlds, but it really seems like he's been subbed into a very difficult to salvage situation.
Oh, they kicked him down the hole. He's not getting up there, but the entire team is down with him.
Maybe they can noodle him back out.
Well, the thing is, we weren't even expecting go catfishing with
yeah,
Flame.
good.
But really, we weren't expecting to see Flame coming into this tournament, even though he was a listed sub, because throughout the regular season, it felt like during most of the matches that mattered, Acorn was playing, including all of the playoffs. And Flame was getting games, it felt like, mainly because he was on the roster and they wanted to keep him fresh in case something happened with Acorn. The emergency sub didn't seem to work out too well.
No, again, the whole playstyle for LGD, if you look at the LPL season, was around Imp and Godread. So Flame was the carry top laner, but you don't want to put all your resources on the top side, so you take Acorn instead, who's more the team player with the teleport, and then you play around Imp and Godread. They're still trying to do exactly the same. Every other team is just saying, no, we just get our top laner ahead, and then he TPs down and he kills them.
Also, switching players in and out has been dicey for every team, not SKT. Any other team that's trying to switch
good,
right?
Yeah, because we heard EasyHoon's reason for why that works.
Maybe because I'm good.
It only took him 30 seconds to tell us.
But even when a team's having trouble now, you look at LGD, that becomes an even weaker point that you can hit because there's less communication there. You know, there's a chance that there's the honeymoon spark when you put your sub in, but nothing has been coming up for LGD throughout this tournament. On the flip side, I like that Peke was talking about that passion, because you look at that emotion and how he controls it so much, and the guy he took to come with him on this team, his emotions are all over. Soaz does not control emotions very well, but it's like opposites attract in that sense for Origin, and it just seems like they have the mentality coming into this Worlds that has worked, and that's not something you can just replicate in another day.
And you can't really fault anyone for not expecting Origin to win this group, because like Pekka said himself, he didn't expect it. They were almost happy just taking 2 wins over Team Solo Mid, and that was about it. But now suddenly, they've been playing so well, and they've been locking in champions in Screaming Forest.
Look at what we got here. All right, so Orianna Malphite is also picked up. There's a lot of potential for some crazy wombo combos on the side of Origin right now, but that Janna definitely helps with a lot of the disengage they'll be needing.
Yeah, you can center a last pick here into Orianna.
Oh, can you?
You can.
I feel like we've seen it before.
I feel, yeah.
Peke
it might have happened
earlier today against Bjergsen. He did die to an early gank from Elise, but then was able to actually out-CS Bjergsen at the 10-minute mark thanks to teleporting.
Sure, and that's the trade-off you have. You have teleports, so there's a higher chance you get stunned and then ganked and dies, but then you can just return to the lane, and obviously you don't really care too much, unless we see TP Syndra, which I don't think is too terrible, because you can then match it, and you still have the long range, you can still set up the ganks very effective, and you don't often need that Ignite to finish off the target. I'm just a fan of double teleport, so...
Diana, there we go. Crowd's doing the wave again.
Bring it in.
By the way.
This crowd is always doing the wave. 11 out of 10 for their wave technique as well. So we have the final picks in. Godby does take the Diana. Deficio, I think you're going to get your wish. A double teleport coming down in this game. Imp throws a pick to the wind. He's going to be bringing out the Graves this game.
Godby was the man who really brought Diana back into the scene, running that double teleport for LPL, or for LGD in the LPL.
Gotcha.
I want to see what he can do. The problem for Godby so far in this tournament has been his play. Very simple. He's been flashing the wrong way. He's been shooting arrows the wrong way. He's not been performing at all. One of the most hyped up players coming into this tournament. Was probably one of the least hyped players coming into the tournament in the mid lane.
Yeah, at this point, the most hyped thing for LGD is the crowd beside them, who is just constantly doing the wave. I wonder how long they're going to be able to keep this up for before the game.
I don't know. You lose a lot of blood in your arms after that first 5 minutes, but they just, I don't know. They have something we don't. Maybe it's being near the North Pole.
Well, technically, the wave is taking a little while to go around, so it's not like they're holding their hands up. They're just
very good at this.
And it's the amount of participation, like wave participation in the crowd, is
usually you have a few rows that sit down.
Yeah,
and then it
breaks
discourages the rest of the wave.
Quick. Yay! And it goes around.
So share your predictions by tweeting at LOL Esports with the hashtag OGWin or the hashtag LGDWin. Gonna see TBQ on another new jungler for himself this time. That Evelyn game last time still lackluster. Now the Gragas does being able to displace the team and that bit of chaos work with what's been happening with LGD, because it's kind of been chaos from their side the whole tournament long.
Really for the entire team, not knowing where to be on the map in the early game, especially also for TBQ.
About to get into game 4. OG versus LGD here. Coming out of Group D.
Yeah, and as far as importance go for Origin right now, even if they lose this game, they can still place first in the group by defeating KT, because that would put them at 5 wins, and it would give the second loss to KT since Origin already beat them the first time. So even though I mentioned that this was a trap game, the only penalty for Origin to lose this is if they then lose to KT, instead of forcing a tiebreaker, they would place second automatically. So still kind of important.
Absolutely.
But not utmost important.
So PYL decided to start with an early ward here in his inventory. I want to see where he puts it down. Normally you don't want to put that in the standard lane swap positions, because you just need like 1 minute of information on this one to see if anyone is going to the top side of the map. Still has it in his inventory. Obviously, Janna can sit very far back and only use 2 potions.
And I think it's safe to say so far at the World Championship, LGD has not had a first 5 minutes of the game that was clean or correct. So much of lane swapping is conditional choices, and even though LGD started off the KT game mostly okay, as soon as it went to TBQ to make the decision to go top lane early, he just completely lost pressure, and LGD fell pretty far behind. They've always had to play from behind because they just haven't understood how to play these early games in this new patch.
And again, it's just the amount of problems for this team with the meta, with the patch, again, switching obviously a lot of things around for them. I like the ward from Team Solo Mid around this red buff, one of the few additions we often see.
Such a good ward,
when you
carried over between games.
Exactly, man, you get it right there. Stuck at the red buff, and you get to see, oh, they're not starting there.
The ward from Origin. You said Team Solo.
Yeah, it's Origin. Yeah, guys, you know what I'm trying to see if you guys are awake.
We are.
Okay.
I thought we were going to have to stop you for the OG bias, but it's fine. You're just saying TSM.
Cool. We see Dyrus and Centauran taking the Google.
Exercising strong jungle support synergy.
Easy fundamentals, same thing, same side here in the lane swap to start off our game. OG versus LGD. We'll see how sure of himself Peke is, saying that noticing a lot of the mid laners making mistakes, they're not capitalizing on him, and it has made Peke look like not the weak link of the team coming into the tournament, as was thought by many.
Oh, Peke has been looking absolutely fantastic. He's part of a lot more kills in that mid lane. He's really just having a big impact for the entire team. But Origin also have very high kill participation across the board for all members, because so many of these kills are coming from these team fights.
They really do. We talked about TSM's Bjergsen at 45%. 33% for Peke and 30% for Niels. So that's a lot of damage you have to focus if you're going to take either one of them out.
So I just
gotta be
want
quick.
to talk super quick about what Origin is doing now in this swap. Because they had that ward on the red buff, before they knew LGD was starting in their jungle. That means you can now recall with your top laner and your top and support, and you can often walk up to this tower and take a chance to see, okay, are they still waiting in this bush? Because normally LGD would send these guys back to start clearing their own jungle here near their own red buff, and obviously that means there's an opening for Origin to sneak in source and get some experience.
This is another big example of why LGD has been losing these lane swaps so greatly. If you're going to be putting your AD carry support in the lane with the top laner, you need to be able to threaten the 4-man dive. Otherwise, it's easily defendable by 2 people because 3 against 2 is not nearly as strong as 4 against 2. And yes, Flame was able to teleport back down, but now they're down a teleport. They haven't shut down anything from Origin, and Origin's going to pull ahead.
And now Nils wants this wave in the bottom lane to start pushing towards him. He got it all the way into the tower. Flame will get some farm and experience, but that opens up for a potential jungle gang later on for Amazing once this melee champion. And Olaf has to try and farm further up the lane, or you send your cannon down and you start 2v1ing him.
There were just 2 pings.
Origin is pretty quick on this one. It could be a 2v2 if Flame is able to land some axes. They could still be in a little bit of trouble just because of the level discrepancy. So there's a small chance LGD could have some way to fight back for this one, but with the damage that Flame just took, that possibility is done for. What I do need to point out is another continuation of having Flame teleport bottom lane is now Soaz is safe to be left up top lane since they know the threat of a 4-man dive is now completely removed with teleport being on cooldown from Flame. Maybe it could be from Godby though.
Look at this, Mithy gonna find TBQ as well in the jungle. Even more information given up here. Nice map movements by OG here to keep themselves in the lead.
And it's so key what Mithy is doing now, keep track of where TPQ is and get a deep ward in that jungle, because again, it just buys more time for Soaz to go even aggressive towards the minions. He doesn't have to worry about the gank. No TP for Flame at all, and now Godby might be in trouble.
Very close.
Nice
just gonna have to burn flash on that one. Good extra damage added in by Peke with the command attack. Looks like they will keep eyes on TBQ as well. That spot by Mithy allowed them to just continue pushing this one into effect.
Yeah, I will say one thing for LGD that's a positive though is they've gotten a lot of damage on that turret, whereas Flame, as Olaf, has generally only been fending against one person. It's really been PYL sitting in lane with Imp trying to push versus Mithy roam around, but still no turret.
So with Nils and Mithy now recalling from the bot lane, LGD knows there's a chance they would go up top and meet them in a 2v2. That's why Imp and PYL recalls as well. Said, okay, we need to get items. We don't want to sit just on a Dorn's Blade. So it kind of stops the push from happening now. And we might just get standard lanes from here. And with no towers going down, and also fairly even in experience, we just see Flame slightly ahead of Soaz, and we also PYL 1 level above Mithy. So it is in favor of LGD experience-wise.
There's that level 6. Peke just teleported back to lane. Godby still wants to go a little hard and try and push him out. No mana for Peke already.
Yeah, and if anyone should know both sides of this matchup, it would be Godby. I feel like during the regular season, even though he hasn't shown any of it at Worlds, he was the best Orianna I'd ever seen. He had been so good at not only knowing different Orianna builds, his ability to just have strong placement of the Orianna ball while always moving, since Orianna has so many instant cast abilities. He would just take over games as Ori. And also, he's the one who brought Teleport Diana into the meta. He's the reason so many people started playing it. Now they might try a mid lane turret dive in LGD special.
Knowing that Peke just used that teleport, it's going to take a little bit while to journey back to the lane, and they hit him where it counts. First blood, LGD.
I have to question where Amazing is moving on the map. He went straight towards the top side, maybe looking for a counter gank because Source were pushing up. But he obviously has no gank pressure on Flame right now with level 6 for him. So it allowed LGD to take bot lane control completely. They can even sneak down behind the bottom lane of Origin.
Yeah. Good vision control down bottom there, and Amazing kind of none the wiser. Maybe they were a little bit lulled about LGD's lackluster performance thus far in groups, because that type of mid lane turret dive is exactly the type of thing I was expecting to see from LGD heading into this group stage before they lost any of their games. They had executed so many strong mid lane dives, which are so difficult to do during the LPL playoffs and regular season. There were many games against Pawn where Pawn would be like 0-5 because they were consistently diving that mid lane turret so effectively. Peke's got to be careful now with no flash and no defensive summoner outside of that.
Right, and they're making sure to keep eyes on Amazing as well. Much better warding. All those wards inside the camps to see the Evelynn instead of roamed around. But still, you see the bottom side of the map. Right now, they know where Amazing is. So more plays could be coming from LGD once they feel the time is right. Only 8 minutes in here, not too much of a gold lead, and it seems like though that kill has kind of evened out what was happening in the lane swaps early.
Yeah, the only annoying thing for LGD is the fact that Nils got so much solo experience and is already level 6 against Imp. So what could have been that Graves bully into Kalista is not really going to happen in this game with Nils being so far ahead. And that's also why they could change the focus and say, you know what, Imp, just sit back, relax. We're going to go somewhere else on the map and create an advantage. Flame knows they can go and aggressive on Source because they have so many DPSs. Keep going, man.
Flame.
Very hard. That's a low turret. Not going to be able to go with it. Nobody else there to help him as well to trade turret aggro or take it down after. So, got a flash out of Soaz and an ultimate.
Yeah, it almost looked like Soaz shorted the unstoppable force on the escape right there. I don't think he got as much. I don't think he got the max distance out of it when he was running away, which then necessitated the flash too. So Flame with also a decent early game play there. But the turret down bottom keeps the gold even for Origin.
I'm sure he definitely wants to step up this game and prove something for the world stage as well. LGD across the board haven't really done that in one lane, so somebody's got to take it under control. Flame going hard to start off in that top side once they matched up. Back down to the bot lane, looks like GodV may be getting a little bit of roam there, but these early wards from them, looks like he actually is going to walk away from that. Might have gone for amazing as well. We're going to let TBQ do it.
Everything in the last few minutes was just set up by LGD being able to get into that jungle and get the deep vision down and make sure GodV had the lead. They didn't spot amazing. He's going in.
That was a great walk to the left side, staying just on the wing. TBQ right in the back pocket of GodV as well off of that roam, just putting more wards in the bottom red side. And he comes back for help in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is actually the TBQ that Spawn wanted to see in other games. Instead of going around and playing these tricky lane swap scenarios, no, just gank mid for GodV. Let GodV try and take over the game on Diana, even though they don't get another kill on Peke. That's now over a level advantage. They're grouping mid. They're looking to take this mid lane turret and start a snowball.
Really like what LGD is doing so far. Just play around your mid lane, have the deep vision down. It's something they haven't done in the other games with getting into the jungle.
Yeah.
They've just been sitting back in the lanes and kind of take it head on. And that's never been working for them because they simply got ganked all the time. They fell behind.
Right.
This is much better for LGD. Sadly for them, it's a few games too late.
Already at a group stage, but where were they this entire time? I'm sure there will be many an article about the demise of LGD heading into Worlds.
Seems like they were definitely trying a few too many things coming in. Nunu, Vi, a few other picks in the jungle. While those are also still good for diving and what we're seeing, they could never get it to happen.
Specifically, TBQ came in with the small champion pool. Lee Sin, Gragas, or Rek'Sai, pretty much. And most of those things have been banned away. And in disaster situations, he hasn't even been able to get Gragas.
That's true.
Oh, Mythy.
Definitely showing very formidable on this Gragas. The Fate's Call does not happen, not respecting the range of aggro.
Yeah,
from LGD.
basically what happened is the Gragas cask knocked him, I think, out of Fate's Call range. So Niels would have had to use that the instant the Gragas started the ultimate, but before it connected. And misplay there by Niels, not pulling the trigger quick.
I feel like we've seen this a few times for Origin in the early game. Some misplays come in, they get caught out a little bit. Against Team Solo Mid earlier today, they fell behind as well. But then once we get to the mid game, it's that shot calling that really kicks in for the team. They start out-rotating the other ones and really punish you if you're too passive or not making too many mistakes. But in this game, LGD will have stronger side lanes when it comes to split pushing with the Diana in one lane and with the Olaf in another one. So it should be fairly simple for them to keep pressure on the map. Now going for Mythy again.
There's the Fate's Call just in range. GodV's going to try to get that crash in with the ultimate. Will they get Niels? He's on the backside. The slicing Maelstrom cannot stop Flame, and Imp coming in off the wing. And nice collateral damage, but there's the Wombo back in with the ultimate from Orianna, and it does not look like they enjoyed that. LGD running for their lives right now. What a shockwave to turn the fight around. GodV gets hit. Another dissonance going to slow him down from the engage. Now they take down TBQ, and LGD may be overstaying their welcome a bit. Imp on the front line does not want to be there.
Yeah, a really aggressive call there by LGD, and despite the shockwave combo landing on pretty much everyone, that's not what suffered any casualties for them. I mean, he's behind him, but if he takes a step, Flame will kill him. Good to stay invisible there.
Definitely pushing their limits. Great movement by LGD. Not something they were able to pick up this early in any of their games before here, and it definitely seems like it's throwing OG off guard just a little bit. However, Origin does feel like they still have a bit of strength here, testing the waters themselves, going to see what they can do.
And LGD simply keeps playing around where GodV is on the map. Okay, he goes to the top side, we send up multiple guys, he goes aggressive, and we can take that dive. Look here how they're playing around where GodV is split pushing. So he goes on to Mythy at first, obviously misses the Q, but he still gets to knock back Niels with Mythy. Yep. And this is enough for LGD to restart the fight and have so many guys coming in from the side down here as well.
Yeah, specifically in from the side was a really gutsy flank that paid off huge. And then because I think they bursted so hard at the beginning of the fight, the full burst at this point in the game from Origin wasn't enough to kill LGD even though they were clumped. Then they reach a little bit on the re-engage, but still an overall successful fight for LGD.
It is really the way you want to play early to mid game, because you have 3 carries, you need farm on every single one, to make sure you spread them out, you play 3 lanes, and then once you start pushing down the minions, it's so easy for you to start moving. Leave the wave once it's going down to the enemy tower, walk in towards mid lane, walk in towards top lane, and then you have a numbers advantage when the fight starts, and it's Origin who has to react. Like we saw just here, they have to come in fairly late, or 1 by 1 basically, and they couldn't punish LGD for diving between 2 towers.
Something I was going to say about OG coming into this game that now seems to be lacking is they'd always keep doing what they brought their comp to do. That sounds like every team should. You pick a comp, you poke with it. If it's poke, you do this. But a lot of teams, LGD would pick a comp and sit back and wait for it to work, not pressure its advantages. Seems like OG definitely having that bit of instance this time.
I think so much of that happened for LGD because they just didn't know how to keep up with the early game. And then once they started losing, they just kind of multiplied the pressure on them by putting it on themselves since they were expected to do well. And now it's actually Origin who's just kind of expected to win, and LGD may have a sense of freedom since they're completely linear from the group. It's making them play much more characteristically to LGD.
Absolutely.
And I like seeing it.
Godby down the bottom lane, teleport is up in just a few seconds. Can't say the same for XPEK on cooldown for now, and he's going to be the guy trying to hold him, but he will never be able to duel him 1v1. It's always going to be Pekka waiting for the wave at his tower, so then Godby can always move first, set up the play with his team. He's obviously going to be the main engager, honestly, jumping in together with TBQ and trying to get that backline of Origin.
So LGD making moves. Like I said last time, this game at 33 minutes was 51,000 apiece between these two teams. It resulted in a huge fight, and that was the only reason it swung towards Origin's favor. So LGD pretty much has OG's number if you look at that last match.
It's very true. One thing that we do have to keep in mind, though, is that if Origin beats KT in their next game, they are still first place in the groups regardless of the results here. So there might be an element of trying to save some strategies. Remember the way Origin has had pretty much a unique strategy against every team they've played so far in groups. Absolutely. And now playing 2 back-to-back games, there's a chance they have a almost better game plan coming into the KT game. But at the same time, there's still a penalty for losing this game. It means if they lose to KT, they don't get to play a tiebreaker match. And they are in huge danger of losing that right now, since LGD is snowballing their split push 1-3-1 competition, and there is no one who can really match the split push very well on the side of Origin.
They talked a little bit about expectations, or Peke did, coming in and how there were none. Well, coming into the second week, there are definitely some expectations now. You have a 3-0. So the pressure does start to weigh on your shoulders just a little bit.
Luckily for them, as you just said here, they are guaranteed to get out of groups no matter what and get into the bracket stage. Let's see what happened in bottom. TPQ.
Nice juke.
Misses.
Pulls in the Fate's Call with Slicing Maelstrom on. I like it. They're going to keep going, though. Godby onto Amazing. The exhaust from Midi onto Godby immediately. That's not going to help with the collateral damage flying over his shoulder. They are now going to take down Imp. Here comes the TP from Soaz. Do they take down Imp? That's the unstoppable force that's required to do so. And LGD scrap out a fight 3 for 2.
3 for 3 in the end.
You're right.
Midley just face-checking straight into Flame here. Again, LGD are the ones starting the fight.
Yeah.
TPQ, though, missing his ulti at first.
Huge bloodbath here, but even though it's 3 for 3, LGD comes out well ahead since Origin had to use both teleports there, while LGD now has double teleport advantage in which they can force plays. Interesting how Peke teleported for a really good flank opportunity, but then was met by Flame and got zoned out. Flame is playing much better this game.
Yeah.
Can't say the same about this initiation from TBQ.
He wanted the tower. He wanted the tower.
Let's call it a zoning ultimate.
For the homies.
Then he zones more by taking auto attack. Really, he did nothing this fight, but it was carried late by Flame and Godby.
Look how late the TP is going to be from Soaz as well. I'm not sure if he's expecting LGD to keep chasing or what's going to happen, but he joins in now.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think Soaz thought the team had that fight and had great split push position in the top lane. He was hoping to force a teleport out of LGD, but when Peke got cut off by Flame, they had to ad-lib because they were actually going to lose the fight, and the teleport was there as an equalizer.
Well, this is actually where a lot of teams can learn what Origin does to adapt, if they are, to get back into this one, trying to open up that present that is mid lane so they can get themselves into the jungle for some deep rewards, something they have lacked all game, really on their side of the map.
Once
Just
again,
sitting
though,
there.
the fight we see happening
Yeah.
is down towards Origin's base. Because LGD, again, are having control of the map. They're the ones who can roam without using teleports. Flame moved beforehand, didn't have to wait. He knew what was going to happen because they were the ones engaging, and that makes it so difficult for Origin again and again. They have done their best now trying to at least go even in these fights. Source probably wish he was going to join a little bit earlier. Maybe he could have saved someone, but in the end, 3v3, now Dragon for LGD as well.
LGD going for Dragon. Gotta be Mithy in the top lane. Looks like there are going to be a few. Three's a crowd here. Amazing.
Well, he's going to try and kill one.
Niels, he was running at Niels. He knew that might be the kill. Very nicely played on that side, but they kill Mithy here. Godvi may go for that valiant kill before he goes down. They are able to slice him out. This is going to be a kill. Double kill for Flame. If he can keep getting that on Amazing, it's going to be a triple, but here comes the command protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing doesn't get the dodge in, and Flame going huge. PYL now coming in.
Origin needs
Is
to
this
run.
an I think I can situation, or can LGD really pull this into their favor? It looks like they can. Soaz now in that I think I can spot, and he very well cannot. He has to flash out, and he's going to be to safety.
This just goes to show the danger of trying to force a fight when the opponent has double teleport available. The idea of attacking one person that has a teleport is sound, but they didn't account for the second. They knew LGD was down at the Dragon, but they took too long trying to deal with Godvi and Flame. You really saw how powerful Godvi and Flame are at this stage in the game, and once Imp and PYL arrived, it
Is that
turned
11
to
stacks on
disaster.
PYL for a Magi's?
I will confirm it is 10.
10.
Right
Good enough. Good enough.
Yeah, plus they're the only team to get a Dragon this game.
Yeah.
You can see the burst coming out of Godvi's Diana is pretty unmanageable for Origin right here, as well as now the 4-kill Olaf, who's just ignoring any of the zoning crown control Origin is trying to put out.
The replay.
again.
Obviously, again, Origin knowing they can just try and trade
Oh
one
my
kill
word.
for the Dragon, but with how hard it is to take down just one guy, beautiful combos from Godwi, getting double ulti onto Nils, and then obviously the TP advantage for Flame. And then now we can see how both teams are trying to send everyone up there to help, but because these two guys have already taken out two of them and even take out Amazing with the last axe in the air.
Why turn around?
Well, because
Tried to juke it.
he put himself against the wall, so if he kept running, actually, Flame was going to hit him with that axe anyway. It was beautiful aim by Flame, and he would have had to juke backwards even sooner.
Fear you may be correct.
It's nice to be like, he should have just dodged it. Well,
Yeah.
it was really well played.
So Origin will now have, funny enough, their TP advantage because both Peke and Source will have theirs ready. So this is their chance to avoid the 1-3-1 from LGD, and if Flame is sitting and split pushing, you put Source up there against him, and you try and force a play on Godwi again. So you have a 5 versus 4. It can be one of the only ways for you to really get back into the game right now, at this moment, because we know how strong LGD are with their side lanes, and if we just keep getting this 1-3-1 split push, well, LGD is just going to take it home.
I wonder if this would happen again. Bring back the Diana. Used to see it back in NA when Scar would take the long lane to himself and just split push it out. Godvi earned himself with that teleport still, making it his own.
And I hate to
It
keep
is his
saying
own.
it, but before the group stage started, this is the type of play we're expecting from Godvi.
Absolutely.
Split pushing
Right.
monster, 1v3, hard to take down, strong lane, turret dives mid, LGD gets a big lead and starts beating people with overpowered
Oh my
solo
word.
lanes.
Bye-bye.
It's just the first game where LGD did not completely mess up the lane swap and fall super far behind early on, as we have seen in so many other games they've played at this tournament. Now, they were even slightly ahead in some experience. If you look at Flame, if you look at, obviously, Godri, because he got that kill in the mid lane.
It also was a instance of TBQ not going for anything hard within the lane's beginning. He was in vision, but he was always hovering Godvi, always there for a counter, always there for safety. They didn't put themselves in a bad spot this game, as they usually do, with trying to go too hard early. Kind of just fell in their lap this time, and it seems that they can adapt once they have it.
I would have preferred to see Source against Flame on the top side, but Origin might just say he's the only guy who can maybe survive on the tower against Godvi. There's no hourglass yet for Peke, so he wouldn't really be able to stop the double Diana engage, jumping in on him in the one-on-one. But we haven't been able to see Origin use that TP advantage at all. So we're gonna get LGD back in the driving seat. They can start split pushing once again, push down every single wave, and then now we start looking at Dragons and Barons as the next move for both.
Yeah, LGD will continue to try and split push and keep the pressure up, which they are oh so good at. But for Origin, it is really about stalling the game right here. This is where Origin has to get creative. They've been so creative throughout this group stage, maneuvering around in the mid and late game with even to gold leads, but now it's going to be even more difficult with a 6,000 gold deficit. The one thing they do have on their side is they have an Orianna who just finished death cap for pretty good wave clear, and the fact that LGD actually has very poor siege. It means that if they can get the wave clear, they can get the right wards down, and if they can avoid getting dove, Origin can actually pull this one out pretty long.
Godfrey will be able to dive someone 1v1 very, very soon for himself. He's going to be strong enough to do it, or at least this time try and poke them away, force Origin to always go back to base and heal. And again, it just buys so much time for LGD to then make that aggressive play on the map. Or might even say, you know what, we just start building up some dragons. It's sadly very late for them because there's only one dragon for them 24 minutes in. So it's Baron instead. LGD needs to look at and say, Origin, come at us. You need to come fight us and stop this Baron, but that gives us that open team fight where we're going to be so much stronger because our Diana and our Olaf right now are super, super
And the only thing stopping, I guess, just the Diana is that exhaust for Mithy. So once that's down, it is free reign for everybody.
Yeah, and with how Godvi so seamlessly uses the Crescent Strike with his Lunar Rush, you almost can't exhaust in time because the damage arrives instantaneously. They're trying to catch him.
Oh, Imp going collateral damage right back at him, but it's more of an execute. A little bit of front-end damage there. Looks like Flame is going to be onto Amazing. That could be a long chase down. It's going to be another fight on the other side of the map. Soaz gets popped in. That's not the tank they want. And it looks like it fizzles out for here. Whoa, Mithy actually goes down. That's what we were talking about, or Deficio, that's what you just said. Somebody's getting zeroed out.
And he used the exhaust too. It's just an example of how you can't really stop Godvi's damage because he does most of it from beyond your exhaust range. So you're only exhausting after the majority of his burst has come out. And they now lose the exhaust as well as Mithy once again.
So that window to fight becomes even stronger now for LGD. I'm sure they'd love to take this, but have to watch the unstoppable force and Shockwave coming in. Doesn't even look like it's going to be a problem.
No, Origin won't have the damage to take them down after already losing Mithy. And really this Kennen pick, so much of Kennen Kalista is built around the laning phase, being bullies right there, and take that lead that into the mid game and have these big explosive team fights. That laning phase was never really there for Origin due to the lane swap. And then also this Janna pick for PYL. We just saw it in action. He was standing behind, or he was standing at the Raptors, using ulti just to slightly shoot Mithy away, allowing him to then back down towards their own jungle and buy time. And they couldn't even take down an AD carry on the side of Origin. They're going for Godby now.
Well, pretty ambitious.
Right next to him.
Pretty ambitious here from OG. Looks like they're going to have to back off onto that one. Trying. Ultimate down onto Godby, but you see just how big he is right now. Didn't even really take that much damage from the rest of Mithy, and so as a follow-up.
And there's a really small amount of damage in this Origin team composition, especially when behind. Pretty much all of their compositions to this point have had Soaz on a carry.
See how it's that.
Yeah, we'll get to see. So he took a fair bit of damage from Imp already.
PYL shoots two of them away, so Mithy didn't get the full damage of it, so it wouldn't have killed him anyway.
And he'd already used exhaust on him, so I can correct what I'm saying here, but I don't think it would have mattered.
Oh.
But this right here is the key thing when it comes to the split pushing. Notice how Godby's there so much faster than Pekka because he can move first with the wave pushed all the way down to the inhibitor turret. And then that also means for Pekka, he can't follow. Because if you blindly walk into the Diana, you're going to die. So he has to wait and wait and wait until he spots him on the wards, and therefore he will always be a step behind. And obviously Orianna needs to be there instantly. So you have that wombo combo with the Malphite Shockwave, because that's going to be the majority of your damage if you are Origin. So they can't afford to send anyone down to stop the split push.
I'd say it's looking pretty grim for Origin right now. The way Godby is snowballing, the fact that Imp is also very well equipped on Graves to continually outduel Niels, and also the fact that PYL is there to stop a lot of the wombo combo. He can disrupt some of the piling on of CC. He's great pick against Kennen, can disengage him very adequately, and because of the 11 stacks on the Soul Stealer, as well as the Mikhails being completed, if someone does get focused, he's very likely to stop them from back.
Everything working out for LGD here as they play a bit of spoiler. OG not ready for this game coming in. Looks like they were definitely taken by surprise. Still a composition that they've run before. within this tournament, but it is not working the same way. Peke did not have his start with Amazing, and so has fallen a little too, not even far behind, but not as big as he needs to be to get these fights going and keep them going.
Gotta be just TP'd in behind him. He's going for Nils.
Flash out of Niels. Looks like they may still want to fight. Moonfall goes down, but nobody gets caught in that.
It's a good trade for Origin, at least. You trade Flash on your AD carry for the TP on Godby. I think I say it's a good fight, a good trade, just because how important teleport is for that split push. Normally, you never want to give up that Flash as an AD carry.
But as far as the context of this Baron fight, if they're able to force it, it's actually really bad for Niels because he won't be able to flash away the next time Godby tries to zero in on him. As far as the split push goes, I completely agree. But right now, Order's going to have to play with a flashless AD carry.
Not going to be easy when they're getting pressured around Baron and losing quite a bit of vision. They have the exit path right now of LGD, so things are going to be safe. They can hold their breath for now, but it is not going to get any easier unless they start stepping up. The Zanyas will definitely help for Mithy. He won't become as much of a target as close to being finished.
But a Baron call for LGD without any split pushing pressure could be also the way back for Origin. Because once you have these guys stuck in the Baron pit, taking some damage from it, that's where the Malphite kicks in, that's where the Shockwave kicks in. We've seen it before in this tournament as well, how effective that can be. So with no TP on Godby for now, again, it just buys a little bit of time for Origin.
It's basically what changed the last game, except for not an Annie.
Very, very true.
Yep. And no Vladimir.
And no Vladimir.
Yeah.
No Emo play.
Before the big fight came in, before Godby did the teleport in, I was talking about how Soaz has been on damage dealers for most of Origin's successful games, which makes some of their late game strategies very well, as they're kind of outscaling in damage, and then their creative use of shot calling in the mid and late game can find them fights, and they've been very good at dodging initiations. Yep. Normally it's really hard for super squishy teams to dodge initiations and teams with strong front lines, but Origin's been able to do that. Now that they're picking a more conventional team, really old school actually, with Malphite and Orianna, it is diminishing their damage, and it also means that Soaz's flank as far as damage scaling is greatly diminished, and it's more on Peke to deal the damage.
And we need to keep an eye on this bot lane all the time, because LGD is doing what they were known for in the LPL. Always setting up that slow push with the minions while you're baiting around the Baron. So you have two fronts you have to defend on if you're Origin. Luckily, again, in the double teleport meta, it's a bit easier to deal with, because you can always just have Peke sitting here. But it's still 4 seconds where he's not there. And if he's not there once Malphite goes in, again, that wombo combo dies out. So he has to TP in very early to fight for this one.
What's the ward that he wants? Peke seems like he's coming to the backside with the team, so they're all coming from the same spot. Now LGD has that teleport, and they can do whatever they want.
And that's why they just start the Baron. It's fairly safe. You disengage as soon as you see the TP, so you can now set up the wave one more time. And it's not there. They're stunning it one more time, because Peke canceled his teleport.
Yeah, that's strange that he didn't actually go in, but he'll make it there in time still.
They may be able to push mid lane here for Origin. They have the wave with Peke coming up. Need to worry about the flank, though.
He's got to be careful to conserve his mana in case there's an upcoming fight. With no teleport up, he's at about 1/3. So the last thing you want to do as Orianna is shield the Malphite going in and not have enough mana to do the alt-W combo. You should hold off on casting.
Good job by Mithy. Throwing shurikens, just staying on the edge of LGD's sightline there to make sure he could figure out where some of the wards were placed if they needed sweeping. Clears the pink as well, but they give up the bottom side of the map. You can see the dragon, and that will be dragon number 3 for LGD 32 minutes into the game.
And this would normally be the opening. Oh, Nils, he's going to walk straight into them.
They didn't even really have enough vision down here. They may have seen him come from one of the sides and then predicted he was still there without seeing an exit, but LGD just go into a dark side of the map and rock out Niels.
Really big mistake from Niels, uncharacteristic for him so far at Worlds, and this gives a huge opening for LG to try and take more advantage.
Mithy caught where he does not want to be. That Zanya's just used. Looks like he'll be an easy kill coming back up. Amazing gonna have to flash over the wall as Soaz is just ground pounded right now, trying to deter them from going any farther. LGD doesn't want turrets. They're gonna try to focus on whatever they can get objective-wise toward that Baron.
Just about to say this could be the small chance for Origin to get a pink ward down near Baron, but instead they're just getting...
This is a cat and mouse.
Just getting caught out left and right. Nils walking to that bottom lane, not expecting LGD to just go straight over the wall and kill him. Also with that big wave bot lane, he was saying to himself, okay, they're gonna go back, take the wave on the bottom side, push it back out, they're not gonna go for my red buff. But LGD, you have the control now. Suddenly you don't feel the pressure anymore. You're not really playing for anything. You just try and show what you can do.
Hey man, you want a red buff? Who cares?
Really want a red buff.
And he goes for red buff. He ends up winning the game because they find Niels in the jungle, transition into a bunch of
That's value of a red buff.
That is value right there. You know, could take advantage, could play it safe, or I could invade the enemy jungler because they're so superior. No matter who they ran into invading that jungle, it was probably going to be safe.
And Niels getting Kalista did surprise me. Coming into today, 23 KDA on that team, still letting him have it as he flies under the radar. But it seems like as the team starts to fall of Origin, the members also kind of follow suit in that sense. Nobody's really being a huge standout carry right now.
No, and it really was just such a big problem for Origin after that lane swap, how because again, we had different members on different sides, like Amazing was on top side near source for a potential counter gank. It opened up for LGD so easily just to walk into that jungle and take full control and setting up that dive on Pekka in the mid lane. Amazing is going in now.
Amazing hits the Agony's Embrace. Mithy trying to get his ult down. Zanya's will not be used before he goes down. Amazing now the focus of Godby, but he's forced to get out of there. A good hit by Niels. The Ren does not get a kill. And there are 3 huge members. TBQ, Imp, and Flame just running down the path of jungle here. Not a safe turret to be at right now for Origin, and they are just going to get sideswiped here. Both sides coming from LGD. 1 goes down. That's actually 2 already for OG. As Amazing heads for the hills. They're going to get Niels, and Origin can't even find safety under their own turrets right now.
LGD is just so far ahead. They were the ones pushing up. Origin said, okay, we might have to just go for an engage here to stop the push with the Baron buff. But we just see how hard it is. They were hitting Godby, the mid laner, all the time, and he didn't even go down.
Yeah, Imp is untouchable right now. Godby is playing really well on Diana, and Flame is having quite a successful all-off game as well. I am happy for LGD to find this moment and have a strong game of Worlds because it's been looking so hopeless for them in the first 4 matches.
First time I see him show off the logo.
He hasn't really had a reason.
Now he has 8-1 and 4.
Seems pretty polished now.
Oh, we're about to go 0-4. Logo. No, man.
Yay, look at us.
They're beating they're about to hand Origin their first loss at Worlds.
It's got to be bittersweet too.
Not a lot of people expecting it to be an upset that LGD is beating Origin. But right now, that is the case. Man, look at this guy spamming the logo.
LGD's the king of upsets. We were calling all 3 of their losses in the group stage upsets, and then we decided, you know, you're 0-3. We're no longer allowed to call it an upset if they lose. Now it's an upset when they win. Congratulations, LGD.
Well, here's that time that these 2 teams were tied at 51,000. Definitely a different story coming in here. LGD with a choose-your-own-adventure book on this run-through. 36 minutes, so as getting a little body slam there. TBQ wiping off the sweat, getting ready for another go. Throws out some Gatorade. And it looks like they are just going to haterade right now. It's killing wards, going in for the turret. Tanking it up flame, why not? He has no reason not to. He is gigantic right now. Sterix, that Black Cleaver. He's even got the Spirit Visage finished up so he doesn't get nailed by Slicing Maelstrom or that Shockwave. These guys are ready and prepared. Items ahead and surplus to take these fights over OG. That's what we're seeing.
PYL's got 16 stacks on Soul Stealer and 2 of the major components for Rabadon's Death Cap. I'm ready to see some AP Jana. With the way, like, there's too many targets for Origin to try and focus right now. They want to kill Godby, but Olaf, when he ults into the team, is an immediate focus target. Otherwise, he's going to run you down. Imp is raining terror from the back line. So it's really smart of PYL actually to go full squishy AP damage, because if Origin wastes a lick of damage onto the Janna, the other 3 giant threats are going to kill him.
I am afraid that Origin, no matter what they do right now, will not have the damage. So you just aim for that Janna, remove some of those stacks.
Get a kill.
Get the kill.
Lose the game. But you got the kill.
You got the kill, so I say worth. You didn't get 20 stacks. That's the goal for Origin in this game. Avoid 20 stacks.
Zyrena's talking on the analyst desk. Zyrena's talking on the analyst desk. When you achieve your goals, you need to set new goals. Well, maybe if you fail your goals, you also need to set new goals, because it's nice to achieve something.
And it's a simple one, because if Source use ulti on PYL, Shockwave, there's no flash. I'm seeing it.
Obviously, Origin can still achieve their goals in first place in this group stage. They've achieved so much, and this loss doesn't actually punish them that heavily if they don't close out to win, because their next game against KT, a win will still give them first place in the group. It's very important to keep in mind, and it looks like, as far as player cams are concerned, Origin is not taking this game very hardly the defeat
Sure,
at least.
and that's the key thing because they play right after this again, so they're going to stay on stage. You just have to kind of reset your mentality, your mindset here. Look at your pick and ban phase once again. Is there anything you want to change? Because maybe you weren't too happy with the way you were drafting. Obviously, it's going to be different against KT. But really for Origin, it's just about saying this game doesn't matter at all for you. And I'm sure the players know that. They were so happy after beating Team Solo Mid and securing that 4-0 and getting into the bracket stage.
Definitely a game that Peke was not able to super control mid. Godby didn't go off in mid lane, but he has been a huge part for LGD's success throughout this one. Imp as well, cleaning up those kills, also getting a few for himself. And here, as I said, under the turrets isn't even safe. They're taking out the turrets, they're taking out Origin. Niels gets the Fate's call in. I don't know if you're going to throw yourself back in. Maybe he makes the right choice and he puts himself in base, but it's also in range of Godby. He was just waiting to see where the hamster went. This could be a triple kill. It is as he brings in the Crescent Slash. Niels throws up the emblem, trying to give some pride to the team, and what a game coming in. Imp gets another one, 9-2 and a 6 on the game with that Graves, and they're going to be going for the Nexus turrets.
Flame using the passive, man. Look at that Olaf player.
First Nexus turret goes down, the LGD flare goes out. They will not go 0-6 in the group stage. LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Yeah, and this is probably the result that Flame wanted to have on his Worlds debut. Imp, a smile after all of the pain he's had to undergo so far at Worlds.
Leave it up
Feels
to the
good
heavens.
to have LGD get a win.
Just leave it up to the heavens, says Imp. Another prayer answered in 40 minutes.
Obviously, this also means that LGD's final game against TSM could put TSM to last place in the group or LGD not to finish last place. It also means Spawn has managed to select every single LGD game improperly as far as predictions go.
Throwing him under the bus?
He calls a win in 4 of their losses, and as soon as he jumps off the bus, they're like, well, now it's so light, we can drive around really freely and we're going to win the game. And they achieve victory, so good for them.
You just need that negative aspect, that false sense of security. You get it back.
LGD just wants to prove him wrong. That's it. They just want to prove him wrong.
We'll do that.
Every
You know that
time.
person on the English language broadcast that casts our league sometimes? He just lost faith. Let's prove him wrong. I think there was more to this one.
Great game, though. I mean, from LGD right here. They played out really well in the lane swap. They set up that dive in the mid lane for Godby. Went back to something that has worked for them. They didn't really play around Flame, even though he had a good game on the Olaf. It was about snowballing mid first, and then get your split push going. The team that started playing Diana mid with TP, they use it again, and it works fantastic for Godby and the rest of the team.
So looking forward now, Origin, well, a little flustered, we could see them discussing, really focusing on this next match.
Gotta shake it off.
Shake it off. Still showing quite a bit out of the champion pools. Peke has actually been running the Orianna teleport quite a few times, so maybe it's the save for something else. We've already seen him go back to a Nivea TF, the Vladimir in the top lane, some Season 1 champion comfort. But that definitely looks like it could put a stick in the spokes for what's going to happen here for OG.
I still do think here for Origin, they have to look at this early game and just quickly talk over like what went wrong, how could we allow them to just dive our mid laner, what could we have done different?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what the team is talking about now. And then just needs to be fixed in 15 minutes, basically, before the KT game, so the same mistake won't happen, because they're obviously watching this game, they're looking at what was going on, and maybe they found an opening, even though they're playing the next game already.
Yeah, KT got to watch that entire game. I'm expecting a much different drafting phase from Origin. Like, they had shown the mid lane teleport Orianna so many times throughout this group stage. Like, you can see teams are finding the holes of, oh yeah, he has no second defensive summer spell. Let's kill him in lane. That's happened 2 out of 3 times now.
The thing for Origin with this pick and ban phase is Kalista first pick was not a surprise. I mean, we're going to see that very often. Kennen came in, it did the same in the last game because it's a flex pick. So that was the same once again. Obviously, a lot of jungle bans happened in this game, and Gragas was picked away, forcing Amazing onto a new jungler on the Evelynn. Didn't have much of an impact. But a lot of the early picks could very well be the same. It's just if Origin can play different with these picks, because Kennen and Kalista rely so much on that 2v2 lane. They didn't get it in this game. They could never really be that bully. So it had 0 impact, also because P well could pick Janna into it.
One interesting thing, though, is they knew exactly who Solas was going to be laning against in the Olaf. And oftentimes, Origin has made sure that Soaz has a stronger split pushing threat in the game. It's one of the ways they generate most of their plays with double teleport, but that's not something you're ever going to be getting with the Malphite.
No.
And they knew that they were picked into that matchup because Malphite was the last champion Origin actually selected, and the last choice on LGD's side was Diana. So I would have expected them to flex the Kennen up to the mid lane into Olaf. At least he can bully early.
Yeah, but you don't want to run that because, especially after level 6, Olaf just ignores your ult and he just takes you out completely.
That's a wrong
As
analysis.
a Kennen player, I don't like that matchup. Now let's head over to Shox in the interview lounge for more on LGD's first win at Worlds.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined by the AD carry Imp after LGD finally securing that first victory. And receiving the applause from the guys here as well. Imp, in this game, you guys played phenomenally. You honestly played like we had expected LGD to play. What made it finally come out in this game?
임프 선수 일단 첫 승리를 축하드리고요. 오랜만에 같이 인터뷰하네요. LGD가 이제 본인의 경기력을 보여줄 때까지 너무 많은 시간이 걸렸는데 많은 사람들이 예상한 그런 LGD의 그런 탑 클래스 경기력. 근데 왜 이렇게 많은 시간 동안 고생하다가 이렇게 첫 승리 거뒀는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 그 중국에서 경기를 치를 때도 그 정규 리그에는 한 6등, 5등으로 끝내놓고 나머지 남은 거에 이제 플레이오프 시작돼서 천천히 올라가는 슬로우 스타터라는 이름이 있었거든요. 솔직히 이런 걸 변명으로 하기엔 좀 뭐하고 준비 안 했는데 이제 와서 열심히 하니까 그래도 지금이나마 잘 하게 될 수 있는 것 같아요. 하게 된 것 같아요.
Even back in China, we were called a very slow starter. We would do like 5th or 6th place during regular season and climb up that playoff. So I know it's a bad excuse, but I think that also worked here. Like we didn't prepare as well during the very first week. But yeah, I think we're a very slow start at that kind of point.
A bit too slow of a start. And well, Imp, honestly, I had expected to interview you a couple of times throughout the tournament. And I want to go back to a video we saw of you before the tournament where you said, I hope that I won't be the one crying this time. And then today we saw you saying, it's up to the heavens. It strikes me as a very non-Imp thing to say for a world champion. Where did that come from?
사실 저희는 인투 선수를 좀 더 자주 인터뷰할 줄 알았는데 이번 대회 도중에 좀 더 시간 돌리자면 대회 전에 이제 사전 인터뷰 영상에서 인프 선수가 이번 대회 동안 내가 안 울었으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 했었고 어제 그러니까 이번 또 인터뷰에서도 하늘에 모든 걸 맡기겠다라고 얘기를 했었는데 사실 인프 선수다운 발언이 되게 약한 모습이고 월챔 우승자 출신이라고 하기에는 되게 약한 모습인데 왜 그런 멘트를 하셨는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
제가 제 실력에 대해 잘하니까 그런 것 같아요. 제 실력에 대해 자신감이 없어가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
I think it came from lack of my own confidence, my performance.
Is that something you think you can build up again looking at next year? And what will it take?
내년에는 그러면 어떻게 하면 다시 그런 자신감을 다시 쌓아갈 수 있을지 좀 계획을 얘기해 주세요.
제가 한국 팀이랑만 하면 너무 약해지는 것 같은데 한국 팀 원딜이랑 안 하면 제가 잘할 것 같아요.
I think as long as I avoid playing against Korean teams and Korean ADCs, I'll be okay.
All right, we'll see that happens. Finally, though, I do want to get a little more information out of you. Who do you think, seeing how you won't have to play any of them anymore, are the number 1 and number 2 team in the tournament right now, and why?
그럼 마지막 질문으로 이제 더 이상 대회에 이제 출전하지 않으시니까 인프 선수는 객관적인 그 평가를 했을 때 지금 대회에서 가장 강한 두 팀이 어디를 생각되는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희 팀 말하면 SKT랑 가장 강한 두 팀은 SKT랑 쿠 타이거즈요.
SKT and the Crew Tigers, still rooting for those Korean teams. Well, thank you very much. Awesome to talk to you as always. Imp, now guys, back to the desk.
Thank you, Shox. LGD finding their first win there. I think most importantly, we have to note what Jat pointed out is that Spawn over here jumps off of the LGD bandwagon, and then LGD decides to run him over with it.
And then they reversed a couple of times as well. Like, that was a very heavy hit, but thank goodness for LGD. Like, they went back to their guns. PWOW literally picked TBQ up, took him to the mid lane, got Godby the kill, and they ran their split pushing style. And one thing that I will point out about this team, they haven't had a good Worlds, but their allocation of farm that game, you saw that every single carry on the team got equal amount of farm. This is what the team was famous for in China, because you see eventually Niels has to fall behind because they can only give farm to 2 people, the 2 split pushers that are going up against Flame and Godby, and then Imp just runs over the game. It was really good to watch, but in saying that, it's way too late and Origin really had nothing to play for.
Yeah, this was them picking up those side waves and having that wave manipulation on those carries, but also the skirmishes, the diving, very heavy. PYL got a ton of action that game, and he was even playing Janna. He's not playing this type of dive-in champion. And we saw them grouping up very early sometimes, and they were playing around the Diana, and I really, really like that. They unlocked Godby, and then he became this gigantic threat.
And PYL was famous for Janna. He was the first Chinese support that people really gave credit to Janna for. They're known as heavy engage. He's a great disengaged support. Where has this been the whole tournament?
Yeah. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Hasn't been here for the tournament. Want to hit Origin real quickly, Yamato, because as was mentioned, they've got to hop right back onto stage, go up against KT. At this point now, with that loss, it's win or lose, first or second place. They can't force a tiebreaker now because of that loss. So mentality-wise, you've only got 15 minutes as a coach. You know, what are you stepping up on the stage? What's Hermit telling them right now to make sure that they can get back in line for a win against KT?
I'm pretty sure they prepared for KT already, like, more heavily than they did for LGD, because they couldn't really, like, I think they had low expectations of LGD, and also on top of that, the KT game would be the deciding game, no matter what, if they won this game or not. So in the end, I feel coming into the game against KT, like in this game, I think Origin's way of, when they fall behind, I feel like they struggle, because in most games that they've had like these advantages in their game, they find it easy to transition it, especially with the Kalista. But the Graves came in, and it kind of is a good matchup against the Kalista, which was very interesting to see come in.
Now, Spawn, big thing that was pointed out as well was the fact that Soaz was taken off of a carry, especially after they had seen that the Olaf was going to be going top lane. Do we expect him to fall back onto something that he's a little bit more pressure on?
100%. I think that the triple threat unlocks Niels, who's the most important member for me on this Origin roster. And Mithy actually does a very good job of starting the fights and then disengaging when he needs to. So they have enough out of that position for me in the support to really get it done. I expect them to play much more aggressive triple threat style.
We'll have a little more time to talk about that game on the other side of the break. Earlier, we opened up our expertise to you with the hashtag #AskTheDesk. So let's turn to Twitter and see what you want to know. First up, @KeeganHolm writes, will the amount of champion diversity in champion picks thin out later on in the tournament? An important statistic to note. To this point in time, there have been 68 unique champions picked. That's compared to 59 across the entirety of Worlds last year. So we already have a more diverse Worlds than last year. But how do you guys expect this to trend?
Well, that's also half of the champions in League of Legends, exactly. So I feel like this is going to trend as we get into quarters. There's going to be less teams, less strategies all over the place. And I feel like we'll see a meta kind of settle in. Maybe it'll be like, Tom Kench this game, Tom Kench that game, right? So I feel like we'll see less and less of that as time goes on.
Like, personally, I feel like, as you said, the meta will settle simply because everyone will take ideas from the teams that have drafted properly. But I still feel like the teams, for example, Ku Tigers, I feel like a team like Ku Tigers have saved a lot of things coming into the quarters. So I'm expecting some picks, maybe a Soraka, maybe people play more Veigar, something in that kind of taste.
Yeah, I think there are a couple left. I look at Zillion, I look at maybe even an Ezreal or a Corki. They're the ones to me that haven't been played yet and can potentially make it, but I think that we're starting to get towards the bottom of that barrel.
All right, well, on the topic of the World's meta, Je suis Pepe Le Pew asks, what is the best mid-late game strategy to combat double or even triple TP comps? Are we going to see any triple TP comps? He knows something we don't know. He knows something.
It's like in the late game, like teleport as a summoner scales very, very hard, because if you fall behind with the teleport, it kind of shows that you struggle, as in the game against Origin LGD. But if you fall, like if you come out ahead with TP, of course it looks good. But what I want teams to do is do the TSM approach. Go with champions that have stuns, because in the mid lane, if they're going with the TP, they're going to lack the cleanse. Annie is good against the Syndra and pressure that mid lane early on.
So we actually had a pretty smart top laner in the OPL that did something really cool, which is he gets his support to start a Banner of Command minion very far back, and because it's a lot of mid laners, you burn the top laner teleport, and then the mid laner can't actually deal with the Banner of Command minion, and it runs over the base. So I'm expecting teams to itemize a little bit better against mid laners that start this summoner spell by using an item like Banner of Command to try and combat the waves.
Yeah, so the question is about mid and late game, but I also want to cover early game too. So late game and mid game, I would pick hard engaged type champions so that you can force team fights on the people who aren't there. When people are saying go to the source of a teleport, sometimes it's better to just engage on the people and try to blow people up that aren't with the teleport. But during the early game as a jungler, I like to go towards the mid lane. I like to go towards the person who doesn't have that defensive summoner, like the Orianna that we've been seeing. Blow them up, take a support and a jungler, go towards that lane, shut them down. And that's how you deal with Twisted Fates as well. You try to get them early, but then you also try to get to places before them as well. So that's how you combat that in the early game, and I think that's a big part to snowball it, because if the TP gets ahead, then you can't split push with multiple people if they're ahead against you, so it becomes a big problem.
Fair enough. Well, we'll see if any of the teams decide to take the expert advice on this desk. We need to take a quick break, but the battle in pairs continues with Origin versus KT Rolster. We'll be right back with more Worlds in just a moment.
Yay! The amount of wave participation in the crowd is at least like 95%.
The slicing Maelstrom cannot stop Flame and Imp coming in off the wing. And nice collateral damage, but there's the Wombo back in. They are now going to take down Imp. Here comes the TP from Zoas. Do they take down Imp? That's the unstoppable force that's required to do so. But here comes the Command Protect. Shockwave actually pulls him perfectly away, but he gets hit by the undertow. Amazing, doesn't get the dodge in. Both sides coming from LGD. One goes down. That's actually two already for OG. His amazing heads for the hills. Midi makes the right choice, and he puts himself in base. But it's also in range of Godby. He was just waiting to see where the hamster went. LGD finds themselves a win, and it will be over Origin.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship. In just a moment, Origin will return to the stage as they take on KT Rolster. Now, this game is going to be the deciding factor for which team comes out as the first seed and which team comes out as the second seed. A lot on the line in this game. I'm going to start with predictions here, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you to explain your thinking as we go down the line. Yamato, once again, we're starting with you.
So I'm going to choose KT simply because this time KT has red side, and I feel that the matchup between Someday and Soaz is favored in Someday's favor, of course, and Someday getting the counter pick is going to have a massive impact because last game we saw them face each other. They kind of just threw in the mid to late game. So I feel like if KT kind of solved that problem, I feel they have the edge.
Alrighty, Spawn?
Yeah, this was a harder game for me. I'm also going to go with KT. The reason being is I think that Niels and Mithy have now been shown that they are so much importance for their team, and I think the double teleport thing will start catching up with Origin a little bit as well now, just like it did for LGD. And I think that Someday's usage and his zoning of backline has only improved as the tournament went on. So I think that Someday is going to have, once again, another massive game, and the bottom lane of Origin is going to start becoming a huge focal point for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with KT on this one. I feel like even though they got out macroed last time, a lot of that was Nagne in the mid lane was not able to hold up on Echo. And I think that Echo is not something we're going to see again, and most likely for a lot of this tournament. I don't think it's a favorable pick there, and they wasn't able to get in a Kog'Maw composition. So Someday in the top lane, like Yamato was saying, I think is a key to victory here, and they're going to be able to exploit the rest of the map through that.
So no faith in Origin here on the
I have faith in them. I feel like Origin could take this home. There's a very high chance, and this was, like Spawn was saying, a very hard game to predict because these teams match up very well on paper.
All right, so the desk is slightly tilted in favor of KT.
I mean, LGD's been losing all tournament.
No, yeah, Spawn is just entirely tilted as an analyst. But the desk itself is tilted in KT's favor. It's time to see who will go to London as the first seed from Group D. So let's send it down to the casters and get this one underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. Great stuff on the day, guys. It's been amazing listening to you go back and forth, but we do have more games to go. Myself, Jat, and Deficio still here, and this now for OG means they have to kind of wipe the slate clean. Yep. They're still on blue side, but does that hurt? Nagne came out very big last game. He may get a counter pick that he wants coming into this pick and ban phase.
So Origin as a team really like to target ban. We saw TPQ receive the Lee Sin Rek'Sai treatment against Team Solo Mid. They banned away 3 mid laners. I think they're going to ban like a Zia against Nagne. Could even go for the Blanc ban potentially. Take a Lulu away as well on that blue side. Aim for him. Try and shut him down a little bit. We, of course, get Mordecai as a gangplank from KT. And then they could potentially get 1 target ban.
Yeah, week 1, Nagne was actually one of the weakest mid laners at Worlds. Statistically, he had massive CS discrepancy and wasn't doing damage in team fights when compared to the rest of his team. But today has been much different. He's had some really solid performances. He had something like an 80 CS lead over Godvi later into that game they played earlier today. And they have actually chose not to fully target ban. Well, they did target ban him. You're correct.
Sure. You get at least a Zia ban against him. Lulu, of course, a flex option. Would still expect that to go towards the mid lane. But it's a very standard blue side ban now because you don't always want to first pick it and then show your composition already with that first pick. Now, I like the Kalista ban from KT. Think still LG should have done that last game.
Yeah.
Means at least, obviously, 4 amazing.
Talking about how Niels is kind of flown under the radar here, but Spawn made a good point. You see how important Niels and Mithy are to the team. So once they do get hit a little bit, they can't start to produce results. Here in the picks and bans, Elise is picked up by Amazing. Allow some catches and starts in the early game here if he wants to go hard. We've seen him kind of power farm with that champion in the beginning of the game go.
Very, very smart top lane in these lane swaps. Knowing when to back away, don't want to risk himself getting killed 2v3, 1v3, whatever it is. But I think we also saw with Origin in the last game is when Mithy is not on the hard engage support, how that has to go over to someone else. This last game, it was over to Soaz. You talked about it in the game as well, how it kind of eliminated them from running triple threat composition. So I think getting an engaged champion for Soaz is very key for this team. Oh, sorry, for Mithy. It's very key because he's so good as well as timing when to go in.
And I think it's smart of KT to not pick Darius early against Origin. Origin has actually been saving when they're on red side their last pick so Soaz can pick a counter matchup, and getting rid of that advantage for Someday to actually pick a counter matchup to Soaz is huge. So even though Darius is up, because both Someday and Soaz are so good at counter picking, I don't expect the top laner to be picked until last for KT. Or they can just wait a little bit and hope that Origin shows their hand early.
Origin might want to just flex, again, the cannon. Obviously means you can't really pick your support at the same time because that would kind of ruin the whole purpose of it. And not expecting a cannon mid lane to happen. Another champ that's open, in this case, I'm only saying this because Jinx is here, is Tahm Kench. And I think the Tahm Kench Jinx combos we've seen so far have been very, very good because he kind of gives Jinx that extra mobility she needs to survive when the engage happens from the other teams, and also in the laning phase you kind of turn into a farm lane.
Yep.
I want to see if Peekaboo wants to play it. Also against the Thresh, I think it's a fine pick.
Yeah, so we've been doing a fair bit of talking about Tahm Kench versus Janna, and we thought like maybe why we weren't seeing Janna is because Tahm Kench was doing that job better. But I think there's a little bit of nuance to this, as the Darius actually is locked in, so there's still going to be the possibility for Origin to pick a counter matchup. But I feel like Janna is better against AoE teams because she can disrupt the Wombo combo, but Tahm Kench is much better against single target teams. Both are good defensive supports, but they have different strengths.
And Origin right now have a lot of single target CC to catch out members. The pick composition they're somewhat building with the Elise and the Thresh, very, very standard. That does allow the Tahm Kench to stop this guy from dying. Again, I don't know if KT wants to run it, but it's still fun to always look at some of these new support picks coming into the scene and where they start working in the meta.
They will lock in the Shen. Since week 1, we have not seen the Ninja take place back on the Rift, but it's actually going to be locked in here, meaning a support Shen for Peekaboo.
So 2 things KT are doing in this pick and ban phase. 1, they're getting ready to counter double teleport by having Shen support, so you can shut down what Origin used to beat KT in the last game.
Save that
obviously,
one guy that gets caught.
Yeah, exactly. The 1-3-1 split push and stop that one-on-one from ever really happening, so you have extra global pressure on your support. And by taking Darius, you have that last pick for Peekaboo, last pick for Nagne, in case a TF gets locked in from Xpeke here. So he might be able to get a good matchup, take a LeBlanc into it, take a Fizz into it or something, and try and kill him in lane.
I'd love to see Twisted Fate from Peke here. I think it's really important that they're able to focus down Someday in lane, but at the same time, and keep their AoE damage going. This is such a heavy magic damage team if they lock in these picks.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times today, honestly. I think the reason Origin does not want to go for Twisted Fate is because of Shen. They don't want to risk getting into a split push war against,
right away.
against a global support basically and double teleport potentially anyway on the side of KT. So he goes for the very safe option. Do you think Victor, after some of the nerfs happening to his early game, is not as safe as he used to be? And you can take quite a lot of lanes that can try and go for kills against him.
Yeah, I'd actually call him much more balanced. He runs into some mana problems if he tries to harass, because he used to be able to just wave clear as well as harass and then roam, but if he's using his wave clear now, he then doesn't have as much mana to hold off, and his scaling is much more gradual towards the late game. So I like the niche he's in as as you see, 17% pick. That seems about right.
Does you just take Veigar here? Blow up the entire team. Could go for Diana still. Teleport in the mid.
It's another good matchup for Diana. We saw Godfrey do the same in the last game. It's so difficult for these control mages to really pressure her early game. Again, she can start, if she wants to go full sustain, flask 3 potions. Even Dorn's Ring is okay into double potions as well. You have the TP for yourself, so you can sustain yourself in the lane early on and farm up that Nash's Tooth as your first item and then start becoming that split pushing threat really effectively. And you're so good at setting up these dives. So what you have now is a combo where a Shen support can easily join in when a Diana goes aggressive, and you can very easily dictate when do you want to fight. Do you want to shut down someone 1v1? Do you want to tower dive him? On the side of KT, and of course Darius is going to be the rock sitting in the other lane. But he's been counterpicked. Kennen is a good champion into Darius. You can keep the range, you can poke him there. Right. It's just very hard for you to kill him.
I think it's a great champion against Darius as long as they get to lane against each other. I think this will be a very lane swap heavy game. And on the topic of the mid lane picks, Peke versus Nagne, Victor versus Diana, I think that's an incredibly swingy matchup.
Sure.
Because Diana needs to fully engage onto Victor. If she can blow up Victor, she wins outright. But if she comes in to that range, she will get stunned in gravity field and then counter blown up by Victor. It really just depends on who gets a little bit ahead in that matchup.
We see the coaches shaking hands and heading off, leaving the teams now to fight for the first spot in Group D. Who's going to be able to grab it here? Origin or KT Rolster? Send your hashtags over to Twitter, hashtag OGWin or hashtag KTWin for who you think is going to come out into this game. OG a bit warmed up, trying to clean the slate. KT just had a chance to watch that game, and the first time that OG has faltered, maybe they know why, maybe they can replicate it. We'll have to see. We're about to be on the Rift. A very big game here for Group D to show us who will be that front runner.
Possibility of tiebreakers is no more. Winner of this game will definitely be first place. They have both secured a spot in the quarterfinals, but also if you're a second seed in the group, you have the possibility of having to face the undefeated SK Telecom in your first quarterfinal matchup, which neither of these teams want to have to do. KT had to face SKT in a best of 5, and that was a 3-0 in the finals over in the LCK for the summer.
Maybe you could get the Flash Wolves #1 seed coming out of Group A. So you're rolling the dice here. It could go very wrong, or maybe you could get a matchup. I think both these teams would look forward to playing against the Flash Wolves. We're going to have to see what happens, obviously.
You can't really predict anything this world. Everything has been blown wide open.
So
besides that C group.
About this early game here for Origin, they will very much like to have standard lanes. Getting Source into that one-on-one. He needs to be so careful, though.
So as going to have to blow a flash here over the wall. Do they follow? It's going to be Sunday. Epic
Head he did so late.
Misses. Flash for flash top.
As silly as it is to face check that brush, Origin wins that trade. The top laners are down flash. Arrow used his flash, and Peekaboo used both summoners. That was a 4-summoner for 1 exchange, and Origin still gets counter wards. They lucked out big time there.
And they now know KT's going to be in the top side. We just said it before, Origin wants standard lanes. KT does not. You don't want to face head-on against the cannon. Double range lane as well in the bottom lane for Origin versus Shen support. KT can be very happy if they get the 2v1, but look here, Origin already lane swapped. They're going to be spotted on this ward at the tower, but it's so late they moved through it that KT won't really be able to recall in time and get the 2v1 unless they just push out the wave with Jinx and then recall and swap the lanes around.
Looks like it's going to be Soaz to lane. We'll see Someday getting his level 2 in the jungle with Score, and then he'll head back down. Get that Darius matchup in the lane versus Kennen. Both their flashes are down, so definitely going to be keeping the range on the side of Soaz.
Nils is very late to this lane here. I think he's going to lose at least 1 or 2 minions.
It's also a bit of a strange open. That's not a double jungle going on for Origin.
Yeah.
Soaz is soaking minions in the bottom lane, and Amazing actually solo started the jungle on his side, so a little bit non-standard level 1 here.
That was actually a really great taunt, too, from Peekaboo, stopping the Relic for Mithy to get the ones that Niels couldn't reach, so even a little more pushing them back on their heels as they start off this lane. We'll see how everything pans out. Someday, going to get the blue as he takes it down to the bot lane. Score's not going to need that.
Okay, so KT is trying to give Someday a good lane, give him a blue buff, because he's going to have to spam the axe from max range to farm properly against his cannon.
Yeah, and the thing is, Soaz is going to get a good lane. He double jungled, and then the wave wasn't frozen on the bottom side, so he's getting the giant wave that Soaz pushed into the turret. That gives Someday an experience advantage in that bottom lane, where both members are flashless.
You're right.
Plus this top lane, since Niels was late to the experience war, is going to be losing that as well. Both side lanes are at a disadvantage currently for Origin.
Look at this. We haven't had this too much where both mid laners have that TP. So 1-1 backs, you're definitely going to try to get the advantage of getting back in time, getting yourself in the lead. Whoever uses it to the side lane, better work first.
Yeah, I really like that blue buff on Someday. Again, he has to sit and spam the max range axe to farm properly, so he needs it to keep up with Source. We might also see if Source keeps being a bully in this lane. We just have Score coming down for the first early gank and trying to at least force a flash. No, he doesn't even have flash from level 1. Score should definitely move down towards the bottom side. Amazing though is doing exactly the same.
Yep, both junglers actually need to mirror here. And it is really about who gets there first, specifically against a Rek'Sai. If Elise can get position, I'd actually love it if Amazing just stood still for a little while, because he's in undetected, and Rek'Sai won't expect the counter gank.
They saw Score on the ward here in the mid lane.
If Amazing moves around, but it's going to be a fight.
Here we go, and on Someday, uses the Decimate. He's actually going to try to run a bit towards Score. The teleport coming in from the top. That's mid, I'm sorry. Nagne is going to be hitting it. No mana there on him. He's trying to get the autos in. It will be Soaz going down, maybe. Apprehend's not going to be there. There's a slight bleed. He tries to dodge out in the zigzag and score, but he finally goes down. Amazing. Had to leave him.
I love how KT waited to get Someday that kill, knowing he needs it to win that 1v1 matchup against Soaz. Also, really clever pathing by Score to get down for that gank. Amazing thought he was safe because he really didn't expect a Rek'Sai coming in from that angle, and therefore wasn't afraid of a counter gank. But then the counter gank did arrive. There was no reason for Peke to match Nagne's teleport, since it would have been a lost 3v3 anyways, and it gives First Blood smartly over to KT.
It creates a big mismatch in the top laner teleports as well for further plays. Half up already for Someday. They're going to know Soaz will be down for a while.
Trying to trap Soaz again.
And that
still doesn't have flash.
This is exactly what they did to Peke when he blew his flash last game. Can't get in close enough though. KT is really trying to put the hurt on early.
And think about all this action in the bottom lane, and also Origin going in for that gank onto Someday. Darius wants this fight. He wants you to come at him and take the fight. Kennen is more sitting and poking you slowly down. So taking that 2v2, which it was expected to be, would almost always be very difficult for Origin to execute, because Darius benefits from taking the fight and not the poke.
I absolutely agree. Darius wins pretty much every 2v2 matchup, which means counter-ganking for Darius is exactly what you want to do, which is why I have to credit Score's pathing so heavily. Amazing was there first, but Score took a really clever path and was able to get a counter-gank from Origin's side of the map, which is why Origin was willing to engage on it, because they did not expect Score to be there.
You almost think they should, knowing the Scuttle was there, seeing him clear the pixel brush, and then not disappearing through Scuttle. Had a pathing somewhere down towards that bot lane, but like you said, OG not ready for it. Now still trying to produce their own results here towards the top. 3v2 in this situation. Score very far off. Teleport down on both mid and top. Will they be able to get Arrow on this one? The Cocoon flashed out by Arrow. Nicely done there, and KT just kind of saunters out of that one.
You can see how Origin, both Mithy and Amazing, are trying to save the skill shot, wait for that flash to happen. One of them landed onto Peekaboo, and then the next one, Arrow, could just flash away from it. We might see a counter gank.
They may not have seen that ward placed there during the fight.
No, definitely not. So Score is spotted. They have full information on where he is. Origin might try and bait this one, because Arrow is so low and with no summoners at all.
No heal. Would they be willing? Niels is also low,
Very
so
low.
they might just decide.
Boom on 2 members.
They decide not to. Honestly, even though Origin is actually even in gold right here, I have to credit a lot of the way KT has been playing this game. The way Arrow and Peekaboo dodged that gank, despite not being in position at the beginning when the gank arrived, the discipline they had on when to use their flash and escape summoner spells avoided what would have been certain death for a lot of other duos.
Sure, we're seeing some good decisions. Again, fight down the bottom lane. Someday walks into his minion wave. He's against double skill shot champions when it comes to the cocoon from Amazing and obviously most of the damage from Soaz. And he just dances around the minions, barely takes anything. Rek'Sai joins in. It's a lot easier to execute that 2v2 on the side of KT, which they did. Now we see the lanes swapped around. Bottom lane's going down to get some of the control on the bottom side near the dragon. And that means because Origin is slightly faster, they could go in and get a few deep wards. That is very, very key for them. KT not being able to mirror it and do it the same. So good little change from Origin being a bit faster, recalling.
Yeah. KT has a teleport advantage for another 40 seconds as far as top laners are concerned. Also, that's an advantage for somebody. Oh, he actually caught him with the Uttering the Decimate, which is what Soaz wants to avoid, obviously.
Definitely not becoming an easy lane after your opponent becomes 6 as Kennen. Usually ultimates stop him from getting any kills on you, or he can already do enough damage. That's what Soaz is dealing with. Went Sork boots first, so he's looking to participate in the fights, hopefully. Not really worried about that matchup for Sunday. Nagne getting the blue in mid lane. Good pink coverage on the side of KT to keep things safe in that sense.
Look at what Amazing is doing. Because they had that full vision of KT taking the blue buff, he knows it's very easy for him to just path over on the top side, steal away a buff for himself. Doesn't have any ward sadly for him to place, but at least he takes a buff away from KT, so just taking a small advantage. That's again because they recall first on the top side. He might even be able to sneak in behind Someday. He doesn't expect this one.
Got it. Misses the cocoon though, so Someday still has flash. He's going to want to get to the Baron wall before the stun.
Looks like he's actually going to have Nagne on his side as well before Peke can make it across. Very nicely done. They also know the pink ward now in mid. A bit of a help there to give themselves some more control. Mithy and Neil's trying to push up here in this bot lane, but Peekaboo's been hitting these taunts, then the chompers every time. It's just enough, and that was a great lantern to avoid so much damage for Niels.
And Niels has gone Sheen though, so he wants to be able to trade back in a lot of those scenarios, and he's actually not worried about kill threat. Nagne snuck in thanks to the ward that Someday got while Amazing was counter jungling.
Oh! Call that the point of Origin. When you're standing right on the stun usually does not hit you. Cocoon missed there. Amazing goes down right to the top side. They are just obliterating this half of the map as now we see Soaz go down. And Nagne actually uses this for a chance to go hard as well on Peke.
Some big problems for Origin here, not communicating properly. We saw Nagne move from the mid lane. It was pinged by Xpeke all the way. And Amazing started the Grump. So he just sat there, he waited for Nagne to show up, ends up dying, and then Shen backs away from the bottom lane. Instantly we see a play on top side from KT. They get 2 kills for it. Some miscommunication from Origin in this early game, and you can't afford to do that.
Yeah, especially against KT, because we can see how aptly they capitalize on the smallest opening.
Yeah.
When they killed Amazing, they also knew it was safe for Peekaboo to abandon bot lane since the jungle gank was not going to come, and there's no way Arrow was punished by that. So they take one play and pretty much half a second later turn it into a second play in order to get 2 kills.
And really the key thing for KT is the fact that what beat them last time, the 1-3-1 split push that could pick them off with Twisted Fate and so on over and over. That's going to be in favor of KT in this game. Because you have the Diana now, we have Darius in the top lane, you have Shen support. There's so many good globals and split pushing opportunities versus Origin, so they will have to take the team fights against you where KT normally shines so much.
It's not going to get any easier from here on out for Origin. We already saw a difficulty to adapt in the last game versus LGD. Now it seems that KT may have their number as well. Soaz very afraid to go out past that. It's kind of 75% farm mark on the side of Someday. So he stays, waits for the turret, and gets himself a little bit more coverage on the top side. Pings towards the bottom. They are going to meet back to the bottom lane. Possible teleport play being pinged out here. And then Dragon for a KT roster.
They have all teleports up in the entire game.
That's true. It would be messy. It would be pretty bloody.
Which can set up some really explosive fights. It's also really important to try and get a pick elsewhere to force a teleport, then you can get those advantages. This is what they call the third teleport. Rek'Sai coming in for Soaz.
It's not a farm alarm, ladies and gentlemen. It's the kill alarm, and it is going to be Soaz 0-3-0. Going to have to use that teleport to get back to lane.
Look here, the Origin trying to make a play on the bottom side. If they go for a kill, Darius can TP in then.
Don't know if he's close enough to it. The box goes out to slow Someday down. They're almost forced to go towards the turret a little bit first, and Origin gets completely caught out as soon as KT has the teleport advantage.
Another mistake from Origin right here. Beautiful play from KT. They invest Rek'Sai's ulti to get a kill on top. So they know, okay, Source is dead, he cannot TP down to the bottom lane. And suddenly Origin decides we're gonna push on the tower. Obviously KT has now the advantage with teleport on 2 members. Instantly join in, pick up more kills, take the mid lane tower, can now rotate arrow to mid lane if they want to, or even top, take down another one, and really get out of control.
I think they are out of control right now.
Absolutely.
And this is a perfect example of what we call an arms race as far as global skills are concerned. Origin has been getting their advantages by outmaneuvering people around the map. So both sides have double teleport, but KT also has Rek'Sai and Shen. In killing the Kennen, they then know someday can teleport uninhibited, and Origin just fails to account for that teleport threat. Somebody didn't have to burn anything for that initial spell. Origin only has 2 globals. KT essentially brings 4. So when they take out one from Origin, they just have even more advantage. And it's not like Origin is even equipped to attack the weak points of having a global team comp, because they themselves are also running a global team comp. KT took what Origin was doing, but they're doing it better.
And now one of the ways you normally will play against like 4 globals from KT is that you have a team fight composition with a lot of engage. A lot of tools of saying we can group mid right now, engage on Diana, or whoever's sitting there defending, kill him, take the tower, and force them to abandon the split push and get in there to defend.
Right.
But Origin is running very much a pick composition when you look at jungle and support, and then flanking from that Kennen. That is not hard engage in any way possible.
Yeah. And how do you flank a team where everyone can teleport on the map, aside from the Jinx, who gets to shoot a super mega death rocket as well?
Oh, Peekaboo onto the turret. That's going to be amazing. The repel, nicely used to get himself to safety. It looked scary for a second, but it was okay for Origin. Arrow keeps himself safe. He does have to flash away from that slicing maelstrom with Soaz to get himself to safety. Mid turret, however, going to be taking some damage. Nagne now coming up as well to assist on that. Looking at the cooldowns of some days in Nagne's teleport. Should be all right to have those up soon. And actually now mismatch once again with Soaz and Peke as they just made a move to the top side.
Origin needs to be careful. 5 members are going to show up.
That's a long run. They have so far to go down this lane, and right up the river is coming Someday and Nagne, a wall of death that OG is about to be running into. The Voidooz tries to slow them down, but it's not going to be enough. Soaz breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one.
Unless Origin is staying grouped up, they are not allowed to be that far up on the map. KT is just taking these free kills all across the map right now. It's just like candy everywhere.
Pick it up. Pick it up and eat it up. 202 across Nagne and Arrow.
It is so easy for KT.
Amazing.
It is so easy for KT to manufacture a numbers advantage if Origin isn't sticking together or near a turret. And that's exactly what we're seeing here, because Origin is consistently pushing up beyond their safety zone, and they're not grouping.
Right. Look how many forward wards they actually had for that. Pretty much in tri-brush. Didn't know that really anybody was coming up the river until it was too late. Now into the mid, a good play by Mithi. They may have Nagne for a kill, but Score will pop them up, deny the damage. And they just have the right composition to get out of a sticky situation.
And again, for Origin's comp here, if they played, or if their early game had gone way different, they'd maybe at least been even. They could very easily have gone mid lane with, of course, Niels with Peck. They start sieging in, land a hook, land a cocoon, and set up a kill, and force KT back with a relatively low wave clear. But because now they've been punished by these mistakes and not communicating properly, listening to each other, and then all these globals happening, you start falling behind, and then suddenly your comp just more or less falls apart. Right, that siege is not going to happen.
As almost as Jab was discussing earlier, the junglers now have to mirror each other. Beyond that, the game has to mirror each other with teleports on both sides. The one who gets the upper hand in that continues to run the upper hand.
And just kind of as a larger meta discussion, I don't think we're going to get time to get into this one.
Of course,
this fight
they'll
happens.
fight as soon as you start talking.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons the teams that haven't had strong early games have struggled more heavily than usual at Worlds is because of this double teleport meta that has taken over. Once you do get ahead with this strategy, if you know how to pull it off, there is almost no coming back aside from being ridiculously creative or having a completely different stylistic team composition. But if both teams are willing to go with a heavy double teleport strat, the early game is king.
And the problem is when you bring 2 teleports to the fight, and the other team then brings 4 teleports to the fight, in this case with Rek'Sai and Shen, you're always going to be outnumbered in the early game when it comes to taking that early advantage. So grouping is the only way for Origin to win, and they're trying to get Arrow again, but it's not going to work.
That is the worst feeling in the world as a Kennen player, just on the edge of slicing Maelstrom. The AD carry is able to avoid it with a summoner heal. The rocket flies by, but it's already 2 members down for Origin, and they are losing ground fast in the mid lane.
Desperation calls for Origin. Just trying to get a kill.
Yeah.
Never really a backup plan or plan B to get out after you've gone for that kill.
Generally in the camp, it's better to lose fast than to lose slow, so Origin may be taking the first option.
Nagne a
They'll
little
dive.
too hard there going in.
This could be a turnaround.
Gets him killed. What are they doing? KT way too ahead of themselves on this one. Score's gonna get hit up. Mithy with hook in just a few seconds. 2-1. Does he make it happen? They're gonna hold it. Try and just get the play in. He flash plays. Doesn't need to hook. They want to completely secure everything in this one. 4 kills on KT.
That is actually a massive turnaround because not only did they kill 4 people, they killed bounties of extra gold from KT. They were losing this game awfully, but
you're right.
That also the kills went on to Coglock,
bounty.
which is huge. This game was out of control. Now it's 2,000 to 3,000. Origin's actually still in it.
Just when you talk about how this game should be almost impossible for Origin to win.
Oh my goodness.
KT's like,
Origin
let's dive one by one, guys.
Let's make the impossible possible.
Oh, Nils, yeah, you want some kills?
All right, let's see this again.
Yeah.
Nagne was in.
Yeah. So KT already had 2 people dead, so they thought it was a safe dive. But he takes turret aggro before the team is willing to follow up. And then Niels just comes in the backside of the fight.
And let's just remember, we were only 18 minutes into the game. Diving a tower when you don't have any armor yet.
Well, they also didn't have Darius. One of the ultimate turret dive cleanups. Niels based after this fight with 2,500 gold. So he's got a few. He's got a few good
rush as well.
Sure. Even with that, they're still 3,000 gold down. But now they have a chance.
Scratching back, definitely grabbing the first rung of the ladder in a necessary climb. They got 3 needlessly large rods to help as well coming out of the base before and after that fight.
And they finally get a chance to group now in the mid lane because there's no teleports on the side of KT. So there is at least a small opening to get together as a unit, try and push up, have Source even with his teleport, take one of the side lanes and see if you can get any vision into the jungle of KT. Otherwise, you're still just going to be pushed so far back on the map that it's just a matter of time before KT has the cooldowns ready once again to enable the 1-3-1 and do exactly the same as before.
See what moves KT is trying to put on the table. Nagne now back down to the bot lane. This teleport not up soon. These are some days, but they're definitely playing around that for sure. Score into the jungle as well, making sure that Nagne has a nice defensive wall of wards to play with here so he can get out in any amount of time to make himself safe. MaRin is alive. Start to see wards towards that area, but like we saw on that turret dive, nobody's really strong enough to be taking down those. So no MaRin just yet.
I'd like to see Origin be more aggressive now in this mid lane here because you know there's no TP on the side of Nagne and Someday. So as long as they just sit back and defend against them and Source doesn't get caught by Someday right here, you know you can push up mid. And it's at least a 3v3, but you can even get your members to join in and have a 5v3.
Well,
or you can get caught out.
I think the Black Cleaver is giving him the move speed, and that's a dead Soaz.
Great buy on the Merc Treads. Did not stun him for enough time. Someday comes in, kills Soaz. OG a little late to the top side party as Someday getting much, much bigger. Is killing Soaz much, much faster. 6-0-2 for him. He has been having a fantastic tournament.
There's actually been a lot of talk about who is the best Korean top laner here. Is it Someday or is it MaRin? Both of them are playing absolutely out of their minds.
I think you can add in Smep, another top laner who's really been showing up in this tournament here. So all 3 Korean top laners.
All right, they're pretty good.
They're decent.
Well, some of it does speak to the style of the way Korean League of Legends had been played even before Worlds. We talk so much about how this meta is unique, which it is, but even before this, top laners in Korea were getting a significantly higher number of resources from their team than any other region. So they're already accustomed to doing this sort of thing, and beyond the early game, the mid game and the late game is still formulating in somewhat the same way, and they're very comfortable having kind of these top lane carries, and they're very practiced in doing so.
And even when the dynamic changes, we see Arrow carrying on Mord previously earlier. These guys can switch it up with who's really pulling the hard carry. Nagne as well stepped up to the team, so all across the board, it's going to be very hard to put a dent in KT rolls through. Going for Dragon, that is going to be number 1 for them, number 2 of the game, as Origin has already grabbed one themselves.
if somehow Origin could get a 4v5 or a 4v4 that didn't involve Darius or Soaz, the game is basically even. It's a 2,700 gold lead that Someday has over Soaz at this point in the game. Of course he has teleport and he has no reason to burn it though, so that's actually kind of an impossibility. It would be nice though.
That's a freak
That's what they
strategy.
need.
When I
Beat
feel
him a lot
Origin,
and then take the gold back.
if you're a KT, you're not gonna make the same mistake you made earlier, going for that 1 versus 1 or whatever dive was. Sending
Which
one
was
by
without
one.
Darius as well.
Okay, no Darius, you're right, he didn't join in. But for now for KT, keep pushing your side lanes like you're doing right now. We saw what happened last time Source, but even close to Someday, completely destroyed. Even had to flash away but didn't survive in the end because the ulti followed him and killed him. KT can start setting up pings around Baron. Already bought them when you see 2 guys coming from base, Arrow and Peekaboo. And you know what? You just have another way now of baiting a potential fight, or you take a free Baron.
OG can still bring out the brush. I know it's a Fnatic brush, but it has to be in the playbook. Get in the brush, make it happen, get a bushwhack fight, and just surprise KT. Not really a team you want to group up on, so if you can get somebody like Arrow first, it would be the best. KT, however, moving too good around the map right now, getting everything they want, and wards in place, so OG can't even enter a brush without KT knowing right now. Amazing. Trying to force Peekaboo out, but there's not much they can do. 1 sweeper there, but you can see he still has 3 around that area, and these sweepers aren't upgraded yet.
Yeah, it's so hard when you're working on these low gold incomes when you're behind to want to upgrade the sweeper, but it's absolutely necessary if they want to have any type of safety when pushing up, because one of the... Oh! Woo! They might still go for it. He had to respect the flash from Score, which is why Neos flashed away early. And there's Someday.
Someday is walking around in wards right now, but they can't do much about it. Just leave this guy be right now. He goes up towards the top side. No flashes need to be burned there other than Niels to get out of the fight, but there were some ults, 4 ults, and Nagne's TP was used.
Yeah, the TP is actually really critical because that means they can't threaten his split push as much and can give Origin a small chance of grouping up. Additionally, the other thing that's stopping Origin from grouping up as 5 is the fact that they don't have the upgraded sweepers and can't clear vision behind them,
with
two
on the other side,
and which makes them completely open to flank teleports if they do group up as 5.
Sure.
Now they kind of have a bit of a window.
It's also just for Origin the fact that if they ever move forward, even if you have all the sweepers in the world, you're just going to see Nagne and Someday run from their lanes. They push so far down through the jungle, Origin have to just appear behind them anyway. So like, there's so many ways for KT to flank as long as they have the side lane control, meaning that Origin has to catch someone out in this mid lane among the 3 guys. Peke is completely out of mana, and here's 2 guys coming.
And there's Shen. Goodbye.
So, Origin reaching a little bit for resources here, possibly a finished item for Peke as what would
Stalled
come
this pretty
from
well.
this.
That wasn't a
kill
stall
on the
though.
top
Oh
lane.
my
OG
god.
is going to go for the Baron. No, they peel off. It's going to be on Nagne now. The exhaust goes down early. That gives him time to kill Niels if he actually wants to dive back in. He gets hooked when he tries to go for the Lunar Rush. Nagne is definitely going to go down here. The teleports to the top side now as KT is trying to get into this area and make this fight theirs. They do so. Nagne goes down and 3 are dead from Origin.
I think it's safe to say that Nagne is playing much better than he did last week. I also think it's safe to say that Soaz is having a terrible game for him right now. He is not recovering or playing well from behind right here. And it was an interesting move here by Origin. They thought they were going to force the Baron while Pekka was getting caught, but Nagne just ended those dreams. They're teleporting in on a Lantern too!
Little Lantern out. Soaz can't really get himself to the back line. Will a smite come in? Will a hit happen? Score does get the Baron. And
actually
now
a good call by Fnatic.
He's going to have to push himself out. Someday goes down. Double kill coming in for Niels. Can he get some living artillery in for sight and a catch? They don't even want it. They've got what they needed here. A few kills. Hopefully they can stop the Baron, but it's still on 3 members of KT.
Yeah, and we still just see how far ahead KT is here. 3 guys can go down to the bottom lane and get a kill, and you can still stop the Baron at first. 1 guy just killing Soaz with Nagne jumping in, taking out, and then the rest can just return.
For being 0-7, that was a really good play by Soaz to get some return kills and even more kills on Niels. Also, I thought I was going to make it and not call Origin Fnatic by accident when I see Soaz and Peke at Worlds. But I saw Soaz teleporting in at Worlds, and I thought it was Fnatic. I failed.
Yeah, you only had an entire year to realize.
I failed. Well, it's Worlds.
That's all right.
It
I had
is
Super
Worlds.
Hot Royal
So
Club
used to
last year.
seeing
Don't even
those
worry about
before.
it.
Yeah, so teleporting on the Lantern, classic good play.
Pull them out. So they're stuck here, taking a lot of damage from the Baron. Again, it's the best Origin can get here. There's no smite for them. But just get a few kills, get more gold for Nils. He's really the guy getting everything. The problem is he just never gets the chance to sit and deal damage because 2 or 3 guys are coming in from different sides and they always just jump straight on him and take him down as fast as possible.
Still quite an effective Baron. If Nagne has it, he can kid himself on those side lanes. Someday did lose it, so that won't help as much. And the teleports are down on both sides now, and they're not timed with KT's side. OG kind of working with the same timers, so they may be able to make another big play. But right now, get a lull. 13 seconds until Dragon. I think this is easily going to be KT's see Origin cleaning up some resources in their own jungle.
And we just need to see Origin basically say the only way for us to get back into this game right now is to create a pick. So we need to get some pink wards into our own jungle.
The only way, yeah.
And try and simply create some sort of shadows in there where KT might run through and get caught out. Because in the open lanes, KT can see everything. They always know Source is at his tier 2 tower. They know Peck is at his tier 2 tower on the bottom lane. So they are never going to be surprising KT at any point. So it's about Amazing and Mythy, who creates a trap in their own jungle. And when Peekaboo walks in like he's doing now, you catch him out and kill him, and you buy yourself some time.
And this is so great. Score top. Score has ult up. He can farm alarm down to the Dragon even if necessary, but doesn't need to. KT just grabs the Dragon. They had everything in place if the fight were to even happen for a 5v4.
So many different people on KT can pull off this split pushing job. This is
It's crazy.
This is the ultimate split push team.
Now towards the mid lane. This turret, they dove under a little too hard last time. A little trial and error. They take it down first before going past it. And now the outer ring of turrets getting beat up very hard on the side of Origin. Looks like the bottom lane is the focus with the Baron being and Dragon being down. It's all about the turrets.
That small little opening Origin had where they didn't manage to catch Peekaboo when he cleared out the ward is now gone because KT has moved in with every single member. They've taken over the jungle. So we are looking at basically a tower dive for KT going wrong.
Right.
That Origin can punish a second time to buy more time. But because KT made that mistake at first, I think they've said, okay, guys, we don't have to be over-aggressive. We can keep just playing it fairly safe like we've done for most of the game outside of that one play.
Yeah, and that one mistake stalls the game out substantially. During the regular season, even just looking at Peekaboo games, KT played longer games than most in the LCK, who already played kind of slow games. So they made that mistake, but they haven't been the best team at actually winning games quickly. They've had pretty solid secures. Once they get a lead, they often don't lose it, but they definitely don't know how to do it very quickly, which does leave them somewhat open to potential counterplays. In this game, while 30 minutes in, with KT having control throughout most of the game, is still only a 5,000 gold lead. And the later this game gets, the less relevant 5,000 gold becomes.
So wards just outside of the sweeping range. Do you see what KT is trying to put in here? Origin will know they have flank wards on their shoulders left and right, so they're trying to set up pinks to stop this from happening. Peke, pretty much the only one that can continue to laser clear and keep away from Nagne here in a full burst death. Now trying to hold the bot lane.
And remember, KT can have Shen sitting in mid and just use that ulti on Nagne if he jumps in onto Peke, who has no defensive tools, no hourglass or anything. Mythy's trying to get Arrow here.
Is there anybody to give the lantern to, though? Nobody can come in. Arrow gets immediately Peekaboo on his back, flashes forward for the taunt. Soaz goes down. And Mythy, I think they were trying to deter KT from taking it and weren't ready for a fight. And KT wanted a fight. Now inside the base of Origin. That's going to be another dunk down. The apprehend misses Amazing. Someday almost living, but goes down to a Cathy surprise. And that's going to be one last shot. It's the laser just burning out the heels of Arrow.
And you know what? That's another 3 for 3. Even though it's such an advantage for KT, Someday went deep, Arrow followed, and they don't lose much outside of a bit of split push pressure on this map. It should have been huge for KT, but again, Origin managed to pick up 3 kills on the backside.
Nils using the passive really well, getting that kill onto Someday just before. And really just for Origin, they managed to sneak in behind KT, even though it should almost be impossible for Mythy to get in here and land that first hook, but there's no follow-up for him.
Soaz literally cannot move past Darius without dying. So I don't think that was a good flank by Mythy because there's no way Soaz actually follows up on that play. From there, he gets Noxian Might, which means one spell land gets 5 bleed stacks, which is why Someday saw this kill on Niels and said he could go for it. 1Q, auto, ultimate.
Blam!
But he continues to tank the turret, and so does Arrow.
Something could easily walk out of that one.
Look, really mid the walk too. 2 pink wards just sitting there. They had no right to be in their own jungle.
And that was the thing. Mythic didn't need Source to do anything. He needed both Niels and Amazing to be able to follow him in there when they made that pick. Get that first kill onto Arrow. Because what KT did wrong, small thing still, they gave up the mid lane pressure by moving Arrow to the side lane and joined Darius to take down that tower. So that allowed Origin to say, okay, we can leave mid lane as well with our 3 guys because there's no one who's going to push it other than just a support Shen. So we can move up and look for that one pick. Problem was Niels and Amazing were not with Mythy. So even though they caught him, they didn't kill him. And instead trade 3 for 3. Still good enough for Origin, but they also lost the tower.
I love when teams, sometimes so far ahead, it makes it a lot easier for them. Just keep adding on to the effect they're trying to do with the game. Split pushing, the banner of command now out. Another lane they can kind of leave to itself now. And KT just has so many variables to work with here to get themselves even closer to OG's base.
It's 2 AP champions that are defending side lanes for Origin. Banner of command says, well, you're not going to clear this minion. So suddenly Origin will have even less ways of stopping that split push from happening.
Yeah, to me, this is the proper use of double Aegis. You upgrade them both into the different items. So they still get the Locket Shield, they also get the split pushing, but they're forcing Baron. And this is actually finally KT grouped up. If Origin has a chance, it's right here.
Looking for Niels, he's staying on the backside. Nagne does hit his first Crescent Strike, but nobody is going to get the Lunar Rush to follow. They pull off, and they're going to say, we have you routed to your own base. They don't have a big minion wave on the top side, but it's enough to go for an inhibitor. They want the fight, however, in the jungle. They have this completely warded, and Origin is looking at darkness right now, and is why they cannot enter.
So good move from KT, pulling away, not risking that big 5-on-5 and try and force Origin to move away. There's no minions pushing down towards Origin, so they can safely stay. Might even be able to get some damage on mid tower. Next wave is coming just behind Niels.
One of the first times their bot lane hasn't been in their face. This is a good push by OG in the mid lane. What can they make of it?
I don't think they can make much, but they can buy more time. The big misplay there by KT Rolster is they didn't prep a side lane when 5-manning the Baron. This entire game they've been running Origin around and never letting Origin have even numbers, but for that moment they gave them even numbers.
Good Lantern out. Great ultimate to get out of Peekaboo.
And they also lost Dragon Pressure. This is another thing Origin could be able to flank them. Soaz can flank it. Would be another 5v5.
Score.
Oh, they peel off. Niels is caught a bit.
Not able to do much. Everybody holding their breath on this one, seeing if the catch actually happens, but they're going to have to concede Dragon once again. Watch that go down. It's only 3-1 in Dragons. After this, it starts to get a little bit hairy, but it's still about the Baron. Now that it's spawned again, does KT get both Barons in this game, or can Origin stop this?
So once again, the side lanes are not in favor of KT, at least not for a while down the bottom lane. So once again, Origin can move in and stop this Baron.
KT is still stronger, but this is the chance for Origin. They are all grouped up. You'd expect them to go.
It was given. Now all 5 members are going to be Baroned up. They can play whatever lanes they want. Lantern is out, so everybody on the front line has to be very safe of their positioning. Soaz going to be seen coming around here. That is not where he wants to be. He's wanted the flank to Fishio. You said it was going to be near impossible, and that could be a pop-up. If Score gets in range, he cannot tunnel in. Flayed back by Mithy. Things do not look like they're going well. Ever so slowly, Origin keeps getting slowed. They finally lose 1 member, but Nagne also went down in that fight.
Pekka got a solo kill off the screen here. But once again, KT, they go back to start the Baron. Origin couldn't move in time to stop it. And then they have this problem where they have to run away. They can't really see where KT is moving. Source walks straight into Someday. Ends up staying alive, though, due to another good lantern from Mithy.
This is turning into a really weird game, because KT had such a massive lead in the early game, and we were expecting with their multitude of globals to be able to close this out very quickly. But every once in a while, they just keep dying when they're going to be making a power play. Nagne really overcommits for that. When he doesn't land his Q or his R on Peke, uses all of his damage in order to gap close.
Yeah.
And Peke still hurts. Like, that was a really bad play by Nagne.
Like he thought Peke wouldn't respect the fight and walk out, right?
You need more than just your ulti as a Diana to kill someone 1v1.
Like, what does he think he's going to do? He uses his Q and the first ultimate on a minion.
But I'm seeing greed from KT right here. First, again, abandon mid lane, send the Jinx to topside to take that tower faster than they had to. They could slowly just chip it down because Darius was 3 levels above Kennen in that top lane, allowed Origin to go in and try and trade for some kills, maybe catch them out. Now start Baron with no side lane pushing at first. Again, buys time for Origin to get out of their base, get grouping, get some minion waves, get some jungle camps. So they have allowed Origin to get something, at least, in a situation where Origin weren't really supposed to do anything.
Yeah, and when we do get team fights, if we do, so much of this will be on whether or not Niels gets instantly blown up. He has gone such an aggressive build right now, just completing his Infinity Edge. There's no Mikhails anywhere, and there is a Death Cap Diana on the other side versus no magic resist on Niels. If a Crescent Strike lands from Nagne onto Niels' Kog'Maw, I think he's dead.
Yeah, it's bad news
unless
bears.
Mithy would basically have to flay him out of the Lunar Rush in order to keep him alive, which is possible because Mithy's really strong. I also don't even expect that to fully happen because this is now KT with the Baron buff, able to put up strong split push, and they're using their weakest members to split push, the jungler and the support. When have we seen this? This is the perfect two people to have on the side lanes. It makes it so hard for Origin to engage on any of these waves.
Doesn't look like they can do much. Watching their turret go from 100 to 110%. A little bit of a hit on Peekaboo, but there's no kill going into Shen from Soaz. He just deters the bot lane damage.
So I would much prefer Someday to sit in one of these side lanes because he can get up and hit the tower. He's tanky enough to do it, and he has Peekaboo to help him. Peekaboo is just sitting on his bottom side, not doing anything really other than pushing in a wave. They have to go for this tower now, though. Arrow can take it down so quickly. Look for Origin to try and catch him out with some sort of skill shot.
Not enough minions to get himself back in, but the minions definitely aren't coming out of the base either. They are going to bring up Peekaboo now.
Yeah.
Looks like everybody towards the mid lane. This is going to be all or nothing onto this turret. OG has to be ready. We're talking about if Niels gets hit up, it's going to be eyes from Mithy on him with that face of the mountain and the shield from the locket.
These are the moments you either use your base gates or you use the home guard teleport because they know they're coming in. Soaz was actually recalling a little late, but he's now in home guard teleport position. Will he trigger it?
He's gonna have to.
He's so far
He's going way far back here. Could go to the right, but it would deter KT right away.
There he is!
He still can't flash in. That's gonna be the ult on Arrow. The cleanse gets himself out very far. He's gonna be safe. Score is forced to flash. Nagne, Zanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? 3 members of OG fall immediately. Soaz could not do enough damage. The spread of KT on the slicing Maelstrom was too good. It's like they expected it.
The 0-8 cannon flank is unfortunately not the deadliest. It was a nice effort there because he landed the ultimate on many, but at the end of the day, they did enough damage to the backline. Origin couldn't finish this off, and it looks like KT is going to get first in the group.
First in the group. OG coming out 3-0. KT with a falter in the first week, but they patch things up. They get eyes on the prize. They figure out how to take down Origin from the get-go.
Niels.
24-15. Niels trying to have one more thing to say about it, but it's all about Arrow. Eyes on the Nexus. You're not going to be able to stop that. And KT take first place in Group D.
Niels very nearly killed everyone at the very end there, but KT, what a day they've had. 3-0, going from second place to first place in the group.
And Origin really needs to look at this early game now. Fell behind in the first game of the day versus Team Solomed. Fell behind versus LGD, couldn't come back. Fell behind to KT, couldn't come back either. They're just getting pushed so far down, they cannot use their own double teleport they were so good at using in the first week. That gets completely shut down because they fall so far behind early on. It's KT this time who can just split push all the way to the victory.
For better or for worse, I'd say it's a good thing you played your best and your worst in group stages. You know what to work on, you know where the flaws lie. These things can hopefully be patched up now.
Yeah, and the important thing for Origin is that they're moving on. The important thing for KT is they're moving on and don't have to play SKT right away.
That's the better. That's the better. The worst is the second place SKT face-off.
And SKT really is the only team we have seen at Worlds so far. We can say these guys are consistently fantastic to watch. They make so few mistakes and they punish whatever mistake you make. Every other team we have seen problems, things you could punish. Origin showed some today, but KT of course showed up big time and deserved to get #1 in the group.
They really did. Nagne, after having a week where definitely heard on social media that people were saying, oh, weaker link, completely stepping up, showing us the season Nagne from the regular splits.
I'm still looking at Someday though. On this team here, every single game he plays, the decisions he's making, I'm not even gonna just praise his mechanics.
It's true.
The
No,
brain
it
he
deserves
has,
to be
like,
talked about in the
yeah,
top lane.
the way he reads the game, the way in these lane swaps, he always managed to be at the right position. He never gets caught out. He never gets killed on the tower or anything. He always backs away, maximizes farm and experience. And then he just have these moves where he's sitting and waiting in bushes and the Sora sneaks up on him and he just kills him instantly. And it further increases how far ahead KT gets in the game and how hard it is for Soras to get back in the game.
An incredible amount of wards kept KT ahead in that one. You look at their inventories right now, full upgraded sweepers, full upgraded trinkets, unless you're Arrow, and you have the scrying orb. But they had those sweepers so early. We saw it when we were talking about OG clearing 1 ward, but they had 3 more around it. Already had those sweepers to play the game in the way that KT wanted. You can't win the game if you can't see anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of fundamental.
A lot of split push pressure. Like that type of team composition is really difficult to execute well. And
You're getting pulled in every direction.
It creates a lot of creativity. 4 different people that are capable of filling the split push niche.
And then score 30 minutes in.
You need to be able to keep track of all that. Like, where's the central shot calling? How well are they communicating together? There were slight slip-ups when they were trying to pull the trigger. A lot of greed, as
in the
Deficio
end.
was saying. But ultimately, it's because they were so far ahead.
And Origin had a lot of problems early on when it came to communicating as a team. Again, we saw like Nagna leaving lane. He was paying the amazing stays in the jungle, dies. Whenever the teleport was available for KT, Origin wouldn't respect it and still go for a play in the early game and get punished. That was really what set KT so far ahead because they were better communication and, of course, double the amount of globals also help. Can we just highlight how fantastic it is to see a composition versus a team that are so good at running double TP?
So, like, you could theoretically fit more globals on the team. You could put, like, Shen top lane with
80
teleport.
carry TF.
Get Tom Kench. You could have put, like, you could do those things.
Edge.
But that would actually be bad because you'd be way too committed to one specific thing. And even if Origin had picked more of a teamfight composition without teleports, actually, they would have been better prepared to deal with the massive globals because they were completely behind in that arms race, and KT crushed them.
Well, KT crushed, get first place in the group. Right now, Shox is standing by with one of our winners. So let's check in with her in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Peekaboo, who is going to do this in English, so bear with us. Very glad he is willing to do that. First up, congratulations.
Thank you.
First seed in the group. First, tell me about your strategy in this game. You were moving around a lot on the map.
Last game we played with Origin, and we thought we were gonna win this game, but final we missed Baron calls and then we missed ordering and landing swap, so we lost, and I got really angry about that. So I tried to focus on that what we did wrong, and yeah, that's why we can win Origin, because we did really practice well and we tried to get win. So that's my strategy, and I try to keep our teammates to get really easy on game. So I keep moving around and roamed. So that's my play style. So well, that was a good things to move.
Yeah, very good strategy, and it worked versus OG. In the end, Origin also still showed some good moves, some good shot calling. How do you think Origin can do in the rest of this World Championship?
Origin is a really good team, I think. Maybe Fnatic and Origin is the best Europe team in this world, so maybe Origin can go like a final, maybe if they come, and yeah, so.
If they recover from this loss versus you guys.
Yeah.
You guys played great throughout the group stage, first seed. First, I want to ask you something about Imp, because I heard that you guys are really good friends, and it's because they won the last game that you guys were also able to secure the first seed. You're going to give him a big thank you.
Yeah, thanks for Imp, because if we win Origin, we need to play against one more time, so I'd like to thank Imp, and I love you, Imp.
Well, there you go. He'll be happy to hear that now.
Yeah.
Finally, first seed, fantastic play so far. I heard that before the World Championship started, you said that SKT could win the whole thing, or maybe you guys. You guys are already really good, but what do you think you have to improve on the most to be able to make that happen?
But nothing to say, but I just need to focus on what I'm doing, because I really made a lot of mistakes during these seasons and during the game. So I need to keep more hard about myself, and I just need to keep carrying our teammates. So that's the point, I think.
Okay, well, team has been doing incredible since you joined that lineup. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for doing this in English.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. KT, the first seed. Back to you guys. Fantastic.
Thank you, Shocks. Congratulations to Peekaboo and the rest of the team. A much-deserved first seed there after a tremendous day today. Zyrene, it looks like you got something.
I want to talk about
on.
Peekaboo really quickly, because that guy has an incredible work ethic. And when he said that they lost the game and they were really angry, when Peekaboo says that, it means he's playing his heart out every day. He's the guy who was on SKT, an elite team, and they said, you know what, we're going to bench you for a little bit, have you recover. And he was like, I'm bouncing, guys. I still want to play. I don't want to recover. I want to keep working. And he jumped to a different team. He got picked up by KT, and you saw their season completely turn around. So Peekaboo's putting in that work. And even there, he just left #1 seed of the group. He's like, I still had mistakes. I need to clean my play up. I need to get better. In my opinion, that's what I see as a world champion mentality and a worlds type player. This guy definitely elevates the teams that he's on, but he's not blaming other people. He's always looking at himself and making himself better. And I think huge shout out there to Peekaboo for that.
Well, that's a great endorsement there for Peekaboo.
I think it's incredible, and it shows in his play too.
And everyone agrees. Let's look at the rest of the team though, because it's not just Peekaboo on this team. I want to look at the rest of the team that was a part of this 3-0 performance on the day.
Let's look at their top laner for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't think we've seen a carry top laner like this for quite some time. And watching Someday, you heard the guys on the desk, like his decision making's good, his mechanics are fantastic, but his team fight impact and how intimidating it is to play against someone this far in your face as an AD carry is just amazing. And he's in a group with like Niels, he's in a group with Imp, these players that are supposed to be absolutely gods in their roles. And he hasn't had a bad game. Like Someday is well and truly a rove on the world stage. He was the MVP of the LCK, and so far he's been by far the best top laner in this world.
I think it's very important to highlight though, like in this game, KT, like they played out, it looked kind of similar to the first game against Origin. They had the advantage on Someday, but this time they kind of pushed it to further limits. But we also saw some slip-ups when they kept like diving these turrets and kind of overdove in a way, like once in the mid lane where Nagne kind of jumped in, and then that one time in the top lane where they just dove, and like I think Arrow died as well. I think like the late game and mid game decision making still needs some fine tuning.
See, I don't know if they are slip ups. Sometimes, Yamato, it's just about sending a message.
Oh,
when you have a Darius
no, everybody stop listening to what Spawn is saying right now.
Do whatever you want.
No.
Man, I hope LGD was also sending a message as well for your sake. But oh my God, yeah. The thing about KT is they reached that mid game and it just looked like Nagne really wanted to blow people up on Diana, and he was just using his Q to get to minions, to R and then R again, and that's not enough damage even by calculation standards to blow the person up. So I just feel like they're going way too hard when they could just calm down a little bit. Take that turret, and then you're fine.
I want to talk about the double TP meta that is developing. The guys in the caster booth touched on it a little bit. The idea that if you do fall behind or if you do create an early lead, it is that much better. Yeah. It has so much more impact on the map. Yamato, you were talking a little bit about how this summoner spell scales so well.
Yeah, it's like my biggest difficulty with Origin's team composition is if they fall behind, it's pretty much like it's so hard to get back. Even though KT, as I mentioned, had these slip-ups, like Origin's team composition is full magic damage. Like, even though we had a 3k gold lead, it means so much more simply because the magic resistance they buy just means so much more. But back to your point about teleport, I feel like in these matchups, like on the other side, we had the Shen and the teleport to just counter that, and then we had the snowball on top. So if a team with the double TP obviously going to end up ahead, it just shows that they will just snowball the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's something that I talked about when countering the double TP, is you have to take it to them early on. Because if they get that lead, they put the people in side lanes, and then they can 1-3-1, no problem. And then you don't have people who can hold up in the split push, and you slowly but surely lose those lanes. And we saw Someday doing that the entire time.
Hey, we all got it right. They went double AP teleports as well, and there was a Banner of Command. Peekaboo was a legitimate split pushing threat in that game with Banner of Command Shen, because there's no one could kill that creep.
Lastly, a little time for reflection here on Origin's performance today. They are still making it out of the groups. They did what they needed to do to secure that second seed. However, that's probably not what they hoped for after their 3-0 start last week. Looking at them specifically, individuals, Soaz in the top lane did not look good in this game. We saw you know, reminiscent of some of that old tilty SOAS that can sometimes come out if people target him.
Yeah, you can actually really see it in his player cam too when he's on tilt, because he gets his face, he just definitely sees it. And that's the thing, is they targeted him specifically. They went after him level 1. They were hiding in the brush. They blew 4 flashes just to get his, but they capitalized on it. And SOAS is definitely the guy that, you know, the team needs to be able to keep him centered, keep him focused, because this is what happens when that goes off. And he starts ending up in positions where he's the sole member engaging on the team from the back, from the flank, and it's just not working out for them.
Something that worries me, though, is like today I feel like Origin, it was a complete different Origin than the one we saw last week, simply because I think the draft, simply with this AP, full AP composition, feels a bit lackluster because of the banner command, as you said, the MR efficiency. I don't like this full AP composition anymore.
Yeah, they felt like they got a little bit exposed today in their strategies, but they did make it out. They've got time to regroup, refocus, and do what they need to do for the bracket stages. We're going to step off the rift for just a moment, and when we return, it's the final game of the day as LGD goes up against TSM. We'll be right back.
We're gonna do it for first place, boys. Do it for America.
Do it for
Do it for America, guys. Do it for America.
SOAS breaks off, takes the low road. Niels tries to stay on the high road, and neither are going to work on this one. Score does get the Baron, and
actually a good call by Fnatic.
He's going to have to push himself out. Someday goes down. Double kill coming in for Niels. The apprehend misses amazing. Someday almost living, but goes down to a Cathy surprise. And that's going to be one last shot. Nagne Sanya's right in front, but the inhibitor turns down. Can the team give him the attack that's necessary to win this fight? And KT take first place in Group D.